Cough. Cough cough. Damn it, pretending to be dead lying here almost got me killed for real. A hoarse cough broke the dead silence. Lin Che, using all his strength, shoved off the still warm corpse of his fellow disciple that was pressing on his chest. The shield that had blocked the fatal impact and was now cracked into pieces he disdainfully tossed aside, producing a clattering sound of shattering. He struggled to prop himself up on his elbows, his entire body aching as if it were falling apart. Every breath pulled at his wounds, bringing out a thick smell of blood. What met his eyes was a nauseating, hellish scene. The setting sun, blood red, spilled its last dim light over this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The bodies of humans and demon beasts were piled in disarray, leaving barely any ground to step on. Many bodies were mutilated, with severed limbs, entrails, and broken weapons mingled in the dark red mud, emitting a suffocating stench of blood. Several pitch-black carrion demon crows were already circling low, their ominous cries echoing. If an ordinary mortal strayed into this place, they would surely be scared out of their wits. But Lin Che was different. He was a cultivator, and moreover a demonic cultivator from the life-defying demon palace, which treated human lives like grass. Such a brutal scene was nothing new to him. Among the pile of corpses, most were his unlucky fellow disciples, while the rest were from the Sun family of beast-taming cultivators. What was even more startling was that 3 powerful auras of Foundation establishment cultivators had completely extinguished. This battle was exceedingly brutal, nearly a mutual annihilation. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the 2 inner Sect Foundation establishment senior brothers, enduring the frantic attacks of the Sun clan leader's late Foundation establishment spirit beast, traded wounds for kills and finally killed the clan leader. However, just as they thought the situation was settled and relaxed their vigilance, an abrupt change occurred. As the master fell, the spirit beast, under the backlash of the contract, let out a desperate and mad roar. Instead of fleeing in despair, it burned all its lifeblood and demonic soul to activate its innate divine ability with full force. Boom. In an instant, with the spirit beast at the center, blinding lightning erupted, transforming into a devastating lightning domain. At such close range, the 2 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators had no time to react and were completely devoured by the violent lightning serpents. The terrifying thunder shockwaves spread like a furious tide, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield, affecting all the Chi refining cultivators, Sun family members, and remaining spirit beasts. And Lin Che, at the very beginning of the battle between the Foundation establishment cultivators, had silently retreated to the edge of the battlefield, unhesitatingly threw himself to the ground, suppressed all his aura, and even smeared himself with the blood of his fellow disciples, perfectly blending in among the corpses. Until the devastating lightning swept over, he quickly pulled out the long-prepared second-grade mid-quality black iron heavy shield from his storage pouch and curled up tightly behind it. The violent impact blasted him, and the shield, flying crashing heavily to the ground, but barely saved his life. I didn't expect. After scheming for 18 years, the final opportunity would come like this. Lin Che murmured, dazedly stuffing 2 healing pills into his mouth. Feeling the medicinal power spreading and nourishing his damaged meridians, he struggled to stand up, swaying unsteadily. Looking around at the resources littering the ground, a hint of confusion first appeared on his face, then the corners of his mouth began to uncontrollably curl upward, the arc growing larger and larger, finally turning into a silent but hearty laugh. Ha! Ha ha! It's fate. Truly fate. Even the heavens are helping me, Lin Che. This bloody battle that nearly killed him was triggered by a 3rd-grade top-quality spirit beast egg containing the Phoenix bloodline, the Crimson Feather Flame Sparrow egg. The Sun clan leader had spent a fortune at an auction to obtain this egg, but it was noticed by an inner disciple of the life-defying demon palace who happened to be present, leading to this ambush for murder and treasure. And Lin Che was merely an outer disciple used as cannon fodder. Who could have thought that this forced death mission would become the long-awaited opportunity he had been lurking for 18 years? He was originally not of this world, his soul came from another world, reincarnated here. In his youth, he had intended to rely on his transmigrator's literary plagiarism to pass the imperial examinations, but while secretly reading a county history in the private school, he was shocked to discover that this world had cultivators who could fly and hide in the earth. He immediately abandoned the path of imperial examinations and began frantically seeking immortal fate. However, before the immortal fate arrived, disaster struck first. At the age of 6, he was kidnapped by demonic cultivators and sent along with thousands of children of similar age into the life-defying demon palace, a human hell. Only a little over 20 of them possessed spiritual roots, including himself, who were fortunate enough to step onto the demonic path. As for those without spiritual roots, their fate was self-evident. From then on, he struggled to survive in this demonic den. Unfortunately, he only had the worst quality inferior spiritual root, destined to be a disposable, consumable reserve in this demonic sect. Fortunately, when he broke through to the first layer of Chi refining, a mysterious light flashed in his mind, and the all things ascension system awakened. This system not only allowed insight into all things, but its core and most heaven-defying function was to ignore the rules and upgrade the grade of any item once. Whether it was spiritual herbs, spirit beasts, magic tools, pills, or even the most fundamental spiritual root of a cultivator, all were within the scope of ascension. Of course, the system had limitations. It could only be used 3 times a day and only once for the same item. The shield that had just saved his life was upgraded by Lin Che using the system. But why after so many years was Lin Che still a chi refining cultivator? The reason was simple: his inferior spiritual root was the biggest problem troubling him. With a system, Lin Che naturally wouldn't settle for less. But even if he used the system to upgrade, the gap between inferior and medium spiritual root was limited. To truly defy fate, he had to take extraordinary measures. Fortunately, there were many such secret arts within the demonic sect, such as spiritual root, grafting, blood sacrifice of clan members, and even soul possession, countless in number. In a corner of the outer sect technique hall, he had found a fragment that met his requirements: the blood sacrifice, soul-seizing secret record. Originally of lower-grade spiritual rank, after being upgraded by the system, it leaped to become a lower-grade earth rank, blood sacrifice, soul-seizing secret classic fragment. Although it was still a fragment, its effects were already terrifying enough, and it was sufficient for Lin Che. This method used a special formation to forcibly extract the spiritual essence of 64 individuals with spiritual roots, temporarily grafting them onto one's own spiritual root, achieving a pseudo-transition of talent. If the ritual succeeded, it could temporarily elevate his spiritual root to the heavenly spiritual root level for 1 hour. Now he was 24 years old. From the age of 6, when he entered the demon palace, first entered chi refining and awakened the system, he had endured, plotted, and collected resources for a full 18 years. Today was the day to complete the plan. A flash of determination and madness passed through Lin Che's eyes. He endured the pain and began to act swiftly. Using the blood essence forced from his fingertip, he traced complex and eerie array patterns on the ground, precisely embedding various sinister materials he had prepared into the nodes. Then, with a blank expression, he began to move the corpses one by one, while skillfully emptying every storage pouch from the bodies. He had no time to inspect the gains. Time was pressing. The soul lamps of the 2 Foundation establishment inner disciples had gone out. The upper echelons of the demon palace would soon notice and send people to investigate. He had to race against time. Soon 64 still warm bodies were placed in specific positions around the formation. Lin Che stood at the core of the formation, suddenly slashed his palm, and pressed his blood-soaked hand filled with his own essence blood firmly onto the formation center. Formation rise. Seize the spirit. Boom. As if the gates of the 9 underworlds had opened, the entire formation activated instantly, erupting with monstrous blood light. 64 ferocious blood-red pillars of light shot up from beneath each sacrifice, tearing through the dusk. Streams of spiritual light of various colors containing the life essence and spiritual root characteristics of the dead were violently pulled from their dantian, emitting shrill shrieks like 100 rivers returning to the sea, rushing along the blood-colored array tracks toward the center, then through Lin Che's arms, violently pouring into his body. Oh! An indescribable agony instantly swept through his entire body. Lin Che felt his meridians like fragile ice tubes thrown into a lava hell, shattering inch by inch under the impact of the violent energy. His body trembled violently, capillaries burst on his skin, and the oozing blood mixed with sweat, instantly turning him into a terrifying blood-soaked figure. His eyes bulged bloodshot, his teeth grinding with a clicking sound, almost cracking. Just as his consciousness was about to be drowned by pain, relying on the indomitable will forged over 18 years, he squeezed out a roar from the depths of his soul system. Now is the time. Upgrade my spiritual root. The next moment, a force entirely different from the blood sacrifice energy, more vast, more pure, as if originating from the source of the rules themselves, emerged from the void, enveloping his entire body, gently, yet irresistibly. Within his dantian, see the pseudo-heavenly spiritual root, forcibly elevated by the secret art, under the baptism of this power, suddenly burst forth with dazzling sacred golden light. Its internal structure began to undergo earth-shaking reconstruction and transformation. The impurities that had been forcibly glued were removed, the fragile framework was reshaped, and the cracked fragments fell off, like breaking out of a cocoon. When the golden light slowly receded, a brand new, naturally formed 5-colored spiritual root, radiating an indescribable Tao rhythm, was quietly suspended in his dantian. Almost at the instant the spiritual root formed, the heart-wrenching pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented ultimate experience. It was as if a 1,000-pound burden that had been carried for years had been lifted, or a blocked river had been completely dredged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth no longer needed his strenuous effort to absorb. Instead, it joyfully and actively surged into his body, flowing through the widened and strengthened meridians, smooth and unobstructed, without any stagnation. This feeling, so wonderful. As if the entire world has become kind to me. Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the reborn lightness and smoothness, almost intoxicated by this unparalleled comfort. He eagerly focused his mind, looking at the system panel in his mind. Character Lin Che, gender male, lifespan 24120, cultivation Chi, refining layer 4, spiritual root, saint, spiritual root, constitution, none, technique, basic Chi, introduction, art, mortal grade, low, spells, fireball, wind, control, metal fingers, spiritual shield, concealment, secret art, blood sacrifice, soul seizing, classic fragment, divine ability, none, cultivation, arts, none, saint. Saint, spiritual root. Lin Che's eyes widened, staring at those two words, his breathing suddenly rapid. After a brief moment of disbelief, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. He suddenly raised his head and, facing the blood-red sky that had not yet cleared, let out a roar that had been suppressed for 18 years, finally released. It's done. Huh. This Taoist has succeeded. A tidal wave of immense joy washed over Lin Che's every nerve, but as his gaze swept across the ground littered with broken limbs and severed bodies, his mind instantly cooled. I must not get carried away. He moved swiftly, using spiritual energy to violently destroy the core runes of the formation, then fired several soul-expelling talismans. Blue light flickered, shattering and annihilating the lingering, not yet fully dissipated fragile souls around. After finishing all this, he did not pause for a moment. Spiritual energy surged within him, and he executed the wind-riding art to its utmost. His form, like a wisp of green smoke, shot away in the direction opposite to the inverse fate demon palace. For this day, he had lain low for 18 years. The map of the surrounding hundreds of li had long been etched into his mind. On the way here, he had already confirmed his bearings. Now as he fled, his route was crystal clear. He knew well that if his suddenly improved talent were discovered upon returning to the demon sect, it would be tantamount to seeking death. He would inevitably be coveted by the senior cultivators, or even possessed. Leaving the demon sect was his only path to survival. Originally, an outer disciple could hardly leave the mountain gate, but being brought along as cannon fodder this time inadvertently helped him escape the cage, and even completed the spirit root transformation he had schemed for 18 years. His steps were swift as the wind, but the suppressed smile on Lin Che's lips never disappeared. It was a joy of breaking free from shackles of boundless sky and sea. About 3 hours later, a sharp cry came from the sky. A gray-feathered, iron-beaked eagle with a wingspan of nearly 3 zhang circled and hovered over the battlefield. On the eagle's back, a young Foundation establishment cultivator in a gray robe stood with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed, his sharp eyes scanning the tragic scene below like a hawk. He did not descend immediately, but cautiously probed with his spiritual sense repeatedly. Only after confirming there were no hidden dangers or traps did he drive his spirit beast to descend slowly. Mutual destruction. The young man landed the soles of his boots, making a slight sound as they stepped onto the mud soaked with blood. He looked around, his gaze soon detecting an anomaly. The number of bodies doesn't seem to match. Not a single storage pouch remains. Was there a third party involved, or did someone take advantage of the chaos to loot? He muttered to himself, then flipped his hand and produced a dark blue array disc engraved with complex runes. He injected spiritual energy into his fingertips, and the disc trembled slightly, emitting a hazy light as it began to absorb the scattered remnant souls around. My! A trace of surprise appeared on the young man's face. The soul traces have been cleaned up so thoroughly. The technique is quite skilled. He snorted coldly, then activated the array disc again, switching its function to detect the residual strong spiritual energy fluctuations in the air. After a moment, the array disc clearly displayed 3 residual spiritual energy traces belonging to Foundation establishment cultivators interwoven with each other. They were the 3 who had died. Only 3 Foundation establishment fluctuations. It seems a mantis truly caught the cicada, and a little oriole, a cheer-refining little bug, picked up the spoils. A trace of mockery at discovering prey flickered in the young man's eyes. He leaped onto the eagle's back, the array discs needle locking onto a faint residual spiritual energy direction far away from here. Let's see where you can run. The iron-beaked eagle flapped its wings, turning into a gray streak of light, chasing along the trail. However, after flying for just over half an hour, the young cultivator's face turned ugly. He suddenly pulled the reins, forcing the iron-beaked eagle to hover in midair. What's going on? He stared at the array disc in his hand, seeing the indicator light points become chaotic and scattered. The further forward, the more blurred the direction became, eventually spreading out in a fan shape. He descended to a lower altitude, his powerful spiritual sense flowing like mercury, carefully scanning the mountain forest below. Soon he locked onto a target. 100 meters away, a forest rabbit was fleeing in panic. Tied to its hind leg was a low-level storage pouch. The young cultivator's face instantly turned livid. He reached out through the air, and the rabbit and the empty storage pouch fell into his hand. Feeling the faint aura of a certain Foundation establishment fellow disciple on the now empty storage pouch, how could he not understand that he had been fooled? Good. Very good. Such scheming. He tightened his 5 fingers, and the poor rabbit along with the storage pouch was instantly crushed into a cloud of blood mist. A cold light shone in the young man's eyes. Don't let me find out who you are. Far away, several li away, Lin Che naturally would not underestimate the sect's tracking methods. He had already carefully transferred the contents of the 3 Foundation Establishment Cultivator storage pouches into several other clean low-grade storage pouches. Using the system's detection ability, he sorted all items contaminated with strong aura from the Foundation Establishment Cultivators, tied them one by one to wild beasts he caught along the way, and drove them in different directions. To ensure absolute safety, he even took a precious second-grade change aura pill every half hour, constantly altering his own aura to confuse any possible tracking. Thus, he fled cautiously for nearly 2 months. During this time, he even borrowed a first-grade mid-bloodline spirit horse from a little girl at the first level of Chi refining to ride, and finally on this day, he stepped out of the core edge of the inverse Fate Demon Palace's influence. At this moment, he was ragged, his face covered with the marks of wind and frost, his body exuding an indescribable odor. One would not doubt that he was a beggar who had wandered for years. He did not use a cleaning spell, but found a clear stream, jumped in, and thoroughly washed away all the dirt and fatigue. Then he caught a plump low-grade spirit rabbit, roasted it over a fire until golden and dripping with oil, and enjoyed a hearty meal to celebrate his new life. From today on, I, Lin Che, will no longer be a demon cultivator. I will walk the righteous path and live a new life. He shouted loudly to the empty mountain wilderness, his eyes shining with anticipation for the future. He found a hidden cave, set up a concealment formation and a defensive formation. An intense wave of fatigue surged like a tide. After 2 months of extreme mental tension, his mind had long reached its limit. As soon as his head hit the ground, he fell into a deep, unprecedented sleep. This sleep lasted a full 3 days and 3 nights. When he slowly opened his eyes, his spiritual sense naturally examined his interior. Sensing that his abundant spiritual energy had recovered, he stretched lazily, took out a reclining chair, lay down comfortably, and began to inventory his astonishing gains. First were the storage pouches of the 82 Chi refining cultivators. Among them, early and mid-stage Chi refining cultivators accounted for the majority. The total belongings of these 62 people, including pills, materials, and magical tools after valuation, amounted to about 5,780 low-grade spirit stones. The other 20 late-stage Chi refining cultivators contributed 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a windfall! Truly, killing and looting leads to a golden belt. Lin Che could not help but sigh. Without the system based on his past income as a consumable in the demon sect, he would barely earn 100 spirit stones a year after hard labor, leaving little after deducting cultivation expenses. Now it was truly a case of swapping a bird gun for a cannon, becoming wealthy overnight. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his gaze to the inheritance of the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. A rough inspection earlier revealed that not only did it contain many high-grade cultivation techniques and secret arts, but the various cultivation resources were also far beyond those of Chi refining cultivators. Rough estimate, the total value was as high as 2,300 low-grade spirit stones. Among them, the patriarch of the Beast-Taming family, son Liangzhou, alone contributed 1,400. This did not even include the priceless 3rd-grade top-quality spirit beast egg, the Crimson Feather Flame Sparrow. A top-quality spirit beast that could be cultivated to the golden core perfection, probably draining the savings of a Foundation Establishment family. What boldness! Lin Che clicked his tongue in wonder as he began to browse the Sun family's inherited beast-taming technique. However, as soon as he probed his divine sense into the jade slip, his body jerked upright, his eyes wide open. Earth-grade low-quality technique. This is a technique that can lead directly to the Tao of nascent soul. How could a Foundation Establishment family possess such a thing? Wait. This is not just a technique, it's a complete beast-taming inheritance. The Jade Slip not only recorded the main cultivation technique, the 10,000 Beasts art, but also contained methods for cultivating, taming, and advancing bloodlines of many spirit beasts. It was all-encompassing, a complete system that could serve as the foundation for a beast-taming sect. He suppressed his excitement and carefully read the core essence of the 10,000 Beasts art. This technique allows a cultivator to contract a single life-bound spirit beast. As the beast cultivates, it can feed back spiritual energy to its master. The cultivator can also acquire one core divine ability from the life-bound beast. Man and beast share life, cultivating together and growing side by side. Continuing to browse, Lin Che found a cultivation journal written by son Liangzhou, which contained some random notes. It turned out that son Liangzhou was originally a rogue cultivator. By chance, he obtained this inheritance from an ancient ruin, and thus ambitiously founded the Sun family only 54 years ago. Due to a lack of resources in his early years, the life-bound spirit beast he contracted was of mediocre quality. Despite his best efforts to raise it to the 2nd rank, breaking through to the 3rd rank was as difficult as reaching the heavens. For this reason, he did not hesitate to spend his entire fortune to bid for this crimson feather flame sparrow egg for his son, hoping that his son would not repeat his mistakes. He unexpected it all ended up benefiting me. Lin Che's heart was filled with ecstasy. I don't even have to worry about my future path anymore. He had long planned to leave the demonic path. He had never deeply cultivated those obviously demonic techniques, so switching paths was without obstacle. This Earth-grade beast-taming inheritance came at the perfect time. Moreover, he could upgrade it. System helped me upgrade this beast-taming inheritance. With a thought, familiar golden light instantly surged, flooding into the jade slip that recorded the inheritance like a tide. Golden light flowed, Tao resonance filled the air. After a moment, the light slowly dissipated. Lin Che eagerly probed his divine sense into the jade slip again. The name of the technique had changed to 10,000 Beast Homage Art, and its grade had leaped to heaven-grade low quality. He quickly browsed the upgraded content, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The biggest change was the limit on contracting life-bound spirit beasts. Originally, one could only contract one for life. Now it became possible to contract an additional life-bound spirit beast for each major cultivation realm breakthrough. This is a qualitative leap. Lin Che could hardly contain his excitement. Then he carefully took out the crimson feather flame sparrow egg, which was glowing with red gold luster radiating gentle warmth and pressure. The system's detection function activated and a virtual panel appeared. Crimson feather flame sparrow level infant stage bloodline, grade 3rd grade top quality bloodline, divine abilities, flowing fire sky strike, mid-grade not awakened flame dance phantom body, mid-grade not awakened scorching sky domain, high-grade not awakened bloodburn feather, high-grade not awakened inherited technique none. Description: possesses a trace of thin, ancient phoenix bloodline far inferior to true phoenix, but already noble and extraordinary among 3rd-grade spirit beasts, a darling of fire and sky. As expected of a top-quality spirit beast, its bloodline is far beyond ordinary. It can awaken 4 bloodline divine abilities, 2 of which are high-grade bloodline divine abilities. Lin Che nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he gently placed his palm on the warm eggshell and silently chanted, "System upgrade the crimson feather flame sparrow egg." Instantly, a more dazzling golden light than before surged from his palm, like liquid mercury, completely enveloping the entire spirit beast egg. The red gold patterns on the eggshell seemed to come alive in the golden light, flowing slowly. A more powerful, more ancient life aura began to gestate and sublimate within. Golden energy flows enveloped the spirit beast egg like ripples of water. Lin Che could clearly perceive that the life force within the eggshell was pulsating with unprecedented intensity. A scorching yet piercing aura continuously seeped out, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. When the flowing light dispersed, the originally red gold patterns on the eggshell became more intricate and resplendent, faintly shimmering with a divine luster. Lin Che focused his gaze, and the system panel appeared. Blazing Heaven Saint Sparrow. Level infant stage. Bloodline rank 4th grade top quality. Bloodline divine abilities. 7 Plume Blazing Heaven Sword top quality divine ability not awakened. Phoenix Flame Incarnation top quality divine ability not awakened. Phoenix Blood True Flame top quality divine ability not awakened. Blazing Heaven Sacred Domain Ultimate Quality Divine Ability not awakened. Nirvana Rebirth Ultimate Quality Divine Ability not awakened. Inherited Art none. Description: having undergone the baptism of thunder tribulation and the refinement of celestial essence fire, the thin phoenix bloodline within its body has been greatly purified. It has officially stepped onto the threshold of the sacred phoenix. The bloodline pressure it exudes can make all birds bow their heads and all flames submit. Exaggerated. Lin Che took a deep breath, using only those 2 words to describe the shock within his heart. There was no doubt that once this sparrow reached the nascent soul stage, it would be an invincible existence, sweeping all opponents of the same rank. He gently stroked the warm eggshell, feeling the vibrant life force emanating from within. Without further delay, he decided to immediately switch to cultivating the 10,000 Beast Homage Art. He took a deep breath, pressed the jade slip containing the cultivation art against his forehead, and according to the transmission method, focused his mind and calmed his spirit. Buzz. A deep hum as if from ancient times exploded in the depths of his mind. It was not a sound, but a surge of immense will, like a flood bursting through a dam, forcefully rushing into his consciousness. In an instant he saw it. An endless, boundless primeval land with towering ancient trees. The silhouettes of colossal beasts loomed faintly in the mist, roaring skyward, their voices shaking the wilderness. In the sky, ferocious birds with wingspans that blotted out the sun swept across the heavens, casting enormous shadows. Countless insects, serpents, and pythons slithered through the grass and mud, exuding the most primal vitality. Focus your mind on the Dantian. Visualize yourself as the lord of all beasts, commanding all energies and absorbing their essence. A profound incantation along with this panorama of beasts galloping was deeply imprinted in his memory. Lin Che dared not be negligent. He struggled to contain his awed mind and attempted to guide the faint sense of energy within his body according to the incantation. This was completely different from the gentle and balanced basic Qi guidance art he had practiced before. When the circulation route of the 10,000 beast homage art slowly started under his clumsy guidance, he felt as if all the pores on his body were forcibly opened. What he inhaled was no longer the gentle and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but strands of wild, restless, and varied faint currents. These currents surged into his meridians, bringing a prickling, swollen sensation and a slight tearing feeling far from the comfort of his previous cultivation. He could almost taste the bitterness of grass smell, the earthy scent of soil, and even sense the faint life fluctuations of small nocturnal creatures. Was this the true meaning of 10,000 beast homage? To draw in and refine the scattered essence of all living beings in the world. He cast aside distracting thoughts and focused entirely on visualization. He imagined himself not sitting cross-legged in a cave, but standing at the center of that primeval world. All the colossal beasts, ferocious birds, and insects were bowing to him, offering their life force. This process was extremely taxing on the mind. Several times, due to poor control of those wild energies, he nearly caused a disorder in his internal qi, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had to slow down repeatedly, meticulously sorting, guiding, and refining these unruly energies, as if treading on thin ice. He did not know how long had passed. When the sky outside the cave began to show a pale gray, Lin Che slowly withdrew his cultivation and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with exhaustion, but deeper within a glimmer of unprecedented wonder and exhilaration flickered. Learning the heaven-grade 10,000 beast homage art was actually faster than cultivating the mortal-grade basic Qi guidance art. When he began studying the cultivation art, he realized that his comprehension ability seemed far superior to before. The obscure parts often became clear with just a little thought. Could this be a hidden benefit of the sacred spirit root? He mused with delight. Relying on the talent of the sacred spirit root, it took him only 3 days to successfully enter the gate and reach the first stage of the art, the spirit communication realm. At this point, he awakened an ability called Beast Heart, allowing him to clearly perceive the emotions and simple intentions of spirit beasts, enabling unhindered communication. At the same time, he could now condense 1 or 2 basic beast-taming soul seals, which could be used to establish a firm mental link when contracting with spirit beasts. When he opened his eyes, a strange sensation enveloped his entire body. How marvelous! He felt as if he were surrounded by countless fine threads of emotion originating from the snakes, rodents, insects, and ants around the cave. Each tiny life had its own unique thoughts and emotional fluctuations. This ability could be actively turned off to avoid interference from stray thoughts, but long-term activation aided in the comprehension and cultivation of the art. He turned his head and looked at the red-gold spirit beast egg beside him. A faint but clear emotion was transmitted, carrying a hint of grievance and shivering. Egg woo-woo. So cold. Lin Che was startled and immediately stood up. The external temperature was moderate for him, but for this fire attribute flame sparrow embryo, it was probably like being in an ice cellar. Somewhat flustered, he rummaged through his storage pouch and took out a piece of fire attribute, melt crystal, carefully placing it beside the egg. At the same time, he fully activated the beast heart, carefully sensing the feelings of the little life inside the egg. After about half an hour, the feeling of cold gradually faded, but the temperature was still insufficient for smooth hatching. Without hesitation, Lin Che used the system to upgrade the melt crystal. The first-grade middle-quality melt crystal advanced to a second-grade middle-quality earthfire stone. The irregular orange-red crystal rapidly transformed, becoming denser and warmer in form, its color deepening to a dark ochre. Inside, it seemed that molten lava was slowly flowing, and the surface even appeared with natural, mysterious patterns. As it turned into an earth-fire stone, the fire-attributed energy fluctuations emanating from it became more intense. Through the beast heart, Lin Che clearly felt a sense of satisfaction and comfortable warmth coming from within the egg, as if the young sparrow were lazily stretching. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued his cultivation. However, he did not simply switch arts. He chose a more thorough approach, scattering his cultivation and starting anew. After obtaining the sacred spirit root, he had realized that the spiritual energy he had previously cultivated was too impure, which would be detrimental to forming a solid foundation. With the strong confidence brought by the sacred spirit root, he resolutely scattered his qi, refining 4th layer cultivation, and began from scratch. Days passed in the cave without a trace. The cold ended, and the years faded unnoticed. Lin Che cultivated in this secluded cave for a full year. Now in his dantian, the previously scattered spiritual energy had all converged, compressed, and rotated, ultimately stabilizing into a slowly spinning spiritual energy vortex. This was the hallmark of reaching the mid-stage of qi refining. He slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant divine light shining in his pupils before retreating deep within. His temperament was calmer and more profound than before. He extended a finger, and with a slight thought, a wisp of light cyan wind vortex formed at his fingertips, steady and agile, completely under his control. Chi refining fourth layer. I'm back. Lin Che felt the surging several times more refined spiritual energy within his body and sighed with emotion. Compared to before my scattering, it's like the difference between clouds and mud. He carefully inspected his inner self. The spiritual energy vortex in his dantian was far more solid than before, and the purity of the spiritual energy had increased by more than 5 times. In terms of quantity, before scattering, he had about 110 strands of spiritual energy. Now it had soared to 300 strands. The solidification of spiritual energy is a purity transformation brought by the sacred spirit root, while the doubling of spiritual energy quantity is undoubtedly the effect of the heaven-grade cultivation art. He understood in his heart, once again marveling at the terror of high talent and top-tier cultivation arts. Let's test the power of spells. He sank his mind into his dantian and formed a sword finger with his hand. At his fingertip, a tiny red spiritual light appeared out of thin air like a first star in the dark night. The sparse fire-attributed spiritual energy around was instantly attracted. The spark rapidly expanded and stretched, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fist-sized crimson fireball, with roaring flames inside radiating a scorching aura. Go! The fireball shot off as commanded, cutting through the air with a conspicuous red streak of light violently crashing into the defensive formation on the cave wall, stirring up a noticeable ripple of energy. The fireball spell is much more condensed than before, and its power is more than double that of before. The spiritual energy consumption. A flash of surprise crossed Lin Che's eyes. It only used 3 strands of spiritual energy. Recalling when he had a low-grade spirit root, casting a fireball spell consumed 12 strands of spiritual energy. The gap between them could only be fully appreciated through personal experience. Just then a clear and unmistakable thought, tinged with obvious dissatisfaction, resounded directly in his mind. Hey, stop playing with your little flames over there. If you don't take care of me soon, I'm going to starve to death. Lin Che turned his head. There stood an elegant bird with red-gold plumage, tilting its head and pouting. Its body was only slightly larger than an ordinary hawk, with a streamlined form covered in feathers that seemed woven from flames, shimmering with luster. Although its tail feathers were not yet fully grown, one could already see the rudiments of 7 short, exquisite plumes. Its entire body was a noble red gold, and a small crest on its head added to its divine aura. The most striking feature was its pair of completely molten gold eyes, pure and majestic, as if containing the primordial flames of heaven and earth. 2 months ago, Lin Che's 10,000 beast homage art had broken through to the second layer, the soul fusion realm. He was finally able to form a life-bound spiritual contract with a spirit beast. At the first opportunity, he separated a strand of his divine sense and condensed a soul seal. Following the method recorded in the Beast-Taming inheritance, he successfully injected the soul seal into the egg, establishing a life-bound spiritual contract with the little creature, and then hatched her. At the same time, Lin Che's divine sense could now engage in deep mental communication with multiple spirit beasts, even sharing some senses. The upper limit of soul seals he could condense also increased to 5, which could be used for ordinary contracts with spirit beasts. After 2 months of growth, the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow had left the infant stage, its strength stable at Chi refining first layer. Its intelligence was far superior to that stupid horse he had used for transportation before, but accompanying that was an astonishingly huge appetite. According to the Beast-Taming inheritance, to nurture a sacred beast like the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow, one needed to feed it mainly on pure fire-attributed spiritual energy and spiritual objects that nourish the bloodline origin. Converted to spirit stones, the monthly consumption reached as high as 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This expense would be enough to bankrupt a foundation establishment rogue cultivator and cause even a small cultivation family great pain. For comparison, a mid-stage Chi refining cultivator's monthly cultivation expenditure was only about 30 low-grade spirit stones. Raising one blazing heaven Saint Sparrow was equivalent to supporting over 60 ordinary Chi refining cultivators. This was the main reason why beast-taming families were scarce. The resource consumption was too appalling. If cheap spiritual objects were used instead, the spirit beast would grow extremely slowly, relying solely on its own bloodline to advance at a pace that no Chi refining or foundation establishment cultivator could afford to wait for. But investing heavily in nurturing could greatly accelerate its growth and promote the early awakening of bloodline divine abilities. At present, Lin Che's stock of alternative fire-attributed spiritual objects was nearly depleted, and he had to go out to purchase more. With his mid-stage Chi refining cultivation, making large-scale purchases of precious fire-attributed resources was undoubtedly risky, but for the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow's growth, he chose to take the risk. He stood up, walked over to the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow, a look of helplessness mixed with deep affection on his face. He reached out and gently stroked the soft, warm, red-gold feathers. His fingertips could feel the vibrant life force and gentle warmth beneath. Lin Che's voice was gentle, carrying a tenderness he himself did not notice. Let me prepare a bit, and I'll take you to the nearby market to buy your favorite spiritual objects, okay? The blazing heaven Saint Sparrow seemed quite pleased with his attitude. It lowered its proud little head, squinted its molten gold eyes, and gently pecked his finger with its small beak. Humph. That's more like it. Lin Che's fingertip traced the markings on the beast skin map in his hand, murmuring the three names: Qingyun Sword Sect, 100 Herbs Valley, Fong family. He finally gained a clear understanding of the territory he was in. This land was called the Southern Domain, adjacent to the vast and perilous Myriad Demon Mountain Range, serving as the front line for humanity's defense against the demon race's invasion. The Myriad Demon Mountain Range was not a single ridge. From west to east, it consisted of three main ranges: the Iron Spine Mountains, the Soulfall Mountains, and the Subdued Dragon Mountains. The deeper one went, the more towering the peaks, the denser the spiritual energy, and the more formidable the demon tribes that lurked there. In the northern part of the Southern Domain, relying on the Jade Belt River Basin, the terrain was flat and spiritual energy stable. Here, humanity had built prosperous cities, villages, and transportation networks, which could be considered the foundation of the Southern Domain's human population. The map clearly marked that the three divine transformation level powers, Qingyun Sword Sect, 100 Herbs Valley, and the Fong family, had constructed three formidable fortress lines in the hilly region bordering the Myriad Demon Mountain Range: the Western Sword Gate Pass, the Central Demon Suppression City, and the Eastern Boneburn Pass. These three strongholds supported each other, jointly resisting the demon army's advance. Lin Che's gaze fell on a corner of the map as he pondered silently. I am currently within the Fong family's domain, or more precisely under the influence of the Xian Kui, a sect, a subordinate of the Fong family. The valley where he had hidden was safe precisely because it was located in a spiritually barren area overlooked by high-level cultivators and demon beasts alike. This region bordered the domain of the rebellious Fate Demon Palace, and currently only 3 Foundation establishment-level powers occupied it. The danger level is lower than I expected. Fortunately, the Sun family had a detailed map of the Southern Domain's powers. It's a huge help. Lin Che let out a light sigh, carefully putting away the map. He decided to set out for the nearest market, Green Bamboo Market. He gently tapped the Beast-Taming pouch at his waist. A faint light flashed, and the wind-walking spirit steed gracefully appeared on the open ground. Standing nearly 7 feet at the shoulder, its body was well-proportioned and upright, with smooth satin-like pale blue fur that glowed with a healthy sheen under the sunlight. Most remarkable were its 4 hooves. Each time the warm milk-white hooves lightly touched the ground, they naturally stirred faint currents of air, brushing away dust, as if a gentle breeze always accompanied it. The wind-walking spirit steed shook its head and let out a crisp snort. Its intelligent amber-colored eyes gazed gently at Lin Che as it affectionately rubbed its head against his palm. A simple yet clear thought came through: Master, rub happy. After breaking through to the second layer of the 10,000 Beasts homage art, Lin Che could engage in deep mental communication with spirit beasts. He could sense the pure joy of the wind-walking spirit steed, though its intelligence was indeed much lower compared to the blazing sky Saint Sparrow. This wind-walking spirit steed was originally the wind-chasing spirit steed he had borrowed 2 years ago. After being upgraded by the system, its bloodline had advanced from mid-grade 1st rank to mid-grade 2nd rank. Lin Che believed he wasn't freeloading. Before leaving, he left behind a bottle of 2nd-rank pills whose value far exceeded the steed itself. Let's go, Windstep. We're heading to Green Bamboo Market. Lin Che lightly stroked the horse's neck, then stepped onto the stirrup and vaulted onto its back with agility. The spirit steed understood, its 4 hooves kicking up wind as it galloped steadily in the general direction. Whenever he encountered cultivators along the way, Lin Che would politely ask for directions. After traveling for about 3 days, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A lush bamboo forest came into view with swaying shadows and verdant greenery. He knew that the Green Bamboo Market had arrived. Around the market, large patches of 1st-rank spirit bamboo were planted, lush and verdant, emitting a faint fragrance of grass and wood. Presumably, the market's name originated from this. Lin Che put away the wind-walking spirit steed and skillfully applied a disguise technique, making his strikingly handsome features appear ordinary. In this unfamiliar place, keeping a low profile would reduce unnecessary trouble. As he entered the market, a bustling atmosphere hit him. Rows of shops of all kinds lined up, banners fluttering. Cultivators jostled shoulder to shoulder, forming long queues in front of the formation light screen at the market entrance, entering and exiting in an orderly manner. The air was filled with a unique blend of scents from spirit herbs, pills, and talismans. The sounds of conversation, haggling, and hawking were incessant, brimming with vibrant energy. Lin Che sighed inwardly. Compared to the gloomy and oppressive atmosphere of the demon sect, this place is far better. This strengthened his determination to walk the righteous path, even though he had not yet decided on his destination. As he queued with the crowd to the light screen, a market guard looked him up and down and said, "Token. I am visiting for the first time," Lin Che replied with a cupped fist salute. Hearing this, the guard didn't ask further and directly took out a wooden token engraved with a green bamboo pattern. 1 low-grade spirit stone. It can be used 5 times and each stay must not exceed 1 day. Lin Che paid the spirit stone as instructed and took the token. The moment he passed through the light screen, a noticeably purer surge of spiritual energy washed over him, refreshing his spirit. He took a deep breath, feeling a long-lost comfort. The aura of a first-rank spirit vein. In the Nameless Valley, he had to rely on absorbing spirit stones and spirit plants to improve his cultivation. Compared to directly absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by a spirit vein, this was an extremely extravagant practice. Strolling into the main street of the market, Lin Che's gaze swept over the shops on both sides, carefully noting the layout. After a brief observation, he headed straight for the square area, where rogue cultivators set up stalls, planning to start his purchases there. The square was teeming with people. Hundreds of stalls were arranged in rows displaying a dazzling array of goods. Cultivators wove through them, some stopping to inspect closely, others bargaining in hushed tones with the stall owners. The clamor exuded a vibrant market vitality. Lin Che melted into the crowd and began searching carefully for his targets. However, the area lacked fire-attributed environments, so corresponding spirit items were naturally scarce. After wandering for most of the day, he found none of the high-quality fire-type materials he needed. Just as he was feeling somewhat disappointed, a stall with lush green spirit herbs caught his eye. These were the staple food of the wind-walking spirit steed, first-rank green spirit grass. The stall owner was a young cultivator with a still immature face. Seeing Lin Che stop, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Friend, come take a look. Our Lin family's green spirit grass is definitely the best quality around here." Lin Che was amused inwardly. The Lin family. Seems like we share the same surname. He crouched down, picked up a blade of green spirit grass, and felt the gentle with spiritual energy within it with his fingertips. "How much are you selling it for?" he asked. The young stall owner quickly quoted, 1 low-grade spirit stone for 2 caddies. Buy 20 caddies and get 1 free. The price was quite fair, similar to the market price recorded in the Beast-Taming inheritance. Lin Che said directly, "All right, how much stock do you have here? I'll take it all." The young stall owner's eyes instantly lit up. He had run into a big customer. The stall owner replied, "You're generous. I brought 500 caddies this trip. If you take it all, I'll charge you for 460 caddies. What do you think?" 500 caddies would barely be enough for the windwalking spirit steed's 3-month feed. Lin Che readily counted out 230 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. "Deal. Great. Wait a moment." The stall owner beamed with joy and hurriedly took out all the green spirit grass. He continued moving among the stalls. At a stall selling wind-attributed ores, he spent 50 spirit stones to buy several pieces of wind-attributed ore. Crushed into powder and mixed into the spirit steed's feed, it could slowly stimulate its bloodline potential. Just as he was about to leave the square and head to a larger shop, the keen intuition cultivated through years of life as a demon cultivator made his back stiffen slightly. 2 faint gazes seemed to have been fixed on him since several stalls earlier, following him at a short distance. Lin Che sighed inwardly. "I've been marked." He had been a bit careless. His large purchase of spirit grass just now had probably attracted some unwanted attention. His expression remained calm, his footsteps unhurried, still pretending to wander aimlessly, but his heart was already on high alert. After finding no more gains, Lin Che no longer lingered at the small stalls. He headed straight for the most imposing shop in the market, the Windwalker Merchant Guild. This merchant guild had deep connections, so he figured it should be able to meet his needs. Behind the counter, a female cultivator in an elegant long dress with a gentle demeanor saw him enter and immediately flashed a professional sweet smile. "Welcome to the Windwalker Merchant Guild. What do you need, friend?" Lin Che asked directly. "Excuse me, do you have the seeds of the Earth Pulse Fire Lotus?" The female cultivator's smile remained unchanged. "Yes, we do. Please wait a moment, friend." She turned around, took a jade box from the shelf behind her, and was about to open it to show Lin Che. Just then, from the street outside the market, a sudden loud shout imbued with spiritual energy rang out, echoing repeatedly and clearly entering the guild. "Good news. Great good news. Heavenly tidings. After 200 years, the human race's military might has once again advanced, expanding 800 li outward from Boneburn Pass toward the subdued Dragon Mountains. The Xiankue sect has now officially opened the newly conquered territories and invites all cultivators from the southeast region to develop together. Regardless of background, all are welcome to settle, establish careers, and found families. For the first 15 years, all taxes and rents are waived." This news struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly exploding in the market. The customers and staff inside the guild, including Lin Che and the female cultivator, couldn't help but exchange surprised glances and then walk together to the door to look out. The shouting cultivator was still repeating the message, and the clamor of discussion in the market had already reached a crescendo. Lin Che stood at the edge of the crowd, but his heart involuntarily began to race. Found a family establish one's own power. This news couldn't have come at a better time. He had long been determined to break away from the demonic path, and he was resistant to joining a sect and being subject to its control. From what he knew, even in righteous sects, ordinary chi refinement disciples who diligently completed sect tasks earned only about 300 spirit stones a year, while the value they created was around 500 spirit stones. This was essentially working for the sect. Even after becoming stronger, one could not casually leave the sect unless severely injured or with little lifespan left from old age and weakness. Otherwise, one still had to work for the sect. The most attractive aspect of sects was their possession of high-level cultivation techniques and advanced legacies in the various arts of immortality, which were inaccessible to rogue cultivators. However, for someone who possessed a heaven-grade cultivation technique and a beast-taming inheritance that reached the tribulation transcendence stage, the appeal of sects was indeed minimal. So wouldn't it be wonderful to start his own venture, establish a completely independent cultivation family, and thereby prove the Tao and achieve immortality? Once this idea took root, it grew wildly in his mind like weeds. Fellow Taoist, do you still want these earth-fire lotus seeds? A gentle inquiry pulled Lin Che back from his reverie. He steadied himself, completed the transaction with the shopkeeper, and purchased 5 lotus seeds at a price of 25 low-grade spirit stones each. This purchase was already somewhat ostentatious, so he decided not to buy them all at once. Welcome, fellow Taoist, to visit again. Leaving the Windwalker Merchant Guild, he walked without pause, heading straight out of the market. The 2 shadows trailing him had not been deterred by the earlier sensational news. They continued to follow unhurriedly. Lin Che deliberately led them, turning and vanishing into the dense, deep bamboo grove outside the market. Wait, something's not right. The 2 pursuers, the short, wiry rogue cultivator with a sharp face, suddenly stopped, casting a wary glance around. What's that kid sneaking into this secluded place for? What's there to fear? The burly man beside him, wielding a mid-grade blazing fire blade, sneered disdainfully, weighing the sword in his hand. He's just a mere chi refining layer 4 brat. We're both at layer 6. How could he possibly turn the tables? Before he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 crimson fireballs shot out without warning from the depths of the bamboo grove, streaking toward the 2 men. Watch out. The short rogue cultivator, ever vigilant, sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy in an instant. He quickly pulled a low-grade shield from his storage pouch and held it before him, barely deflecting the impact of the fireball. The burly man gave a sinister laugh, pouring his spiritual energy into the blazing fire blade. The blade erupted in flames, and he bellowed, unleashing the technique, blazing sweep, from the I-Prairie Firebladey art. The scorching blade arc swept out, cleaving the fireball, aimed at him clean in 2. Oof, a mere trifle. The burly man pointed his blade tip at Lin Che, who was slowly emerging from the bamboo shadows, his face twisted with mockery. Kid, which family did you come from? You spotted us, yet instead of fleeing for your life, you dare to attack. You're courting death. He clearly took Lin Che for a young clan scion who had left home for the first time, ignorant of the dangers of the cultivation world. Only the short rogue cultivator grew more vigilant, his eyes sweeping the surroundings, constantly feeling that something was amiss. In the distance, Lin Che's expression remained utterly unruffled by the burly man's taunts and threats. A gilded light flickered in his pupils, and spiritual energy surged around him once more as another fireball coalesced before him. Yet this time the fireball was entirely different. Within the crimson core, strands of noble golden light danced. In the next moment, something even more astonishing happened. The golden crimson fireball trembled slightly, then instantly split into 7 fireballs of equal size, each burning with a golden crimson flame hovering before Lin Che. What a... Simultaneously controlling 7 spells. How is that possible? The 2 men's faces changed drastically. Before they could think further, Lin Che waved his arm. The 7 golden crimson fireballs, as if imbued with sentience, traced 7 cunning trajectories, carrying a heart-stopping heat, and hurtled toward them from different directions. Block them. The short rogue cultivator frantically poured spiritual energy into his shield, while the burly man cast aside his disdain and swung the blazing fire blade with all his might, creating a curtain of fire to try to withstand the attack. Boom. Oh! Screams of agony rang out almost simultaneously. The burly man's blade curtain collapsed the moment it touched the first golden crimson fireball. The fireball struck him unimpeded, and the terrifying flames instantly engulfed him. He flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, charred black and lifeless. The short rogue cultivator was even more horrified. The moment his life-saving shield contacted the 4 fireballs, the spiritual energy he had infused into it was instantly incinerated, melting away like snow under the sun. Deprived of spiritual energy, the low-grade Dharma artifact shield could not withstand the savage power of the fireballs themselves and shattered into countless fragments. This, How is this possible? The short rogue cultivator's tiger's mouth split open, and he stared with utter disbelief at Lin Che approaching step by step. Boundless terror seized his heart. This fire is wrong. This is no ordinary fireball spell. He instantly realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Senior. This lowly one has eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I have offended you, Senior. Please spare my life, spare my life. He fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed frantically, trying to buy himself a chance to survive. Yet just as he began his prostration, a sudden soul-deep tremor and scorching heat surged from behind him. His spirit fled in terror, and he instinctively poured all his remaining spiritual energy into a protective aura behind him. Alas, it only held for an instant. A magnificent feather ablaze with sacred golden-red flame pierced through his hastily erected defense like a knife through butter, precisely slicing across his neck. The short rogue cultivator's expression froze on his face. His head rolled off, and his headless body slowly collapsed. Above the bamboo grove, a golden-red figure glided down gracefully. Finchen Shunke folded her wings, alighting on Lin Che's shoulder, lifting her delicate head with a proud look in her molten gold eyes that screamed, "Praise me." Well, aren't I amazing? A crisp mental voice echoed in Lin Che's mind. Yes, Archaeer is the most amazing. Lin Che smiled, reaching out a finger to gently stroke the soft feathers on her neck. Finchen Shunke squinted in enjoyment, letting out a faint purr, and puffed out her chest with pride. That battle, aside from eliminating the trouble, was mainly to test the bloodline divine ability he had gained after forming the life-bound spirit contract with Finchen Shunke, the Phoenix Blood True Fire. This flame was the fire of origin, unparalleled in power and tyrannical in nature. It could directly burn the opponent's spiritual energy and even damage the soul. The burly rogue cultivator's body was destroyed and his soul was incinerated by the Phoenix Blood True Fire, leading to complete soul annihilation. Truly a superior grade divine ability. Its power to burn spiritual energy was the bane of any cultivator. Given the condensation and quantity of these two mid-stage chi refining cultivators' spiritual energy, they were utterly incapable of resisting such dissolution. Only by relying on the sheer volume of spiritual energy of a late-stage chi refining cultivator, continuously pouring it into oneself or one's dharma artifact, could one barely sustain a fight. Lin Che turned his perception inward, sensing his dantian. The previous activation of the Phoenix Blood True Fire to empower the fireball spell had consumed roughly 100 strands of spiritual energy. Given the pure and abundant reserves in his dantian, he could unleash it at full power 3 times. This was precisely the foundation of his confidence in venturing out to purchase supplies with only a few spells. Having such a formidable life-bound divine ability with its power and nearly instantaneous speed far surpassed ordinary techniques. Moreover, with Finchen Shank's initial combat capability, the two of them working together could handle ordinary chi refining cultivators. However, its application is still somewhat crude. I need more practice in the future to explore its further variations. Lin Che mused silently. He quickly dealt with the scene, dispelling the lingering souls, completely destroying the bodies to leave no trace, then collected the two men's storage pouches and vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove. Over the following month, Lin Che changed his appearance and aura several times, re-entering the green bamboo market in separate batches to make purchases. Through cautious prudence, he finally gathered the 4 spiritual materials needed by Finchen Shank, as well as the 2 auxiliary materials for the wind-stepping spirit steed, enough for the 2 spirit beasts for 2 months. He chose not to return to that small valley devoid of spirit veins. To fulfill his plan of establishing a clan, Lin Che set out on a journey toward the newly opened territories. Along the way, he did not slacken in his cultivation. Instead of slowly absorbing ambient spiritual energy or renting spirit vein caves in various places, he adopted the most extravagant method of cultivation. He directly consumed second-grade spiritual herbs, fruits, and other heavenly treasures containing pure spiritual energy, all upgraded via the system's daily 3-time enhancement ability. After all, he couldn't let that ability go to waste. If he had used these treasures for alchemy, their value could have multiplied 100-fold, but Lin Che, with his ample wealth, cared little for this so-called waste. The reason was simple: this method avoided the potential accumulation of pill toxins from taking elixirs. No matter what pill it was, it always contained some toxins. Excessive accumulation of pill toxins would pollute the Tao Foundation, causing obstructions when breaking through to higher realms. It would also slightly affect the quality of the golden core and nascent soul. By directly absorbing spiritual treasures, he could forge a flawless Tao Foundation, laying the most solid groundwork for the future. As he traveled, he replenished supplies at every market. Whenever spirit stones were insufficient, he would sell a few second-grade spiritual items in small quantities, ensuring expenses without drawing too much attention. Occasionally, someone with ill intentions would covet his possessions, but he would casually deal with them, burn them, and turned them into ashes along the road. Time passed quietly, slipping away. 10 years had passed since Lin Che embarked on this new journey. Today he finally arrived at the last stop of his travels, the great city of Fenggu City, adjacent to the Fenggu Pass. At this moment his spiritual energy was full and abundant, his blood and qi vigorous like a furnace, and his cultivation had long been at the perfect qi refining layer 9 for many years. In truth, he had already reached the pinnacle of qi refining in the 3rd year of his recultivation. Body tempering was to solidify the foundation, laying a firm base for the future path. After being in the sect for so many years, he had come to understand one thing: the most crucial element for a cultivator was the foundation established during qi refining. Cultivation was not about competing for a moment, but for a lifetime. Often those inner disciples who rushed to break through had flimsy foundations. Even if they succeeded within a few years, news of their fall would spread. Only those who kept a low profile, spending great effort to temper their foundation, would occasionally shine with brilliant achievements. He had already wasted many years planning for a spirit root. A few more years would not matter. He would wait for his life-bound spirit beast. Without a foundation establishment pill, he intended to establish his foundation in a unique way. Now his essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak. Only the final step remained. Kayer had also caught up. Once both of them succeeded in foundation establishment, they could step into a new realm of immortality. The grand ambition of establishing a cultivation clan which he had set years ago, he did not immediately put into action. He understood that if he entered that unknown land with only qi refining cultivation, he would surely be nothing but cannon fodder. Thus over the past 10 years he had traveled at a leisurely pace, devoted himself to cultivation, and precisely calculated the time arriving at this last stop before the final destination today. Once he successfully established his foundation, he would truly step into that new frontier full of opportunities and challenges, and found his own clan legacy. The morning light fell, casting a thin layer of gold onto the dark, gray, towering city walls of Fenggu City, quietly dispelling the chill left by the long night. Compared to the steel fortress built purely for war tens of miles away, this city exuded a more rugged temperament, a tenacious vitality born from struggling in the front line of demon slaying. The city walls were tall and thick. Besides the faintly glowing defensive arrays left from years of reinforcement, they were covered with the local iron wire vine. This low-grade spiritual plant possessed extremely strong vitality, capable of taking root on barren rock faces. At this moment, it was blooming with scattered purple flowers. The small flowers emitted a faint pungent scent said to effectively dispel the mild miasma that permeated the surrounding forests. They were planted everywhere within the city. Above the massive city gate, the two ancient characters, Fenggu, were deeply carved, weathered by the ages, their edges already smoothed by the wind and rain of time. At the city gate, traffic was heavy but orderly. Among those entering the city were both weary demon hunters and cultivators, still carrying the bloody scent of demon beasts, and even more so were convoys laden with spirit grains, herbs, ores, and other supplies. Several cultivator guards dressed in uniform dark red robes with the emblem of the Fong family embroidered on their chests had eyes as sharp as hawks, constantly scanning the crowd. Occasionally they would stop a vehicle for a thorough inspection, but most of the time they simply waved them through. The air was mingled with dust, the blood aura of demon beasts, the aroma of freshly baked flatbread, and the rhythmic clang of forging from a distant blacksmith shop. Lin Che restrained his aura, blending into the crowd without a sound, and slowly entered the city. The streets inside were not extremely clean, but they were wide enough, straight, and neatly planned. At a rough glance, shops lined both sides, at least 1,000 of them, and this was only the main street. Among them, shops specializing in pills, talismans, and magical artifacts had conspicuous signs, while establishments that processed and sold various demon beast materials were everywhere. All the major merchant associations known within the domain of the southern region's Fong family had branches here. The number of taverns and inns was also astonishing. However, the most striking feature was the vast square at the city center. Following the flow of people, Lin Che also slowly walked over. There were no cultivator statues erected to display martial prowess. Only a giant jade wall, several zhang high and shimmering with flowing light, stood majestically. Beneath the jade wall, a variety of cultivators gathered, some watching, others discussing the content displayed on the wall. On the jade wall, text information flickered with spiritual light, continuously scrolling and updating. Purchasing complete stone skin mandrill furs starting at 30 spirit stones. Recruiting temporary guards heading to Chuyang City, departing tomorrow. Danxia Pavilion long-term procurement of fire down flower, price negotiable. At that moment, a dark-skinned, sturdy man stepped out from the crowd, took out a specially shaped token, and waved it at the jade wall. The task information about recruiting temporary guards to Chuyang City immediately disappeared. Oh, This novel scene made Lin Che raise his eyebrows, slightly a glint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Just as he was focusing his observation, a youth who had been looking around at the edge of the crowd brightened and quickly approached. The youth was about 15 or 16 years old, thin but agile, wearing a faded coarse cloth short jacket. His cultivation was at the 4th layer of chi refining, and his delicate face carried the shrewdness commonly seen in the marketplace. "Senior, is this your first time in our Fungu city?" the youth asked, looking up, his tone carrying just the right amount of respect without being flattering. The voice interrupted Lin Che's thoughts. He instinctively stepped back half a step, his gaze calmly falling on the youth, quickly sizing him up. His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of appropriate doubt. "What? Any advice?" Seeing that Lin Che did not directly dismiss him, the youth knew he had a chance, and his smile widened. He quickly waved his hands to explain, "Senior, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. I was born and raised here in Fungu City. I may not know everything about the city's affairs and rules, but I can definitely say I'm quite familiar with them. For just 5 low-grade spirit stones, I can tell you anything you want to know about Fungu City and guarantee your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Lin Che discreetly glanced around. Indeed, he noticed several others of similar age and attire scanning the crowd for targets. Seeing that someone had already beaten them to it, they turned away grudgingly to other cultivators who appeared to be newcomers. Seeing this, Lin Che's doubts eased slightly. He casually took out 5 spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them over. "All right, tell me first, what is this jade wall about?" "Great. Thank you, Senior." The youth hastily caught the spirit stones, his face beaming. He immediately got into character and began explaining eloquently, "Senior, you've hit the nail on the head. This jade wall is the heart of our Fungu city." Through the youth's narration, Lin Che quickly understood the function of the jade wall. It was for issuing tasks in Fungu city. Fungu Pass, as the front line directly facing demon beasts, had a harsh environment and was by no means a place for normal cultivators to live long. Therefore, the Fong family established Fungu City here to provide logistical support and a resting place for frontline cultivators. To attract and motivate rogue cultivators, the Fong family specially set up a merit system here. Any cultivator could register at the City Lord's mansion and obtain a unique identity token. By accepting and completing tasks posted on the Jade Wall, one could accumulate merit points. These merit points could be directly exchanged for various cultivation resources at official institutions like the Spirit Object Pavilion and Technique Pavilion. The youth paused, then continued to explain, "The tasks on the Jade Wall are partly issued by the Fungu City Lord's mansion, but most come from various merchant association shops and even some rogue cultivators posting individually. However, they also need to pay merit points to post tasks, and those merit points are part of the reward for the task takers. Also, Senior," the youth lowered his voice and pointed at the ground, "our Fungu City has a 3rd-grade spirit vein underground. However, the spiritual energy is gathered by formations and built into cultivation caves. These caves can also be rented with merit points, and the price is much more favorable than using spirit stones directly." "I see." Lin Che nodded slightly, then changed the subject. "So what do you know about that newly opened area?" Upon hearing this, the youth who had been speaking fluently showed a flash of obvious surprise and some worry that Lin Che couldn't quite understand. But it was only for a moment. He quickly recovered and said with a hint of dissuasion, "You mean the place near Chuyang City, right? Senior, you're not really thinking of starting a family there, are you? That place, to be honest, is a huge trap." Lin Che frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" He had originally thought that the new territory was a mix of opportunity and risk. All the existing spirit veins in the southern region were already claimed, making it extremely difficult for him to get a foothold. This new land might be an opportunity. But listening to the youth's tone, it seemed there was more to it. Seeing Lin Che's interest, the youth poured out his words like beans from a bamboo tube. "Senior, think about it. Chuyang City is still outside the pass after all. At any time it could be retaken by demon beasts. The risk is too great. Moreover, although they are developing the Wanyao Mountains, it's actually just the easternmost edge corner, and the resources are nowhere near as abundant as imagined. The only 3rd-grade resource is the bloodthorn vine growing in the bloodthorn forest, but that's the main target of the Xian Kuei sect's development, and it's already been claimed. No one else can get a share. What's left are just scattered 2nd-grade resources. For such meager gains, risking the annihilation of one's family to settle there, don't you think it's a huge trap?" He took a breath and continued, "That's why the Golden Core level powers have no interest in that place at all, and even many Foundation establishment families are unwilling to go. Now those who go there are mostly rootless rogue cultivators, either Foundation establishment or chi refining experts and cultivators who left their sects for various reasons. They're hoping to take a gamble and test their luck." Hearing this, Lin Che understood. He realized why the Xian Kuei sect had issued a heroic summons in all the market towns within their territory, inviting rogue cultivators to go. It was purely because they didn't want to invest substantial resources in construction and defense themselves, and wanted rogue cultivators to bear the risks and costs of development. They could simply sit back and reap the benefits, collecting the needed 3rd-grade bloodthorn vine, and taxing the families that eventually settled there. A truly cost-free business. Nevertheless, even so, it was not entirely without opportunity. Lin Che thought to himself, deciding to go and investigate personally. If things became untenable, retreating would not be difficult. For now, the most important thing was to complete Foundation establishment. I understand. I'm just planning to take a look. The lands beyond the pass are vast, and anywhere can be a place for training. Lin Che said calmly. Then he asked, by the way, if I want to cultivate in the spirit vein caves here, can I pay directly with spirit stones? Yes, senior, but it's not very cost-effective. The youth scratched his head. For example, a first-grade upper-class spirit vein cave, if rented with spirit stones, costs 300 low-grade spirit stones per month. But if you use merit points, you only need 30 points to exchange for the same usage time. Honestly, even directly absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones is more worthwhile than renting a cave with spirit stones. Lin Che nodded. Along the way, he had some understanding of the rental prices for caves in various places. A first-grade upper-class spirit vein cave rented for about 120 to 160 spirit stones per month. The price in Fungu City was double that, obviously to encourage cultivators to actively participate in tasks and earn merit points. However, this time he was aiming to break through to Foundation establishment and needed an absolutely stable and abundant spiritual energy environment, so spending a bit more spirit stones was worthwhile. Let's go. Take me to rent a cave. No problem, senior, follow me. The youth knew the way well, and soon led Lin Che to a heavily guarded building in the west of the city, the official cave rental management office. The youth was clearly familiar with one of the managers inside. Before entering, he called out cheerfully, Brother Wong. Busy. I've brought a senior to rent a spirit vein cave. The manager, called Brother Wong, was a cultivator who looked about 30 years old, wearing the standard robes of the Fong family, with a cultivation level around the 9th layer of Qi refining. He looked up at the sound, saw the youth, and a helpless yet familiar smile appeared on his face. Lu Xiaoho, you little rascal. Looking for business again. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Che, his expression immediately becoming more serious. He cupped his hands in greeting and said, This friend looks unfamiliar. May I ask your name? What grade of spirit vein cave do you need? How long do you intend to rent? Lin Che returned the greeting, his voice calm. Greetings, Brother Wong. My surname is Chung. I'd like to rent a second-grade cave tentatively for 7 days, paying with spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Manager Wong showed a flash of surprise and couldn't help but carefully examine Lin Che again. His face immediately showed a look of understanding and some admiration. He smiled. Friend Chung has such a profound foundation. Your blood energy is like a rainbow, and your spirit is full. You're about to go into seclusion to break through to Foundation establishment. Congratulations, congratulations. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip, activated it with spiritual power, and showed a list of available caves. For second-grade caves rented with spirit stones, the prices are as follows. Basic type, located at a second-grade lower-class spirit vein node, 180 spirit stones per week. Standard type, with spiritual energy concentration, reaching second-grade middle class, 270 spirit stones per week. And deluxe type, occupying the spiritual energy of a second-grade upper-class spirit vein, with the best cultivation effect, 480 spirit stones per week. You see. Lin Che did not hesitate at all, and directly said, I'll take the deluxe type. Matters concerning the foundation of his Dao path could not tolerate any stinginess. Good. Friend Chung is straightforward. Manager Wong's smile widened, and he quickly completed the rental procedures for Lin Che. After receiving the spirit stones, he handed Lin Che a cave token engraved with complex array patterns and personally led him to the corresponding cave. They arrived at a cave situated on a quiet mountainside, its stone door tightly shut. Manager Wong stopped and solemnly cupped his hands again to Lin Che. The formations inside the cave have been activated. The spiritual energy is abundant and stable. I wish friend Chung a smooth seclusion, a successful breakthrough, and the establishment of the foundation of the Great Path. People who break through to Foundation establishment here appeared every now and then, so he was used to it. But friend Cheng's profound foundation was truly rare, and he would likely succeed in Foundation establishment. So he lowered his stance and added a few nice words. I accept your kind words. Lin Che nodded slightly. After Manager Wong left, Lin Che held the token and waved it at the stone door. The door slid open silently, revealing an interior that was simple but fully equipped. He stepped inside, and the stone door slowly closed behind him. He operated the token again, fully activating the protective and soundproof arrays outside the cave, setting them to seclusion, do not disturb mode. In an instant, all outside noise was completely cut off. Inside the cave, the extremely pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth almost condensed into substance, flowing slowly and refreshing the mind. Lin Che took a deep breath of the abundant spiritual energy, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He sat cross-legged on the central cushion, held his breath, concentrated his mind, and began to adjust his state. Foundation establishment today. Wreaths of blue incense smoke curled gently as the tranquilizing wood released its serene, calming fragrance, slowly weaving through the cave dwelling and lending an air of solemnity to this crucial moment. Lin Che sat cross-legged on the central meditation cushion, his spine as straight as a pine. With eyes slightly closed and breath long and measured, he was attuning his physical state to an unprecedented pinnacle. Along his journey, he had sought out knowledge regarding foundation establishment. He came to understand that the most critical elements were essence, chi, and spirit. All three were indispensable for the essence of foundation establishment was a complete leap in life, force, and all-encompassing evolution that mere accumulation of spiritual energy could never accomplish. Among these, chi refers to spiritual energy, the fundamental essence upon which cultivators depend. One must achieve complete chi refining with the Dantian's chi vortex swelling and pulsing spiritual energy filled to its absolute limit. Only then can sufficient pressure and density be generated. Guided by the cultivation technique, a qualitative transformation from gaseous to liquid form occurs, converting spiritual energy into true essence. This serves as the foundation of energy, like the bricks, stones, timber, and soil required for constructing towering buildings. It is the most crucial element. Having cultivated a heaven-grade technique that produces spiritual energy, far surpassing ordinary methods, coupled with a holy spiritual root that ensures remarkably pure absorption, the essence aspect would certainly present no problems. Spirit refers to divine consciousness and the soul. During foundation establishment, spiritual energy undergoes qualitative transformation, while the physical body experiences complete metamorphosis, with energy becoming as wild and torrential as a river breaking through its dam. Without a highly concentrated, resilient, and formidable divine consciousness serving as the helm for precise guidance, the consequences range from foundation establishment failure at best to shattered meridians and a severed cultivation path at worst. His 10,000 Beasts tributary mantra was a heaven-grade technique primarily designed to make the master's divine soul incomparably powerful, thereby enabling dominion over all spirits. Its inherent emphasis on soul refinement meant his spiritual strength far surpassed others of the same rank, manipulating spiritual energy as effortlessly as using his own limbs. Yet the essence aspect proved slightly inadequate. During foundation establishment, when gaseous spiritual energy compresses into liquid true essence, the internal pressure generated was nothing short of terrifying. Should one's physical body lack sufficient toughness, the meridians and dantian would resemble fragile goat paths suddenly struck by flash floods. Only destruction awaited. This explains why cultivators beyond 60 whose chi and blood begin to decline experience dramatically reduced foundation establishment success rates. Ordinary cultivators with mid-grade spiritual roots require 3 to 4 decades just to approach chi refining completion. During this period, they must also dedicate time to improving their cultivation and earning resources. Where would they find time to refine their bodies? But Lin Che was different. Blessed with a holy spiritual root, his cultivation speed was naturally extraordinary. Combined with his destiny spirit beast spiritual energy reciprocation, he had surplus capacity to pursue the most perfect Tao foundation. To achieve immortality, one's Tao foundation must be extraordinarily stable. To this end, he had painstakingly collected various body refinement techniques along his journey, utilizing the system to upgrade them, ultimately selecting the ninefold golden body. This technique, though appearing plain and unadorned, was a spiritual grade cultivation method that directly targeted the essence of the physical body. This art pursued no flashy supernatural abilities and triggered no special constitutions. It relied solely on 9 rounds of ultimate tempering to forge the physical body into flawless perfection, like exquisite gold refined through thousands of hammers. Through 10 years of arduous cultivation, he advanced this technique to the 9th stage of imperfection's absence. The agony of sinew tearing and chi blood evaporation he endured during this time was utterly beyond words. Without the resilient willpower forged during his early days in the demonic path, and his most primal hunger for power, he might not have been able to persevere. He would never have attained this flawless physical form. Chi and blood like a dragon, internally radiant with precious light. Another advantage of this body refinement secret technique was that it would not conflict when transitioning to other high-grade body refinement methods. This would allow Lin Che to continue cultivating after foundation establishment by transitioning to a superior body refinement technique. A subtle movement of divine thought, a flash of white light beside him. The heavenly incinerating sacred sparrow had quietly manifested, elegantly alighting on the meditation cushion at his side. She had now reached the realm of chi refining completion. Her bearing was extraordinary and majestic, her form as powerful and full of strength as a soaring falcon. Her wingspan approached 4 meters, her streamlined body covered in crimson feathers like jade, their luster warm and supple, with golden radiance flowing subtly within. The thermal energy naturally radiating from her body caused the air to warp slightly, and that pure intense spiritual pressure far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual beasts at the chi refining completion stage. Her molten gold eyes remained haughty as ever, yet could not conceal her agitation as she gazed at Lin Che. Is it beginning? Yes, right now. Lin Che gently stroked her luminous feathers, sensing the tightly connected spiritual fluctuations between them. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze sharp and resolute. Let us begin. Agreed. The heavenly incinerating sacred sparrow nodded solemnly, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Swiftly gathering her concentration and calming her spirit, she adjusted her own state. One human, one phoenix, seated facing each other. The two auras began to merge, slowly resonate, and gradually unify. This was the profound mystery of the destiny spirit contract. Life interlinked, cultivating together to scale unprecedented heights. Ordinary cultivators relied on foundation establishment pills using their potent medicinal properties to forcibly expand meridians and trigger spiritual energy tides battering the Dantian. Lin Che, without foundation establishment pills, chose a special method. For cultivators practicing the 10,000 Beasts tributary mantra, who possessed high-quality destiny spirit beasts, if the cultivator took the lead in initiating foundation establishment, taking the first step, and removing the realm's restrictions, the destiny spirit beast could then begin foundation establishment. By borrowing the vast spiritual energy feedback from the spirit beast's foundation establishment, one could equally trigger spiritual energy within one's own Dantian to form tides, completing the breakthrough. It could be said that as long as a cultivator achieved body refinement success and cultivated the 10,000 Beasts tributary mantra, even with inferior spiritual roots, there existed the possibility of foundation establishment without foundation establishment pills. 2 days passed silently. The spiritual energy within the cave dwelling had reached its peak. Human and Phoenix's spiritual energies blended as intimately as milk and water, no longer distinguishable. Foundation establishment officially began. Lin Che immersed his consciousness into his Dantian, operating his technique with all his might. The originally stable rotating spiritual vortex was violently disturbed, beginning to compress inward with frantic intensity. Equilibrium shattered instantly. Spiritual energy became violent and chaotic like a disturbed whirlpool. Almost simultaneously, the heavenly incinerating sacred sparrow clearly perceived that the invisible barrier obstructing her path, shaken violently by Lin Che's pioneering strike, had cracked open a fissure. She did not hesitate, guiding her own bloodline through spiritual thought. Crimson gold phoenix blood, true fire, instantly enveloped her Dantian. Rather than crude compression, she began to refine and purify the gaseous spiritual energy in a manner more aligned with her bloodline's origin, transforming it proactively toward the higher-level liquid true essence. Boom! Like a volcano erupting after 10,000 years of dormancy, a pure, explosive, yet sacred fire origin spiritual energy surged through that destiny spirit contract, flooding Lin Che's Dantian with torrential force. This power far exceeded the effects of ordinary spiritual energy tidal waves. The moment it entered, it instantly transformed into a crimson gold red lotus storm, sweeping everything before it, completely devouring, shattering, and assimilating the already chaotic spiritual vortex within Lin Che's Dantian, becoming part of the tempest itself. HNGH. Intense agony radiated from every limb and bone, meridians swelling, as if on the verge of rupture, as if they would burst open the next instant. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Lin Che's brow, his body trembling slightly. Yet his jaw remained clenched tight, and his spiritual consciousness maintained absolute clarity. He channeled every ounce of strength into the 10,000 Beasts tributary mantra, wielding his formidable divine consciousness, far surpassing ordinary cultivators, as reins. He forcibly restrained and organized this torrent of destruction and rebirth, compressing it bit by bit, forming within his Dantian's center a massive spiritual energy cluster, frantically rotating and struggling violently. Divine consciousness resembled an invisible giant hand, continuously pouring forth ceaselessly increasing pressure. The energy cluster's color deepened ever more, transitioning from gaseous to misty, becoming as thick as impenetrable spiritual liquid clouds. The internal energy churned intensely, emitting deep, resonant rumbling. Compress. Further compress. Divine consciousness was nearly depleted. At that precise moment when the dense spiritual liquid cloud reached its extreme limit, a point of dazzling brilliance, like the golden light of a rising sun, suddenly burst forth. Drip. Like nectar falling onto a jade platter, or the primordial sound of chaos first emerging, it was crisp, yet brimming with infinite vitality. A single droplet of flawlessly spherical pure gold liquid true essence, dense with immense power and destiny's aura, condensed at the cloud's very center, descending to the Dantian's base. Then followed the second, third, 10th, 100th drops. As if triggering cosmic resonance, a chain reaction violently erupted. The entire spiritual mist cloud completely collapsed, transforming into a thoroughly satisfying, true essence spiritual rain. Countless droplets of liquid true essence descended like dense rainfall, converging and merging. Ultimately, at the base of Lin Che's dantian, they formed a pool of liquid true essence, small yet sparkling with rippling light radiating boundless momentum and infinite vitality. The instant the first droplet of destiny true essence was born, an unprecedented surge of formidable power, like a warm current, yet also electric, instantly coursed through his entire being. Meridians scoured by the purer, more vibrant liquid true essence were violently expanded and reinforced their resilience, far surpassing the past. The 5 internal organs were deeply nourished by this pristine energy, expelling impurities and radiating more robust vitality. Bone density surged dramatically, displaying jade-like luster. Chi and blood roared through his body like the Yangtze River, thundering powerfully, his life force flourishing like raging flames. Divine consciousness expanded wildly at an unprecedented speed. His perception expanded by several times or more. With the slightest mental movement, even the minute trajectories of insects crawling through rock crevices outside the cave, or the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air, were clearly reflected in his mind, his insight penetrating to the minutest details. Foundation establishment achieved. Almost simultaneously as Lin Che successfully established his foundation, and his life force completed its transcendent leap, a scorching, noble, and overwhelming spiritual pressure burst forth beside him, causing the cave's air to shimmer with heat, seemingly intensifying the tranquilizing wood's fragrance. The heavenly incinerating sacred sparrow arched her elegant neck, releasing a clear soul-piercing cry. Her vermilion gold wings radiated resplendent light, draped like a sacred flame garment. Her molten gold eyes blazed with divine radiance, her majestic bearing fully displayed. The moment Lin Che successfully established his foundation and shattered their shared realm's constraints, she too naturally and smoothly ascended to foundation establishment. Lin Che slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light dancing within his gaze before fading into obscurity. An unprecedented sense of clarity washed over him like a pristine spring as the world appeared entirely anew through his perception. Spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream, distinctly perceptible. The drifting trajectory of every mote of dust in the air revealed itself in exquisite detail, and even the rhythm of his own heartbeat seemed to transform into melodious notes resonating beside his ears. So this is the true path of cultivation, he murmured softly, his voice carrying an irrepressible joy. Only now, with his foundation establishment complete, did he truly comprehend the meaning of transcending the mundane. Utterly unlike the hazy, dreamlike sensation of the Chi refining stage, at this moment, he seemed to merge seamlessly with heaven and earth, as all 360 acupoints around his body cheerfully inhaled and exhaled the pure spiritual energy. This was the transformation brought by the leap in life's essence. He could sense clearly that his lifespan had extended from the Chi refining stage's 120 years to a full 3 centuries. This meant he had finally and completely broken free from the shackles of mortality. Retrieving a second-rank inferior defensive formation etched with intricate array patterns from his storage bag, Lin Che deftly arranged it around his cave dwelling. He prepared to test the changes in his strength after foundation establishment. It was the same fireball technique he knew so well, but this time, instead of thin gaseous spiritual power, it was propelled by condensed liquid true essence. True essence surged forth from his dantian's, chi flowing along his widened and strengthened meridians to his fingertips, rapidly condensing into a vermilion fireball with golden flames dancing within. Go! The fireball shot forth at his command, tearing through the air with a whooshing sound and crashing forcefully against the defensive formation. The formation's light curtain trembled violently, sending ripples of visible energy outward. The power has increased at least 5 or 6 times compared to the Chi refining stage. Lin Che nodded in satisfaction, a delighted gleam flickering across his eyes. He conjured another fireball, but this time the fireball did not strike the formation directly. Instead, it traced graceful arcs through the air, sometimes spiraling upward, sometimes diving sharply downward, as nimble as a swallow in flight. So this is what it feels like when divine sense extends outward. Indeed, wondrous beyond measure. A knowing smile curved Lin Che's lips. I can finally fly on a sword. The 2 greatest distinctions between foundation establishment and Chi refining were: first, gaseous spiritual power transforms into liquid true essence, causing magical technique power to increase geometrically. Second, divine sense progresses from internal vision to external projection, enabling fine control of spell trajectories, and more importantly, the ability to manipulate objects and fly, truly fulfilling the dream of soaring through the 9 heavens. Is that all? Watch this, Missy's got skills. A voice carrying a hint of pride and petulance rang out in his mind. The phoenix, heavenly sacred finch, gracefully spread its wings, and 7 feathers burning with sacred golden flames shot forth, like arrows released from a bow striking precisely at 7 critical nodes of the defensive formation. In the next instant, the formation's light curtain shattered on cue, dissolving into scattered motes of spiritual light that drifted through the air, while the formation materials themselves snapped apart. This was precisely her awakened innate divine technique, the 7-feather flaming sky sword. Now that's what I call an attack. The phoenix heavenly sacred finch held its exquisite little head high, its molten gold eyes brimming with triumph, as its tail feathers swayed gently, as if awaiting praise. Lin Che helplessly smiled, reaching out to gently stroke the smooth satin-like feathers along its neck. Alright, our little Kayer is the most amazing. He could certainly have broken through this second-rank inferior formation too, but there was no need to waste the effort. Still, since it was his beloved spirit beast companion, indulging her occasionally was perfectly acceptable. Next we should set off for that place that might become our new home. Lin Che gently stroked her feathers, his tone filled with anticipation. Once we arrive there, you'll be able to soar freely. Fine, I understand. The phoenix heavenly sacred finch rolled its eyes at him upon hearing this, understanding it meant being stuffed into that detested spirit beast pouch. It transformed into a streak of light and dove back into the spirit beast pouch. Pushing open the heavy stone door of the cave-dwelling, Lin Che strode leisurely to the management office. Manager Wang, sensing the robust, solid foundation establishment aura emanating from him, immediately set aside the account books in his hands and greeted him with a face full of smiles. Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment, fellow Taoist Lin. From now on, the great Tao awaits you, and the path to immortality stretches smoothly before you. It was merely by fortunate chance, Lin Che replied, modestly bowing in return as he handed over the cave-dwelling token. Of course. Manager Wang accepted the token with both hands. After a brief calculation, he retrieved a heavy spirit stone pouch from beneath the counter. Fellow Taoist, rented for 1 week, but actually used only 5 days. According to regulations, the spirit stones are non-refundable, but to celebrate your successful foundation establishment, these 140 spirit stones are offered as a congratulatory gift. Please do accept them. Clearly, this shrewd manager had discerned that Lin Che was no ordinary person languishing in obscurity, so he wished to forge a connection for future goodwill. What are fellow Taoist's future plans? Following this, while Manager Wang efficiently processed the formalities, he inquired, as if by chance. I'll take some missions first and accumulate some battle merits. Lin Che answered with an impenetrable smile. Given Lin Che's cautious and prudent nature, he naturally would not expose his true intentions. The name he registered was not his real one, and his current appearance was also different from his original form. Barely had he stepped out of the management office when the young man, surnamed Lu's eyes lit up, darting out from the street corner. Lin Che had just exited the management office when the young man, surnamed Lu, strode quickly toward him, his face wearing an expression of mingled anticipation and anxiety. Senior, you've emerged from seclusion. Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment. The young man bowed respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Che halted and examined the young man. Did you specifically wait here for me? Yes, senior. The young man nodded honestly, his hands nervously clasped together. That day when I led you to rent the cave-dwelling, Manager Wang mentioned you were entering closed-door cultivation for foundation establishment. I thought that if senior succeeded in foundation establishment, you'd definitely need to purchase new magical artifacts, pills, and perhaps someone familiar with the local area to serve as a guide. He glanced surreptitiously at Lin Che's expression before continuing. I know it's terribly presumptuous of me to wait here like this. I'm truly in urgent need of spirit stones. If I guide senior to those shops for purchases, the shopkeepers will give me some commission. While the young man spoke, Lin Che had already enveloped his entire person with a light veil of divine sense, sensing his emotional fluctuations and spiritual energy variations, confirming the young man was not lying. With that assurance, Lin Che agreed. Take me on a tour of the city. Lin Che gave a slight nod. First, let's get something to eat. Right away, the young man said excitedly as he led the way. I recommend Baiwei Tower. Their spirit cuisine is absolutely divine, and the prices are very reasonable too. After selecting a window-side table in Baiwei Tower's main hall and ordering 4 or 5 signature spirit dishes, Lin Che gazed around with great interest while waiting for the food. Most patrons in the main hall were chi refining cultivators returning from demon hunting expeditions, each dusty and travel-worn, sharing toasts and animated conversations in high spirits. Foundation establishment cultivators mostly chose the private rooms upstairs, seeking tranquility. At this moment, a conversation among neighboring tables caught his attention. Today is the 1st of the month. Fengxing Trading Company is holding an auction. We just sold our hunting spoils. Shall we go take a look? Sure, maybe we'll find something good. There'll definitely be good stuff, but I'm afraid our spirit stones won't be enough to bid on anything worthwhile. The young man beside him reading Lin Che's interest immediately lowered his voice to explain, Fengxing Trading Company is an enterprise under Xiangui Sect. They hold auctions at the beginning of each month, and many rare resources circulate through them. If Senior is interested, I can take you there after the meal. The auction doesn't start until the afternoon. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and smiled teasingly. What do you get commission for taking me to the auction too? The young man rubbed his head sheepishly. No, actually. Only those less competitive small shops give us rebates. Lin Che understood, then asked a few more questions about the auction before taking out 20 spirit stones and placing them on the table. All right, I won't take your information for free. Here are 20 spirit stones for you. Thank you so much, Senior. The young man exclaimed in delight, his fingers trembling slightly as he accepted the spirit stones. He hesitated for a moment, a look of struggle crossing his face. Finally, he mustered his courage and spoke, Senior, that. Could I borrow another 20 spirit stones? Lin Che had already sensed that this young man had something weighing on his mind, so he let the young man explain. Through the young man's earnest and urgent narration, Lin Che finally understood the full story. It turned out that this young man's destination was actually the same as his own, that newly developed region Chuyang City. He was going there to find his older sister. Their parents had perished beyond the border pass years ago, leaving the brother and sister to depend on each other for survival, struggling bitterly in Fengxing City. More precisely, the sister had borne the burden of life alone, relying on hunting demons in the perilous lands beyond the border to earn spirit stones for his cultivation and living expenses. Recently, he had successfully broken through to the middle stage of Qi refining, feeling that he finally possessed some strength and could no longer bear to watch his sister fighting alone on the front lines. Thus, he had resolved to travel to Chuyang City, find his sister, and fight alongside her. However, Fenggu Pass was built upon the perilous Broken Dragon Cliff as one of 5 linked fortress cities, a natural moat that no Qi refining cultivator could possibly traverse alone. The only way through was by taking the dedicated flying ships that traveled between the two places. But the boat ticket cost as much as 100 spirit stones per person, and despite all his frugal living and scrambling to gather funds, he was still 20 spirit stones short. Lin Che silently employed his powerful foundation establishment divine sense to perceive the young man's emotional fluctuations, while speaking, confirming that his aura carried no trace of falsehood. Furthermore, when they first met and discussed Chuyang City, the emotional fluctuations he had sensed from the young man suggested his words were likely genuine. 20 spirit stones were nothing to Lin Che now, and with his elated mood from today's successful foundation establishment, he decided to extend some goodwill. He produced another 20 spirit stones and handed them over, speaking gently, take this. The young man accepted the spirit stones with both hands, his cheeks flushing with excitement, even his earlobes dyed a shade of crimson. He bowed deeply, his voice carrying a tremor. Thank you, Senior. This kindness I, Lu Yinzhou, will forever remember in my heart. He then presented with both hands an address slip recording his home's location information. Lin Che gave a slight nod and accepted it, his tone mild. All right, go attend to your business. I'll go to the auction myself. Watching the young man's hurried departing figure, Lin Che finally settled down to enjoy his spirit cuisine in peace. These dishes, meticulously prepared with spirit chickens and spirit fish, were indeed delectable, tender and juicy at first bite, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Though they all used first-rank inferior spirit beasts and offered limited assistance to his cultivation at foundation establishment, they excelled in flavor. He ate to his heart's content, thoroughly satisfied. After settling the bill, Lin Che found a nearby inn and booked an upper room. When he emerged once more, he was clad in splendid brocade attire, a delicate jade pendant dangling from his waist, a white jade folding fan gently swaying in his hand. Every inch the elegant young master from a prestigious family. Let's go see if the auction has anything interesting to purchase. He lightly caressed the fan's ribs, his steps unhurried as he walked toward Fengxing Trading Company. The auction house of the Windrunner Merchant Guild was situated at the end of the most bustling street in Fengxing City. At this moment, the entire street was bustling with activity, and cultivators came and went in an endless stream. 9 out of 10 were here to attend the auction. Lin Che, holding a jade fan, appeared composed amidst the crowd. He did not enter the auction house directly, but instead turned and walked toward the main building of the Windrunner Merchant Guild next door. He had never been one to hoard spirit stones along the way. Now he had less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones on him, clearly insufficient for the upcoming auction. However, with the system in place, he had accumulated quite a few high-grade spiritual items over the years. As soon as he stepped through the Merchant Guild's entrance, a shop assistant dressed in light blue robes with a delicate face quickly approached and slightly bowed, saying, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. Are you here to purchase items or to temporarily consign goods for auction?" Her tone was confident, clearly accustomed to guests coming to consign items as the auction approached. Lin Che folded his jade fan, tapped it lightly against his palm, and smiled as he nodded. Miss, your eyes are sharp. I do have a few items I wish to consign. With that, he took out 3 magical artifacts from his storage pouch, a heavy earth yellow seal, an ice blue pearl radiating cold aura, and a black bell carved with strange patterns. These 3 second-order high-grade artifacts were all obtained by Lin Che through the system's upgrade function. Unfortunately, during the chi refining stage, his divine sense could not be extended outward, so he could not use second-order artifacts. These artifacts had been idle, never used even once, and he decided to clear his inventory by exchanging them for spirit stones. Upon seeing these 3 artifacts, a look of admiration flashed in the shop assistant's eyes. She carefully picked up one of them and examined it closely. The artifact's body shimmered with spiritual light, and its natural patterns seemed to contain a mysterious Tao resonance. Truly a rare masterpiece. Fellow cultivator, please follow me, the shop assistant said with increasing respect. I will go and invite the steward. She led Lin Che to an elegant private room. Before long, an old man in a purple gold brocade robe with white hair and beard walked in slowly. The old man's gaze was sharp as lightning. It lingered briefly on Lin Che, and upon sensing the foundation establishment stage aura, his face immediately broke into a warm smile. He cupped his hands and said, I am Song Qing Yuan, humbly serving as the guild steward. May I know your name, fellow cultivator? My surname is Qin, Lin Che replied, rising to return the greeting. He pointed to the 3 artifacts on the table and asked, can these 3 artifacts be put up for auction? Steward Song stepped closer to examine them. His fingertips lightly brushed over the surface, sensing the pure spiritual energy contained within. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, fellow Taoist Qin, these 3 artifacts are not only exquisitely crafted, but also made of rare materials. The earth seal contains pure earth element spiritual energy, the frost pearl has its cold aura contained within, without leaking, and the soul-stealing bell's refining technique is truly mysterious. All are excellent pieces, naturally they can be auctioned. He paused, then continued, according to guild rules, consigned items are subject to a 5 commission on the final sale price. What do you think, fellow cultivator? Agreed, Lin Che responded promptly. In that case, I will have someone test the artifact's effectiveness and arrange for them to be auctioned shortly. Steward Song called over the earlier shop assistant. Xiaodia, take fellow Taoist Qin to the auction house's private room to rest. Remember to hand him the temporary transaction jade token later. He will settle the account with it after the auction. Yes, Xiaodai replied respectfully. She turned to Lin Che and made a gesture. Senior, please follow me. Following Xiaodai through a corridor, the 2 arrived at the auction house again. In stark contrast to the quiet of the merchant guild, a wave of noise hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Before them was a vast circular hall with starlight flowing across the dome, casting a clear radiant light. Thousands of seats were arranged in tiers, now packed with people. Above, a ring of suspended private rooms was shrouded in hazy formation light curtains with faint shadows of figures moving within. Xiaodai led Lin Che up to the 2nd floor and into a private room. From the window, the entire auction hall was visible, offering an excellent view. Senior, this is the auction list, Xiaodai said, taking a jade slip from a maid and presenting it with both hands. Lin Che sat down on a silk-upholstered couch, took the jade slip, and immersed his divine sense into it. Xiaodai quietly poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Its fragrance was crisp and clear with a faint calming effect on the mind. Then, without further disturbance, she withdrew. As he browsed the auction list, Lin Che's gaze suddenly stopped on a first-order peak-grade spirit sword. Flying on a sword was something he had long anticipated. This sword was perfect to bid on and then upgrade using the system. Continuing to read, his eyes suddenly lit up. To think I'd encounter such a rare spirit beast here. This beast would greatly aid his upcoming exploration near Chuyang City. Dong! A clear melodious chime from a jade chain suddenly rang out, as if striking each person's heart. It instantly silenced all the clamor and discussion in the hall. In the circular hall, thousands of gazes focused sharply on the white jade auction stage in the center. An old man in a purple gold auspicious cloud robe had already appeared on the stage, seemingly from nowhere. His hair and beard were white, but his eyes were bright and spirited. He emitted a late foundation establishment stage spiritual pressure. Just standing there, he naturally became the focus of the entire hall. The old man's voice was like a great bell, clearly reaching everyone's ears with a convincing, steady power. The auspicious hour has arrived. The Windrunner auction now begins. May you all find what your hearts desire and not leave disappointed. Without much small talk, Steward Mu got straight to the point. With a flick of his sleeve, a pretty maid holding a jade plate walked gracefully onto the stage. The jade plate was covered with a piece of red silk. Today's first item, Steward Mu said, reaching out to lift the red silk. A pure white pill with 3 distinct cloud patterns on its surface lay quietly, emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance. A top-grade barrier-breaking pill. His voice raised slightly, carrying a compelling force. The effects of this pill, I believe many of the Chi refining stage fellow cultivators here are well aware. It specifically breaks through the bottleneck of the 6th layer of Chi refining, helping you leap into the late stage. An ordinary barrier-breaking pill only increases the chance by 30%, but this pill, personally refined by our guild's honored alchemist, has reached top-grade quality, boosting the breakthrough chance by 50%. What's more, its medicinal properties are gentle with minimal impurities, and it comes with the added benefit of nourishing the meridians. No adverse effects. At these words, the Chi refining cultivators seated in the ordinary section immediately began breathing heavily, countless fervent gazes fixed intently on the pill. Top-grade barrier-breaking pill, starting bid 200 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. As Steward Mu finished speaking, he lightly tapped the table with his small hammer. 210. I'll take it. A burly man sitting in the front row, his face anxious, shouted almost the instant the hammer fell. He had been stuck at the 6th layer of Chi refining for 3 years. 230. A soft, effeminate voice came from the left, belonging to a pale-faced young man. I bid 250 spirit stones. 280. I ask everyone to give me face. A cultivator with a scar on his face stood up, looking around, trying to intimidate others. TCH, on the auction floor, the highest bidder wins. 300. Someone immediately interrupted him disdainfully. The price kept soaring. The bidding was mainly among the Chi refining cultivators in the general seating area below. The private rooms upstairs remained silent, clearly uninterested in this item. In the end, the barrier-breaking pill was won by a female cultivator wearing a bamboo hat, unwilling to reveal her face, for 370 spirit stones. Congratulations to this fellow cultivator. Steward Mu's smile remained unchanged as he gestured for the next item to be brought up. Following that, various pills, talismans, materials, and artifacts appeared one after another, and the atmosphere continued to heat up. The sounds of bidding sighs and triumphant laughter rose and fell. Steward Mu was experienced, and his words were compelling, always able to vividly describe the value of the items and skillfully provoke the bidder's desire to compete. Lin Che sat in the private room, leisurely sipping spiritual tea, overlooking the commotion below through the one-way formation light screen. Most of these Chi refining stage resources were useless to him, so he simply watched without bidding. During this time, Xiao Dai gently knocked and delivered the transaction jade token for his 3 artifacts. She informed him that they would appear in the later Foundation Establishment segment. Currently, it was the session for Chi refining items. Finally, after another first-order high-grade armor piece was sold at a good price, Steward Mu's voice rang out again, with a hint of solemnity barely detectable. The next item is not to be missed by sword cultivators. A maid carrying a long, narrow jade box walked onto the stage. The moment the box opened, a clear, resonant sword chime faintly echoed, and a blue stream of light flashed within and vanished. Lin Che set down his teacup and looked over. Inside the box, a long sword lay quietly upon brocade silk. 3 feet 3 inches in length, its blade resembled a pool of autumn water, clear and chilling cold, shimmering with piercing brilliance. Most striking of all was that 3 fundamental runes, seamlessly engraved and interconnected from the crossguard to the ridge, appeared as if they had naturally grown into the blade, with faint spiritual luminescence harbored within. Grade 1 Supreme Grade Magical Artifact, Azure Steel Rune Sword. Manager Mu's voice carried unmistakable admiration. The most precious aspect of this sword lies in its unique rune engraving and construction technique. A cultivator need only infuse it with true Chi to activate the 3 complementary, fundamental runes upon it. He flicked the blade with his finger, drawing forth a clear, resonant chime, then began to explain in detail. The first is the piercing metal rune. After activation, the blade is sheathed in pale golden radiance, unmatched in sharpness, capable of easily severing Grade 1 mid-tier magical artifacts and piercing through the resilient hide of late-stage Grade 1 demonic beasts. The second is the lightness rune. Upon activation, the sword becomes as weightless as a feather, increasing its wielding speed by 30%, while significantly reducing true Chi and physical stamina consumption, making it ideal for prolonged battles. The third is the armored frame rune. After activation, the entire sword becomes impervious to damage, nearly indestructible even when clashing with higher-tier magical artifacts, and it can effectively deflect spell impacts. These descriptions made numerous Chi condensation late-stage cultivators in the audience, as well as some Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivators with limited means, their eyes blazing with fervor and their breathing quickening. Azure Steel Rune Sword, starting bid of 500 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 20 stones each time. Let the bidding begin. Manager Mu's voice boomed like a great bell as he struck the gavel. 520 spirit stones. A young cultivator dressed as a sword warrior, a long sword strapped to his back, eagerly called out. I bid 550 spirit stones. Inside private room number 7, Lin Che leisurely sipped spiritual tea, gazing down through the luminous screen at the fierce contest below. A faint smile played on his lips as he remained unmoved, showing no urgency to bid. Only when the price lingered around 760 spirit stones, and the initial bidding frenzy began to ease, did he calmly extend his finger and input a figure on the room's bidding formation, one that would deter most competitors. Manager Mu's gaze flashed like lightning, immediately locking onto Lin Che's direction as he announced loudly, "The cultivator in private room number 7 bids 900 spirit stones." The moment this bid was announced, the entire hall fell silent. The excitement on the faces of those who had been competing froze, replaced by expressions of helplessness and regret. 900 spirit stones exceeded the normal range for a first-tier magical artifact. 900 spirit stones first call. 900 spirit stones second call. Manager Mu surveyed the entire venue, noting no further movement, and brought down the small hammer in his hand. "Sold. Congratulations to the cultivator in private room number 7 for winning this precious sword." Within the private room, Lin Che's lips curved upwards slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. His dream of soaring through the heavens on a sword had finally taken its first solid step forward. Yet his gaze quickly returned to the auction catalog, landing on the spirit beast lot further down that intrigued him even more. That was his true primary objective. As several top-grade first-tier magical artifacts were auctioned off in succession, the auction finally reached its climax item. A spirit object suited for chi condensation cultivators. The next item is the crown jewel of this chi condensation spirit goods auction. Manager Mu raised his voice, building the atmosphere with excitement. A servant responded and stepped onto the stage carrying a specially crafted spiritual wood cage. Within it, a spirit beast lay curled up peacefully. Roughly the size of a domestic cat, its body flowed with graceful lines. Its entire body was covered in deep purple fur, dotted with mysterious silver spots that resembled stars in the night sky. Most striking were its large eyes, which shimmered with constantly shifting glaze-like colors, lively yet profound. Tiny crystal-clear scales grew along its belly, casting ethereal halos under the lights as they refracted the illumination. The crowd below erupted into murmurs of confusion and speculation. What spirit beast is this? Quite an unusual appearance. Never seen one like it before. It lacks any fierce aura. More like the exotic pets kept by young Miss. Though handsome, I wonder what use it would be. If not for inheriting the beast-taming legacy, Lin Che would likely be as unfamiliar with this creature as the others. However, unlike the confusion below, subtle movements came from several private rooms upstairs almost simultaneously. Certain knowledgeable individuals had recognized the creature as well. Taking in everyone's reactions, Manager Mu stroked his beard with a smile and dropped the suspense. "Distinguished fellow cultivators, this beast is known as the illusory crystal treasure-seeking weasel, a top-grade first-tier spirit beast." Top-grade spirit beast. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience below. Weren't top-grade spirit beasts supposed to be powerhouse combatants of their tier? This creature hardly fits that description. To think someone would part with one for auction. Is there something shady about it? No wonder everyone is surprised. A top-grade spirit beasts are so rare that only those with significant flaws would ever consider selling. After all, regardless of tier, the top-grade classification within any spirit beast represents peerless combat prowess or heavenly defying abilities, making them extraordinarily rare and almost never offered for sale. Manager Mu seized the moment to clarify, this beast's strength lies not in battle. Its innate ability is spirit resonance. He paused deliberately to build suspense before continuing. By feeding it a single phantom-like crystal, it can vaguely sense the direction of the most concentrated spiritual energy within a 1 li radius for an entire hour. The announcement brought an initial hush before erupting into louder discussion. So that's it. It has treasure hunting abilities. But that phantom-like crystal, I believe it's a top-grade first tier or costing 200 spirit stones per piece. 200 spirit stones for a single casting. This cost is far too steep. If the treasure found isn't worth that price, wouldn't it be a massive loss? This is purely gambling on luck. The exorbitant maintenance costs swiftly dampened the enthusiasm of most chi condensation cultivators below. This spirit beast was undoubtedly a bottomless pit of expenses unaffordable for ordinary cultivators. Yet within private room number 7, Lin Che's eyes flashed with the confidence of a man certain of victory. For him, the drawbacks of this ability barely existed. Even if a single first-tier spiritual herb was found in one search, it would still guarantee profit after his system's enhancement. When the auctioneer announced, illusory crystal treasure-seeking weasel starting bid of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the auction venue fell into an odd atmosphere. Most of the general seating area below remained silently observant, with only a few people in the upper private rooms showing any real interest. The bidding proceeded in a measured, rapid fashion. 2001, 2003, 2005. The price climbed steadily between several private rooms, each increment kept to the minimum, suggesting caution and testing. Eventually the price slowed at the 4,000 spirit stones mark. The gaps between bids lengthened noticeably, indicating that this had approached the psychological threshold for several potential buyers. Private room number 3 bids 4,000 spirit stones. Is there any other fellow cultivator willing to bid? Manager Mu's voice rang out at the right moment, attempting to rekindle the competition. The time had come. Lin Che leaned forward slightly, and without hesitation entered 4,500 spirit stones on the bidding formation. Rather than offering a small increment, he jumped straight by 500 spirit stones. This was more than just a price. It was a powerful signal: I intend to win, and I possess ample wealth. Upon receiving the bid, Manager Mu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise before he loudly announced with barely concealed excitement. The cultivator in private room number 7 bids 4,500 spirit stones. Rustle. This bid was like a boulder thrown into a still lake, instantly causing a wave of hushed commotion throughout the entire venue. Even the cultivators in the general seating area below, who had previously been unconcerned, began whispering amongst themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed toward the private room number 7, shrouded in luminous screen. An increase of 500 in one go. Who is this wealthy patron? Seems like someone who doesn't count their coins. Meanwhile, the private rooms that had been participating in the bidding fell completely silent. Inside private room number 3, a middle-aged cultivator in ornate robes frowned slightly, shook his head, and lowered the hand he had just raised to place another bid. A young disciple beside him whispered, "Master, this. Let it be." The middle-aged cultivator waved his hand dismissively. Although this beast is interesting, the cost is too high. An increase of 500 in one bid shows the other party is determined to win. We need not exhaust our spirit stones over this. The second-tier magical artifacts later are our true objective for this trip. We must conserve our resources. In private room number 6, an elderly man with a sinister expression snorted coldly before finally leaning back into his chair, abandoning his intention to compete. The entire auction venue seemed frozen in shock from Lin Che's thunderous move, plunging into a brief silence. Everyone understood that this price exceeded the cost-effectiveness of the spirit beast. Continuing to bid would bring more loss than gain. Experienced as he was, Manager Mu knew this price had reached its limit and didn't delay. 4,500 spirit stones, first call. His voice echoed through the silent hall. 4,500 spirit stones, second call. He glanced at the private rooms where the earlier bidding had taken place, finding no response. Snap. The small hammer fell with a crisp sound. Sold. Once again, congratulations to the cultivator in private room number 7 for acquiring this spirit beast. After acquiring the illusion crystal treasure-seeking weasel, Lin Che refrained from making any further bids. Though many subsequent treasures elicited gasps of admiration from the crowd, they were either of little use to him, or their value fell short of his expectations. He remained seated in the private chamber, calmly sipping spiritual tea, observing the proceedings with detached composure. When the auction concluded, Xiao Dai once again knocked gently on the door and entered with a graceful step, carrying a brocade tray. Resting on the tray were the azure steel talisman sword and the specially crafted spirit wood cage containing the illusion crystal treasure-seeking weasel, alongside a storage pouch. "Senior, the 2 treasures you have won are here." Xiao Dai's voice was crisp, tinged with professional deference. The 3 Dharma artifacts you consigned fetched a total of 27,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting a 5% handling fee and subtracting your winning bids, the remaining amount is 20,250 spirit stones. Please verify. Lin Che snapped his jade fan shut with a crisp sound, took the storage pouch, and swept his divine sense over it. The count was exact. A warm smile appeared on his face as he praised, "The guild's conduct is indeed swift and straightforward." With a wave of his sleeve, the talisman sword and the beast cage on the table turned into streaks of light and vanished into the storage pouch. The cage containing the treasure-seeking weasel was carefully placed into a specialized spirit beast pouch. The auction over, Lin Che lingered no longer. He gave Xiao Dai a slight nod, then shaking his folding fan, strode with unhurried ease out of the bustling auction hall. He first returned to the inn where he had been staying, quickly changed out of the conspicuous fine robes, and once again disguised himself as an ordinary-looking cultivator. After confirming he was not being followed, he quietly left Finga City. In a desolate spot outside the city, he altered his appearance yet again and even used a breath change pill to completely transform his aura before swaggering back into the city. This time he avoided the Windwalk Guild and instead patronized the Golden Stone Guild shop in the city with a clear goal to purchase several Foundation Establishment stage spells. Since he intended to fly on a sword-to-sword technique was indispensable. He carefully selected a flying sword art called the Flowing Light Shadow Sword Art, which combines speed and unpredictability exactly to his liking. In addition, he chose 2 fire tribute spells, 1 area attack technique, Blazing Phoenix, Soaring Strike, and 1 binding and control technique, Scorching Flame Dragon Shang. Finally, he added a movement technique to enhance mobility, flowing fire shadow step. As for his trump card, it was naturally his innate divine ability, Phoenix Blood True Flame. These spells were also selected to complement that flame. Having acquired the spells, Lin Che lingered no more. He found a secluded valley in an unnamed mountain range near the city, carved out a temporary cave dwelling, and devoted himself to mastering the newly obtained techniques. During this period, he would change his identity every few days and sneak into the city to purchase the rare fire attribute spiritual items that the blazing heaven sacred sparrow required daily. After reaching Foundation establishment, the little creature's food expenses skyrocketed, costing 340 low-grade spirit stones per day, over 10,000 per month. An expenditure that would bankrupt any ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Time passed swiftly. 3 months vanished in the blink of an eye. In Chuyang City, at a tavern called Immortal Welcome Inn, Lin Che ordered several exquisite spiritual dishes, among which the 7-flavor pearl white jade chicken was cooked to perfection, its aroma wafting far and wide. He appeared to be leisurely enjoying the meal, but his mind was focused on gathering information. He chatted amiably with 3 weather-beaten rogue cultivators at the same table. According to what you 3 fellow Taoists say, all the good locations near Chuyang City have already been carved up. Lin Che took a sip of spiritual wine, asking casually, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. A scar-faced man gnawing on a beast leg mumbled, "That's right. The good spots were all taken by those Foundation establishment families long ago. But then again, this place is much safer than the main Finga Pass. Fewer demon beasts, and weaker ones too. Easy to make a living." A lean cultivator beside him shook his head in rebuttal. "Safe, yes, but opportunities to get rich are scarce. Unless you're willing to be a guard for those families or rent their spirit fields. If you want to earn big resources, you have to risk your life at the main pass." He sighed and gulped down a large mouthful of wine. "We're here because we're not strong enough to make a living there." Over the meal, Lin Che gleaned the general layout of Chuyang City from these 3 men. The city was located 200 li outside the westernmost and most remote of the 5 Finga passes, the Tingfeng Pass, nestled against the remnants of the Fulong Mountains. Resources were relatively scarce, and the danger correspondingly smaller. Chuyang City was built on the only third-order spirit vein in the area, and the most valuable bloodthorn forest nearby was also directly controlled by the mysterious puppet sect. This was originally the territory of the Stone-Skin Mountain Ape clan, which was annihilated by 3 golden core cultivators and 5 golden core stage puppets of the mysterious puppet sect, who then established Chuyang City here. After confirming there were no other third-order demon beast threats, the mysterious puppet sect ceased further development and left the rest of the area for rogue cultivators to explore on their own. Among these areas, the good locations with second-order spirit veins suitable for establishing families had already been occupied by 5 Foundation establishment forces. The remaining half of the region was still perilous, infested with demon beasts, and not fully cleared, the very places where numerous chi-refining rogue cultivators ventured. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Che saw off the 3 rogue cultivators, then spread a beast-hide map on the table and studied it carefully, cross-referencing the information he had just obtained. The 5 major undeveloped areas were marked on the map: Stone Maze, Spirit Herb Valley, Black Tooth, Swamp Silent Forest, and Starfall Lake. His fingertip traced slowly over the map as he muttered in analysis. The flat valley of Spirit Herb Valley has already been taken by the Alchemy Chin family. The remaining precipitous areas are infested with a flock of blue-eyed eagles, including 5 Foundation establishment demon birds. Not easy to deal with. The Stone Maze and Blacktooth Swamp have harsh environments with second-order demon beast clans, not ideal for establishing a family. Silent Forest has the richest resources and the largest area, but it borders the Fulong Mountains and is home to the Shadow Moon Wolf King, a second-order peak demon beast clan. Too risky. Finally, his gaze settled on the Starfall Lake region. This area had the best environment. Thanks to abundant moisture from the lake, vegetation flourished, and spiritual herbs grew. The main threat was only the iron-armored crocodile turtle clan in the lake. As long as one didn't approach the lake center, the danger was minimal. Why is such a suitable place unoccupied? Lin Che wondered, but upon closer inspection he understood. The core area of Starfall Lake had no second-order spirit vein at all. Only a few barren first-order spirit veins were scattered around the lake's periphery. For a Foundation establishment family, a second-order spirit vein was essential, so naturally no one had established a family there. I came a step too late after all. Lin Che sighed softly, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the map on Starfall Lake. Nevertheless, he decided to personally investigate the area. If the location was truly unsuitable, he would have to consider the perilous Silent Forest. About 1 li from Chuyang City, he found a secluded spot. With a subtle movement, his bones emitted a series of fine clicks, and his features rippled like water, returning to his true appearance. A handsome face with sharp brows and bright eyes, resolute, yet elegant. Since he had decided to settle here, there was no need to hide his identity. He changed into a clean blue robe, strapped the Azure Mystic Star Sword, sheathed in a jade scabbard, to his back, assuming the appearance of a cultivator dedicated to the way of the sword. This move was intended to keep a low profile, for he had learned that there was a beast-taming family, the Zhou family, in this area, and he did not want to attract their undue attention too early. The Dharma artifact had been refined by Lin Che. With a thought, the sword behind him responded with a clear chime, automatically unsheathing 3 inches of cold light flashing. This Azure Mystic Star Sword, upgraded from the Azure Steel Talisman Sword, was now a second-order top-grade Dharma artifact. The blade was longer and more elegant than before, with a dark cyan body dotted with starlight. The original 3 basic runes had evolved into the more profound army-breaking shadow tracing and immovable runes, its power incomparable to before. Rise! Lin Che formed a sword seal with his hand and uttered a low command. The Azure Mystic Star Sword fully unsheathed, transforming into a dark cyan stream of starlight that hovered steadily a foot before him, the blade vibrating with a joyful hum. He leaped lightly and landed gracefully on the blade. His mind connected with the sword's spirit, and the liquid true essence within him surged forth, pouring into the flying sword beneath his feet. Swoosh! The next moment, the sword light blazed, carrying Lin Che as a cyan rainbow that tore through the sky, instantly reaching dozens of zhang away. A powerful gust of wind rushed toward him, but it was easily parted by the sword aura shield that automatically emerged around him. Mountains and rivers receded swiftly beneath his feet, clouds seemed within reach, and an unprecedented sense of freedom and exhilaration welled up in his heart. Flying on a sword through the clouds. This was a dream he had cherished in his past life, and now it had finally come true. This feeling is truly wonderful. With a thought, he guided the Azure Mystic Star Sword and sped toward Starfall Lake. The sword light, like a cyan gleam, leisurely traced across the low sky. Lin Che stood with his hands behind his back on the Qingxian Star Sword, his robes fluttering in the wind. He did not fully drive the flying sword, but deliberately slowed his pace. His eyes were like torches, constantly scanning the rolling mountains and forests below, along with the sparse figures of cultivators moving among them. Most of what he saw along the way were chi refining cultivators struggling for a living. Occasionally, he encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator also riding a magic artifact. The two would merely exchange a distant glance, then tacitly go their separate ways without disturbing each other. After flying for about 2 hours, a cluster of lakes resembling scattered stars falling to the mortal world finally came into view. The lake water shimmered under the sunlight. Large and small lakes were scattered like stars, with one large lake in the center surrounded by 7 smaller ones. This was the Shattered Star Lake. Lin Che carefully surveyed the outskirts of the Shattered Star Lake area on his sword. As the intelligence had stated, the only 3 first-order spirit veins in the region were not only barren, but had already been occupied by cultivators who arrived earlier. He shook his head helplessly, turned his flying sword, and descended toward the dense, uninhabited forest deep within the Shattered Star Lake. The sword light faded and Lin Che landed gracefully. The Qingxian Star Sword let out a soft hum and obediently returned to the scabbard on his back. Little one, it's your turn. See what good things are hidden around here. Lin Che transmitted his thoughts, his tone gentle. A faint light flashed at the mouth of the spirit beast pouch, and a small head timidly poked out. It was the Huanjing Miyuan beast. Its large glassy eyes first quickly and warily scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. Its long antennae trembled slightly, sensing the flow of spiritual energy around. Its eyes held both fear of the unknown and an irrepressible innate curiosity. Alright, little one. With me here, no one can hurt you. Woo! Feeling the warmth and reassuring presence from Lin Che's palm, the Huanjing Miyuan beast let out a dependent chirp, relaxed, and nuzzled its head affectionately against his chest. Only then did it feel completely at ease and began actively twitching its nose to sense carefully. After 3 months of day and night communication using the heart of 10,000 beasts and patient feeding with her favorite spirit items, the little one finally opened its heart to him. Lin Che also condensed a soul seal and forged a stable beast-taming contract with it. He had already used the system to elevate its bloodline to second-order top grade. At this moment, the Huanjing Miyuan beast's body was more elegant and slender than when first seen. Its fur color had changed from deep purple to a more mysterious dark violet, and the spots on its body began to faintly glow like stars in the night sky. Huanjing Miyuan beast. Level Chi refining layer 4. Bloodline grade second order top grade. Bloodline divine ability. Spiritual guidance superior divine ability. After consuming higher grade 7 colored illusory crystal, it can not only sense nearby objects containing spiritual energy, but also gain an additional 1 to 2 pieces of vague spiritual guidance information. Crystal Core Digestion inferior divine ability. It can efficiently process 7 colored illusory crystals and draw power from them to upgrade its bloodline. Divine Crystal Escape Art inferior divine ability not awakened. Inherited technique none. Profile: after consuming a large number of illusory light crystals, its bloodline underwent a deep awakening, reaching a new height in sensing and controlling spirit objects and crystals. After the bloodline completed its advancement, its innate divine ability also transformed with effects far surpassing the past. Spiritual guidance no longer merely points to the location of a spirit object. It can additionally capture one or two vague pieces of spiritual information, perhaps the target's attribute characteristics, its vitality state, or even a faint perception of potential danger. However, to activate this enhanced divine ability, the required medium had also changed. It must consume the rarer second-order mineral 7-colored illusory crystal to trigger it. In the market, one such crystal costs as much as 2,400 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Che only had 3 pieces in hand which have been upgraded from illusory light crystals. This type of crystal usually forms only in areas with chaotic space, such as broken spirit vein sites or ancient battlefields. Over the past few months, he had visited all major shops in Burning Bone City, but had only managed to collect 3 pieces. As for the 7-colored illusory crystal, its formation conditions were even more stringent. It required placing an illusory light crystal at the core node of a second-order or higher spirit vein, subjecting it to a century of spiritual nourishment and sedimentation before it had a chance to mutate. Because its uses were extremely rare and the cultivation process took too long, almost no faction would invest resources to cultivate it specifically. Most of the ones circulating on the market came from excavations of ancient ruins. The bloodline advancement of the Huanjing Miyuan beast simply involved eating illusory light crystals in their upgraded forms. Truly quite simple. Back then, the Wind Traveler Merchant Guild might have known its evolution path, but they still chose to sell this beast rather than keep it for their own cultivation. The reason was that the input and output were simply disproportionate. The cost-performance ratio was too low. But this was no pressure for Lin Che. For him, as long as the number of basic illusory light crystals was sufficient, it was not difficult to advance to second order, let alone to challenge the third order bloodline in the future. Relying on the power of the system, he could completely bypass the long century of sedimentation and directly upgrade an illusory light crystal to a 7-colored illusory crystal. Without hesitation, he took out a crystal that shimmered with flowing light and contained 7-colored radiance and held it to the little one's mouth. Eat up, it's up to you. The Huanjing Miyuan beast's glassy eyes instantly lit up. Its 2 little paws quickly grabbed the crystal, which was larger than its own head, and began to crunch happily. The hard crystal in its mouth was like a sweet brittle candy. As the 7-colored illusory crystal went down, a hazy 7-colored halo emanated from its body. Its large eyes suddenly became as deep and sparkling as the 7-colored illusory crystal itself. Over there. Something good. A clear, slightly excited thought transmitted into Lin Che's mind, and at the same time it raised its little paw, pointing firmly toward a direction on the right side of the forest. Lin Che's eyes sharpened. Without hesitation, he moved and stepped onto his flying sword, transforming into a cyan rainbow as he sped toward the indicated direction. In just a moment, he found a small flower quietly blooming in the shade at the root of a gnarled ancient tree. Its petals were pale white with a ring of light yellow halo at the center, emitting a faint aura of tranquility. First-order low-grade, clear heart flower. Lin Che recognized it at a glance. System upgraded. With a thought, the familiar golden light emerged, enveloping the clear heart flower like quicksilver. Under the power of the system's laws, the plant underwent a visible transformation. Its petals turned moon-white, its leaves became dark green, and it emitted a cool, faint light. The fragrance became restrained and deep. Soul-condensing orchid, a second-order low-grade spirit plant, not bad. Lin Che nodded with satisfaction, carefully used his true essence to uproot it, and placed it into a prepared jade box for sealing. This transaction alone would yield nearly 400 spirit stones in profit. Just then, the little Miyuan in his arms let out another urgent chirp, its gem-like pupils looking toward another direction. Master, red over there. Very strong vitality. The thought it transmitted carried a hint of excitement at discovering a major target. Red, strong vitality. Lin Che's heart stirred. It should be a fire-attributed spirit object, or possibly a fire-attributed spirit beast. He immediately raised his vigilance, mounted his flying sword, and silently flew toward the newly indicated direction. Soon the man and the beast arrived at a cave half hidden by vines. The cave mouth was deep, and a faint warm breath seeped out from within. Lin Che stopped, sending his powerful divine sense like a tide into the cave. However, he found the interior winding and deep, and could not reach the bottom for the time being. It seems we need to go in and take a look. He mused. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and the Qingxian star sword unsheathed at his command, transforming into several sharp sword lights that sliced through the obstructive vines and rocks as easily as cutting tofu, leveling and widening the cave entrance. At the same time, with a thought, a crimson gold stream of light flew out from the spirit beast pouch and landed beside him, revealing the majestic form of the Fun Tian Shengke. The moment she appeared, the pressure of the Foundation establishment realm involuntarily spread out. Her crimson gold wings fluttered slightly, carrying a scorching noble aura. This powerful pressure instantly enveloped the Huanjing Miyuan beast in Lin Che's arms. Frightened, the little ones first stood on end, and it let out a squeak of terror, frantically burrowing into Lin Che's chest, leaving only a pair of fearful eyes to sneak a peek at that majestic, big bird. All right, Kair, restrain yourself. Don't scare her. Lin Che smiled helplessly, reached out to gently stroke the trembling little one in his arms, while circulating his cultivation technique to shield her from the intimidating pressure. We're all family, we should get along. Oomph. The Fun Tian Shanke turned her slender neck, her molten gold eyes glancing at the little ball hiding in her master's arms, her gaze full of disdain and a hint of barely noticeable jealousy. She raised her head proudly, using her actions to show displeasure toward this newcomer who only knew how to act spoiled. Through the close bond of the lifeblood spirit contract, Lin Che clearly sensed the Fun Tian Shanke's little, losing favor, mood, and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently stroked the Fun Tian Shanke's smooth satin-like neck feathers, slowly soothing her with his heart-mind. After calming the emotions of both little ones, Lin Che's gaze once again turned to the deep, unknown cave. Let's go. Let's see what exactly is hidden inside. The cave entrance was cleverly concealed by layers of vines and scattered rocks, making it extremely inconspicuous, yet the interior was a hidden world of its own. As soon as one stepped inside, a wave of scorching heat rushed forward, forming a stark contrast to the cool, moist air of the Suishing Lake area outside. The passage was initially narrow, allowing only a single person to pass, with the rock walls covered in dry cracks. As one went deeper, the space gradually widened, and the slope underfoot showed a clear downward trend, indicating that the cave extended deep into the earth. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur, and the fire-attributed spiritual energy became unusually active, with the temperature steadily rising as they delved deeper. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a huge underground cavern. From the cave ceiling hung a few faintly glowing red crystals, casting the interior in a dark red hue. The most alarming sight was on the ground in the center of the cavern, several winding cracks from which dark red earth fire slowly flowed like blood, emitting a suffocating wave of heat. Be on guard. Lin Che looked solemn, gripping the hilt of the Qingxian starry sword with his reverse hand, and shot a meaningful glance at the Fintian Shanke beside him. Years of fighting side by side had cultivated an excellent rapport. A glint of sharpness flashed in Fintian Shank's molten golden eyes, and with a slight flutter of her wings, the crimson golden phoenix blood, true fire, began to circulate among her feathers, ready to strike. Lin Che stepped into the main cavern with his sword drawn, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the scene deep within. In an instant, he understood why there was such an abundance of fire elements in this water vapor-rich place. This place was actually naturally connected to an active branch of the earth fire vein. The scorching energy originating from the depths of the earth was nearly inexhaustible. If guided and controlled by a formation, it would undoubtedly be an excellent treasure site for building alchemy and artifact chambers, absolutely capable of strengthening the family's foundation. At this moment, his evaluation of the Suishing Lake area improved once again. Over there. That's what I sensed. The Huanjing Miyuan beast in his arms suddenly extended its small paw, excitedly pointing toward the left side of the cavern near the rock wall. Lin Che followed the direction of the paw and saw a peculiar tree stubbornly growing on the scorching rock ground. The tree was about 1 zhang tall, with sturdy branches and leaves that were not green but a brilliant golden yellow, as if constantly absorbing the heat and spiritual energy emanating from the earth fire. Hanging from the tree were over a dozen fruits resembling apricots with a warm orange-yellow peel. Even from several zhang away, one could feel the slight heat they emitted. Muyang fruit tree. With the help of the system, Lin Che instantly understood the origin of this tree. Its fruit, the Muyang fruit, was an excellent product for qi refining stage cultivators to warm and nourish their cultivation and expel cold toxins. Whether taken directly or refined into Muyang pills, its value was far beyond that of the previous Qingxian flowers. Even this mature Muyang fruit tree itself was worth 300 spirit stones, and that was before its upgrade. Overjoyed, he was about to step forward to upgrade it, when his expression suddenly changed, as he sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy rapidly approaching from the deepest part of the cave. Retreat! Lin Che shouted in a low voice, swiftly retreating, while his true essence surged wildly, pouring into the Qingxian starry sword. On the sword blade, the immobility rune instantly lit up, and a solid, thick barrier of sword qi swirling with earth-yellow runes rapidly expanded to protect him. Clang! Fintian Shanke reacted faster, and amidst a clear and melodious phoenix cry, the 7 life-bound feathers on her tail transformed into 7 flying swords, burning with golden red flames sliding out of their sheaths with a clang. They arranged a profound flame sword array in front of her, and Lin Che, the space at the edges of the array slightly distorted by the high temperature. The next moment, a highly compressed crimson fireball containing destructive energy shot out from the depths of the cave like a falling star. Wherever the fireball passed, the air roared with explosions. Even in this already scorching cave, the temperature it emitted was terrifying. Boom! The fireball violently slammed into the sword array and barrier, then exploded. The violent shockwave mixed with scorching flames swept in all directions, instantly turning a large area of the cavern into a sea of fire. Within the flames, a massive figure stepped through the fire waves, approaching step by step. It was a giant tiger over 3 meters in length, its entire body covered in fiery red, firm muscles bulging with power. The most peculiar thing was its tail, which was not an ordinary tiger's tail, but a bundle of blazing flames shaped like a torch, scattering sparks with every swing. Its golden red tiger eyes burned with raging flames, fixedly locking onto the intruders. Second-rank top-grade crimson flame tiger. Lin Che immediately recognized this beast, but what made his heart sink even more was the powerful spiritual pressure and the signature protective chi aura on the opponent. This was definitely Foundation Establishment late stage. The crimson flame tiger let out a deafening roar, its sound waves echoing through the cavern. It pushed off the ground with all 4 limbs, and flames burst out around its body, making it seem like a huge moving fireball. With a ferocious aura that seemed to burn everything, it pounced toward Lin Che. Even from a distance, the scorching wind made him feel a stinging pain on his face. Lin Che's eyes were sharp. Although he had not expected his first battle after Foundation Establishment to be against a late-stage Foundation Establishment demon beast, he showed no fear. He changed his sword gesture, and the newly learned Foundation Establishment spell Blazing Flame, Binding Dragon Rope, was instantly activated. He shouted in a low voice, "Bind." Before his words had faded, 2 scorching flame chains materialized in front of him, like living fire snakes winding left and right toward the crimson flame tiger. At the moment of approach, the fire chains suddenly split into a dozen thinner flame ropes, nimbly and precisely winding around the crimson flame tiger's limbs and torso, causing its pounce to abruptly stall. Now, without needing Lin Che to say more, Finchen Shunke understood immediately. The 7 feather flying swords transformed into 7 streams of golden red light, carrying the phoenix blood true fire that could burn everything, and slashed at the bound crimson flame tiger from different angles. Where the true fire passed, the protective flames on the crimson flame tiger's body melted like snow, burned through, leaving scorched black sword marks on its tough hide. Roar! The intense pain fully aroused the crimson flame tiger's ferocity. It violently shattered the flame restraints, and dangerous blood-red light appeared on its claws. With the power to tear metal and stone, it fiercely swiped at the nearby feather-flying swords. Finchen Shunke gave a cold snort, and with a slight movement of her divine sense, the 7 flying swords moved, as if they were part of her own body, tracing exquisite trajectories in the air and easily evading this furious strike. Then the sword momentum changed again. The 7 swords suddenly converged in midair, forming a murderous 7-pointed star sword array. The divine ability 7 Feathers Burning Heaven Sword. Once the sword array was formed, its power doubled. 7 colossal sword chi condensed like solid matter converged into one, carrying even more blazing phoenix blood true fire. In an instant, they tore through the crimson flame tiger's protective chi, leaving a ferocious wound deep enough to show bone on its solid chest, and hot beast blood sprayed out. Ayo! The sharp pain in its chest caused the crimson flame tiger to let out a roar mixed with pain and fury. The crimson flame tiger's pupils, burning with golden red flames, locked intently onto the phoenix heaven sacred finch. The primal fear from deep within its bloodline clashed violently with the ferocious instinct to defend its territory. It could distinctly sense the noble and powerful bloodline pressure flowing within its opponent. Yet the dignity of being king of this underground fire cavern and the fury of territorial invasion ultimately overwhelmed that sliver of fear. Its vermilion fur rippled without wind flames upon it, suddenly intensifying. Vast quantities of pure demonic energy frantically gathered and compressed within its gaping maw, rapidly forming a dark crimson fireball no larger than a watermelon, yet radiating a terrifying destructive aura. Lin Che's brow furrowed at the sight, instinctively reaching for his sword. However, a supremely arrogant thought echoed first through his mind. Master, simply observe. This ignorant big cat will be dealt with by me. Hearing this, Lin Che halted his advance, a flicker of anticipation dancing in his eyes. He yearned to witness the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch's true strength after Foundation establishment. In the next instant, the crimson flame tiger opened its massive jaws wide, launching the compressed dark fireball like a meteor, hurtling directly toward the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch. Yet the moment the fireball left its mouth, a sudden transformation occurred. The crimson flame tiger's blood chi erupted violently, igniting like a layer of blood flame as its divine ability, blood-burning sprint, instantly activated. Its form left a phantom image in its original position, its true body transforming into a barely perceptible crimson light, moving even faster than the fireball to flank and directly assault the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch. This pounce carried all its strength and ferocity, determined to shred this noble intruder. Insignificant trick. A glint of disdain flickered in the phoenix heaven sacred finch's molten gold eyes. She gracefully spread her wings and golden-red divine fire surged upward as the divine ability, Phoenix Flame Avatar, activated. In an instant, two Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch avatars materialized beside her, identical to her true form, even sharing the same aura. More astonishingly, these two avatars simultaneously manifested the same divine ability upon formation. In the blink of an eye, four sacred finch silhouettes burning with phoenix blood, true fire closed in, each taking position to construct an inescapable flame cage, completely sealing off the Crimson Flame Tiger's every possible escape route. The Crimson Flame Tiger's decisive pounce was blocked, its path cut off. Enraged beyond measure, its massive claw wreathed in burning blood flames slammed toward the nearest avatar with devastating force. Clang! The feather-flying sword before the avatar was forcibly deflected by this furious strike. The sharp tiger claw landed directly on the avatar without any hesitation, leaving several bone-deep wounds that nearly tore the avatar apart. However, before the Crimson Flame Tiger could pursue its advantage, an unbelievable scene unfolded in its fierce eyes. From the bone-deep wounds, molten gold flames gushed forth. Flesh writhed and regenerated with lifelike vitality, and in an instant those terrifying injuries vanished without a trace. This was precisely the supreme-grade divine ability, Nirvana Rebirth, of the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch. Lin Che nodded with satisfaction from afar. Roar, how is this possible? The Crimson Flame Tiger's pupils constricted sharply, and for the first time an expression of utter stupor appeared on its massive tiger head. Everything happening before its eyes completely shattered its understanding. How could it heal so quickly? Seizing the moment her opponent's mind was shaken, the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch. Chirp! The four avatars simultaneously let out clear phoenix cries, each controlling feather-flying swords to reform the murderous seven-feather Phoenix Heaven Sword formation. Though slightly smaller in scale, with four formations activated simultaneously, four brilliant seven-pointed star sword lights attacked from extremely cunning angles, each carrying terrifying power enough to severely injure a late Foundation establishment cultivator. The Crimson Flame Tiger was forced into full defensive mode, frantically swinging its sharp claws and igniting flames to resist. Its protective chi shield fluctuated violently under the relentless sword chi barrage, flickering like a dying flame, while new charred sword marks continuously appeared on its body. To make matters worse, the blood-burning sprint, berserk state, was rapidly fading. An intense wave of weakness swept through its entire body, its movements visibly slowing, and heavy panting echoed through the cavern. Observing this, the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch's true form's eyes blazed with golden light, like two miniature suns. It's over. Her icy voice proclaimed the battle's end. The seven native feather-flying swords shone brilliantly, resonating with the four avatars' sword momentum, their energies interlinking, ultimately merging into one massive golden-red sword chi torrent. In an instant it pierced through the Crimson Flame Tiger's already dim and fragile protective chi shield that was on the verge of collapse. Thump! Dense muffled sounds of sword chi piercing flesh rang out in quick succession. The Crimson Flame Tiger's surrounding flames were completely extinguished. Its massive body was covered with crisscrossing sword wounds, and scalding beast blood gushed from the injuries like a spring dyeing the rocks beneath it a dark crimson. It let out a mournful roar filled with boundless unwillingness and pain. Its colossal body swayed, then collapsed powerlessly onto the scorching rock ground, with only the faintest breath remaining to prove it still lived. Lin Che watched the entire battle from the sidelines, his heart filled with gratification and admiration. Deserving of its supreme fourth-rank bloodline, such combat power is truly terrifying. He nodded secretly to himself. If the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch also reached late Foundation establishment, resolving this Crimson Flame Tiger might truly take only one or two moves. Feeling the ease and superiority of conquering enemies through a powerful spirit beast without fighting personally, Lin Che felt the massive spirit stones invested before were utterly worthwhile. Hearing this, the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch gracefully folded its wings, lifting its slender and proud neck, its molten gold eyes gleaming with a hint of smugness. It deliberately glanced at the illusory crystal beast still hiding in Lin Che's arms, only its two eyes visible. That gaze seemed to say, "See, who's most useful to master?" Seeing this, Lin Che couldn't help but smile. It seemed the arrival of this little one had sparked a bit of competitive spirit in the Phoenix Heaven Sacred Finch. His gaze turned to the fallen Crimson Flame Tiger. At this moment, the massive tiger was barely breathing, grievously wounded, posing no threat whatsoever. Lin Che approached slowly. Sensing his approach, the Crimson Flame Tiger struggled to lift its heavy eyelids. Those pupils, still burning with unyielding flame, were filled with unwillingness and fury, yet devoid of any fear or regret. Through the myriad beasts' heart, Lin Che distinctly captured this pure and stubborn emotion, and a sense of speechlessness and curiosity arose in his heart. He gathered his spiritual sense and transmitted his question: is it really necessary to fight so desperately? Is a first-rank spirit tree really worth this? In the brutal world of demon beasts, where the strong prey on the weak, most beasts, when confronted with an opponent beyond their power, prioritize survival and flee far away at the first sign of danger. A creature like the Crimson Flame Tiger, who, knowing full well it couldn't win, still fought to the death without retreat, even burning its own essence blood to unleash a desperate technique, was truly an anomaly. Receiving the spiritual fluctuation from Lin Che, filled with goodwill and bewilderment, the Crimson Flame Tiger's eyes flickered with evident surprise. It clearly hadn't expected this human to not only possess formidable strength, but also such an extraordinary ability. You invaded my territory. A weak yet still defiant and savage spiritual thought came through intermittently, showing no sign of backing down. Lin Che understood immediately. For some demon beasts of extraordinary bloodline, and innate power, territorial awareness, and personal dignity sometimes outweighed life itself. The Crimson Flame Tiger was evidently such a creature, its pride carved into its very bones not to be violated. This unyielding spirit of preferring death to submission actually stirred something in Lin Che's heart, birthing a desire to cherish this talent. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the sunfruit tree. System upgraded. As his thought descended, the familiar golden radiance surged forth, enveloping the entire tree like a warm tide. Under the influence of the laws of the world, the tree began a staggering transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its trunk rose section by section, rapidly growing from 3 meters to over 10 meters, becoming thicker and more gnarled. When the light faded, the advanced spirit tree revealed its new form. Its original golden leaves had transformed into a more brilliant crimson gold, as if forged from molten gold, each leaf shimmering with abundant fire spirit light. The fruits on the tree had grown larger, their entire bodies a deep crimson, with what seemed like flowing magma beneath the skin, emitting pure and vast fire attributes, spiritual energy, and solar essence. This was the second-grade mid-tier spirit plant, the Crimson Sun Spirit Tree. Its fruit, the Crimson Sun Fruit, was a treasure for Foundation Establishment Stage fire attribute cultivators, enhancing cultivation and tempering the body, far surpassing the previous Sun Fruit in value. If this entire mature Crimson Sun Spirit Tree were put up for auction, its value could reach 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a single Crimson Sun Fruit alone would be worth 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Che carefully picked 6 of the plumpest Crimson Sun Fruits from the tree and returned to the Crimson Flame Tiger's side. You see, these Crimson Sun Fruits are far superior to the Sun Fruit you were guarding, aren't they? Lin Che placed the 6 fruits, exuding an enticing aroma and pure energy, right before the Crimson Flame Tiger's snout. Consider these 6 fruits as compensation for stepping into your territory. What do you say? The Crimson Flame Tiger's massive pupils reflected the crimson, alluring fruits. Its mind was filled with bewilderment. Why isn't he killing me? That tree. How did it? Just moments ago, when Lin Che hadn't slain it, but instead went to the tree, it had been filled with confusion. When it witnessed the impossible ascension with its own eyes, the shock within it was beyond measure. That power. Was that the aura of the laws? This human, who exactly is he? It could clearly sense the immense energy within the Crimson Sun Fruit, greatly beneficial to it, far surpassing the previous Sun Fruit. These fruits. I want them. Eating them will surely make me stronger. It had originally thought all this was beyond its reach, given its mortal wounds. Yet this human holding these precious fruits returned to its side, and even called them compensation. Why? Why? Not killing me, but giving me benefits. The Crimson Flame Tiger's thoughts were utterly chaotic, its massive head filled with bewilderment and incomprehension. The unyielding ferocity within it had unconsciously dissipated by half amid its confusion. Sensing the violent shift in its emotions, Lin Che's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He took another item from his storage pouch, a second-grade superior blood jade dragon marrow fruit. Inside the fruit, a sinuous blood dragon-shaped spiritual marrow moved slowly, like a living creature radiating a vast life force and blood energy. It was an excellent healing spirit fruit. Lin Che had 3 of them originally intended for himself and his spirit beasts, never expecting they would first benefit this creature. Here, eat this. It will heal your wounds. Lin Che offered the dragon marrow fruit to the Crimson Flame Tiger's mouth. This is such pure life force. The Crimson Flame Tiger's pupils dilated sharply. The instinct of a gravely wounded body, craving life energy, was overwhelming. At that moment it faced a choice: either silently await death here or trust this strangely behaving human who seemed to harbor no ill will. The stubborn pride in its eyes finally began to waver under the weight of survival instinct and the successive shocks. After a moment of hesitation, it eventually opened its mouth slightly and swallowed the blood jade dragon marrow fruit. As the fruit entered its stomach, it transformed into a warm and mighty torrent of life. The dragon-shaped spiritual marrow precisely traveled to various wounds, repairing damaged meridians and mending torn flesh wherever it passed. Lin Che simultaneously extended his hand, his palm covered in gentle wood attribute true essence, gently pressing it against the crimson flame tiger's forehead to help guide the medicinal power and accelerate recovery. In less than half an hour, with the precious blood jade dragon marrow fruit and Lin Che's assistance, the crimson flame tiger was able to stand again. It stretched its body and found that its injuries had mostly healed and its strength had recovered to about 70%. It looked at Lin Che with a complex expression. Proud as it was, it could not bring itself to repay kindness with enmity or ambush its savior, yet the man was still the one who had invaded its territory. Thus it stood before Lin Che, torn by contradiction. Through the heart of 10,000 beasts, Lin Che had been constantly sensing its inner turmoil, from rage and confusion to shock, and now this complex emotion, and knew the time was ripe. Phew, there we go. Lin Che clapped his hands and pushed the 6 crimson sun fruits again before the crimson flame tiger. As promised, these are yours. He really gave them to me. He didn't deceive me. The crimson flame tiger stared at the luscious radiant fruits, exuding tempting energy, its eyes filled with longing and a hint of disbelief. As a demon beast with limited intelligence, Lin Che's series of unconventional actions left its simple, straightforward mind struggling to process. Lin Che considerately stepped back 2 paces to signal it could eat. Only then did the crimson flame tiger lower its head, carefully pick up a crimson sun fruit, and begin to chew. Instantly the rich, sweet juice burst in its mouth, and a pure, gentle solar essence and fire attribute energy coursed through its limbs and body, nourishing its flesh and bloodline. So delicious. And my demonic power is growing. The crimson flame tiger's eyes blazed with unprecedented brightness, its face showing an expression of utter satisfaction and bliss, even emitting an involuntary contented growl. After it had savored the fruit, Lin Che finally revealed his true intent, smiling as he extended the invitation. How does it taste? I would like to invite you to become my companion, just like Sparrow. As long as you agree, fire attribute spiritual treasures like these will be in ample supply. Become his companion. Though its intelligence wasn't high, it roughly understood Lin Che's meaning. It was to be like that big bird. Looking at the red figure behind him, whose body exuded such a rich and noble bloodline, even that creature had chosen submission. Becoming his spirit beast was not unacceptable, and moreover, if it became his spirit beast, could it also grow stronger? The temptation of delicious food and the yearning for power ultimately overcame the last trace of hesitation. It let out a low whimper, walked up to Lin Che, and slowly lowered its enormous head, once a symbol of majesty and power, reduced the temperature of its body flames, and gently rubbed its forehead against the back of Lin Che's hand. This gesture expressed its submission and obedience. The nearby blazing heaven Saint Sparrow, witnessing this, turned its head away in disdain and let out a light snort. Humph, bowing your head for a few fruits. Truly disgraceful to the face of us fire attribute spirit beasts. Lin Che, however, was in high spirits, never expecting such a bountiful harvest from this trip. Seizing the moment, he immediately split off a strand of divine sense, condensed a beast-taming soul seal, and slowly infused it into the unresisting sea of consciousness of the crimson flame tiger. As the soul seal merged, the crimson flame tiger instantly felt a marvelous, intimately close spiritual connection with Lin Che, and its gaze toward him grew even more docile. Lin Che vigorously rubbed the crimson flame tiger's furry large head, its texture somewhat coarse, far inferior to the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow's feathers or the illusion crystal fate-seeking beast's soft fur, but he was still delighted. Then he began to attend to the main task, transplanting the crimson sun spirit tree. This was a delicate technical operation. He took out a second-grade jade shovel specially designed for transplanting spirit plants and carefully began to dig around the tree within a 3-meter radius. Where roots intertwined, he avoided them when possible. Where impossible, he used a sharp jade knife to cut them swiftly and cleanly. Eventually, he shaped a large soil ball wrapped in plenty of native earth. He carefully wrapped the soil ball with silk soaked in spiritual water to lock in the tree's essence, then affixed a soul-calming talisman to the trunk to soothe any spiritual disturbance caused by the move. After completing all this, Lin Che breathed a sigh of relief and carefully stored the entire crimson sun spirit tree into his storage pouch. All right, let's go. Lin Che, in high spirits, led his newly tamed crimson flame tiger, the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow, and the illusion crystal fate-seeking beast nestled in his arms, and turned to walk out of the cave. However, the moment he stepped out of the cave, before he could even breathe in the fresh air, Lin Che's keen divine sense detected a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy not far away. A battle was taking place. Almost simultaneously, a panicked woman's voice rang out. "You, what are you doing? Stay back." Lin Che frowned slightly upon hearing the clash of weapons nearby. He did not wish for the recently discovered Earthfire cave to attract others' attention. Swiftly he waved his sleeve and retrieved the 3 spirit beasts into their spirit beast pouch. Then with a flurry of hand seals, over a dozen formation flags shot precisely into the surrounding rock walls and ground, instantly activating a second-grade concealment formation. A faint mist rose seamlessly, blending the cave entrance into the surrounding mountains and trees, making it impossible to detect. After doing all this, Lin Che finally turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. His divine sense spread silently like quicksilver, instantly probing the distant situation with crystal clarity. It was merely a few chi refining stage cultivators locked in conflict. He felt a bit relieved and prepared to see what was happening. Go! With a move of his sword formula in his mind, the Azure Star sword let out a clear resonant hum, and carrying Lin Che, it transformed into a streak of cyan light, flying toward the direction of the battle. He did not deliberately conceal his figure or aura. The spiritual pressure of Foundation establishment naturally spread like ripples. The 2 sides in the battle below immediately sensed this powerful aura and simultaneously stopped fighting. In the scene, 3 mid-stage chi refining cultivators were in a siege formation. Surrounded in the middle was a young girl who appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old. Her clothes were torn in several places, her cheeks smeared with dust, and a trace of blood hung at the corner of her mouth. In her hand, she tightly gripped a short sword with dim spiritual light. Her eyes were filled with confusion, unwillingness, and a hint of despair, on the verge of hopelessness. The ones besieging her were 2 male cultivators dressed in identical cyan martial outfits with an embroidered Chun character emblem on their chests. The leader was a tall, thin young man with an arrogant face and frivolous eyes. He wielded a blazing flame blade with flames flickering along its edge, clearly practicing a fire-type cultivation technique. His gaze toward the girl was mocking, like a cat toying with a mouse. The other man was stocky and fierce-looking, wielding a pair of heavy mountain-cleaving axes with earthy yellow spiritual light flickering around him. Likely a cultivator skilled in defense and strength. Please, senior, save me. Hearing this, Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly. Are we that close? So lacking in boundaries. However, before Lin Che could respond, the 2 Qin cultivators spoke first with an extremely arrogant attitude. The tall, thin young man leveled his blazing flame blade, glanced at Lin Che sideways, and said disdainfully, "Where did this rogue cultivator come from? Can't you see that the Chun family of Spirit Grass Valley is conducting business here? If you know what's good for you, get lost and mind your own business." These words left Lin Che momentarily stunned. At this moment, he was not pretending about his cultivation. His Foundation establishment spiritual pressure was fully exposed. How could these 2 chi refining little cultivators dare to be so arrogant? The stocky cultivator stepped forward, clashing his 2 axes with a dull clang, and explained with disdain, "Where did this rogue cultivator come from? Do you know we are members of the Qin family? Our ancestor is from the Xiangui sect, and is also a disciple of the current Golden Core True Person, the city lord of Chuyang City. Don't even think about it. You're just a mere Foundation establishment rogue cultivator. Can you afford to provoke us? Get lost now." So Lin Che understood the reason. No wonder the Chun family members were so arrogant. Seeing the contemplative expression on Lin Che's face, the tall, thin young man thought he was scared and laughed triumphantly. "What? Now you know fear. Is Foundation establishment such a big deal? In this Chuyang territory, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. If you dare to meddle in our Chun family's affairs, be careful that you can't handle the consequences." Lin Che was speechless. Even if your background is impressive, if you're so arrogant and offend people outside, can they save you in time? Although he was once a cultivator of a demon sect, he had now taken the righteous path, so naturally, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. If they had spoken nicely, as long as the earth fire was not exposed, he would have let them go. But they were so arrogant, even more arrogant than himself, so Lin Che would not tolerate them. He stood on the flying sword, circulating his mana. Chirp! A clear, resonant bird cry rang out. The air behind him suddenly twisted, and blazing fire attribute True Essence instantly condensed into a lifelike crimson flame sparrow with a wingspan over 10 feet. The flame sparrow flapped its wings, emitting scorching heat that curled the surrounding grass and leaves. The arrogance on the 2 Qin cultivators' faces instantly froze, replaced by utter terror. "You? How dare you? I am a cultivator of the Qin family." Lin Che's eyes were indifferent, and he gently flicked his finger forward. The crimson flame sparrow let out a piercing cry, transformed into a streak of all-consuming fiery light, and instantly engulfed the 2. "No, our Qin family will never let you off." The pleas abruptly ceased. After the scorching True Essence flames, only a patch of charred ground remained. The 2 chi refining cultivators were utterly annihilated, their remains, and even residual souls, burned to nothing. Really, with such weak strength, and still so arrogant. Lin Che, in his 30-plus years of life, had rarely seen such. After dealing with these 2, Lin Che calmly turned his gaze to the surviving girl. The girl, intimidated by his thunderous methods, trembled slightly. Seeing him look at her, she quickly suppressed her fear, bowed deeply again, and said with a trembling voice of survival, This junior Su Wanwan thanks senior for saving my life. Lin Che descended slowly on his flying sword, and the azure star sword obediently hovered beside him. He surveyed the girl who called herself Su Wanwan, pausing his gaze on her delicate, yet haggard face, and suddenly felt a faint sense of familiarity in her brows. The girl wore a faded, washed-out pale purple coarse cloth Taoist robe with a slender figure. Her standard oval face had skin that appeared pale due to long-term malnutrition and hardship. But her almond-shaped eyes were distinctly black and white, clear and limpid. Now widened with fear, they instead appeared somewhat soft and charming, making her look even more pitiable. Her long hair was loosely tied up with the most ordinary green wooden hairpin, with a few strands of black hair falling beside her pale cheeks, adding a touch of fragile elegance. There were several cuts on her sleeves from sharp blades faintly oozing blood. Lin Che suppressed the inexplicable familiarity in his heart, deliberately revealing a playful smile, and said, "It's nothing, a small matter. That'll be 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones." Off. Su Wanwan was instantly stunned, lifting her pale face with her almond eyes full of astonishment and confusion. 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Che feigned some displeasure, raising an eyebrow. "What? You personally begged me for help, and I solved your trouble. Don't tell me you want to renege on the debt. Isn't it reasonable to pay 10,000 spirit stones for a Foundation establishment cultivator's assistance?" Hearing this, Su Wanwan's eyes instantly reddened. She bit her lip lightly and explained with a tearful voice, This junior truly doesn't have that many spirit stones on her. She had originally wanted to refine a pill that could be used for breakthrough, but she lacked enough spirit stones, so she decided to try her luck at Suishing Lake to see if she could find the main ingredient for the pill she wanted to refine, but instead she encountered enemies. How could she have spirit stones to pay? Seeing her pitiful and anxious look, a barely noticeable smile flickered in Lin Che's eyes. He changed the subject, his tone becoming somewhat softer. "No spirit stones. That's easy. I plan to establish a family here, so you can work for me to repay the debt." The reason he changed his mind and didn't kill her to eliminate the threat was not just because of that faint familiarity and her good looks. The greater reason was that during the close observation just now, he had quietly used his system's ability to inspect this girl. Su Wanwan cultivation Chi refining layer 5, gender female, lifespan 19120, spirit roots mid-grade, with spirit root low-grade, fire spirit root constitution, 100 herbs, affinity spirit body, unawakened cultivation method azure, wood art spirit grade, low spells, wood binding force light body art, light spirit sword art, rain and cloud art, fertile soil art, etc. Secret arts, none divine powers, none cultivation arts, first grade, mid-grade alchemist. That's right, this girl possesses a spirit body. 100 herbs, affinity spirit body. This spirit body is a natural-born seedling for spiritual plant masters and alchemists. It possesses extraordinary perception of plant essence, can intuitively grasp medicinal properties, excels in cultivating spiritual herbs, and even has a natural control over gentle alchemical flames, greatly increasing the success rate of pill refining. This is definitely a good seedling for farming, and she can also take care of alchemy. The benefits this girl can bring undoubtedly outweigh the potential trouble she might cause. As for trouble, he's well-versed in hiding identities. That's his specialty. The dazed and helpless expression on Su Wanwan's face gradually faded, replaced by a determined resolve. She took a deep breath, nodded solemnly at Lin Che, and said in a soft but exceptionally clear voice, "All right, I understand. Wanwan will not forget Senior's life-saving grace. I will work hard to repay this debt." She didn't take his help for granted, especially the life-saving grace. Without him, she would have died here today. Since she had nowhere to go and her future was uncertain, staying with her benefactor to work could be considered a choice. Thinking this, the unease in her heart instead faded somewhat. Lin Che had originally planned to offer some benefits, but he didn't expect the girl to be so straightforward and agree directly. Just as he was about to say something, the illusory crystal fate-seeking beast in the spirit beast pouch suddenly sent a hasty mental message. "Master, over there, a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation, so dense." Lin Che's eyes lit up, and he remembered that the little beast's divine ability duration was not yet over. He hadn't expected that besides the Earth Fire Cave and the Crimson Sun Spirit Tree, there were other opportunities in the Suishing Lake area. Without delay, he immediately said to Su Wanwan, "Follow me." Then he swiftly performed sword flight, taking her back to the cave entrance connected to the Earth Fire. He waved his hand to dispel the concealment formation, revealing the original cave mouth, and instructed briefly, "I have other important matters. Wait here for now. Don't move around casually. This place has the formation I set up, so it's relatively safe." Without time for further explanation, he reactivated the concealment formation to hide the cave entrance, then summoned the illusory, crystal fate-seeking beast from the spirit beast pouch, and took off on his sword again. "Which direction?" Lin Che asked. The illusory, crystal fate-seeking beast stood on his shoulder, its gem-like eyes shimmering, and its little paw pointed eagerly towards Suishing Lake. "Over there. Right there, the feeling is very clear." Lin Che flew swiftly on his sword, as instructed, the sword light cutting through the sky. However, when he looked in the direction the little beast indicated, he couldn't help but stop his sword light. Because he had arrived at the sparkling Suashing Lake, and also roughly understood where the spiritual object was. His gaze fell upon the lake island in the center of the main lake, shrouded in mist and faintly visible. A sword light swept over a small satellite lake. Lin Che's gaze scanned the lake's surface, where several colorful low-level spirit fish swam leisurely, stirring up circles of ripples. He did not pause, but directly flew on his sword to the main lake area of Suashing Lake. This was the true core of Suashing Lake. A vast expanse of water appeared before him, about 5 li from east to west, and 8 li from north to south. The lake's surface glittered with fine broken light under the sun. If viewed from an extremely high altitude, the entire cluster of lakes resembled a fallen star accompanied by a ring of fine stardust, hence the name Suashing Lake. And in the midst of the vast misty main lake, the outline of an island loomed faintly through the water vapor and spiritual mist. That was the central island. Even though Lin Che had already reached the foundation establishment stage with eyesight far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, the hazy water mist shrouding the island seemed to possess a power that blocked divine sense, preventing him from seeing the specifics on the island. He attempted to extend his spiritual sense, but even with his powerful spiritual perception, its coverage range was at most 3 li, and the deeper parts of the island remained shrouded in mist. However, at the edge of the 3 li range, he had discovered 3 enormous crocodile turtles with shells like heavy rock lurking in the shallow waters of the lake shore. The demonic energy fluctuations radiating from them were of the chi refining stage. Iron-armored crocodile turtles. Lin Che understood in his heart. Further into the depths, there would surely be stronger individuals, and their numbers would likely be greater as well. At that time, the secrets of the central island would likely be lost. In a flash of thought, Lin Che had made a decision: break through by force. Relying on the extreme speed of the shadow-chasing rune on the Qingxian starry sword, even though the iron-armored crocodile turtles were not slow in water, they might not be able to catch up to him flying at full speed on his sword. First, land on the island to investigate. If matters prove impossible, he could then rely on his speed to escape from another direction. This lake was vast enough that the iron-armored crocodile turtle clan could not assemble instantly, and the interception of a few individuals would not stop him. He recalled the illusion crystal-seeking beast formed a sword hand seal and shouted in a low voice, "Rise." The Qingxian starry sword emitted a clear melodious whistle, carrying him transformed into a cyan streak of light shooting straight toward the central island. The next moment, he fully activated the shadow-chasing rune on the sword. His body felt as if wrapped in a gentle breeze, and the flying sword's speed suddenly doubled. Like a cyan lightning bolt tearing through the sky, it broke through the misty water vapor over the lake. Correspondingly, the consumption rate of true essence in his body suddenly accelerated. The 3 chi refining stage iron-armored crocodile turtles immediately detected the uninvited guest. They raised their heads quickly, condensed water attribute demonic power in their mouths, and shot 3 solid water arrows that whistled through the air. However, the speed of the water arrows was far inferior to the flying sword empowered by the shadow-chasing rune. They could only land futilely on the lake's surface behind Lin Che, exploding into several huge splashes. Lin Che paid no attention to this. The sword light maintained its speed. However, just as he reached the halfway point to the lake center, a sudden change occurred. 2 thick, earthy yellow spirit lights suddenly rose from the lake water below, like 2 enormous light shields rapidly enveloping him. In an instant, Lin Che felt a heavy weight upon him, as if invisible shackles had been placed on his body, and his flight speed suddenly slowed. Divine ability, immovable as a mountain. Lin Che immediately recognized it as the innate divine ability of the iron-armored crocodile turtles. This ability could draw on earth vein chi to form a gravity field, causing enemies within the field to become sluggish in movement, and could also redirect part of the impact it received into the earth. Truly an excellent means of defense and area control. If a group of iron-armored crocodile turtles executed it together, the resulting gravity field would trouble even a late foundation establishment cultivator. Just as his speed was constrained, 2 iron-armored crocodile turtles, with even larger bodies and demonic power that had clearly reached the foundation establishment stage, emerged from the lake water below. Opening their massive jaws, high-pressure water cannons that were highly compressed and contained terrifying power had already formed, and they shot toward him from left and right with a piercing roar. Lin Che remained calm in the face of danger. With a thought, the immovable rune on the Qingxian starry sword lit up instantly, and a solid, thick sword chi barrier with a flowing earthy yellow halo expanded in front of him to protect him. Boom, boom. The two high-pressure water cannons slammed violently against the sword chi barrier, emitting a dull, thunderous sound, exploding into a spray of mist. The barrier fluctuated violently, but firmly withstood the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Che once again fully activated the shadow-chasing rune. The cyan sword light suddenly strained, forcibly breaking free from the uncomfortable gravity field range. Along the subsequent path, sporadic attacks continuously came from the lake, water arrows and ice cones in an endless stream, but they could not stop this determined cyan flying streak. Finally, the sword light pierced through the thick layer of water mist spirit energy and landed steadily on the soil of the central island. As his feet touched the ground, Lin Che immediately extended his divine sense with full force. Within the range of this island, the power that blocked divine sense seemed to have weakened considerably, allowing his divine sense to cover the entire island. Almost instantly, he locked onto the source of that intense spiritual energy fluctuation located in the central area of the island. He rushed over quickly, and the sight that met his eyes made his gaze sharpen. There, a seemingly ancient cave dwelling covered with marks of time was built against the mountain. The concealment array at its entrance appeared to have loosened due to its age, leaving one corner of the dwelling exposed, and the pure, powerful spiritual energy fluctuation was faintly emanating from within. An ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. Lin Che frowned slightly, his heart alert. Judging by the appearance of the dwelling, it had clearly existed for untold years. Whether it was empty inside or held a sleeping old monster or left behind some terrifying forbidden formation, he had no way of knowing, so he did not rashly approach. Just as he was concentrating on observing, the heart of 10,000 beasts suddenly transmitted a faint, but ancient and desolate emotional fluctuation. Lin Che was startled. Without thinking, he drifted back several zhang. He quickly discovered that the fluctuation was not from inside the cave dwelling, but from a small hill beside the dwelling that was covered with countless intertwined, unknown vines. Those vines were wound extremely thickly, almost completely covering whatever was beneath. The moment his gaze fell upon them, the vines that had been still for unknown ages suddenly began to tremble slightly. Immediately after, amidst the rustling falling dust and broken leaves, a thick, powerful long neck covered with gray-white mysterious patterns slowly extended from under the vines. At the top of the long neck was a large majestic head shaped like a turtle, but not quite a turtle, bearing some dragon features, and even having two small protrusions on its crown. On that head, a pair of eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 years of time slowly opened. Lin Che's pupils contracted and his heart tensed. His feeling was correct. A powerful demon beast was indeed lurking here. And from its form and features, a name instantly flashed through Lin Che's mind. Whirlpool Dragon Turtle. He was greatly surprised. The being before him was actually a rare spiritual beast with a third-rank upper-grade bloodline, the Whirlpool Dragon Turtle. This was absolutely not comparable to the outside iron-armored crocodile turtles, with second-rank mid-grade bloodlines. To be precise, the two were simply not the same species. What made Lin Che even more alarmed was that although the other had just awakened, its spiritual energy fluctuations were restrained, and hidden, its protective chi was internalized with not the slightest sign of disorder from slumber. This level of control over its own power undoubtedly indicated that its cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment. Without any hesitation, Lin Che thought, and in a flash of red-gold light and crimson flame shadow, the flame sky holy sparrow and the crimson flame tiger were summoned, guarding him on left and right. The two spiritual beasts, as soon as they appeared, sensed the powerful pressure from the ancient being ahead and immediately entered a highly alert combat state. The crimson flame tiger even let out a low warning growl from its throat. However, the Whirlpool Dragon Turtle did not attack. It simply gazed calmly at Lin Che with eyes full of wisdom, as if it had seen through the changes of the world. Its massive head tilted slightly, as if it were pondering something. Seeing this, Lin Che's heart stirred. He raised his hand to stop the crimson flame tiger, which was already poised to strike, with flames beginning to rise around its body. He attempted to activate the heart of 10,000 beasts, gently transmitting his own thoughts, trying to communicate with this demon beast that exuded an ancient aura. Hello. He started to speak, but Lin Che found himself at a loss for words. Instead, the Whirlpool Dragon Turtle's eyes flashed with surprise, then a knowing smile. A peaceful, ancient, yet exceptionally clear and complete thought, like a flowing stream, slowly entered Lin Che's heart. A young cultivator, greetings. The completeness and fluency of the thought confirmed to Lin Che once again that the other party had extremely high intelligence and soul power, far exceeding that of ordinary foundation establishment demon beasts. You came for the spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from this cave dwelling, didn't you? The Whirlpool Dragon Turtle's thought came again. Lin Che nodded and replied with his own thought, indeed. Senior, are you guarding this cave dwelling? The Whirlpool Dragon Turtle's massive head shook slightly, a trace of reminiscence and complexity in its eyes. Yes and no. This cave dwelling was actually the place where my master cultivated in seclusion. But he passed away 800 years ago. Since then I have been living here considerate. Watching over this home for him, it slowly revealed its own origin. It turned out that this whirlpool dragon turtle had lived for 1200 years. Almost from the moment it awakened its intelligence, it had followed its master to this Suishing lake, witnessing the construction of this cave dwelling from nothing. After its master passed away, it dwelled and multiplied here. Now Suishing Lake could be considered the family territory of its lineage. Many of the iron-armored crocodile turtles in the lake carried its thin bloodline, but no descendant had truly inherited its pure bloodline. Time flies like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, so long has passed. The whirlpool dragon turtle raised its head to look at the sky shrouded in water mist, letting out a long sigh, filled with endless vicissitudes. Although turtle spiritual beasts were renowned for their long lifespans, it had ultimately failed to break through to the golden core stage. 1200 years was already the lifespan limit for a foundation establishment turtle. Clearly its great limit was not far off. The vortex dragon turtle let out a long sigh at sound carrying the weight of 1,000 years. It slowly turned its head covered in ancient patterns, and its deep eyes like still pools fell upon Lin Che, once more filled with the gravity of entrusting a heavy responsibility. "O young cultivator," its thoughts came to him calm and clear. "If you wish to enter this cave dwelling, merely agree to one condition." A flicker of suspicion crossed Lin Che's eyes. In this cultivation world fraught with danger at every turn, he had long grown accustomed to not readily trusting any gift that seemed too easy. Yet he did not show too much doubt, simply asking calmly, "May I ask what the elder's condition is?" The vortex dragon turtle's gaze drifted past Lin Che to the iron-armored crocodile turtles in the lake water, their necks stretched out as they watched anxiously in his direction. A profound care and reluctance surfaced in its eyes, like that of an elder toward the younger generation. "I have no remaining ties in this life save for my concern for these children." Its thoughts carried a trace of sorrow. "Though I live in seclusion, I am somewhat aware of the changes in the outside world. Over the years, cultivators have appeared here one after another, clearing land to build settlements, hunting spirit beasts. I fear that after I am gone they will not meet peaceful ends." It paused, then refocused its gaze on Lin Che with urgency. "As long as you promise to protect them from outside interference after I am gone, you may enter this cave dwelling." Its choice of Lin Che was not made lightly. Having lived for 1,000 years, and given that it was a spirit beast companion to a cultivator, it considered itself somewhat discerning. From the close bond between Lin Che and his two spirit beasts and his ability to communicate fluently with it, this young man must have cultivated some profound beast-taming technique. In this way, cultivators and spirit beasts are mutually supportive, and the other party should be able to treat his clan well. More importantly, when it activated its divine power, it could faintly perceive a surging fortune around this young man. The fact that that noble-blooded fire sparrow had followed him was clear proof. That he happened to arrive just as the cave dwelling's formations began to weaken was also a matter of fate. Entrusting its descendants to someone with such great fortune might pave a brighter path for them. Lin Che carefully perceived the intentions conveyed by the vortex dragon turtle, and the sincere, selfless concern for its offspring did not appear to be feigned. After a moment of consideration, he finally made a solemn promise. "I agree. Once I establish my clan in this region and stabilize our foundation, I will accept and protect them." In his eyes, these iron-armored crocodile turtles were far from a burden, rather they represented potential assets for the future clan. Although their bloodline was only mid-grade and might not suit them as the primary spirit beast for core clan members, forming ordinary contracts was absolutely fine. The beast-taming inheritance he had acquired contained not only the main cultivation method, but also several secret techniques. One of these was called life sharing, which could transfer a portion of damage to spirit beasts. These iron-armored crocodile turtles skilled in defense would serve as excellent protective barriers for the clan members. Seeing Lin Che's agreement, a trace of gratification flashed in the vortex dragon turtle's eyes, but it then posed a question that caught Lin Che somewhat off guard. "Since you wish to establish a clan, why not choose Suishing Lake directly?" Lin Che felt a surge of delight at these words. As he had suspected, this place held further secrets. Without a spiritual vein supporting it, how could it nurture so many iron-armored crocodile turtles at the foundation establishment stage? He set aside his thoughts and waited quietly. The vortex dragon turtle ceased its words, and the dormant demonic power within its body began to circulate slowly. With its manipulation, the center of the calm lake surface below began to churn, gradually forming a deep vortex that revealed an unusual water eye beneath. Lin Che's divine sense immediately extended outward, and a look of understanding dawned on his face. A pure and dense spiritual energy was continuously emanating from that water eye. It was the aura of a second-tier spiritual vein. So that's how it is. A sharp light flashed in Lin Che's eyes. This place does have a spiritual vein. It's a hidden spiritual vein. The greatest obstacle to development in this area had always been the spiritual vein issue. Recalling the map of the Chuyang City Reclamation Zone, this Suishing Lake area offered superior conditions, and with the confirmed presence of a spiritual vein, it was undoubtedly an excellent choice for establishing a clan. Though a hidden spiritual vein does not reveal itself externally, cultivators possess means to guide and manifest it, transforming it into the foundation of a clan. Exactly. This is the best location for establishing a clan. Then in that case, these creatures, I entrust them to you. The Vortex Dragon Turtle's voice carried a sense of relief along with final concern. There is no need for binding oaths on the Great Tao. I believe in your promise. As it spoke, it opened its mouth and spat forth a jade token, emitting a soft halo carved with cloud patterns which slowly floated before Lin Che. This is the Hub Jade token controlling the second-tier high-grade cloud mist lock array surrounding the cave dwelling. I now entrust it to you. With it you may enter and exit freely. This array drew upon the power of the hidden spiritual vein below to maintain its operation for centuries. Not only could it generate natural mist covering the island to obscure vision, but its core concealment and defensive capabilities were concentrated around the cave dwelling, keeping it undetected by outsiders. Following the incantation, he manipulated the jade token. At the entrance to the cave dwelling, light and shadow shifted, and the hazy barrier gradually dissipated, revealing an ancient stone door. However, Lin Che did not rush to enter. He turned to the enormous red flame tiger beside him and issued a mental command. You go in first to investigate. The red flame tiger let out a low growl. Though somewhat puzzled, it nonetheless strode forward with steady steps into the cave dwelling. At the same time, Lin Che activated the Wan Shou Chao Zone Ju, connecting his consciousness through the soul seal remaining within the red flame tiger, linking with its senses to share all that occurred within the cave dwelling. The Vortex Dragon Turtle observed this, seeing a hint of approval flashing across its weathered face. Even so, he remained as cautious as ever. This young man's temperament was truly exceptional. Through the red flame tiger's vision, Lin Che clearly saw the interior of the cave dwelling. It was quite simple, even sparsely furnished. At the center sat only the remains of a cultivator who had passed away in meditation countless years ago, seated cross-legged. The bones were luminous white, radiating an aura of tranquility. Beside it lay an ancient-style storage ring and a wine gourd that looked quite aged. Lin Che controlled the red flame tiger using divine sense to carefully scan the remains. Confirming that its life force had long since completely perished with not even a trace of residual soul imprint left, he finally felt somewhat relieved. Next, he telekinetically retrieved the storage ring and carefully used his true essence to grind away the faint markings left by the previous owner. He did not immediately use his divine sense to inspect it. Instead, with a mere thought, the system's detection function activated. Invisible ripples swept through every inch of space within the ring, carefully examining each item to ensure there were no hidden restrictions or traps. Only after the system reported no anomalies did Lin Che truly relax. How is it? This old one has not deceived you, has it? The Vortex Dragon Turtle's voice came with a touch of amusement. Now go inside quickly. This old one also wishes to understand in these final days what drove the master to remain at this place until the very end of his life. That old fellow never explained it to me before his death. Lin Che nodded and exchanged a glance with the Fun Tian Sacred Sparrow behind him. The Fun Tian Sacred Sparrow understood, folding its wings to keep watch at the entrance rather than following inside. Lin Che stepped into the cave dwelling and first picked up the wine gourd. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and when he gently shook it, he could hear liquid sloshing inside. Naturally, he would not recklessly drink something of unknown origin. Holding the wine gourd and storage ring, he turned and walked out of the cave dwelling. He handed the wine gourd to the Vortex Dragon Turtle and said, "This flask of spirit wine likely belonged to an old friend. It should be returned to its rightful owner." The Vortex Dragon Turtle was clearly startled, a ripple of emotion passing through its enormous eyes. It extended a foreclaw and gently lifted the wine gourd with a soft spiritual energy, pulling out the stopper. Instantly, a cool fragrance of wine carrying hints of 100 flowers filled the air, refreshing and invigorating. It's drunken flower brew. Its thoughts came with an obvious tremor, lost in distant memories. How many years has it been? I never thought I would smell this aroma again. Thank you. It controlled the spiritual energy, guiding the amber-colored liquid in a thin stream into its massive mouth. Each drop seemed to summon long-buried memories, bringing a hint of hazy recollection and melancholy to its dignified eyes. Lin Che did not disturb this moment of tranquility. Instead, he focused his attention on the storage ring in his hand. His divine sense sank into it, beginning to inventory what secrets this ancient cultivator who had passed away here had left behind. Lin Che's divine sense delved into the ancient storage ring. The interior space was not overly vast, neatly storing about 50 medium-grade spirit stones with diminished spiritual energy, several jade bottles with labels a sword-type magical artifact with restrained spiritual light, and a small pouch of unknown spiritual plant seeds with faint vitality. And a thick notebook made of a special material tanned from some kind of beast hide. He did not inspect the spirit stones or artifacts first, but with a thought directly retrieved the notebook. Casually finding a smooth blue stone near the cave dwelling, he sat down, and by the light filtering through the gaps in the mist slowly opened the tome that carried the memories and obsessions of a cultivator's life. The first half of the notebook, written in slightly messy yet emotionally charged strokes, recorded how this rogue cultivator, who called himself Cloud Wanderer, obtained a celestial opportunity from a mortal, endured hardships, advanced step by step with difficulty, and ultimately succeeded in foundation establishment. Between the lines one could feel the sigh and emotion of the writer reminiscing about the past in his later years. However, when Lin Che's gaze fell upon the latter part of the notebook, the record of the true secret of the island in the lake, his breath suddenly caught, and his pupils uncontrollably contracted sharply. Could this place truly harbor such a divine object? He abruptly stood up from the blue stone, the hand holding the notebook trembling slightly from excitement, his face filled with disbelief, ecstasy, and shock. Beside him, the whirlpool dragon turtle, immersed in the familiar fragrance of drunken flower brew, was disturbed by his movement. It slowly raised its massive head, its murky, yet wise eyes looking over with a questioning thought. "Young man, you know the secret of this place?" Lin Che took a deep breath, trying to calm his surging emotions, his voice still carrying a tremor. "I think I roughly understand." He quickly put away the notebook in storage, ring, his gaze sharp as lightning, and began to search urgently across the not-too-spacious island. He did not rely on divine sense, as the notebook clearly stated that the divine object could evade all forms of probing. He adopted the most primitive method, perhaps the only effective one, using his hands to touch every inch of the island. The reason was simple. On this seemingly ordinary island grew a spiritual plant that transcended ordinary grades, a veritable divine object, the void-seclude mulberry. According to the notebook, Cloud Wanderer had discovered it by sheer chance. It was after a fierce battle with a demon beast. Exhausted and drained, he casually leaned back and unexpectedly leaned against this tree that should have been non-existent, thus glimpsing its true form. Without this fateful coincidence, even a nascent soul cultivator in person would never have found this tree. Because the void-seclude mulberry possessed a concealment ability nearly at the level of natural law in any visual divine sense, or even higher-level causal probing, it was absolutely non-existent. Even if someone stood before it, their perception would be naturally twisted by an invisible force, concluding that there was nothing there. Cloud Wanderer at that time had spent immense effort consulting countless ancient texts before finally identifying the origin of this mysterious tree. It was the legendary void-seclude mulberry. This tree had no fixed grade, or rather its grade depended on the spiritual vein it rooted in. If it took root in the core of a vein of a certain tier, it would be a divine object of that tier with growth potential that was virtually limitless. Its most heaven-defying ability was not merely hiding itself, but forming a secret realm within its body. This was a mirror secret realm capable of perfectly replicating all geographical information of the spiritual vein at that moment. Mountains, rivers, plants, rocks, and minerals all generated corresponding projections of pure spiritual energy within the realm. More critically, the core of the secret realm would generate a mirror spiritual vein, identical in grade, attribute, and total spiritual energy to the external vein. Moreover, as time passed, this vein would synchronously change with the external vein's upgrade or downgrade. It was this incredible ability that made the void-seclude mulberry a supreme raw material for refining portable cave heaven treasures. In his past life, Lin Che had read some cultivation novels. Some protagonists possessed heaven-defying cave heaven treasures, allowing them to grow spiritual herbs and raise spirit beasts, thus becoming wealthy. Those treasures were refined from the void-seclude mulberry. This was the fundamental reason it was hailed as a divine tree, because the cave heaven treasures refined from it were incredibly powerful. As for why Cloud Wanderer never took it away and instead lived in seclusion here until his death, the answer was somewhat poignant. From its emergence to full maturity, the void-seclude mulberry required a full 3,000 years. But Cloud Wanderer had no idea how many years the tree had already grown here, nor how many more years it needed to mature. Thus Cloud Wanderer waited in vain for countless ages until his hope for a golden core faded and his lifespan was exhausted, yet he could not see the divine tree reach adulthood. In the end, he chose to sit in meditation and pass away here, guarding this secret until death, a final attachment to his obsession. Lin Che did not know if the void-seclude mulberry had already matured, but he had the system. Relying on the system's detection ability, he touched each tree and patch of open ground, appraising them. Finally, he touched that divine tree, and the system interface clearly displayed a prompt. And beneath the description of the void-seclude mulberry, the words "mature" were written. Lin Che suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Following the system's introduction, he pressed his hands firmly against the invisible trunk while simultaneously activating his divine sense to carefully envelop the entire tree. He held his breath and focused, sensing intently. Suddenly, on a seemingly ordinary branch at the top of the canopy where normal perception could not observe, a faint silver light silently emerged, rippling like water, outlining a mysterious rune. Lin Che's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he propelled himself with chi, reaching out to touch that silver rune. The moment his fingertip made contact, a gentle, yet powerful spatial force instantly enveloped his entire body. The surrounding scenery twisted slightly like a reflection in water, and the next moment Lin Che vanished from the spot. Light and shadow flowed before his eyes. When they stabilized, Lin Che found himself in a peculiar space. At first glance, it was almost identical to the island outside. The same blue sky, the same sparse trees and rock formations, and even the hazy mist over the distant lake was the same. However, with careful perception, one could notice a huge difference. First was the spiritual energy. Outside, the spiritual vein was hidden beneath the lake, its aura obscure. But here, that second-tier spiritual vein was clearly visible on the surface. The refined and rich spiritual energy had almost turned into tangible mist. With every breath, it refreshed the mind and invigorated the spirit. Every pore of the body unconsciously opened, greedily absorbing this pure energy, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort and vitality. With a thought, he touched the silver rune on the projection of the void, seclude mulberry within the space, and with a flicker, he reappeared on the island outside. Master! The blazing heaven Saint Sparrow immediately let out an anxious chirp, its molten gold eyes filled with worry, until it confirmed Lin Che was safe, then sighed in relief. The massive head of the whirlpool dragon turtle also drew closer, its originally calm eyes now surging with barely restrained excitement and anticipation. How is it? Have you found out? What is there? Lin Che looked at it, a brilliant smile of undisguised excitement spreading across his face. He offered no further explanation, only saying, "Senior, relax your mind. I will take you inside to see." With that, he again activated the spatial rune of the void, seclude mulberry. This time, silver light enveloped himself, the two spirit beasts, and the massive whirlpool dragon turtle. Space shifted. When the whirlpool dragon turtle adapted to the brief spatial fluctuation and saw the scene before it, its huge body trembled violently, as if the millennia of calm had been shattered in an instant. This is... Its enormous eyes were filled with disbelief, feeling the true, undeniable spiritual vein beneath its feet, even richer than outside, and this realm that was identical to the outside, yet independent. This is the mirror secret realm within the void, seclude mulberry. Lin Che's voice sounded beside it, filled with emotion. This is the secret your master guarded for centuries. When he discovered this tree, it was far from mature. So he chose to live in seclusion, here, silently waiting for the tree to mature. But unfortunately, until he passed away in meditation, he never saw the secret realm take shape. The whirlpool dragon turtle listened quietly, its great head slowly turning to survey this magical secret realm. After a long while, it let out a profoundly complex sigh, a sigh that held both sudden understanding and endless sorrow. Its words were filled with a lament for the capriciousness of destiny and deep regret for the misfortune of its old master, Cloud Wanderer. The heavens were unjust. Truly, the heavens were unjust. The excitement and violent emotional fluctuations accelerated the consumption of its already meager life flame. Its massive body began to tremble slightly, its once bright eyes rich with wisdom and strength were now visibly losing their luster, becoming heavy and murky. Lin Che, who had been closely monitoring it, immediately sensed this rapid decline. "Senior," he cried out softly, not daring to delay, and immediately activated the secret realm's inscription, teleporting the whirlpool dragon turtle and the spirit beasts back to the island outside. Back outside, the whirlpool dragon turtle's aura declined even more markedly, like a flickering candle in the wind. It lay prostrate on the ground, the luster of its shell rapidly fading, its breathing becoming extremely weak and prolonged. In the lake, the iron-armored crocodile turtles seemed to sense the passing of their ancestors' life, letting out mournful calls, swimming restlessly, raising their heads above the water to look this way, their eyes filled with grief and helplessness. With the last of its strength, the whirlpool dragon turtle struggled to lift its eyelids, looking at its descendants and at Lin Che. On its aged, wrinkled face, a faint smile appeared, one of relief, peace, yet with a final lingering concern. "It's fine." Its thoughts came intermittently, yet clearly transmitted into the hearts of every iron-armored crocodile turtle and Lin Che. "I have no regrets. You, from now on, must listen to his words." These final words, accompanied by the last dissipation of its life essence, spread like gentle ripples into the soul of every iron-armored crocodile turtle in the Starfall Lake. The voice gradually faded. The whirlpool dragon turtle's massive head finally drooped weakly, lightly resting on the damp soil by the shore. Those eyes that had witnessed 1,000 years of vicissitudes slowly closed the last traces of life, like ripples settling into stillness. A lake breeze passed, bringing a hint of chill, stirring its no longer breathing body. This ancient spirit beast, which had guarded Starfall Lake for a millennium and witnessed countless changes, having learned the Master's ultimate secret and secured a future for its descendants, finally passed from this life in peace. Lin Che stood in silence, gazing at the massive, lifeless body of the swirling dragon turtle, a myriad of emotions surging within him. After a long while he let out a soft sigh, his voice exceptionally clear in the tranquil lake island. Alas, even on this immortal path of pursuing the great Tao among the countless beings, how many can truly break free from the shackles of lifespan and attain that elusive eternal life? This sigh was both a farewell to the swirling dragon turtle and a warning for his own path. He quickly reined in his emotions, and a resolute, blazing light reignited in his eyes. Now he held 2 second-order spirit veins in his grasp. The foundation for his family's development was already laid. The external spirit vein could be used to build the family compound, while the mirror secret realm within Kongyin Sang was an excellent hidden sanctuary for cultivating rare spirit plants and hatching high-grade spirit beasts. A clear and hopeful blueprint was slowly unfolding in his mind. Amidst his surging emotions, he did not forget the solemnity of the moment. He composed himself, his expression turning solemn, and then activated the heart of 10,000 beasts, sending a gentle thought to the iron-armored crocodile turtles immersed in grief in the lake. My friends, before the swirling dragon turtle elder passed away, did it designate any successor to take over and lead the tribe? This sudden voice echoing in their minds caught the dejected and sorrowful iron-armored crocodile turtles completely off guard. They looked at each other, their massive heads displaying human-like confusion, as if confirming they weren't suffering from auditory hallucinations. These iron-armored crocodile turtles were all enormous, each with a shell about 1 zhang in diameter, resembling moving miniature fortresses. Their carapaces were dark brown, composed of thick metallic lustered bone plates with rough and sturdy edges, exuding a sense of power. Their heads were crocodile-like, covered in scales with sturdy limbs sheathed in thick horny scales. In their earthy yellow pupils grief still lingered, yet there was also a composed steadiness. After a moment, a few iron-armored crocodile turtles near the shore seemed to receive some instruction, slowly swimming aside to clear a waterway. An iron-armored crocodile turtle, noticeably larger and radiating a denser aura than its peers, slowly swam out from the waterway and halted by the shore. The spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from its body remarkably reached the perfection of the mid-foundation establishment stage, yet it was constrained by the second-order mid-grade bloodline shackle, preventing further advancement. Lin Che scrutinized it and noticed that in its composed, earthy yellow eyes, besides sorrow, there was a dignity and wisdom far surpassing its peers. Greetings, human cultivator. A steady, profound thought transmitted into Lin Che's mind. I handle all the tribe's affairs on a daily basis. If you have any matters, you may speak with me. Lin Che nodded slightly and began to inquire in detail about the specific situation of the iron-armored crocodile turtle tribe. Through the exchange, he learned that the entire tribe numbered 49 members. Among them, 5 were at the foundation establishment stage, 12 at the late Qi refining stage, 14 at the mid-Qi refining stage, and 18 at the early Qi refining stage. In a wild environment, this was already a force not to be underestimated. Coupled with their troublesome innate talents, it was no wonder few cultivators dared to provoke them easily. They possessed 2 major innate talents. First, immovable as a mountain. When activated, it could draw on the earth vein's energy to form an earthy yellow force field spanning 5 zhang around the user. Within the field, gravity increased dramatically, greatly hindering enemy movement. Simultaneously, the user was connected to the earth, allowing it to channel 30% of physical impact into the ground, granting astonishing defensive power. More troublesome was that the effect of this force field could be stacked among multiple iron-armored crocodile turtles. Second, mystic water armor. It could manipulate water spiritual energy to coat its thick carapace with a flowing deep blue water armor, effectively resisting and weakening various spell attacks. The combination of the two made iron-armored crocodile turtles a tough nut to crack. Once drawn into a protracted battle, it could drive the vast majority of attackers to despair and retreat. Next, Lin Che asked about their daily food sources and cultivation methods. The answer he received was quite pitiful. Mainly, sleeping. The chief's thought carried a hint of helplessness. It turned out that in the Shattered Star Lake area, food was scarce. They could only rely on the sparse aquatic plants at the lake bottom and the naturally growing spirit fish and shrimp, which were low in spiritual energy, to get by. Due to the limited spiritual energy dispersed by the hidden spirit vein, the number of aquatic products in the lake was not high, and they could not even overfish. They had to wait for them to reproduce and grow before they could catch them in moderation. Most of the clan members could only sleep above the water eyes to cultivate. Lin Che had also explored Shattered Star Lake and several surrounding satellite lakes, while flying on his sword, finding that the spirit fish there contained meager spiritual energy and presumably tasted poor as well. It was evident that these seemingly powerful spirit beasts lived a life of great hardship. Lin Che immediately put on a serious expression and promised with utmost certainty, "Chief of the iron-armored crocodile turtles, rest assured. Once I establish myself here, I will ensure the tribe's food supply, so that every member can eat their fill. Moreover, I will do my best to provide you with spirit resources that aid growth and breakthroughs." Hearing this, not only the chief, but also the iron-armored crocodile turtles behind it, who had been listening with ears perked, looked at each other, their massive turtle faces full of doubt. They had been accustomed to a tight-fisted life and could hardly imagine what eating one's fill and having cultivation resources would be like. The chief was silent for a moment, its thick eyelids blinking, and transmitted a restrained thought. "Very well, I have noted your words." It chose to follow the dying wish of the ancestor and temporarily suppressed its doubts, leaving everything to be verified later. Through the heart of 10,000 beasts, Lin Che clearly sensed the deep-seated distrust in the other party. He did not argue further. Some things are better proven by actions than words. In the coming days, I must ask you all to remain vigilant and guard this lake and island. If any other cultivators intrude, be sure to gather and defend immediately. I need to go out for a while to make some necessary preparations, and then I will return to officially begin building our home, Shattered Star Lake. The iron-armored crocodile turtle chief nodded its massive head steadily, indicating understanding. After making the arrangements, Lin Che activated the core jade token of the mist-shrouded lock array once more. Thick fog rose up, completely isolating the lake island from the outside world, just as before. Having done all this, he recalled the blazing heaven-sacred sparrow and the crimson flame tiger, and his figure transformed into a cyan sword beam, leaving the lake island. At present, he had a critically important matter to attend to immediately. According to the pioneering decree of Chuyang City, he needed to formally register the pioneering order for the unclaimed land of Shattered Star Lake under his own name. The sword beam flew swiftly and soon returned to the cave connected to the earth fire. Lin Che waved his hand to dispel the concealment array at the cave entrance. Inside, Su Wanwan, who had been sitting cross-legged on a bluestone meditating, immediately sensed his presence and opened her eyes. After a period of recuperation and taking elixirs, her previously disordered aura had calmed, her pale cheeks regained some color, her wounds healed completely, and even the damaged light purple Dao robe had been replaced with another simple, elegant dress. As soon as she saw Lin Che, she immediately stood up, her face clearly anxious, and hurried forward. "Senior, something terrible. While I was circulating my energy just now, I vaguely sensed a layer of extremely subtle, strange medicinal powder attached to my body. This is likely the Chun family's contingency plan. I had heard before that Chun family members are implanted with a secret technique. Once they die, it automatically emits this invisible and odorless tracking mark, allowing their clansmen to track it down using a special method. We might be in danger." Lin Che furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He immediately used his divine sense to carefully scan his entire body, but found no abnormality. He did not doubt Su Wanwan's words, understanding that this was likely the unique perception of her not yet fully awakened 100 herbs affinity spirit body towards medicinal herbs. His eyes sharpened, a glint of gold flashing deep within his pupils. An even purer and more powerful divine sense mixed with a wisp of the origin power of phoenix blood true fire swept over his body again. This time he keenly detected it. Some extremely tiny peculiar powder, almost fused with his own aura, was adhering to the fibers of his robe. "No matter, I can handle it," Lin Che said in a low voice. With a slight thought, that wisp of phoenix blood true fire power swept across his body like the most precise broom. Under the sacred flame aura, the strange powder melted like snow and ice, emitting a faint fishy odor before completely annihilating. Next, he released a gentle divine sense, caressing Su Wanwan's entire body like a breeze. "Don't resist," he said softly. Su Wanwan felt a warm and powerful thought enveloping her whole body, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she stood a bit awkwardly. The next moment, she faintly smelled a similar odor emanating from herself, which then quickly dissipated under the gentle stroking of that warm power. "Is it done?" she asked softly, her eyes full of expectation. It's resolved," Lin Che affirmed, withdrawing his divine sense and nodding. Su Wanwan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Lin Che with admiration. Even she, who often dealt with medicinal herbs, was at her wits' end, yet the senior had resolved it with such ease. Truly formidable. "To prevent the Chen family from targeting you again, I will now teach you a secret art to change your appearance and conceal your aura." Lin Che took out a prepared jade slip and handed it over. "This is the 1,000 Illusions formless art. Cultivating it to the first layer allows you to change your features. To the second layer, you can alter your form." This was the very secret technique he practiced to conceal his identity. Then he took out a light gray cloak with a hood from his storage pouch. "This is the Phantom Cloak, a first-order top-grade magic tool. When activated, it can blur others' perception of you and conceal your true appearance. You can use this to conceal yourself until you master the secret art. This magic tool was one he had used before obtaining the secret technique, and he had never used it again after cultivating the 1,000 illusions formless art. It was just right to give to the girl, as there was no time for her to slowly learn the secret art. Su Wanwan was both surprised and delighted. She took the jade slip and cloak with both hands and bowed deeply to Lin Che. Wanwan thanks senior. She did not decline, understanding that this was what she needed most at the moment. She would repay the senior's kindness gradually later. Without further delay, let us set off for Chuyang City. I need to go through the formalities for registering the pioneering territory. With that, Lin Che patted his spirit beast pouch. A flash of cyan light, and the magnificent wind-stepping spirit steed appeared on the open ground. The wind-stepping spirit steed had not been out for a long time, and now excitedly let out a crisp snort, shook its head, and curiously surveyed its surroundings with its intelligent amber eyes. Then it affectionately approached Lin Che, nuzzling his arm, and a cheerful thought came, "Master, finally out. Are we going far this time? I can't wait to run freely." Lin Che smiled and stroked its smooth pale blue satin-like fur, feeling the vibrant energy and longing within it. "All right, don't be impatient. I've found you a huge place where you can run wild to your heart's content, but you'll have to wait a few days." Hearing this, the spirit steed's eyes grew even brighter, and it excitedly pawed the ground a few times, the naturally generated airflow beneath its hooves stirring up some dust. "All right, calm down." Lin Che patted its neck and turned to Su Wanwan. "Later you'll ride it to Chuyang City. It will be much faster." However, when he looked at Su Wanwan, he was startled. The girl was staring blankly at the wind-stepping spirit steed, her clear almond eyes, already red, filled with tears, on the verge of crying. She bit her lower lip tightly, as if struggling to suppress some overwhelming emotion. As soon as the spirit steed emerged from the spirit beast pouch, Su Wanwan's gaze was drawn to it. The wind-treading spirit steed was tall and stalwart, its pale azure coat shimmering with a healthy luster under the light. Its limbs were long and powerful, with faint breezes swirling around its hooves, giving it an extraordinary and divine bearing. Judging from the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it, its strength far surpassed her own. It was likely already at the late chi refining stage. Upon closer inspection, Su Wanwan suddenly felt an indescribable familiarity emanating from this spirit steed. A long-buried memory quietly surfaced in her mind, and her gaze unconsciously fell on the front leg of the wind-treading spirit steed. At that glance, her eyes widened in shock. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand to stifle the exclamation that nearly escaped her lips. On the inner side of the wind-treading spirit steed's left foreleg, there was a peculiar light gray pattern. Its shape and size were exactly the same as the mark on the leg of the wind-chasing spirit steed she had chosen as a child. Although the spirit steed before her was vastly different, more majestic in form and far more powerful in aura, the deep-seated familiarity from the bottom of her heart convinced her that she had not mistaken. Memories of the past surged like a tide. When she was little, she loved to lie on the soft back of the wind-chasing spirit steed, letting it carry her as they galloped across the meadows. Her father often fed it its favorite azure spirit grass in the courtyard, and she would always sneak in a few extra handfuls. Grief instantly overwhelmed her, and her eyes involuntarily moistened. Just then Lin Che turned around and happened to see the girl on the verge of tears. He was somewhat bewildered. "What did I do? It doesn't seem like I bullied her, does it? Why does she look like she's suffered a tremendous grievance? What's wrong with you?" he asked in confusion. Su Wanwan bit her lower lip, lightly, her eyes red as she pointed at the wind-treading spirit steed. Her voice choked with sobs. "As senior, may I ask where you obtained this spirit steed?" The wind-treading spirit steed also turned its head to look at the girl, tilting its head as it studied her for a moment. Suddenly, it transmitted a thought to Lin Che. "Master, there's a familiar feeling about her. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." A flash of insight struck Lin Che's mind, and he suddenly understood something. No wonder he had thought the girl looked familiar earlier. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? This wind-treading spirit steed of his was indeed borrowed from a relay station back then, in order to quickly escape the influence of the defying fate demon palace. For that, he had deliberately left behind a bottle of valuable second-grade pills as compensation. At that time, a little girl had fed the steed and then entered the station. It was because he saw that the little girl was merely a chi-refining cultivator that Lin Che chose this spirit steed. At that time, it was still a first-grade mid-rank wind-chasing spirit steed. After Lin Che used the system to upgrade it, it became a second-grade bloodline wind-treading spirit steed. Through gradual nurturing, its intelligence developed to the point where it could now communicate. Could the girl before him be that little girl from back then? Deciding not to conceal anything, Lin Che related the story of how he obtained the wind-chasing spirit steed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wanwan could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face. Sobbing, she recounted her own life story. The answer was indeed as Lin Che had guessed. This was the girl's steed. Back then, after discovering that her spirit steed was lost, she had cried for 3 whole days. This remarkable fate left Lin Che somewhat emotional. Back then, this spirit steed had helped him escape the domain of the defying fate demon palace, and today, he had happened to encounter and save her. This karmic connection in the unseen was truly wondrous beyond words. Then Lin Che continued to listen to Su Wanwan's account of her own experiences. The rise and fall of a cultivation family slowly unfolded. She was originally from the Su family, a Golden Core clan that was a vassal of the nascent Soul Force, Water Cloud, Immortal Pavilion. However, amid fierce power struggles, the Su family gradually declined. Several Golden Core patriarchs passed away or fell in succession. To preserve their bloodline, the family decided to split and migrate. Her father, along with her 2 uncles, formed one branch, taking their families and embarking on a journey to find a new home. After hearing news of the Chuyang City frontier zone, they came full of hope, but ended up in conflict with the Chun family, a clan of alchemists in the Spirit Herb Valley. Both being alchemy families and both coveting the Spirit Herb Valley, a precious land suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs. Their conflict quickly escalated. The Su family, already weaker than the Chun family, found themselves in a precarious position. To strengthen the family's power, Su Wanwan's father took the risk of opening his furnace and refining a batch of precious foundation establishment pills intended for 3 clan members who had already reached the late Qi refining stage to break through. However, this sowed the seeds of disaster. After the Chun family discovered that the Su family had suddenly gained 3 foundation establishment cultivators, they immediately realized that the Su family possessed the recipe for foundation establishment pills. Although foundation establishment pills were first-grade top-quality pills, their refinement required the assistance of divine sense to ensure successful pill formation, so they were usually handled by second-grade alchemists. That was still manageable, but what was truly rare were the recipe and raw materials. The recipe for foundation establishment pills was strictly controlled by major powers, and the pills themselves became an important means of controlling vassal forces. Very few recipes circulated outside. Discovering that the Su family had the foundation establishment pill recipe made the greedy Chun family spare no effort, mobilizing all their combat strength to launch a surprise attack on the Su family. After a bloody battle, the Su family was nearly annihilated. Only Su Wanwan, who was running a shop within Chuyang City and had a relatively low cultivation level, managed to escape the disaster. After receiving her father's final message before his death, she began a life of hiding and fleeing. With her low cultivation and her novice skills in alchemy, she lived an extremely difficult life. On this trip to gather herbs, news somehow leaked out, and she was targeted by Chun family cultivators, leading to the scene earlier. After hearing the girl's ordeal, Lin Che couldn't help but let out a long sigh. To possess a treasure is to invite crime. Indeed, that is the eternal truth of the cultivation world. Without sufficient strength, one cannot survive anywhere. He wanted to offer words of comfort, but didn't know where to begin. Only then did he remember that he had not yet formally introduced himself. "My name is Lin Che." With a solemn expression, he said, "Today I give you a promise: as long as you are with the Lin family, I will protect you, and I will never let anyone harm you." He paused, his tone softening a bit. "In the future, you don't need to call me senior. Just call me clan leader." After pouring out the past that had weighed on her heart, Su Wanwan felt much lighter, yet she couldn't help worrying that the other party might go back on his word because of the trouble she had brought. But when she heard Lin Che's resolute promise and saw the unwavering determination in his eyes, a long-lost warmth surged in her heart. She had not felt this sense of being cherished and protected for a long time. Sniffling, she wiped away her tears and said earnestly, "I will definitely work hard to repay the debt and help you build up the family." After the girl's emotions calmed down, Lin Che led her back to Chuyang City. Mounting the companion of her childhood once again filled the girl with myriad thoughts. Arriving at Chuyang City, the two came to the Spiritual Vein Administration Office located on the west side of the city lord's mansion. It was an elegant little courtyard with only 2 female cultivators on duty in the hall. They were leisurely sipping spirit tea and browsing through the illustrated manuals in their hands, appearing quite idle. Seeing someone enter, the two looked up. The female cultivator on the right at the foundation establishment stage set down her teacup and said in a businesslike manner, "Taoist friend, what business would you like to conduct?" "I'd like to register for territory expansion." These words surprised both of them. They carefully scrutinized the newcomer, confirming that he was not one of the familiar clan cultivators in the Chuyang City area, and couldn't help showing a hint of astonishment. It had been over 10 years since the Edict of Establishment was issued. They hadn't expected that there were still families wishing to settle here. Moreover, within the Chuyang City region, there was indeed no decent territory left for expansion. However, since the other party had initiated the request, they saw no need to say more and simply followed the regulations. That foundation establishment female cultivator took out a jade slip and handed it over. "These are the terms to be followed for expanding territory and establishing a clan. Once you confirm they are acceptable, we can proceed with your registration." Lin Che took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it to read carefully. The first article was the most important during Beast Tides. The clan must dispatch cultivators to assist in defending the city. A Foundation Establishment clan must mobilize 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 5 Qi refining cultivators to jointly defend the Chuyang City region. This article was not unique to Chuyang City. All forces under the Fong family's jurisdiction, whether nascent soul powers or Qi refining clans, must send troops to support when Beast Tides erupted in the Fulong mountain range. The second article concerned taxation. Newly expanded territories enjoyed a 15-year tax exemption period with 5 years remaining. After 5 years, the territory tax must be paid annually on time. Clans occupying a first-grade spiritual vein must pay 500 low-grade spirit stones annually, while those occupying a second-grade spiritual vein must pay 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. As far as Lin Che knew, this tax rate accounted for about 10% of an ordinary clan's annual income, which was still considerably more favorable than in the inland regions. The third article required that within 1 year after registration, the clan must establish a preliminary foundation in the chosen area, eliminate any hidden dangers in the territory, and set up a territorial formation. Lin Che had no objections to these conditions and immediately nodded in acceptance. In that case, please state the area you wish to expand into. The female cultivator took out a registration jade slip and prepared to record. I plan to establish a clan in the Starfall Lake region, Lin Che said briskly. However, the other party's response surprised him somewhat. The Foundation Establishment female cultivator paused in her movements, exchanged a meaningful glance with her companion, and then slowly spoke. The Starfall Lake region has already been registered by the Zhao family. I'm afraid you'll have to choose another location, Taoist friend. Upon receiving this answer, Lin Che's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Is that the Zhao family of Foundation Establishment realm renowned for their formations? He asked again, his voice steady though his gaze had grown considerably sharper. Indeed. The female cultivator's reply remained terse, carrying a hint of barely perceptible perfunctoriness. The Zhao family. Lin Che silently repeated, his thoughts racing. The Zhao family's territory lay merely 50 li from the Shattered Star Lake region. He had assumed that desolate body of water would be of no interest to anyone, never expecting it had long been eyed by others. Where there is no profit, there is no early rising. Since the Zhao family has made their move, they very likely have also discovered the spiritual vein hidden beneath the lake. His thoughts raced as he maintained an unchanged expression, continuing to probe. Forgive my presumption, but I have personally visited Shattered Star Lake. There were absolutely no signs of development there. The iron-armored alligator turtles still roamed the area, and I saw no evidence of the Zhao family's expansion efforts. Upon hearing this, the Foundation Establishment female cultivator's face displayed a flicker of impatience, her tone cooling. I wouldn't know about that. If you have no other business, please take your leave and do not disturb our work. She waved dismissively, clearly signaling a farewell. This blatant perfunctoriness and attempt at dismissal caused a cold gleam to flash through Lin Che's eyes. He keenly detected the subtle abnormalities in the glances exchanged between these two individuals just moments ago, becoming certain that something suspicious was amiss. After a brief moment of contemplation, his face again wore a gentle smile. With a flick of his wrist, he produced 2 exquisite jade vials from his storage bag. I apologize for my abruptness. Since we are meeting for the first time, please accept this modest token of my esteem and do not decline. Before he finished speaking, he had already gently slid the 2 jade vials across the table toward the pair before him. The moment the jade vials were uncorked, 2 distinct yet equally enchanting medicinal fragrances permeated the entire chamber, causing the 2 previously impatient individuals to halt their movements simultaneously. The female cultivator in the later stages of Qi refining picked up one of the jade vials with curiosity. One glance at its contents rendered her breathless. Inside lay a smooth sky pill, round and translucent, with spiritual light emanating from within. This pill greatly benefited Qi refining practitioners seeking to break through minor realm bottlenecks. A single one was worth no less than 500 lower-grade spirit stones, almost equivalent to half her annual salary. An uncontrollable excitement instantly bloomed across her face. Seeing this, the other Foundation Establishment female cultivator felt a stirring within her and swiftly opened the jade vial before her. When she saw what lay inside the vial, even as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, she couldn't help but inhale sharply. The Ningyuan pill. This was a precious pill that assisted Foundation Establishment cultivators in breaking through mid-stage bottlenecks, with a single pill fetching as high as 20 medium-grade spirit stones, often with no market availability. The 2 exchanged a glance, each seeing shock and wild joy in the other's eyes. After a brief moment of silence, their attitudes transformed completely. The ice and snow on the Foundation Establishment female cultivator's face melted away, blooming into an exceptionally warm smile. She immediately stood up and personally greeted him. Oh my, Lin Taoist, you are too kind. With your distinguished demeanor, you clearly possess the qualities of an exceptional talent. The golden core great Tao is surely within your reach. Please do take a seat, take a seat. As she spoke, she gestured to the nearby, Che refining female cultivator. Understanding her intent, the latter hastily served spiritual tea, her voice considerably softer. Lin Daoist, please enjoy this tea. Seeing the shift in their attitude, Lin Che felt somewhat relieved. He composedly took his seat, gently sipped some spiritual tea, and waited quietly for what would come next. The Foundation establishment female cultivator was now all smiles. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her voice and said, Lin Daoist, to be frank, according to regulations, information regarding pioneering families cannot be casually disclosed. However, she pivoted her tone. According to the pioneering decrees established by our superiors, the Zhao family has indeed failed to complete the corresponding pioneering terms on schedule. The pioneering edict they applied for last time will expire in another 7 days. If they still have not completed the pioneering work by then, following the principle of first come first served, this territory will become unclaimed land once more. At that time, as long as you apply first Daoist, the pioneering rights to Shattered Star Lake will naturally belong to you. She paused, a glint of determination flickering in her eyes, her voice dropping even lower. I can process the transfer formalities for you the moment the pioneering edict expires and becomes void. At these words, Lin Che immediately grasped the implication. It appeared the Zhao family had been leveraging such tactics to maintain control over Shattered Star Lake's pioneering rights all along. Yet he wondered why they hadn't made their move, whether they were incapable of dealing with those iron-armored alligator turtles or lacked the means to manifest the hidden spiritual vein. Setting aside his doubts for the moment, Lin Che rose with a smile and clasped his hands in greeting. In that case, many thanks to Daoist for making this possible. May I ask for your esteemed name? I shall surely trouble Daoist with more visits in the future. The female cultivator also rose with a smile, returning his gesture. Think nothing of it. I am Wang Niaoxua. Should Lin Daoist have any needs in the future within my power, I shall do my utmost to assist. Please return in 1 week, and I shall certainly give you a satisfactory answer. Then I shall take my leave and await your good news. After seeing Lin Che off, the two in the room immediately lit up with joy. Sister Shui, this Lin Daoist is truly generous. 10 times better than that stingy Zhao family. The Che refining female cultivator played with the smooth sky pill in her hand, unable to put it down. Wang Miaoxue caressed the jade vial containing the Ningyuan pill, her face brimming with undisguised delight. Indeed, with this Ningyuan pill, I have increased confidence in breaking through to mid-stage Foundation establishment. You think that place can sustain an entire iron-armored alligator turtle clan, which even includes Foundation establishment members? How could there not be a spiritual vein beneath? I estimate there must be a hidden spiritual vein there. She paused, continuing her explanation. However, this hidden spiritual vein isn't so easy to utilize. To manifest it, one must arrange the extraordinarily expensive Ascension Dragon formation. The cost of arranging this formation might not even be covered by 50 years of output from a second-rank spiritual vein. Plus, there's the need to clear out those thick-skinned, iron-armored alligator turtles. Besides the Zhao family, who specialize in formations, other nearby families have little interest in Shattered Star Lake. I see. The Che refining female cultivator suddenly understood, but then new doubts arose. Sister Shui, what makes you think this Lin Daoist has the confidence to secure that place? Wang Niaoxua waved her hand dismissively. That's not something we need to worry about. Perhaps he has some special means. Either way, let them compete among themselves. This place might not even remain stable for many years. We just need to take care of ourselves. Her tone was pragmatic and calm. At this moment, as if remembering something, the Che refining female cultivator asked with some concern, what about Director Lie? Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed across Wang Miaoxue's face. She weighed the jade vial in her hand and declared resolutely, before I turned a blind eye because of his face and the small benefits from the Zhao family. Now my eyes only see this Ningyuan pill. Director Li can forget about any favors. On the other side, Lin Che, who had walked out of the spiritual vein management office, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He hadn't expected acquiring the pioneering edict for Shattered Star Lake to encounter such complications. Recalling the stark contrast in Wang Miaoxue's attitudes before and after, a cold smile formed in his heart. Her initial perfunctoriness was clearly due to having been bribed by the Zhao family, or perhaps she had other concerns. He chose to spend money to avoid trouble rather than make a scene on the spot, precisely because he considered the possible backgrounds behind these individuals. Anyone who could hold positions in such a seemingly lucrative department must have extraordinary connections. If he wished to establish himself here, he would still need to interact with them. Before his strength was sufficient to overwhelm everything, certain relationships should not be strained too badly. He found an inn with Su Wanwan and temporarily took residence there, beginning his patient wait. The span of a week passed in an instant. Stepping into the spiritual vein management office, once more the moment he entered the door, a voice tinged with agitation and bewilderment reached his ears. What? The pioneering edict for Shattered Star Lake has been transferred to someone else. Manager Wang, you're asking me to hand over the land deed Jade slip. Didn't we have an agreement beforehand? Zhao Daoist words should not be spoken carelessly. Wang Miaoshue's voice carried the cold detachment of official business. Who made any agreement with you? What agreement? Territorial pioneering edicts have always operated on a first-come, first-served basis. This is an ironclad rule set by our superiors, and I am simply following regulations. No sooner had she finished speaking than she sensed Lin Che's presence at the door. Immediately she put on a smiling face and came forward to greet him. Lin Daoist, you've arrived. I've already processed the new pioneering edict for the Shattered Star Lake region for you. As soon as you complete the pioneering work, you can establish your clan here. She then turned to Zhao Wenyuan again. Lin Daoist arrived before you. The pioneering edict for Shattered Star Lake has already been registered under his name. Hurry up and hand over the land deed Jade slip for Shattered Star Lake, or I'll have to ask the enforcement squad to demand it from you. These words agitated Zhao Wenyuan. He had come early to ensure the family's plans went smoothly, yet this person had clearly just arrived. This was blatant lying. He forcibly suppressed the surging rage in his chest and managed to squeeze out a stiff smile. Clasping his hands toward Lin Che and Wang Miaoshue, he said, "It seems there may be some misunderstanding here. Since Manager Wang has already made her decision, I shall take my leave." His words appeared peaceful, but his gaze lingered on Lin Che for a moment, flickering with malevolence. Without another word, he turned and strode away quickly. Lin Che gazed at Zhao Wenyuan's departing figure, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed a hint of impending trouble. Seeing his expression, Wang Miaoshue smiled reassuringly. Lin Daoist, rest assured. The procedures are proper and legitimate, there will be no issues. I guarantee that the pioneering edict for this region will definitely be yours. Lin Che nodded, about to respond. Suddenly the light at the doorway dimmed. Zhao Wenyuan had returned, and before him stood an elderly man in a cyan robe full of vitality. The elder's cultivation was distinctly at mid-stage foundation establishment. With an apparently warm smile on his face, he slowly walked in. His gaze fell directly on Wang Miaoshue. His tone carried the familiarity of an elder addressing a junior, along with an air of indisputability. "Miaoshue, this matter is my fault. I was negligent. In truth, early this morning before you arrived at the office, I had already processed the pioneering edict renewal for Zhao Daoist for Shattered Star Lake. I was simply occupied with affairs and failed to notify you in a timely manner." When Director Li uttered these words, Lin Che's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. As expected, his premonition had come true. Trouble had found him. Fortunately, the investment he had made earlier had not been in vain. Wang Miaoshue showed no regard for her superior. Her face cold as frost, she said in a sharp tone, "Director Li, I recall quite clearly that issuing a specific territory expansion order for cultivators does not fall within your purview, does it? When did you need to overstep your bounds?" Director Li's wrinkled brow tightened instantly. He had never expected Wang Miaoshue to be so blunt, openly rebuffing him in front of an outsider. After all, he was her direct superior. But recalling the backing behind her, he forced down the reprimand that had risen to his lips and still squeezed out a genial smile, though it appeared somewhat stiff. "Miaoshue, I know how diligent you are. However, as the head of the Spiritual Vein Management Office, seeing my subordinates busy, I naturally wish to share some of the burden. How can that be called overstepping? It's all for the sake of official business." This sophistry made even the chi-refining female cultivator who had been watching on the sidelines sneer inwardly. This old fellow is never seen on ordinary days, but when it comes to snatching credit and benefits, he's faster than anyone. What a shameless old fox. Wang Miaoshue was clearly amused by the old fox's thick skin, but she did not laugh. Instead, her gaze grew even colder and her tone was resolute, leaving no room for compromise. "I appreciate your goodwill, Director Li. However, the expansion of the Suishing Lake area has been handled strictly according to regulations. All records have been entered into the core recording Jade slip of Chuyang City, and the array imprint is already set. This matter is now settled. No one can change this outcome." These words completely blocked any possibility of finding procedural loopholes. Director Li's expression darkened slightly, realizing that Wang Miaoshue was determined to oppose him. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his murky old eyes, and he cast a calming glance at the anxious Zhao Wenyuan beside him. Zhao Wenyuan's heart was ablaze with anxiety. Suishing Lake was crucial to the future plans of his clan, and if he failed this mission, he would have no way to explain it when he returned. He opened his mouth to argue, but Director Li stopped him with a look. Director Li, as if recalling something, spoke slowly. "Miaoshue, I recall that since the expansion of the Suishing Lake area began, there has never been a case where two parties competed for the same territory, has there?" At these words, Wang Miaoshue's pupils contracted. She instantly understood what scheme the old man was plotting, and her gaze turned as dark as water about to drip. Sure enough, Director Li continued unhurriedly. In the early days of Chuyang City's founding, several factions vied for the same precious land, arguing endlessly and even resorting to violence. The situation became chaotic, severely hampering the expansion process. To resolve the disputes, the higher-ups added an unwritten rule. If multiple parties submit expansion applications for the same previously unexplored territory, within the same period, the simplest and most direct method shall be used to settle it: a duel on the arena. Each party dispatches a cultivator of equivalent cultivation level. The victor obtains the expansion order for the territory. The expansion will also enjoy the protection of Chuyang City, and no cultivator may interfere or sabotage it during the one-year expansion period. His gaze shifted to Zhao Wenyuan. His tone, leading the Zhao family, abides by this rule. They will send a cultivator to participate in the duel. Is there any problem? Reminded of this long-dormant, unwritten rule, Zhao Wenyuan frowned deeply. He had not expected that after years of planning they would have to rely on such a method to fight for the territory expansion order. But for now this seemed to be the only chance to overturn the situation procedurally. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The Zhao family has no objection. We are willing to duel according to the rules." Director Li nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Lin Che with a smile that carried an undeniable pressure. "And what does this Taoist friend Lin think? Of course, if you are afraid to fight, you may still give up the expansion rights now." Lin Che snorted inwardly, somewhat displeased. Although he understood that the world did not revolve around him, the situation still irked him. So be it. Fine. Lin Che will personally take part in the duel. He might as well use this opportunity to establish his authority. In this cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, reason is often built on the strength of one's fists. Since he had decided to put down roots here, remaining low-key and passive would only invite more covetous eyes and trouble. It was time to let the various forces of Chuyang City see clearly that the newly arrived Lin family was not a soft target they could manipulate at will. This move would serve two purposes: first, to intimidate the petty schemers. By defeating the Zhao family's representative with thunderous means, he would make those ill-intentioned families and rogue cultivators think twice about the cost of provoking a cultivator with true strength. Second, to establish a reputation. A family's prestige requires cultivation. Visibility is an intangible asset. Just as the Zhao family had established themselves here through their mastery of formations, making others think of formations whenever they thought of them. Lin Che wanted the name Lin family to be deeply imprinted in the hearts of every cultivator here through today's battle. Wang Miaoshua looked apologetic, as if wanting to speak. She had previously given him her solemn assurance, but now things had turned out this way. Seeing this, Lin Che gave her a reassuring, indifferent smile. He was not so petty as to take back the gift he had given. He could only hope that she would bring him some benefits in the future. News spread like wildfire. The long silent arena in the north of Chuyang City was about to be used again, immediately drawing the attention of all forces within the city. Such a public duel to determine the ownership of a territory expansion was a spectacle or a source of amusement not seen in years. The heads of various shops and many rogue cultivators surged toward the arena, the air filled with a buzz of voices. Zhou Wanhai, the owner of the Zhou family spirit beast shop with his round belly, and Li Yunqing, the manager of the Li family talisman shop, gathered together, both wearing smiles of anticipation. "Brotherly, have you heard anything about this Lin family?" "I never thought the Zhao family would have to swallow their pride. What a delight." Zhou Wanhai rubbed his hands, his round face brimming with schadenfreude. Li Yunqing stroked his goatee, shaking his head slightly. "Never heard of them. They seem to have come out of nowhere. But since they dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, they must have some backing." Hee indeed. The Zhao family has been plotting for Suishing Lake for so long. Now that the cooked duck is about to fly away, they must be fuming. Hopefully these two families will really go at each other, and both suffer heavy losses. Zhou Wanhai's eyes gleamed. When he had established his own family, he had been ruthlessly exploited by the formation-proficient Zhao family, so he naturally enjoyed seeing this. Moreover, any damage to the Zhao family's strength would be a relative gain for the Zhou and Li families. On the arena, the two cultivators were already in position. On the left stood Lin Che, clad in a blue robe, his expression serene, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a calm demeanor. On the right was Zhao Wenyuan, the representative sent by the Zhao family. He had established his foundation at nearly 40 years of age, a standout among the one generation of the Zhao family. He managed the family's formation shop in Chuyang City, and his strength and status made him a suitable representative for the family. Director Li from the Spiritual Vein Management Office acted as the referee, announcing the rules in a clear voice. In this duel, both parties may use talismans, pills, formations, spirit beasts, and any other means. However, one rule must be observed: no one may deliberately take a life. The fight must be stopped at the point of injury. If one party concedes, the other must immediately cease. Violators will be severely punished. He scanned Lin Che and Zhao Wenyuan. "Do you two have any questions?" Seeing that both indicated no objections, he quickly stepped down from the arena and announced loudly, "In that case, I declare the duel begins now." Clang. Almost the moment the referee's words fell, Zhao Wenyuan hurled a formation plate, glowing with golden light, like lightning. The plate expanded as it flew, instantly transforming into a solid golden protective barrier that enveloped him completely, the Golden Light Protective Array. This was a one-time formation with excellent defensive capabilities. Even an ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivator would deplete all their true essence before breaking through it. Without a moment's pause, his hands moved like butterflies, swiftly placing formation flags at various points on the arena, racing against time to set up an offensive formation. Common sense dictated that in a battle against a formation master, one must strike quickly, breaking through the defenses before the formation is completed. Otherwise, once the formations are linked in a chain, a cultivator of the same level would find it nearly impossible to resist. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Lin Che remained motionless. He simply stood there quietly, watching Zhao Wenyuan busy himself, showing no intention of interrupting. What is this guy doing? Has he lost his mind? It's over, it's over. Letting Zhao Wenyuan set up his formation. How can he still fight? He might as well concede. Exactly. Both are at the early Foundation establishment stage. With the support of his formation, Zhao Wenyuan is almost invincible. Is this Lin family representative an idiot? A noisy tumult of discussion and jeers arose from the crowd. Zhou Wanhai and Li Yunqing exchanged puzzled glances. What is this Taoist friend Lin up to? So reckless. Zhou Wanhai rubbed his double chin, his plump face full of confusion. Li Yunqing narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lin Che's placid expression, his tone tinged with doubt. He looks so calm and collected, as if he truly has absolute confidence in defeating Zhao Wenyuan even after he unleashes all his methods. He suddenly thought of a possibility, his voice rising. Could it be that he intends to use the Zhao family as a stepping stone to kill the chicken, to scare the monkeys, and establish his authority? Is that really possible? Can his combat strength be that formidable? As the two were still in doubt, Zhao Wenyuan had already completed his killing move. A second-grade lower-rank formation, the small thousand-leaf sword formation. 8 formation banners, thin as cicada wings and gleaming with icy silver light, stood in the 8 directions. Under the connection of spiritual energy, hundreds of sharp sword lights like golden willow leaves coalesced behind Zhao Wenyuan, radiating a chilling sword aura ready to strike. Each attack from this formation could match the power of a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. However, despite the formation being completed, there was no trace of joy on Zhao Wenyuan's face. Instead, he grew even more solemn. The opponent's unnatural calm placed immense psychological pressure on him. This composure was more unsettling than a storm of relentless attacks. No time to think about it. Sword formation rise. Zhao Wenyuan steeled himself and activated his divine sense. Whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of golden willow leaf blades like a startled swarm of bees transformed into a golden torrent of death, tearing through the air with sharp whistles and shot toward Lin Che in an overwhelming barrage. The assault was so fierce it seemed intent on tearing him to shreds. The audience below held their breath, some closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Yet the next moment left everyone dumbfounded. Facing this terrifying sword formation that could severely wound or even kill an ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Che remained rooted to the spot, not even moving a step. The hundreds of golden blades capable of cutting through metal and jade rained down like a storm upon the majestic body of the blazing flame tiger, yet they clattered against it with a dense metallic sound. Not a single blade could penetrate its seemingly intangible, yet incredibly condensed crimson protective chi barrier. All attacks upon touching the chi barrier were scattered and annihilated by the scorching, domineering force. Roar! The blazing flame tiger raised its head and let out a sky-shaking roar filled with disdain and authority. The terrifying sound waves mixed with the unbridled, overwhelming pressure of a late Foundation establishment spirit beast swept across the entire arena like a tangible shockwave and spread wildly outward. In that moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence. All laughter and discussion ceased abruptly. Below the arena, countless cultivators stared with wide eyes and open mouths, their faces etched with utter shock and disbelief. Someone with a trembling, cracked voice voiced the shock in everyone's heart. Protective chi barrier. How is this possible? Late Foundation establishment. This is definitely a late Foundation establishment spirit beast. Heavens. The Lin family. This young master of the Lin family actually possesses a late Foundation establishment spirit beast. An eerie silence fell over the arena, then erupted into clamor and discussion far more tumultuous than before. The disdain and doubt in the eyes of the rogue cultivators had been replaced by utter astonishment. Only now did they realize why the cultivator from the Lin family had remained so composed and unruffled from start to finish. It was not arrogance, but absolute power that could crush an opponent. A late Foundation establishment spirit beast. The layer of condensed solid crimson protective chi that surrounded the crimson flame tiger. Even cultivators at the lowest chi refining stage could clearly sense the terrifying spiritual energy within it. Any cultivator with some insight understood that possessing protective chi was a sign of late foundation establishment. The overwhelming pressure radiating without restraint from the crimson flame tiger, mixed with the innate ferocious aura of a top predator, swept across the arena like an invisible tide, weighing on the hearts of every onlooker and causing even some lower-level rogue cultivators to catch their breath. As the target locked by this malevolent aura, Zhao Wenyuan felt it most acutely. He felt as if an invisible hand had seized his heart, causing it to pound wildly, almost bursting from his chest. Icy fear spread rapidly along his spine, making his blood seem to freeze in an instant. Go! The crimson flame tiger, already restless, a flicker of almost human-like excitement flashed in its amber eyes. Heaven knows how much it had suffered under the heaven-burning sacred sparrow, how suppressed it had been. Now finally encountering a soft persimmon, to toy with it urgently needed an overwhelming victory to restore its tiger might. Roar! With a deafening roar that vented its pent-up frustration, the crimson flame tiger's body erupted in flames, its massive frame transforming into a crimson beast that lunged fiercely at the dazed Zhao Wenyuan. Boom! The enormous tiger claw, wreathed in bloodlight, slammed with devastating force onto the golden protective array. With a single strike, a massive crack spreading like a spiderweb instantly fractured the seemingly sturdy golden barrier. Then the crack rapidly expanded, covering the entire barrier. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out, and the golden light protective array collapsed, scattering into golden sparks floating in the air. The sound of shattering like a thunderclap finally awakened Zhao Wenyuan from his boundless fear. The shadow of death loomed over him, all color drained from his face, leaving only terror. He retreated frantically while shouting in a near-hoarse voice, "I surrender! I surrender! I surrender!" In his heart he knew all too well a mere early foundation establishment cultivator relying on formations might have a fighting chance against an ordinary mid-foundation establishment spirit beast. But facing a late foundation establishment being that had condensed protective chi, that was a qualitative difference. Even in the wild, hunting a late foundation establishment demon beast often required the combined efforts of several late foundation establishment cultivators to ensure success. And this was a fierce beast, a predator among demon beasts far beyond ordinary ones. This was an opponent he could not contend with. Without any hesitation, he surrendered immediately. Seeing this, Lin Che did not press the kill. With a thought, he said calmly, "Come back." The crimson flame tiger, still unsatisfied, let out a low, threatening growl at the disheveled Zhao Wenyuan before pacing back to Lin Che's side with an elegant, domineering stride. Below the stage, the referee manager, Li, was also utterly unprepared for the match to end in such a crushing, one-sided manner. He had originally believed that the Zhao family, with their deep pockets, high-grade artifacts, talismans, and formations as a trump card, would surely win. Who would have thought the Lin family would directly reveal a late foundation establishment spirit beast as a devastating weapon? This went completely beyond the scope of ordinary combat. Yet it was within the rules. As long as the spirit beast belonged to the cultivator who fought, and as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he had enough discernment to see the taming contract between them. He cast a helpless glance at the sullen-faced elder in the Zhao family seats, offering an apologetic look, then composed himself and quickly stepped onto the stage. Now his attitude toward Lin Che had changed completely, with a hint of genuine respect in his demeanor. He first faced the still-stunned crowd below, channeled his spiritual energy, and announced loudly, "This battle, the winner is the Lin family. According to the rules, the exclusive development rights for the Suishing Lake area for the next year belong to the Lin family. During this period, no family or rogue cultivator may interfere in any form with the Lin family's development and establishment here." After the announcement, he turned to Lin Che, his face breaking into a warm smile, and cupped his hands in greeting. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on obtaining the development rights to Suishing Lake. May you achieve your wishes." His tone of flattery was a far cry from before. Lin Che merely nodded slightly and said nothing more. His gaze swept over the rogue cultivators with varied expressions and the representatives of several cultivation families. Then he spoke clearly, his voice reaching every ear. "From today onward, I, the Beast-Taming Lin family, will establish our clan at Suishing Lake. If any fellow Taoist wishes to settle down and join the Lin family as a guest elder or supplier, the Lin family will treat you with sincerity. Salaries and resources will never disappoint." With these words, he did not linger but strode straight off the stage. He had originally planned to keep a low profile, But his experience at the Spiritual Vein Management Office made him realize clearly in this land where strength is revered, obscurity only invites more contempt and trouble. Since that was the case, he might as well flex his muscles and build a reputation. He had initially intended to masquerade as a sword cultivator, but since he had tamed the Crimson Flame Tiger, it served as a perfect public asset. So he decided to reveal his foundation and make a name. As for the heaven-burning Sacred Sparrow, it could remain a hidden trump card. Publicly recruiting helpers was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. Establishing a clan was not something one person could accomplish. Recruiting some rogue cultivators to handle miscellaneous tasks and accelerate construction was undoubtedly the wiser choice. As soon as he stepped off the stage, the crowd of rogue cultivators below erupted. Sigh. Who would have thought? Another powerful dragon has squeezed into the territory of Chuyang City. What background does this Lin family have? They reveal a late Foundation Establishment Spirit Beast at the first move. How many Foundation Establishment Spirit Beasts are in their clan? This is getting interesting. The Zhao family suffered such a major loss. Will they just let it go? The Zhou family also relies on Beast-Taming, rivals in the same trade. This place is bound to get turbulent. The rogue cultivators who had been making a living here for years were well aware of the power structure and grudges among the local Foundation Establishment families. The Lin family's forceful entry was undoubtedly a boulder thrown into a calm lake, likely shattering the existing balance. What the rogue cultivators could think, Li Yunqing, the owner of the talisman shop, saw even more clearly. Stroking his goatee, he smiled slyly at his old acquaintance, his tone teasing. "Zhou fatty, how is it? Is this melon tasty?" At this moment, Zhou Wanhai's round fat face had lost all its casual ease. His brows were tightly knitted, his expression quite ugly. Umph. A second-rank upper-grade bloodline Crimson Flame Tiger. He almost gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. As a core member of a beast-taming family, his insight far surpassed ordinary people. He could see the extraordinary nature of the Crimson Flame Tiger at a glance. What shocked him even more was that he could clearly sense the source of the master-servant contract for that fierce, rebellious late Foundation Establishment Spirit Beast. It was bound to Lin Che, who was only at early Foundation Establishment. What did this mean? It meant that either the opponent came from a powerful beast-taming family, with extremely deep resources enough to allow a spirit beast's cultivation to far surpass its masters, or they possessed a secret technique that could greatly accelerate the growth of spirit beasts. Either way, it was far from good news for the Zhou family, who also relied on beast-taming. He no longer had the mind to trade barbs with Li Yunqing, that sly old fox watching the show. He hurriedly cupped his hands. "Brother Li, I have urgent matters at home. I'll take my leave." With that, he moved his fat but agile body and rushed back toward his family, anxious to report this matter to the clan elders and discuss countermeasures. On the other side of the stage, Zhao Wenyuan stumbled down, his face full of shame and dejection as he approached his family's elder. "Elder, I lost. I have failed the family's trust." The Zhao family elder's face was as dark as water. He stared in the direction where Lin Che had left, his gaze flickering. He waved his hand and said in a low voice, "This is not your fault. No one could have expected this suddenly appearing Lin family to have such strength. They are a tough nut to crack. Let's go back for now, find out their background, and then make plans." The Zhao family had long coveted Suishing Lake. A few years ago, they had attempted to make a move, but were stymied by the group of iron-shelled alligator turtles. The reason was that among them was a vortex dragon turtle at the great perfection of Foundation Establishment. With it commanding the turtle group offensively, and the iron-shelled alligator turtles defending, the cost of capturing the area would have crippled the Zhao family. However, the clan leader judged that the dragon turtle's lifespan was short, and they planned to wait for it to die of old age before making their move. Unexpectedly, the Lin family appeared out of nowhere, disrupting their entire plan. As Lin Che finally broke free from the surrounding crowd, Wang Miaoxiu greeted him with a smiling face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin. Your strength is truly admirable." Her flattery this time carried less formality and more genuine astonishment and respect. After a pause, she secretly transmitted a message. "Fellow Taoist Lin, I feel guilty that my previous promise was not fully fulfilled. So I made some inquiries on your behalf. At the next auction of the Fengxing Chamber of Commerce in Fenggu City, a lesser ascending dragon array will appear. Although this array is not as complete as the full ascending dragon array, it can be used to guide and initially manifest a hidden spiritual vein. I hope it can be of some help to you, a small token of my effort." Her action was both to make up for her previous promise and to further cultivate ties with the Lin family, especially this exceptionally promising member. At this moment, she absolutely could not have imagined that the Lin family consisted only of Lin Che himself, nor that Lin Che himself was the family head. Little ascending dragon array. Lin Che's expression remained unchanged, still appearing as calm and composed as ever. However, a flicker of surprise stirred within his heart. Among the information he knew about the hidden spiritual vein, the ascending dragon array was one of the methods to resolve its manifestation issue. He hadn't expected to get such precise news from Wang Yaoxue. That previous investment had truly been worthwhile. It seems that the network behind her might be connected to the Wind Travel Guild. Lin Che pondered inwardly. The Wind Travel Guild was a major enterprise under the Mystic Puppet Sect. In this territory under the Mystic Puppet Sect's influence, their information was undoubtedly the most well-informed. Maintaining this connection with Wang Yaoxue might prove greatly beneficial for the future. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Che began to stroll leisurely through the city of First Sun. In recent days his mind had been entirely focused on the pioneering order, and he had not taken a good look at this new city. Since he had decided to settle here, it was necessary to gain a deep understanding of its layout and character. Similar to the imposing and heavy bone-burning city, the city of First Sun had also established a system of battle merits. Upon a brief investigation, Lin Che discovered that this system was identical to the one implemented by the Fong family in Bone-Burning City, or rather it was simply an extension of the same rules brought here. Battle merits accumulated here could also be used to exchange for resources at Bone-Burning City. However, compared to the frontline fortress of Bone-Burning City, the tasks issued here awarded far fewer battle merits, and naturally the competition was relatively milder. For this reason, it attracted a number of wandering cultivators with slightly weaker strength who sought stable development. The entire city of First Sun exuded an air of newness. As a city built only a few years ago, the streets were wide and level with pavilions and halls on both sides, sharp-edged and brightly painted. It lacked the weight of history, but boasted a vibrant vitality and a pioneering spirit. The city's layout was clear and well-defined, broadly divided into three areas. The north was the core of power, where the imposing city lord's mansion stood, and all government offices and administrative institutions were concentrated there, giving it a relatively solemn atmosphere. The west was the residential area, where rows of orderly cave dwellings had been carved out along the mountain terrain, available for cultivators to rent for cultivation, making it a relatively quiet part of the city. The east, however, was the most vibrant commercial district of the entire city. For intersecting main streets formed the commercial thoroughfares. No strict business zoning had been implemented here. Various shops lined both sides of the streets, appearing somewhat haphazard, yet brimming with the lively atmosphere of the marketplace. Pill shops, talisman stores, artifact stores, taverns, inns. A wide variety of establishments stood side by side in a scattered arrangement. Lin Che observed briefly and found that most of the local shops were run by several foundation establishment families, and the Chi refining families attached to them, along with some specialized small stores opened by wandering cultivators skilled in various cultivation arts. However, what was noteworthy was that large-scale chain guilds like the Wind Travel Guild were nowhere to be seen here. It was unclear whether these guilds considered the place too risky or whether the city's administrators had intentionally taken measures to protect local industries. Strolling idly, Lin Che quickly finished walking through three main streets and stopped at the fourth, which was also the most special one, the free trade zone. The atmosphere here was completely different from the previous three streets. Designated fixed stalls could be rented temporarily for a small amount of spirit stones. At this moment, the place was bustling with noise and crowded with people, making it the liveliest spot in all of First Sun City. Wandering cultivators and members of weaker Chi refining families set up their stalls here, displaying materials obtained from hunting demon beasts in dangerous places, spirit herbs gathered from the wilds, or spirit grains and medicines from their own spiritual fields. They shouted loudly and haggled with passing customers. The cacophony of hawking and bargaining blended together, filled with vibrant noise. Lin Che had come here to purchase some nurturing resources for the Crimson Flame Tiger that had just rendered meritorious service. To conceal his true strength, Lin Che was not planning to upgrade the Crimson Flame Tiger's bloodline for now. Since he couldn't use the system to upgrade it, he would compensate through its diet as a form of reward. With a slight mental command, his powerful divine sense precisely extracted from his vast memory the detailed information on cultivating the Crimson Flame Tiger from the Beast-Taming legacy. Thanks to his years of memorizing the entire legacy, he did not need to take out the legacy jade slip to look it up on the spot. Compared to the sky-devouring expenses of the Blazing Heaven Saint Sparrow, the Crimson Flame Tiger's food costs were much more modest, estimated to be about 4,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. After all, the Blazing Heaven Saint Sparrow, once at Foundation establishment, consumed over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones monthly. Even so, the cost to raise a single Crimson Flame Tiger was enough to support the cultivation of 2 or 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, illustrating the immense resource consumption of the path of beast taming. Weaving through the bustling crowd with sharp eyes, he soon spotted a stall run by a Foundation establishment cultivator and purchased 200 gene of fresh meat from a second-grade pure fire tribute demon beast. At 6 spirit stones per gene, he only bought the meat. The hide, claws, and teeth, which were usually used for refining artifacts and making talismans, he did not purchase together. Next, he successfully obtained the fire spirit crystal rice, mentioned in the cultivation manual, and some second-grade or rich in fire spiritual energy. Just as he was about to continue his search, his steps paused slightly. From a distance, he saw a person in front of the young man's stall apparently haggling over a spirit beast on display. The young man's face was full of hesitation and helplessness, but after pursing his lips several times his eyes remained resolute, as he slowly shook his head in refusal. This piqued Lin Che's curiosity, and he stepped forward. As soon as he approached, he heard their conversation. "Fellow Taoist, I'm offering 200 spirit stones for this spirit beast. That's a fair price, isn't it?" Lu Yunzhou still shook his head, insisting, "Senior, I still say the same. I want to exchange this spirit beast for a first-grade top-quality healing pill, not sell it directly for spirit stones." Lin Che's gaze dropped to the spirit beast that was the subject of the dispute. It was a rather peculiar creature, small enough to be held in two hands, resembling a petite and exquisite deer. Its body was translucent emerald green, as if carved from the finest jade, radiating a soft green glow and a fresh fragrance of grass and trees. Most strangely, it did not appear to have the flesh and blood of ordinary living beings. Rather, it seemed like a natural spirit condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This immediately aroused Lin Che's great interest. With the thought, his system's investigation function quietly activated, and information about this special spirit beast instantly appeared. Azure Spirit Beast Level Chi Refining 5th Layer, Bloodline Grade 1st Grade Supreme, Bloodline Divine Ability Spirit Plant, Symbiosis Contract Origin Divine Ability. It can form a soul-level symbiotic contract with a wood attribute spirit plant. Inherited Cultivation Method None. Description: it is born naturally only in places of extreme, with spirit energy possessing a trace of the spiritual nature of the world tree. It is not a pure living being, but a natural spirit between soul and substance, inherently destined to seek and guard powerful plants, achieving greatness together with them. Such a peculiar spirit beast. And this ability. Lin Che felt some confusion. What is an origin divine ability? He immediately searched his Beast-Taming legacy memory for detailed information about the Azure Spirit Beast. When the far more detailed inherited knowledge than the system's brief flooded into his mind, even Lin Che, with his composed nature, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This Azure Spirit Beast was completely different from ordinary spirit beasts. Its only innate divine ability was an extremely special, almost heaven-defying origin divine ability spirit plant symbiosis contract. This ability meant that it could form a deep soul-level symbiotic contract with a wood attribute spirit plant. Once the contract was established, the Azure Spirit Beast's grade would be exactly equal to the grade of the spirit plant it symbiotically bonded with. If it symbiotically bonded with a third-grade superior spirit plant, it would become a third-grade superior spirit beast. If it could find a fifth-grade sacred herb to bond with, it could leap to become a fifth-grade spirit beast. Not only that, it would perfectly inherit and master all the innate abilities of the symbiotic spirit plant: attack, defense, healing, illusion, domain, hastening growth. Whatever abilities the plant possessed, it could turn them into its own. Its appearance would merge with the symbiotic spirit plant. For example, bonding with a battle ancient tree might transform it into a tree armored with spirit. Bonding with a phantom heart orchid might transform it into a mist flower demon. The life energies of the two would be completely connected, sharing weal and woe, prospering together and declining together. This is simply a life-bound spirit beast tailor-made for me. Lin Che's heart instantly burned with fervor. After his foundation establishment, he could contract another life-bound spirit beast, and he had not yet decided on a target. This Azure Spirit Beast before him was undoubtedly the best choice. The reason was none other than the extraordinary divine plant at the center of Starfall Lake, the void-hidden mulberry. Lin Che hesitated no longer. He stepped forward swiftly, his voice calm, yet carrying an unmistakable finality. "This spirit beast, I will take it." Before his words had faded, the cultivator who had been haggling with Lu Yunzhou immediately furrowed his brows, a distinct displeasure spreading across his face. He turned his gaze scrutinizing and dissatisfied as he fixed it on Lin Che, his tone harsh. "Fellow Taoist, shouldn't one observe the principle of first come first served? This spirit beast was mine to claim first." The man was named Zhou Toming, a scion of the Beast-Taming Zhou family, and his eyesight was naturally keen. Though he could not fully fathom the depths of this spirit beast, its peculiar form, hovering between spirit and substance, and the pure natural spiritual energy radiating from it, indicated that it was no ordinary creature. He had intended to rely on the Zhou family's reputation and his bargaining skills to acquire this promising beast at the lowest cost, but an unexpected obstacle had arisen. Suppressing his anger, he turned once more to Lu Yunzhou, attempting to overwhelm him with a higher price, his voice rising. "Puff. Boy, I offer 500 low-grade spirit stones. That amount is enough for you to purchase a top-grade healing pill, isn't it? Think carefully." The commotion of the price competition immediately drew the attention of nearby rogue cultivators, who curiously gathered around to see what treasure had sparked such a dispute. Just as Lin Che was about to speak, someone among the onlookers recognized him, and low murmurs spread instantly. Look, isn't that the cultivator who crushed the Zhao family on the arena? Yes, it's him. His tiger spirit beast's aura is overwhelming. Sigh. The one opposing him seems to be only at the chi refining stage, doesn't he? How dare he compete? These fragmented whispers fell like cold water upon Zhou Tongming's heart, jolting him into alertness. His attention had been entirely on the spirit beast, and since private combat was forbidden within the city, he had not bothered to sense the other's aura. Now upon closer inspection, the man's demeanor was composed and profound, exuding the resonance of heaven and earth that only a foundation establishment cultivator could possess. Clearly he had reached that stage. Had he witnessed the arena battle, he would likely have retreated in fear by now. But he had not gone to watch the spectacle, unaware of Lin Che's prowess, and the pride of being a Zhou scion prevented him from backing down. He gritted his teeth and raised the bid again. I offer 650 low-grade spirit stones. This was nearly all the savings he could muster. Hearing a price far beyond his expectations, a flicker of wavering crossed Lu Yunzhou's face. That sum was indeed enough to purchase pills, and he was almost ready to nod in agreement. However, Lin Che did not directly engage in the price war. Instead, he calmly retrieved an ordinary-looking wooden token from his storage pouch and presented it to Lu Yunzhou. The surrounding crowd exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding. But the moment Lu Yunzhou saw the token, his pupils contracted. He instantly recognized it. The engraving on it was the address of the small courtyard he and his sister had rented in Fenga City. Senior, is it you? The boy looked up, his voice filled with incredulous hesitation. No wonder he failed to recognize him. The Lin Che before him now bore no resemblance to the rough, burly figure he had encountered in Fenga City. Now he stood tall with a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. Lin Che gave a slight nod confirming it. Lu Yunzhou instantly understood. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Zhou Tongming, whose expression had darkened, and spoke with firmness and apology. I'm sorry, senior. This spirit beast is no longer for sale. Zhou Tongming's face turned ashen. He shot a venomous glare at the boy and hissed through clenched teeth, Humph. We'll see about that. With that, he could no longer bear to stay, whisking his sleeves and disappearing into the crowd. The scene was too public and crowded. Lin Che said nothing more, signaling Lu Yunzhou to follow, and the two left the bustling trading area together. Along the way, Lin Che candidly told the boy about his disguise in Fenga City. Lu Yunzhou in turn opened up without reservation, tearfully explaining the reason he urgently needed the pills. He was selling this spirit beast to save his severely injured sister Lu Qingxue. It turned out that to gather cultivation resources, Lu Qingxue had accepted a collection mission, joining a group of rogue cultivators to venture into the perilous silent forest in search of the second-grade spiritual herb, Qingmu Xian Ginseng. Unfortunately, they encountered a ferocious pack of shadow moon wolves. The team was scattered, and she was gravely wounded while breaking through. After narrowly escaping, she stumbled upon this unusual Qingxian spirit beast beneath an ancient tree. Though Lu Yunzhou's account was brief, Lin Che could imagine the peril involved. For her to dare venture deep into the silent forest, his sister must possess considerable strength and courage. Senior, the boy stopped extending the cage containing the Qingxian spirit beast with both hands before Lin Che. Tears glistened in his eyes, but his voice was resolute. This spirit beast is a gift to you. I only ask that you save my sister. If you agree, from this day forward, my life, Lu Yunzhou's life, is yours to command without a single word of complaint. Such unwavering sincerity, willing to sacrifice everything for a loved one, stirred something within Lin Che, a man accustomed to the deceit and fratricide of the demonic sect. He looked into the boy's eyes, filled with pleading and desperate resolve, and let out a soft sigh. Reaching out, he took the cage. Don't worry. I greatly like this spirit beast. His tone was gentle yet firm. Lead the way. Let me see your sister. A radiant joy of deliverance blossomed on Lu Yunzhou's face. He nodded eagerly and hurriedly guided Lin Che toward the inn where they were staying. As they pushed open the slightly worn wooden door of the guest room, a thick, cloying smell of medicinal herbs mixed with a faint trace of blood rushed toward them, nearly overpowering the room's cool air. Lu Qingxue lay quietly on the hardboard bed against the wall, covered by a thin yellow quilt. Even so, one could see the gauntness and fragility of her form beneath. Her face, originally cool and delicate, now bore not a trace of color. It was as pale as a sheet of paper soaked by rain and on the verge of tearing apart. Several strands of sweat-drenched black hair clung weakly to her smooth forehead and cheeks, adding to her vulnerability. Her breathing was faint and prolonged. With each inhalation, her delicate brows would furrow slightly from the pain of her wounds, and a stifling ache pounded in her chest. The most shocking sight was the thick bandage wrapped from her right shoulder down to her collarbone, with dark red bloodstains faintly seeping through, the savage wound left by the shadow moon wolf's claws. Hearing the door open, Lu Qingxue slowly lifted her heavy eyelids. When she saw a cultivator with a profound aura and an unfamiliar face following her brother, a flicker of barely perceptible vigilance and worry flashed across her originally cool eyes. Yunzhou, who is this? Her voice was weak and hoarse, as if barely sustained by a thread of breath after a severe injury. Lu Yunzhou hurried to the bedside, his face barely containing his excitement. He carefully supported his sister's shoulders. Sister, I've met a benefactor. This is the senior I mentioned to you back in Fenga City. He can surely find a way to save you. Lin Che gave Lu Qingxue a slight nodding greeting. Then his divine sense spread out like quicksilver, gently yet meticulously enveloping Lu Qingxue to probe her injuries. After a moment, Lin Che's brow furrowed slightly. Noticing this subtle change, Lu Yunzhou's heart leaped into his throat, his voice trembling. Senior, my sister's injuries, are they very serious? Lin Che withdrew his divine sense and nodded slowly, his tone grave. Your sister's meridians are damaged, but that is ultimately an external injury treatable with pills over time. The trouble is, he paused, looking at Lu Qingxue's pale face. Her soul has also suffered a considerable shock and trauma. Drawing from the inherited memories of the Shadow Moon Wolf, Lin Che quickly deduced that Lu Qingxue had been struck by the wolf's innate technique, Wolf Howl Shock, which specializes in injuring a cultivator's soul. Alas, he sighed softly. Healing the physical wounds is not difficult, but repairing the damaged soul will not be so easy. A cultivator's soul is of utmost importance. If damaged at the mildest, one suffers restlessness, difficulty concentrating, lethargy, and a sharp decline in control over spells. At worst, one's cultivation base becomes unstable, spiritual power runs rampant, and even the path of cultivation may be severed. Both Lu Qingxue and her brother, being cultivators, understood the peril involved. The color drained from Lu Yunzhou's face. He fell to his knees with a thud, straight back before Lin Che, clutching the hem of his robe, as if grasping the last straw of hope. Please, senior, think of a way. Whatever it takes, no matter how difficult, I am willing to do it. I beg you, save my sister. Seeing her brother kneeling so humbly pleading for her sake, Lu Qingxue's already pale face turned even more transparent. She bit her bloodless lower lip, her chest heaving violently, and a surge of unbearable bitterness and helplessness welled up inside her. She could not, and would never bear to, let her brother sacrifice himself like this for her. Cough. She forced down the metallic taste in her throat and the searing pain in her body, using all her strength to prop herself up slightly. Though her voice was weak, it carried an unwavering resolve. Yunzhou, you go outside for a moment. Let me speak with the senior alone. Sister. Lu Yunzhou jerked his head up, his eyes filled with confusion and worry, a foreboding sense enveloping his heart. Go out. Lu Qingxue's tone hardened. Despite her frailty, the authority of an elder sister remained. Seeing the unyielding determination in his sister's eyes, Lu Yunzhou's lips moved, but in the end, with reddened eyes, he turned and walked out of the room, slowly casting reluctant glances back, and gently closed the door behind him. After Lu Yunzhou's figure disappeared behind the door, and it gently closed, Lu Qingxue's carefully maintained aloofness and wariness melted away as swiftly as ice turning to water. A pleading expression verging on humility emerged upon her pale and cold face. Her eyes, once dimmed by pain, now blazed with the resolute determination to beg for her brother's life. Senior. Her voice was feeble, yet every word crystal clear. I implore you to show mercy and spare Yunzhou. Cough. I am unaware of what promises he made to you, or what qualities you found in him. But please let me bear all the consequences. No matter what you require, I shall not withhold anything I possess. I only beg. Do not entangle him in danger. Having struggled to survive beyond the bone-burning past for years, she understood far too well the treacherous nature of human hearts. Only tangible gains could sway the powerful. She had grown weary of hearing tales where sworn friends became bitter enemies over such gains. This Foundation establishment senior's willingness to condescend surely harbored ulterior motives, and her brother's promises likely led down an irrevocable path. She would rather plunge into the abyss herself than see her brother suffer any harm because of her. Lin Che felt a flicker of helplessness at these words. Did he truly appear so menacing? This wasn't the first time he'd faced such misunderstanding. Had his long departure from the demonic sect failed to rid him of that sinister aura? He shook his head lightly to dispel these pointless thoughts, then waved his hand. The emerald-clear Qingxian spirit beast emerged from its pouch, lying docilely in his palm. Lin Che replied calmly, "This spirit beast is quite pleasing to me, and that serves as the payment. This little one has already settled the debt." He had his own calculations in mind. For her external wounds, the blood jade dragon marrow fruit in his possession would prove instantly curative. The excess medicinal power could even strengthen her chi and blood, broaden her meridians, and lay an extraordinarily solid foundation for her future Foundation establishment. As for her divine sense injuries, while he lacked a corresponding pill for the moment, with the system's assistance, obtaining a suitable spiritual herb and elevating it would be nothing more than a simple task for him. All these expenditures paled in comparison to what this Qingxian spirit beast meant for his future Dao path. Yet a new idea stirred within him at this moment. Through the system's examination, this young woman possessed a superior spiritual root and had already reached the 8th layer of Qi refining. The fact that she had survived in the perilous silent forest evading packs of shadow moon wolves proved her strength and resolve far exceeded that of ordinary rogue cultivators. That territory stood as the largest, most treacherous, and richest unexplored region surrounding Qiyang City. None who dared venture deep within were anything less than elite among rogue cultivators. This sparked his desire to recruit her. Beyond employing spiritual objects to repair her damaged divine sense, Lin Che possessed another approach. It was the 10,000 beasts revering the origin manual. This cultivation method inherently nurtured and strengthened the divine sense, allowing it to gradually heal non-fatal spiritual injuries through persistent, deliberate practice. Since she remained conscious, her injuries were still manageable, making this approach entirely viable. Thus only one question remained. Lin Che paused thoughtfully before speaking in a calm tone that carried undeniable weight. Miss Lu, I have a question. Have you and your brother Lu Yunzhou ever considered a different path? A life that might offer greater stability, free from the constant danger of living on the edge. Before she could respond, Lin Che continued, I am establishing a cultivation clan at Suxing Lake. We are currently in need of capable individuals. While I cannot make other guarantees, you will never lack cultivation resources should you choose to join us. He paused, meeting her gaze openly. I can restore you completely. Your damaged meridians and injured divine sense will both recover. Even if you refuse, I will still treat your injuries as payment for the spirit beast. That remains unchanged. The method and outcome would differ depending on your choice, though. He left the second half unsaid. Lu Qingshue's cold eyes flickered with surprise, then understanding and resolve crossed her features. I see. So that is how it is. Senior, I understand. I agree to become your Dao companion. So this senior had taken a liking to her. For her brother's sake, and to continue her cultivation, this seemed the only price she could pay. Lin Che was taken aback by her words. Was that what he meant? And this young lady was far too conceited. Though she was about 23 or 24 at the peak of her beauty, even with her severe injuries still unhealed, her face pale as paper and lips nearly transparent, she could not hide the exquisite beauty like ice and snow beginning to melt. Her features were delicately carved as if by a master artist's brush, with an indelible stubbornness and coldness in her brows and eyes. What stood out most was the aura emanating from her, a sharpness forged through life and death battles like a cold blade, sheathed, yet still radiating edge, even in stillness. In the great sects, such distinctive presence would draw countless admiring glances, making her a favored daughter admired by all. But was he, Lin Che, such a shallow man? This girl's imagination was quite picturesque. With his talent and appearance, securing a wife, or several, would be effortless. I think you have misunderstood, Lin Che said with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, though his tone remained earnest. My invitation stems from my regard for your strength, your character, and the courage and capability you demonstrated entering the silent forest. I hope you will become the future commander of the Lin family's guards rather than something else. These words instantly painted her pale cheeks with embarrassed blush that spread to her ears. She finally realized her complete misinterpretation, her heart flooded with indescribable embarrassment. After the mortification passed, she composed herself and truly began considering Lin Che's proposal. The life of a rogue cultivator offered genuine freedom, yet also genuine hardship. She could bear it, but what of her brother? Should he truly follow in their parents' footsteps, hunting demons for survival in this perilous land, only to fall silently, like an autumn leaf, without warning? Joining an ascendant family, gaining protection and steady resources might truly be the better path for them. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, her gaze hardened once more. Thank you for the invitation, senior. I am willing to join. Only after speaking did she realize she had never even asked for the family name. Lin Che recognized her oversight as well. He turned and opened the door, summoning the anxious Lu Yunzhou, who had been waiting outside. Facing both siblings, Lin Che formally reintroduced himself. My name is Lin Che, patriarch of the Lin family. I intend to establish our foundation at Suxing Lake, and I formally invite both of you to join our clan. I pledge to you that provided you dedicate yourselves fully, the Lin family will never withhold any resources you need for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhou immediately glanced at his sister for her opinion. She gave him an affirmative nod, clearly indicating her acceptance. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to Lin Che. Lu Yunzhou thanks the patriarch for his kindness. I shall serve with utmost devotion, facing death without hesitation. This was precisely the promise he had made. So long as his sister could be saved, he would accept any price. Very well, Lin Che nodded, his tone softening. Now that you've joined the Lin family, address me as patriarch from now on. First, let me treat your sister's injuries. Speaking thus, he produced the crystal-clear spiritual fruit containing dragon-shaped blood essence within, the blood jade dragon marrow fruit. The moment the spiritual fruit appeared, an overwhelming aura of pure life force and rich blood chi filled the air, causing both siblings' pupils to contract sharply. As cultivators, how could they fail to sense the fruit's worth? Lu Qingxue barely inhaled a whiff of the drifting medicinal fragrance before feeling her pain lessen and her vitality stir within. This, Patriarch, this is far too precious. Lu Qingxue hastened to speak, her voice urgent. My injuries could be treated with ordinary high-grade first-rank pills. Using such a treasure on me would be wasteful. Lin Che would not allow her refusal. His tone was gentle, yet carried undeniable authority. Open your mouth, focus your spirit, and let me help you absorb the medicinal power. Gazing into Lin Che's deep, resolute eyes, something tender within her heart seemed to stir. Even understanding this might be an act of investing in valuable talent. Yet he was willing to offer such a precious treasure to heal a subordinate who had only just pledged allegiance and had even once misunderstood him. This boldness and sincerity stirred warm ripples across the long-frozen surface of her heart. She said no more and obediently parted her bloodless lips slightly. The spiritual fruit dissolved upon contact with her tongue, instantly transforming into a warm, powerful surge of life force. Like living dragons, threads of crimson gold spiritual marrow flowed precisely toward every wound on her body. Wherever they passed, damaged meridians healed and reconnected rapidly, while torn flesh mended and regenerated at a visibly noticeable pace. At the same time, Lin Che extended his palm, releasing a gentle and pure wood attribute true energy that emitted a vibrant green aura, which he lightly pressed against Lu Qingxue's thin back. The wood attribute true energy flowed like spring rain, carefully guiding the turbulent medicinal power as it smoothly nourished her obstructed meridians, ensuring every aspect of the treatment was fully absorbed. Before half an hour had passed, the treatment drew to a close. Lu Qingxue's face now glowed with healthy ruddiness rather than the pallor of illness. Her chi and blood surged with renewed vitality, exceeding even her pre-injury state. As she moved her arm, she felt her meridians flowing freely and stronger than before, her eyes wide with astonishment. This effect is truly astonishing. Her typically cold voice trembled with the joy of renewal and wonder at the miraculous spiritual fruit. Thank you, Patriarch, for this gift of rebirth. I, Lu Qingxue, shall never forget this grace. She struggled to rise and bow, but Lin Che stopped her with a look. Lu Yunzhou's face broke into unrestrained joy as he bowed deeply once more. Yunzhou thanks the Patriarch. This kindness shall never be forgotten. Very well. Your external wounds and meridians have healed sufficiently. Now we must nurture your damaged divine sense. This requires patience and gradual progress. With Lu Yunzhou's matter essentially resolved, Lin Che gazed at the darkening sky beyond the window, eager to depart for Suxing Lake at once. Carefully instructed Su Wanwan and the Lu siblings to wait a few days in Chuyang City. Regarding the existence of Kongyin Sang, Lin Che decided not to reveal it to anyone for the time being, not even to his future blood relatives. He deeply understood the principle that affairs succeed through secrecy and fail through leakage. The more people who knew, the greater the risk of Kongyin Sang being exposed, even if the leak was not their intention. Preventing it at the source was the best strategy. After leaving a communication jade talisman, Lin Che soared on his sword, cleaving through the deepening twilight, and headed straight for Suishing Lake. When he arrived, the sky had completely darkened, yet the nightscape of Suishing Lake was even more magnificent and fantastical than during the day. The bright moon hung high, casting its clear radiance, illuminating the main lake and the 6 small lakes surrounding it like huge polished sapphire mirrors, shimmering with deep and tranquil ripples. The blue light was emitted by a special ore in the lake, which would glow with azure brilliance at night, looking very beautiful under the moonlight. The island in the center of the lake stood quietly, gently shrouded in a faint, almost imperceptible milky white mist, hazy and mysterious. The iron-armored crocodile turtle clan faithfully carried out Lin Che's orders. As soon as the sentries in the shallow waters detected someone approaching, they immediately let out low rhythmic roars as a warning. Immediately, waves surged across the lake's surface as the massive crocodile turtle clan quickly gathered from their habitats, displaying a stern vigilance. However, when the members of the clan who had seen Lin Che before recognized his aura, the tense atmosphere instantly eased. The news spread quickly, and the crocodile turtles submerged into the water, clearing the path. Lin Che flew unimpeded all the way to the island in the center of the lake. He took out the jade token that controlled the cloud mist lock array and infused it with spiritual energy. The array activated silently, and a denser layer of mist that could distort light and perception slowly spread, enveloping the entire island and isolating it from the outside world. If not counting Kongyin Sang, the island indeed had few rare resources, so on ordinary days the array's effect only maintained basic concealment, with reinforcement only in the area of the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. But tonight Lin Che was about to undertake a matter crucial to his future path, and he had to ensure that nothing happening here was detected by the outside world at all. He landed beside Kong Sang, pondered for a moment, and a plan to maximize the system's capabilities took shape. He first took out the Qingxian spirit beast. This little creature was only slightly larger than his hands, emerald green, and translucent, resembling a young deer, and now lay quietly in his palm. Its pure eyes like fine jade blinked with a natural naivety as it gazed at Lin Che. Through the beast heart, Lin Che could clearly perceive its emotions. It was as calm as an ancient well, almost without any ripple, more like a quiet plant than a living spirit beast, truly like an innocent, foolish roe deer. Lin Che tried to convey goodwill through his mind. "Hello, I am Lin Che." The Qingxian spirit beast still just stared at him blankly, without any reaction. However, it seemed to instinctively sense something, and its small head suddenly turned towards Kong Sang. But in its perception, there was nothing there which made it tilt its head, a human-like confusion in its eyes, as if it were trying to think about the source of this contradictory feeling. Although invisible to the naked eye, its instinct to seek a symbiotic spirit plant still drove it to look in that direction. Seeing this, Lin Che understood. Although the Qingxian spirit beast was mystical, its intelligence was extremely low at birth. At this moment, it was more like a pure energy body following innate instincts. Only by completing a symbiotic contract with a suitable spirit plant could it truly condense a physical form and awaken its intelligence. Lu Qingxue could be said to have been unlucky encountering the Shadow Moon Wolf Pack, but also could be said to have been extremely lucky to come across a Qingxian spirit beast that had just awakened its divine power and had not yet formed a contract with the plant. Such an opportunity was truly 1 in 10,000. However, this opportunity ultimately fell into his hands. For a Beast-Tamer, a spirit beast with low intelligence was sometimes a good thing. Lin Che hesitated no longer, focused his mind, and a Beast-Taming soul seal, containing pure soul power and contract force, emerged from his fingertip, slowly sinking into the sea of consciousness of the Qingxian spirit beast's brow. The process was extremely smooth. Even without prior bonding, he felt no rejection or resistance, and the soul seal was successfully planted. He did not yet form a deeper, life-bound spirit contract with it. The reason was simple: if he formed the contract now, he would directly share and obtain the Qingxian spirit beast's innate divine ability, the spirit plant symbiosis contract. At that time, he himself could indeed symbiotically bond with Kong Sang, but the cost would likely be a transformation into a non-human form, which was absolutely not his wish. Establishing an ordinary contract first was sufficient. Ready, Lin Che gently placed his palm on the rough and ancient bark of Kong Sang and silently recited in his mind, "System upgraded." In an instant, dazzling golden light emerged from the void like a warm tide, instantly enveloping the entire Kong Sang. The giant tree began to undergo an astonishing transformation at a visible rate, not merely an increase in size, but a sublimation from its very essence. Especially the secret realm space inside it, which was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The original 50-li radius of the secret realm expanded outward rapidly like melting ice and snow. The spiritual energy within frantically converged and surged like a boiling sea of clouds. The second-grade spirit vein, which was the core of the secret realm, trembled violently under the infusion of golden light. The spiritual energy became denser and more substantial, its quality rising step by step, until with a great roar it broke through its shackles and ascended to a third-grade spirit vein, brimming with majestic spiritual energy. The overall space of the secret realm stabilized at a vast scale of 100 li in radius. Lin Che entered it feeling the heaven and earth spiritual energy that was several times richer and purer than before, intoxicated in body and mind. But this was only the first step of his plan. He lifted the naive Qingxian spirit beast in his palm and gently placed it against the trunk of Kong Sang, which had already ascended to the third grade. At the moment of contact, the Qingxian spirit beast's body trembled violently. The faint sensation it had felt earlier became extremely clear and intense. The vast vitality within Kong Sang, the purest wood essence, and the mysterious Tao rhythm, containing spatial laws, struck like a bell, causing an unprecedented resonance in the pure essence of the Qingxian spirit beast. Its innate divine ability was fully activated. The delicate body of the Qingxian spirit beast burst forth with blinding emerald divine light from the inside out. The light grew stronger and stronger until it completely transformed into a pure green stream of light, like a young swallow returning to its nest, plunging into the embrace of Kong Sang, without hesitation, merging seamlessly. The branches and leaves of Kong Sang rustled violently, without wind, and countless mysterious green and silvery white natural patterns began to appear on the trunk. These two kinds of magical patterns representing life and space wriggled, like living things entangled, and merged with each other, emitting a heart-stopping fluctuation of laws. Through the closely linked soul seal, Lin Che could clearly see that the life form of the Qingxian spirit beast was undergoing an essential leap, and its aura became more profound and deep as the two primal forces merged. Suddenly, the overwhelming and suffocating aura that filled the surroundings receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace. Kong Sang returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Lin Che's heart suddenly tightened. Success or failure all in this moment. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anxiety, and once again placed his palm on the trunk of Kong Sang, now covered with magnificent and mysterious silver-green patterns. System scan initiate. The original information panel had undergone earth-shaking changes. Qingxian World Spirit Level Qi, refining 5th Layer Bloodline, Grade 3rd Grade Peak Bloodline, Divine Abilities, Spirit Vein Imprint Upper Grade Divine Ability. When the Qingxian World Spirit comes into contact with an unowned or completely suppressed other spirit vein, it can activate this ability to imprint it. Void Trace Step Upper Grade Divine Ability. It can leave several temporary spatial marks within its perception range about 100 li and can perform a teleportation between marks or between a mark and the secret realm within a short time. Absolute Void Concealment Middle Grade Divine Ability. It perfectly inherits the concealment trait of Kong Sang, appearing as nothing under any detection. However, at this moment, its concealment cannot completely avoid high-level divination involving causality. Secret Realm Mark Middle Grade Divine Ability. It can condense several Secret Realm marks to grant to others. Inherited Technique None. Introduction. The world spirit is newborn. The secret realm is initially formed. Its life form has completed transformation and is deeply bound to the secret realm, but its power is still in the early stages of growth. Success. Lin Che let out a long sigh of relief, and the suppressed ecstasy erupted like a volcano, spreading an irrepressible smile across his face. The Qingxian spirit beast had not only successfully completed the contract with Kong Sang, but also given birth to the divine ability he most dreamed of. Calm down. It's not the last step yet. He forced himself to calm down, his eyes burning as he looked at the miraculous Kong Sang, or rather at the Qingxian world spirit that had merged with it. The system's upgrade ability could usually only take effect once on the same target, and the plan he designed precisely exploited this rule's loophole. First, upgrade Kong Sang to become a 3rd grade spirit plant, then have the Qingxian spirit beast contract with it, evolving into a 3rd grade peak Qingxian world spirit. Finally, initiate the system's 2nd upgrade on this new Qingxian world spirit. The theory was feasible, but until success, a huge stone hung in his heart. Now that stone could finally be put down. In his perception, the Qingxian world spirit could be upgraded. System upgrade the Qingxian world spirit. The moment the command was given, an even more brilliant and profound golden divine light, like a galactic river falling from the 9 heavens, once again enveloped the Qingxian world spirit completely. This transformation was even more astonishing. The entire Kong Sang radiated a warm and sacred green fluorescence. The massive tree body began to shrink and condense in a way that defied logic, undergoing a fundamental change in form. When the dazzling light gradually faded, what appeared before Lin Che was no longer a tree. It was an ancient beast with an elegant and extraordinary demeanor. Its body was composed of the purest cyan divine light, and rippling spatial waves. Its form like a deer, yet bearing the auspiciousness and majesty of a chelan. Beneath its 4 hooves, it seemed to tread on invisible spatial ripples. Most striking were its eyes, no longer naive but deep and lively, as if containing endless space, clearly reflecting Lin Che's figure. Through the beast heart, a newborn, curious, yet intimately connected thought of closeness was clearly transmitted. This newborn world spirit seemed to be curiously sensing the surrounding new world, feeling the vast power flowing within it, while also carefully examining the human before it, who felt somewhat familiar. It slowly stepped forward, gracefully approaching Lin Che. Lin Che slowly raised his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. When his palm finally touched the top of the Qingxian world spirit's head, which was like wood, yet not wood, flowing with spatial ripples of vitality, as warm as jade, yet vast as the sea, spread through his entire body from his fingertips. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of passion enough to burn everything erupted in his chest, like a volcano dormant for millennia. His surging blood rushed to his head, almost making him cry out. This is the foundation for 10,000 generations. He looked up to the sky, his voice not loud, but clearly echoing on the quiet island, as if solemnly declaring to heaven and earth, and to the invisible fate, from this day forward the Lin family truly possesses the foundation for eternal inheritance and unending existence. Unlike the original Kong Sang, which was immobile and highly coveted, the newly born Azure Abyss world spirit was itself a living secret realm core capable of moving freely and no longer fixed in place. This meant that even if a force majeure befell his foundation at Starfall Lake in the future, he would not be forced to defend it to the death. He could simply take the core essence and flee far away. No matter how splendid the external family estate might be built, its strategic value could never compare to this portable cave world, which could be abandoned without the slightest pressure. Even more gratifying, as its bloodline ascended to the 4th rank, the spirit vein at the core of the secret realm had also naturally advanced to a 4th rank spirit vein. This was a top-tier spirit vein sufficient to support nascent soul cultivators. Across the entire southern domain, even the nascent soul powers that dominated one side possessed very few 4th rank spirit veins. And Lin Che, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could monopolize one. If this news got out, it would surely stir up a colossal storm. This was why he had been unable to suppress his excitement when he first saw the Azure Abyss Spirit Beast. Gently stroking the Azure Abyss World Spirit's fur, which was composed of pure azure light, and spatial ripples feeling its warm and peculiar texture, Lin Che activated his mind, and its detailed information appeared before him. Azure Abyss World Spirit Level, Chi, refining 5th layer bloodline, rank 4th rank, ultimate grade bloodline, divine abilities 1. Myriad Realms Reflection, ultimate divine ability. When entering a suppressed or masterless secret realm, it can perfectly replicate its core elements, turning them into nourishment for its own secret realm. Space Devouring devours the spatial structure of a target secret realm, directly expanding the range of its own secret realm. Spirit Vein Fusion replicates and superimposes the total spiritual energy of the target secret realm's spirit vein, promoting the growth of its own spirit vein. Rule Imprinting optionally replicates 1 to 2 core rules of the target secret realm and incorporates them into its own secret realm's rule library, which can be invoked or combined at any time. 2. Spatio-temporal beacon, ultimate divine ability. At any place it has reached, it can set 5 permanent, absolutely concealed spatial beacons, allowing instant travel to those locations. The current teleportation distance of the Azure Abyss World Spirit is 600 li. 3. Absolute void concealment, high-grade divine ability, concealment that transcends matter and energy. Under any divine sense, technique, spell, or divination, the result of its existence is none. It can also to a certain extent obscure and disrupt causal calculations involving itself, causing diviners to obtain erroneous or blank information. 4. World Spirit Token, high-grade divine ability, consumes a trace of its origin to condense a unique World Spirit token. When a holder is within a certain range of the Azure Abyss World Spirit, a single thought can activate the token, opening a temporary portal directly to the secret realm before them. 5. World Spirit Authority, high-grade divine ability, holds absolute control over its mirrored secret realm. With a single thought, it can alter the realm's terrain, weather, and mobilize the spiritual energy of the entire world. Inherited technique, none description, a living incarnation of a secret realm, a walking world rule. It is the embodiment of the will of its mirrored secret realm, the darling of spatial laws. Its very existence is a small, ever-growing world. This was the Azure Abyss World Spirit after its bloodline had ascended to the 4th rank. Its abilities were almost heaven-defying, as if it were a spirit beast that should not have been born in this world. Its positioning was entirely different from that of the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow. One was supreme in slaughter and conquest, while the other commanded space and creation, providing Lin Che with an absolutely safe and infinitely potential logistical base for cultivation, spirit herb planting, and spirit beast nurturing. Moreover, the Azure Abyss World Spirit was naturally attuned to spatial laws, so its future combat power might not be weak. Gazing at these extraordinary abilities, Lin Che's heart swelled with pride. He hesitated no longer, preparing to forge the most intimate life-bound spirit contract with this newborn world spirit. He looked at the Azure Abyss World Spirit, whose spiritual eyes were still naive, yet naturally inclined toward him, and spoke in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, transmitting his most sincere intentions directly through the 10,000 beast's heart. My name is Lin Che. From now on, I will be the one who walks with you through life, journeying together. I will take you to see this vast world, cultivate together, and grow stronger together. Now let us forge an eternal covenant. Is that acceptable? The Azure Abyss World Spirit seemed to half understand, but the deep-rooted affinity and trust from the depths of its soul made it nod its elegant head without hesitation. Lin Che formed profound hand seals and chanted ancient obscure contract incantations. Each syllable resonated with the surrounding spiritual energy, turning into invisible ripples that gently washed over the Azure Abyss World Spirit. At the same time, a complex blood-colored soul talisman formed from his own essence blood, and a thread of his life-bound soul light floated before him, emitting the pulse of life and the solemnity of the contract. The 10,000 Beast homage art was activated at full power, causing Lin Che's entire body to radiate a unique Tao charm that commanded all beings, yet was also intimate with them. The contract was not one of coercion, but an ancient equal contract that allowed both parties to coexist and prosper on the level of the soul. The Azure Abyss World Spirit raised its head and let out a clear melodious cry that seemed to purify the soul. A drop of emerald liquid condensed from its life origin and spatial essence slowly floated out. Inside the droplet, the faint shadow of a miniature Kongyin Sang swayed gracefully. It completely released its mental defenses, and a strand of pure, vibrant green beast soul force like a soft ribbon reached out. The next moment, the drop of green-silver origin and Lin Che's blood soul talisman slowly approached each other. Buzz! The moment they touched, a brilliant radiance exploded. A majestic pressure, mixing the laws of life and space, spread outward with them at the center. Lin Che's soul light and the Azure Abyss World Spirit's beast soul force, like long-lost companions, first touched tentatively, then guided by the supreme law of contracts, merged perfectly, without any hindrance, blending seamlessly. When the last trace of soul force was completely fused, the blood talisman and green light in the air abruptly contracted, forming an extremely intricate, life-bound contract mark that flowed with green and silver divine light. The mark split into two, and as if alive, it instantly plunged into Lin Che's brow and the Azure Abyss World Spirit's forehead. The moment the contract was established, it seemed that heaven and earth bore witness, and the surrounding spiritual energy rejoiced. Lin Che clearly felt that a vivid, powerful, and intimately connected existence had been imprinted into his life origin. He could also intuitively sense the Azure Abyss World Spirit's emotions, filled with joy and dependence. The Azure Abyss World Spirit's eyes, which contained spatial vortices, shone with even greater spiritual light. It nuzzled Lin Che's hand affectionately, letting out a low woo sound full of trust and closeness. A bond that transcended words and reached the depths of the soul was established between them. From then on, they would walk the same path of the Tao, sharing glory and loss. After forging the life-bound spirit contract, Lin Che immediately felt the pure spiritual energy fed back by the Azure Abyss World Spirit, as well as a divine ability of the origin. So it's this divine ability, extremely compatible with me. Lin Che muttered to himself, feeling the mysterious imprint that had appeared in his body, a flash of surprise in his eyes. With a thought, his figure instantly vanished from the spot, his aura and sense of existence completely reduced to nothing. Even if a nascent soul cultivator passed by at that moment, they would not detect the slightest trace. What he had obtained was precisely the Azure Abyss World Spirit's absolute void concealment divine ability. The detailed usage of this divine ability naturally emerged in his mind. Not only could it perfectly conceal his form and aura, but it could also freely alter the aura fluctuations he emitted. For Lin Che, who often needed to disguise himself and hide his true identity, this was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. A sneaky divine ability. Xiao Xian, take me in to see our new home. Lin Che was in high spirits, ready to explore the secret realm thoroughly, and also fulfill his promise to the wind-treading steed. The Azure Abyss World Spirit blinked its intelligent eyes and gradually understood. A faint glimmer of light shimmered around it, and the World Spirit token divine ability was activated. A faint light blending emerald vitality and silver spatial ripples converged and finally condensed into a two-colored token of ancient design and mysterious patterns, which drifted lightly into Lin Che's hand. The method of use was instantly understood in his heart. With a thought, Lin Che's figure vanished from the lake island. The next moment, he found himself in a brand new world that felt like a celestial paradise. The density of spiritual energy here could no longer be described as abundant. The spiritual energy in the air was almost condensed into tangible spiritual mist. With every breath, pure spiritual energy surged into his limbs and bones of its own accord. Beneath the lake island, at the core of the secret realm, the originally illusory spirit vein had now solidified into a physical entity. It had become a spirit vein dragon, lying across the crystalline lakebed, carved entirely from crystal, with vast liquid spiritual energy flowing within it. The dragon's body rose and fell gently, each pulse inhaling and exhaling massive amounts of spiritual energy, nourishing the entire secret realm. Standing atop the essence of this fourth-rank spirit vein, Lin Che had no doubt that with his holy spirit root talent and the spiritual energy feedback from his two life-bound spirit beasts during cultivation, breaking through to the middle stage of foundation establishment would not take long. The entire secret realm space had expanded to 200 li in circumference, with mountains, rivers, lakes, forests, and plains beginning to take shape. Moreover, it could continue to expand in the future by devouring other secret realms, its potential boundless. With another thought, Lin Che released the 4 spirit beasts from his spirit beast pouch. Screech! The blazing heaven Saint Sparrow was the first to fly out, spreading its crimson golden wings, its molten golden eyes carrying its usual haughty pride as it surveyed this new world. Although it found the dense spiritual energy here extremely comfortable, it did not lose its composure like the other spirit beasts. It simply landed lightly behind Lin Che and habitually preened its iridescent feathers. Whoa! The crimson flame tiger let out an excited low growl, curiously looking around. Its sturdy body seemed ready to stride forward, but then it paused, its tiger eyes filled with a desire to explore. The moment the wind-treading steed emerged, it sensed the spiritual energy here far purer and denser than outside. It let out a joyful snort, and a gentle breeze spontaneously arose beneath its hooves, revealing its restless excitement. The crystal illusion luck beast landed on the ground, curiously sniffing here, and they're equally intrigued. Watching the varied expressions of his companions, Lin Che clapped his hands with a smile. Everyone quiet down. From today onward, this is our shared home. He reached out and gently stroked the Azure Abyss World Spirit's head. I forgot to introduce everyone. This is our new companion, the Azure Abyss World Spirit. The eyes of the several spirit beasts immediately focused on this majestic and peculiar world spirit. The blazing heaven Saint Sparrow slightly narrowed its molten golden eyes regarding this new member with a hint of scrutiny, noting its vastly different aura, yet close relationship with their master. Lin Che patiently guided them to get acquainted with each other, then planned to fulfill his promise. Xiao Xian, he said through the soul imprint, transmitting an image of a vast grassland from his mind to the Azure Abyss World Spirit. Help me transform that area in the eastern part of the secret realm into a grassland like this. The Azure Abyss World Spirit felt the vivid image and nodded. Then the World Spirit Authority divine ability was activated. In the eastern part of the secret realm, the area that was originally covered with dense forests and rolling hills seemed to be swept by an invisible hand. The earth rumbled lowly, the tall trees slowly sank into the ground as if submerged in water, and the rolling hills were flattened by an invisible force. Tender green sprouts broke through the soil at a visible rate, spreading and growing rapidly. In just a dozen breaths, a vast, verdant, and boundless grassland appeared before their eyes. A gentle breeze blew, causing waves of grass to ripple, exuding a fresh fragrance of vegetation. Lin Che led the eagerly waiting wind-treading steed onto this new grassland. See, I have fulfilled my promise to you, Lin Che said with a smile, stroking its smooth cyan mane. From now on, this grassland is yours. Go and run to your heart's content. The wind-treading steed let out a long, joyful neigh. Unable to hold back any longer, it suddenly exerted force with its four hooves. A whirlwind rose beneath its milky white hoofs, turning it into a cyan streak that galloped joyfully across the vast grassland, its figure soon merging into the boundless green. Lin Che watched it recede into the distance, a gratified smile on his face. He turned to the remaining 3 spirit beasts and said, "All right, you all go and explore too. This is our home now. Each of you pick a place you like." The blazing heaven Saint Sparrow tilted its head in thought, then transformed into a golden-red streak and flew upward, intending to examine the place carefully. The crimson flame tiger let out a low growl and strode with steady steps toward the area that emitted the aura of terrestrial fire, the place that had been its home before. Let's leave it at this for now, he murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over this nascent cave world. Once the development of Starfall Lake stabilizes, I'll plan and manage this headquarters of our own properly. After successfully contracting the Qingxian realm, spirit Lin Che transported Su Wanwan and the Lu siblings from Chuyang City to the island at the heart of Shattered Star Lake. Before proceeding to Fenggu City to handle matters concerning the little ascending dragon array, he needed to make arrangements for these 3 earliest followers. After a brief introduction, Lin Che cut straight to the point with a solemn expression. You 3 are the first to follow me, Lin Che, and naturally, you will receive preferential treatment. For now, I offer you 2 paths. His gaze swept over them, his voice clear and steady. First, you may become a guest elder of the Lin family, a purely employment-based relationship. I will pay you a monthly salary in spirit stones and provide some cultivation resources. The advantage is relative freedom. You may leave at any time if you find it unsuitable. He paused, his eyes sharpening with a scrutinizing depth. Second is to become a true offeror of the Lin family. This path allows you to cultivate the Lin family's core techniques, grants far more abundant resources than the former, and offers the opportunity to contract spirit beasts raised by the family. However, Lin Che's tone shifted, carrying an undeniable gravity. The cost is equally heavy. Becoming an offeror requires you to voluntarily accept a unique secret art planted in your soul. This art ensures you will never betray the Lin family, and will never divulge any of its techniques or secrets. From then on, you will be deeply bound to the Lin family, unable to leave freely unless you perform great deeds or under special circumstances. Of course, if you achieve remarkable merits in the future, I will not hesitate to grant you grace, allowing you to establish vassal families under the Lin family. Lin Che's system of offers was fundamentally different from that of ordinary cultivation families. Either remain a mere hired guest elder unable to access core resources, or fully integrate, accept absolute control, and trade loyalty for access to higher-level resources and the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the Lu siblings both felt a chill. This choice was more stark and more weighty than they had anticipated. especially the second path, which almost meant entrusting their freedom and destiny for the rest of their lives entirely to the Lin family, to Lin Che alone. Of course, there were benefits. They could cultivate techniques that wandering cultivators like them could never access and enjoy stable cultivation resources. Lu Yunzhou almost instinctively wanted to nod and accept the second path. It was the promise he had made. But he immediately realized the gravity of the matter and instinctively looked to his sister, waiting for her decision. By now, Lu Qingshue's external injuries had healed, and she had long shed the haggardness of her severe wounds. Her delicate face had regained its customary coolness, her skin fair, her jawline sharp as a blade, adding a sense of aloofness that kept others at a distance. Her eyes were distinct in black and white, the corners slightly upturned, always carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny and sharpness when she looked at someone. Her posture was as straight as a green pine in snow, seemingly slender. Every inch of her body contained the agility and explosive power of a leopard. She habitually kept her lips tightly pressed, and even when standing still, her center of gravity naturally maintained a subtle balance, as if she were a drawn bow ready to loose an arrow at any moment. Her entire being exuded an almost instinctive wariness born from years of living on the edge of danger. This sharp, unapproachable aura made the gentle Su Wanwan feel somewhat uncomfortable. She unconsciously took 2 quiet steps back, putting some distance between herself and Lu Qingxue, then lowered her head to listen to Lin Che's arrangements. Lu Qingxue absorbed every word Lin Che said. Seeing her brother's gaze, she pondered for a moment, then looked up at Lin Che, her voice clear but respectful. "Family head, this matter is of great importance. May I consult with Yunzhou in private for a moment?" "Of course." Lin Che's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly without pressing. He understood that this matter concerned their path and freedom, and it required their voluntary consent. Lin Che was exceptionally cautious about family offers. The family was newly established, its foundation unstable. These 3 were a special case. In the future, the selection of offers would be extremely strict. Talent, character, and loyalty were all indispensable, and it would be better to have none than to have unworthy ones. On the other side, Su Wanwan's gentle face was filled with struggle and hesitation. She bit her lower lip, revealing her inner turmoil. An insurmountable barrier stood in her heart, the blood feud of her family. Her father and uncles had all been persecuted by the Chen family, and she alone had survived by luck. Her father's dying words were for her to live well and not seek revenge impulsively. But the deep blood feud haunted her like a nightmare, gnawing at her heart day and night. She didn't know whether she should settle down now or retain her freedom, waiting for a perhaps slim chance for revenge in the future. Lin Che's eyes were like torches. He immediately caught the hesitation on Su Wanwan's face and roughly guessed what was on her mind. He stepped forward, beckoned her aside, and spoke in a calm, yet convincing tone. "Wanwan, I know what you're worried about. Regarding the Chen family, I promise you this: once the Lin family is firmly established here, you will no longer need to disguise yourself. In the future, I will surely seek justice for you." This area wasn't large, and as the Lin family grew and expanded, conflict with the Chun family was inevitable. Given the Chun family's arrogant nature, clashes were unavoidable. Lin Che was confident that his family would eventually become the dominant power in this region. The Chun family would inevitably become an obstacle. When that time came, avenging Su Wanwan would be a natural course of action. At these words, Su Wanwan's delicate frame trembled slightly. She looked up at Lin Che, her eyes instantly brimming with disbelief and gratitude, which was then overwhelmed by deeper guilt. The family head had already saved her life, and she had yet to repay that debt. Now he was willing to make such a heavy promise for someone as insignificant as her. How could she bear it? "Family head." Her voice choked with emotion, then she took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute. "Wanwan thanks the family head for his great kindness. I choose the second path. I am willing to become a Lin family offerer, forever loyal. However, if in the future my affairs truly drag the Lin family into danger, I beg the family head to abandon me without hesitation and protect the family." Lin Che was taken aback, realizing that she was unaware of his true strength. She also didn't know the Lin family's current foundation. While other families were in the dark about the Lin family's details, Su Wanwan and the other 2 had already gained a rough understanding. The Lin family now truly consisted only of Lin Che himself and his spirit beast. Even the development of Shattered Star Lake was far from complete, and the future was uncertain. How could they be blindly confident? The Lu siblings, on the other hand, also understood the current poverty of the Lin family. But they knew one thing: the foundation of the Lin family, or rather Lin Che himself, was extremely strong. The group of formidable wild iron-armored crocodile turtles in the lake showed no sign of aggression when they landed on the island, clearly having been thoroughly subdued by the family head. This alone was enough to glimpse Lin Che's extraordinary means and the Lin family's immense potential. This was by no means a precarious makeshift organization on the verge of collapse. Lu Qingxue was naturally independent and strong-willed. Everything she and her brother had today was earned through their own skills, fighting on the edge of a blade. Lin Che had saved her from severe injuries and broadened her cultivation path, a great debt. Although the contract terms were strict, she saw them as a fair exchange as it should be. Her hesitation was entirely for her brother's future. However, when she turned and met her brother Lu Yunzhou's clear, determined eyes, seeing his longing for the future and his unwavering trust in Lin Che, she understood that their thoughts were the same. Finally, the three of them stood together facing Lin Che and spoke in unison with solemnity. Family head, we three are all willing to become Lin family offers, vowing to stand with the Lin family through thick and thin. Seeing that all three had made the same choice, Lin Che felt gratified. His judgment was indeed sound. None of the three were cunning, they were grateful with pure hearts. But he did not show joy. Instead, he became even more solemn and serious, his gaze like a tangible force sweeping over them. I will ask one last time, have you truly thought this through? Once the secret art is planted, your lives and deaths will be in my hands. It is still not too late to change your mind and choose the first path. The resources I promised you will not be reduced. The three met, his gaze without hesitation, bowed in unison, and spoke with resolute vows. Our minds are made up. We will never fail the family head's great kindness. Good. Lin Che answered in a deep voice, stepping before them, his aura becoming profound and majestic. Since that's the case, I will now plant the secret art in you. The secret art was called the triple-phase spirit binding contract. This technique originated from a Foundation establishment, inner disciple of the defying fate demon palace, who had died in a mutual destruction 10 years ago. Originally spirit grade upper, after being upgraded by the system, it had reached earth grade upper. The secret art contained 3 contracts: profound and mysterious spirit servant contract, planting a spirit controlling seed in the target's soul origin, establishing a one-way master-servant bond. With a single thought from the master, the seed could be detonated, annihilating the servant's soul, the most fundamental form of control. Silent seal contract, condensing a secret sigil to seal specific core secrets. The recipient would be unable to leak the sealed information through any means, speech, writing, divine sense, etc., fundamentally preventing the leakage of secrets. Heart mirror contract, building an immaculate heart mirror within the recipient's consciousness, guarding against external probing. When subjected to mental probing by a higher-level cultivator, the heart mirror could distort perception, feeding back false memories or vague information preset by the caster and alerting the recipient at the first moment of probing. With these 3 contracts, offer or loyalty could be ensured and the family's core secrets guarded. Having come from a demonic sect, Lin Che never trusted empty vows and was even less willing to test fragile human nature. On the road ahead, external temptations and coercion were inevitable. Rather than relying on the offerer's firm will and affection for the Lin family, it was better to eliminate any possibility of betrayal from the very root. Next, during the procedure, you must completely relax your mind and not resist in the slightest, or the secret art will backfire with unpredictable consequences. Lin Che's expression was solemn, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The 3 held their breath, focusing their minds, and nodded solemnly. They knew well the danger of a soul-related secret art. Having made their choice, they would trust fully. The spirit servant contract began first. Lin Che channeled spiritual energy through his fingertips, carefully extracting a drop of origin essence blood from between the brows of Lu Qingxue, Lu Yunzhou, and Su Wanwan, along with a wisp of extremely subtle, yet crucial soul fragment. He then combined them with the true names spoken aloud by the 3. Using his own far stronger soul as a furnace, aided by secret art incantations, he slowly refined 3 spirit-controlling seeds within his consciousness, each shimmering with a profound luster and containing the rules of master and servant. Then his gaze sharpened, and the 3 seeds turned into streaks of light, precisely entering the 3's brows, reaching deep into the origin of their souls. The process went surprisingly smoothly. Lu Qingxue closed her eyes, her long, thick lashes perfectly still, her cold, clear face like a frozen lake, save for the fingers on her knees that tightened slightly, betraying a hint of instinctive tension. Lu Yunzhou, on the other hand, was slightly tense, with fine sweat beading on his forehead, but he held his mind steady and showed no sign of resistance. Su Wanwan's face paled slightly, her frail body trembling almost imperceptibly before she forcibly steadied herself, silently enduring the strange sensation and palpitation of that foreign object merging into her soul. Next was the heart mirror contract. Lin Che, following the secret technique, used his divine sense as a brush and soul power as ink, carefully sketching and condensing within the 3's sea of consciousness a flawless heart mirror with restrained luster and clarity like water. This mirror, suspended in the sea of consciousness, would become an important barrier for them to resist external probing and protect their minds in the future. As for implanting false memories, it was not yet necessary, as they knew very little about the core of the Lin family. The silence contract was postponed for the time being. It would be generated with corresponding secrecy runes only when they truly came into contact with core secrets that needed to be kept. After a moment of contemplation, out of his usual caution, Lin Che did not directly take out the system-upgraded heaven-grade technique, the 10,000 Beasts homage art. He chose the predecessor, the 10,000 Beasts art inherited from the Sun family. A complete Earth-grade technique, even in a major sect, would be an untransmitted secret sufficient to serve as the foundation of a force. Moreover, this technique shared the same origin as the 10,000 Beasts homage art, so transitioning in the future would be without hindrance. For the three who were still in the Chi refining stage, the Earth-grade lower-rank 10,000 Beasts art was already a tremendous opportunity, more than enough to benefit them endlessly. It would not be too late to bestow higher-grade techniques later when they had proven their loyalty through actions. He took out 3 jade slips prepared long ago from the Chi refining cultivators of the Sun family 10 years ago and handed them to the 3 respectively. The jade slips felt warm and smooth with faint spiritual light flowing. This is the core inheritance of my Lin family. Lin Che's voice was calm, but carried a weight as heavy as 1,000 June. The Earth-grade lower-rank technique, the 10,000 Beasts art. Its core essence lies in using oneself to control all spirits, cultivating the soul together with beasts. This technique primarily cultivates the soul, greatly enhancing it along with pure spiritual power. Practitioners can contract a life-bound spirit beast. When the spirit beast absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to cultivate, part of the essence will be fed back to the master, greatly accelerating your cultivation speed. Furthermore, there is a chance to obtain a life-bound divine ability from the contracted spirit beast, which can be turned into your own. As his words fell, the faces of the 3 instantly bloomed with irrepressible surprise and excitement. Lu Qingshue's cold eyes suddenly lit up like a ray of blazing sun cast onto a snow-covered wilderness. The techniques she and her brother cultivated were merely the common spirit-grade techniques among scattered cultivators. For such techniques, it would be fortunate to even touch the threshold of the golden core after foundation establishment. An earth-grade technique. This was a supreme method that could directly point to the Tao of nascent soul. Her fingers holding the jade slip turned slightly white from the force. Lu Yunzhou was even more excited, his face flushed red, his gaze at the jade slip burning with fervor. He deeply understood the value of this technique, far beyond what they had ever imagined. Su Wanwan also couldn't hide her shock. She came from a family of alchemists. Even in its heyday, the family had never possessed an earth-grade technique. The decline of the family was partly due to the low grade of its techniques. The family head had so easily bestowed such a treasure upon them. Thank you, family head, for your generous gift. The 3 suppressed the surging waves in their hearts and bowed in unison, their voices filled with gratitude and solemnity. Afterward, Lin Che began to explain to the 3 in detail the entry techniques, the meridian pathways, and the taboos to be noted for the 10,000 Beasts art. His explanations were profound yet easy to understand, often hitting the key points, making the 3 feel as if a blockage had been cleared. On the meditation cushions prepared by Lin Che, the 3 eagerly sat cross-legged, holding the jade slips, and began to try guiding the spiritual energy in their bodies according to the new technique's route. One major advantage of the 10,000 Beasts art was its extremely strong inclusiveness. Spiritual energy of any attribute could be converted and cultivated. Among the 3, Lu Qingshue's talent was the most outstanding. She possessed a superior grade I spirit root. This was also one of the reasons Lin Che had valued her so much. Compared to ordinary 5-element spirit roots, a mutated spirit root was purer and more extreme in attribute, often resulting in greater power during combat. At this moment, a faint chill began to emanate from her body, and the moisture in the air condensed into tiny ice crystals that slowly drifted around her, making her delicate face even more like a sculpture of ice and snow. With a superior grade spirit root, even in a major sect, she would absolutely be an inner sect elite, a pillar of strength. In Lin Che's memory, within the Defying Fate Demon Palace in Ming Ma Gong, only those with superior grade spirit roots could enter the inner sect. Those with medium grade were limited to the outer sect, and those with low grade, like him originally, were merely menial laborers in the outer sect. As for the even higher grade, the top grade spirit root, it was the foundation of a sect, almost unimpeded before the golden core stage, and such cultivators were core disciples. And the legendary heaven grade spirit root was the object of frantic competition among all forces. It was a prodigy, with the hope of transcending tribulation and ascending. As for Lin Che, he possessed a saint grade spirit root. It was above all known spirit root grades in the world. From the system's detailed introduction, Lin Che understood that this spirit root also had a more ancient name, 5 saint spirit root. This spirit root was not simply the possession of all 5 elements, its essence was equivalent to 5 heaven grade spirit roots perfectly fused into one. When cultivating, it could simultaneously and flawlessly absorb and refine the 5-element spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing it to form a self-contained cycle within the body, mutually generating and evolving endlessly. The benefits were revolutionary. Its cultivation speed was 5 times that of a cultivator with a single heaven-grade spirit root. The purity and condensation of its spiritual power were also 5 times that of cultivators at the same level. With every move, one could mobilize extremely pure 5-element spiritual power, changing at will. Of course, the total amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation was also more than 5 times that of ordinary cultivators, and the accumulation needed for each breakthrough was vaster. This was precisely why he could use wood-attributed true essence to guide the medicinal power for Lu Qingxue. He usually only learned fire-attributed spells purely because Lin Che was accustomed to using fire techniques, and fire-attributed spells could coordinate with the Phoenix Blood True Fire. When using it directly, employing the model of fire techniques to activate divine abilities would definitely catch enemies off guard. Lu Yunzhou, on the other hand, had a medium-grade earth spirit root supplemented by a low-grade water spirit root and a low-grade metal spirit root. When he cultivated, his aura appeared heavier and more solid, using his strongest earth spirit root to practice. This kid's cultivation talent was not good. Lin Che took him in simply as a package deal with his sister, and also because he was quick-witted and might be useful for handling some external affairs in the future. Su Wanwan possessed a medium-grade wood spirit root and a low-grade fire spirit root, but her true value lay in her special 100 herbs affinity spirit body. This physique could be called a holy body for alchemy and spirit plant cultivation with a natural keen perception of herbal properties. This was the main reason Lin Che chose her. He himself possessed a saint-grade spirit root, so his path of cultivation almost required no pill assistance. But in the future, the Lin family, other clan members, and many spirit beasts would all need pill support. Some spirit beasts during their breeding and growth require certain special pills to assist growth or bloodline awakening. Relying entirely on purchases would inevitably be restricted by others and would also expose those special pill formulas. At this time, having an alchemist was very important. Under Lin Che's careful guidance, the three gradually immersed themselves in the mysteries of the 10,000 Beasts art. Whenever they encountered something they didn't understand, Lin Che would promptly give pointers. Seeing that the three were getting into the groove, Lin Che also opened a temporary cave dwelling for them, leaving behind ample spirit stones and some ordinary spiritual items to assist cultivation. Alright, I need to go to Fanga City. Once I return, I will solve the spirit vein problem. You just cultivate peacefully here. Lin Che stood up, his gaze sweeping over the three. For now, your primary task is to get started with the 10,000 Beasts art as soon as possible. Once you have entered the door of the technique, I will naturally find suitable spirit beasts for you to contract. He especially looked at Lu Qingxue and instructed, Qingxue, this technique emphasizes soul refinement. Your damaged soul, once you have entered the technique, can be nourished and recovered in about a month. During this period, avoid fighting with others. Just cultivate quietly on this lake island. The island is guarded by the iron-armored crocodile turtle clan, and there is a formation covering the island. You will be safe here. Finally, he looked at the sparkling lake's surface, his tone carrying plans for the future. Once I have resolved the matter of the Suishing Lake's spirit vein, it will be time for us to build our territory on a large scale. At that time, I will assign detailed duties according to each of your strengths. Hearing this, the three's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and they replied in unison, we will follow the family head's command. Then, without further delay, they immediately composed their minds and devoted themselves fully to cultivating the new technique, filled with anticipation for the upcoming power increase. Seeing the three so diligent, Lin Che nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand to activate the protective formation of the lake island, layering halos of light that enveloped the small island. After leaving Suishing Lake, Lin Che found a secluded, uninhabited place. With a thought, the 1,000 illusions formless art silently activated. His body and bones emitted faint crackling sounds, and his entire figure gradually shrank a bit, his Adam's apple becoming less prominent, and his face completely twisted and changed into a completely unfamiliar one. At the same time, he drew upon a trace of power from the absolute void concealment divine ability, and his originally steady and profound foundation establishment aura became erratic, as if he had just reached foundation establishment. After completing the disguise, Lin Che moved his mind again and released the crimson flame tiger from the spirit beast pouch. Suddenly appearing in a strange environment without receiving Lin Che's command, the crimson flame tiger's amber eyes flashed with confusion. It habitually turned its head to look for its master. However, when its gaze fell on the person before it, whose aura and appearance were completely unfamiliar, its beastly instinct made it instantly alert. Its crimson fur bristled, flames erupted with a roar, and a threatening growl came from its throat, a fierce aura sweeping the surroundings. But the next moment, its massive body suddenly halted, its nostrils twitching slightly. In its molten gold tiger eyes, immense confusion appeared. On this stranger, there was actually a soul fluctuation that felt incredibly familiar and close. But the appearance and spiritual energy aura were clearly completely different from the master. Through the soul imprint, Lin Che clearly perceived the whole process of the crimson flame tiger's shift from alertness to confusion, and he nodded with satisfaction. With absolute void concealment, his disguise ability was even stronger. Moreover, by activating just a trace of the divine ability, its consumption was completely sustainable for long-term use. He restored his Adam's apple to its original state and laughed with his original voice, "Crimson Flame, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice, the Crimson Flame Tiger's huge eyes widened, looking Lin Che up and down in disbelief. The growl in its throat turned into a confused whimper. In its simple understanding, it seemed that there was one more mysterious and unfathomable aspect to its master. The spiritual energy here is thin, the area is sparsely populated, and it happens to be near the extreme transmission limit of the Qingxian Jieling's current teleportation ability. This is the place. Lin Che stood in the heart of a deep, secluded forest, surveying a small, unremarkable pond hidden beneath a dense canopy of leaves. Within 100 li radius, due to the lack of spiritual vein nourishment, there were no spirit herbs growing, and rarely any trace of demon beasts. Only the rustling of wind through the forest canopy accentuated the solitude. He had chosen this spot to have the Qingxian Jieling set down a temporal spatial beacon. The beacon itself possessed strong spatial concealment properties, and coupled with the barrenness of the land, it was almost impossible for any cultivator to stumble upon it, minimizing the risk of discovery. This location was about 160 li northeast of Fanga City, nearly reaching the farthest limit of the Qingxian Jieling's precise spatial teleportation from Suishing Lake. At its current qi refining stage, the Qingxian Jieling's divine ability had an effective range of roughly 600 li. From Suishing Lake to Chuyang City was 100 li, Chuyang City to Fanga Pass 200 li, and Fanga Pass to Fanga City another 100 li. Roughly estimating the straight line distance from here to Suishing Lake was about 560 li. Once an insurmountable catastrophe struck the Chuyang City region, Lin Che could directly flee with his family. Let's begin. Shaoxian. The Qingxian Jieling, its jade-green translucent head, resembling a qilin's, gave a slight nod. Its originally clear eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant silver light, as if countless tiny spatial runes were being born and fading in endless cycles. Divine ability. Temporal spatial beacon activate. It raised its front hoof elegantly and precisely, tracing in the void. With its movement, an extremely complex and profound silver talisman constructed from pure spatial energy was swiftly drawn. This talisman was not static, it pulsed faintly like a living thing, emitting a disquieting spatial fluctuation. Finally, the silver talisman slowly descended, merging silently into the damp soil and rock layers at the bottom of the pond, like a drop of water dissolving into the sea. The dazzling silver light gradually receded, and the talisman's mystical patterns like ink seeping into paper slowly faded, completely fusing with the spatial structure of the land, leaving no trace behind. This was another core purpose of Lin Che's trip to Fanga City aside from the auction. Caution was etched into his very bones. No matter the circumstances, leaving oneself a retreat was always the top priority. After laying down this secret escape route, Lin Che once again arrived at the border city, perpetually shrouded in tension and clamor, Fanga City. As the front line against the demon race, this place was like an unceasing vortex with countless dust-laden, blood-stained cultivators surging in and out like tides. For this reason, governance was relatively lax. Lin Che, disguised as a short, shriveled old man, drew no extra attention. The main thoroughfare within the city was still bustling with noise and traffic. With several days left before the auction at the start of the month, Lin Che arrived early to sell some items and raise enough spirit stones. He was well aware that as a second-grade top-grade formation, the Lesser Ascending Dragon Array would not come cheap. As he understood, this array was essentially a simplified version of the true Ascending Dragon Array, with much reduced materials and construction, and naturally its effects were greatly diminished. Unlike the Ascending Dragon Array's domineering ability to forcibly draw a spiritual vein to the surface, the Lesser Ascending Dragon Array could only gently stimulate the vein, causing it to slowly reveal itself on its own. If the target was a second-grade spiritual vein, this process could take as long as 30 years of painstaking effort. For cultivators or families with time to wait, it was a cost-effective option. Of course, for Lin Che, who possessed the system, once he successfully bid for it, it could be transformed into the complete Ascending Dragon Array in the next moment. In the following days, Lin Che smoothly disposed of part of his inventory through various merchant channels, gathering enough spirit stones to participate in the auction. Soon it was the monthly auction day of the Windwalker Merchant Guild. The Windwalker Auction House, located at the end of the busiest street in Fanga City, was one of the city's landmark buildings. On auction day, the place was as bustling as ever. This was undoubtedly the most lively time of the month for the Windwalker Guild. From a distance, the auction house resembled a miniature palace, its glazed green tiles dazzling in the sunlight, with faint defensive array runes flickering among the carved beams, and painted rafters showcasing its extraordinary wealth and heritage. This time, Lin Che again chose to consign a few items in exchange for access to a private booth. However, these were not magical artifacts, but 3 bottles of high-quality second-grade pills. That was enough to secure him a second-floor booth where he could avoid drawing too much attention when bidding for the Lesser Ascending Dragon Array downstairs, while also gaining early access to the auction catalog. Those who occupied the second-floor booths were either wealthy and powerful, members of prestigious sects, or powerful families, or cultivators like Lin Che, who had consigned high-value items. Ordinary loose cultivators, even Foundation establishment cultivators, mostly had to sit in the main hall on the first floor. Despite being on the border, Fanga City gathered a motley mix of forces from the eastern part of the southern domain. All the nascent soul forces under the Fong family's command were required to send disciples to Fanga Pass for regular garrison duty. Once a large-scale beast tide erupted, every faction had to send personnel to fight together. Thus, encountering cultivators from any sect here was not surprising. However, in such monthly auctions, the highest combat power on display usually stopped at the Foundation establishment stage. After all, third-grade resources suitable for Golden Core true cultivators were extremely rare, and even the Windwalker Guild would mostly hold them for the triennial grand auction. This also relieved Lin Che of some concern about being targeted by Golden Core cultivators. The attendant receiving him this time was still the familiar maid Xiao Dai. Entering the booth, Lin Che played the role of a kindly, harmless old man well-versed in alchemy, smiling as he sipped the offered spirit tea. Senior, this is the catalog of all items for today's auction. Please take a look. If any catch your interest, you may plan ahead. Xiao Dai respectfully handed him a jade slip. Lin Che returned a gentle smile and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, young miss." Taking the jade slip, he submerged his divine sense into it and began browsing quickly. The first half of the auction, featuring items for Qi refining cultivators, held little of interest to him. But in the Foundation establishment spiritual items section, 2 items, or rather 2 spirit beast eggs, caught his attention. Another purpose of this trip was to find suitable life-bound spirit beasts for Lu Qingxue and the others. His gaze fixed on the names of the 2 spirit beast eggs, he immediately searched through his vast reservoir of beast-taming inheritance memories, evaluating whether their innate divine abilities matched the trio. To be precise, he was picking for the 2 young ladies. As for Lu Yunzhou, with his earth attribute medium-grade spiritual root, the ready-made, thick-skinned, iron-armored crocodile turtles in Suishing Lake, which possessed both earth and water attributes, were quite suitable. No need to search further. Soon the auction officially began. Bidding calls rose and fell from the floor as items were sold one by one. Lin Che sat firmly in his booth, making no moves during this time. He discreetly used the system's inspection function to confirm the spirit tea was safe. Then, like an old man here to enjoy tea and pass the time, he drank cup after cup, appearing relaxed and composed, a stark contrast to the anxious or excited bidders around him. Time passed, and the auction progressed to the second-grade mid-grade segment. When the experienced auctioneer below loudly announced the words "Green Vine," dear Lin Che slowly set down his teacup. Or rather, it was a demon beast egg. If it hatched in the wild, it would become a wild demon beast. Only when contracted and tamed by a cultivator's secret arts could it be called a spirit beast. Fellow cultivators, the next item is the egg of the second-grade mid-grade spirit beast, Green Vine Deer. The auctioneer's voice rang out. Many of you have likely heard of this beast. Its direct combat prowess may not be top tier, but it possesses a mystical divine ability that promotes the growth of spirit plants. For spirit planters, it is the perfect companion. Starting bid 400 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 20 low-grade spirit stones. The response from the loose cultivator section was lukewarm. Most of those present made a living by hunting demon beasts, and if they kept a spirit beast, they would prefer one skilled in combat. Only a few spirit planters who had rented spiritual fields in Fanga City lit up and joined the bidding. Lin Che also valued the Green Vine Deer's ability to promote spirit plant growth, which was why he decided to bid for it for Su Wanwan. Unlike his previous persona of a generous young master, this time his disguise was different. He joined the bidding early but strictly raised the price by the minimum increment of 20 spirit stones each time, never rushing, displaying great patience. 760 spirit stones. Congratulations to the cultivator in booth 12 on the second floor for successfully winning this promising Green Vine Deer egg. In the end, Lin Che secured the spirit beast egg at that price. The auction continued, finally reaching the climax of the second-grade high-grade items. Next up is a truly fierce beast perfect for battle. When a dark blue egg with white patterns, a profound water snake egg, was brought onto the stage, Lin Che's fingers twitched slightly, then stopped. This water and ice attribute spirit beast egg was indeed suitable for Lu Qingxue, who had an ice spiritual root. However, just as he was about to bid, a concern arose in his mind. He planned for Lu Qingxue to serve as the family's guard captain in the future, so her life-bound spirit beast would need to fight frequently, making its features too conspicuous. Since he was also going to buy the lesser ascending dragon array if he purchased this egg, as well combined with the beast-taming skills he had displayed in Chuyang City, it would be easy for someone with keen insight to connect the dots. Due to the environment of the Wanyao Mountains, pure ice attribute demon beasts were rare, but a water and ice attribute beast like the profound water snake was not unique. He could always buy one later in other merchant guilds. After weighing this, Lin Che stopped his divine sense from inputting the bid and chose to wait for the lesser ascending dragon array to appear. The atmosphere of the auction reached its zenith. As per convention, the highest grade second-tier supreme spiritual object was reserved as the grand finale, finally making its appearance. When a set of array flags exuding an ancient and profound aura appeared on the stage, Lin Che's gaze instantly locked onto them. This was his ultimate goal for this trip, the small ascending dragon array. Distinguished guests, what follows is the grand finale of today's auction, treasures of utmost importance. Be sure to watch closely. The auctioneer's voice was resonant, brimming with infectious enthusiasm. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes, whether the envious gazes of the scattered cultivators on the first floor or the probing divine senses emanating from the private rooms on the second floor, were fixed on the stage. The auctioneer carefully displayed the 9 array flags one by one. The flagpoles were as warm and smooth as jade, while the flag's surfaces shimmered with silver threads, their spiritual light concealed within. This array is called the Small Ascending Dragon Array. His voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. It is a simplified yet refined version of the renowned Ascending Dragon Array. Its function lies in detecting and guiding hidden spiritual veins, allowing them to gradually manifest on the surface. Given time, one can harness the spiritual veins buried deep underground for their own use. Furthermore, the array possesses the effect of a mini spirit gathering array. Once connected to a spiritual vein, it can create a cultivation paradise. He paused, his fingers gliding over the flag surfaces as he detailed their extraordinary materials. Esteemed guests, please observe. The flagpoles are made from second-tier century-old white jade spirit peach, wood imbued with the essence of endless vitality. The flag surfaces are woven from second-tier silver thread spider silk, both resilient and excellent conduits of spiritual energy. And the core of the array formation incorporates century-old earth nectar, red thorn, congealed jade, and the essence blood of a dragon-type beast. Such materials and craftsmanship could only be achieved by a master of array formations. The starting bid is 120 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. At this stage, payments were made in mid-grade spirit stones, with 1 mid-grade stone equivalent to 100 low-grade ones. Most of the scattered cultivators had become mere spectators, watching with awe and envy as they looked up to the private rooms on the second floor, where the true power brokers who controlled resources resided. However, despite the small ascending dragon array's remarkable effects, its applicability was narrow. Lin Che's keen divine sense could clearly perceive that only 2 other private rooms in the entire hall showed genuine interest in this item. The bidding began. Lin Che, playing the role of an old man, did not hesitate for a moment and entered his price immediately. Private room 12 bid 130 mid-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer announced promptly. No sooner had the words fallen than the other 2 parties swiftly followed. Private room 6 140 mid-grade spirit stones. Private room 18 150 mid-grade spirit stones. The price climbed steadily, soon breaking through the threshold of 180 mid-grade spirit stones. This price had already exceeded the array's value in ordinary market channels, yet its unique function and rarity justified such a sum. At this point, the guest in private room 18 seemed to weigh the options repeatedly and ultimately chose to withdraw. The competition now unfolded solely between Lin Che's private room 12 and the unyielding private room 6. The auctioneer's voice carried a note of excitement. 180 mid-grade spirit stones. Going once. Is there any fellow cultivator willing to bid higher? Lin Che, adhering to the persona of an old man who was financially strained yet determined to win, appeared to undergo a fierce internal struggle before grinding his teeth and entering a new price at the very last moment before the auctioneer's gavel fell. Private room 12 bid 190 mid-grade spirit stones. Inside private room 6, a middle-aged cultivator in brocade robes, his expression calm and composed, furrowed his brows slightly. His attendant whispered, "Third master, this price." The middle-aged man addressed as third master waved his hand, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction of private room 12, and raised the bid again, 200. On Lin Che's side, he perfectly enacted the role of an old man caught in a dilemma. He hesitated, struggled, and finally, tremblingly, placed another bid. Private room 12 210 mid-grade spirit stones. The price, locked in a silent tug-of-war between the 2, was dragged all the way to 230 mid-grade spirit stones. This figure made even the third master in private room 6 take a deep breath. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly leaned back into his chair and shook his head. The cost was too high, or it was not worth it for a simplified version of the Ascending Dragon Array. 230 mid-grade spirit stones. Going once, twice, 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively, his face beaming with joy. Congratulations to the fellow cultivator in private room 12 for successfully acquiring this small Ascending Dragon Array. Inside the private room, the old man, disguised by Lin Che, wore a look of relief mixed with barely concealed pain, a flawless performance. However, he did not notice that in an inconspicuous corner of the first-floor scattered cultivator area, a gray-robed cultivator, with an ordinary face, and his aura restrained to the Foundation establishment stage, was casually sipping tea, his peripheral vision locked onto the direction of private room 12 on the second floor. When Lin Che successfully secured the array, a barely perceptible glint of sharpness flashed in the gray-robed cultivator's eyes. With the final grand prize successfully auctioned off, the auction came to a smooth conclusion. The attendant Xiao Dai respectfully entered the private room, holding a jade box containing the complete small ascending dragon array and the green vine deer egg. Senior, this is the small ascending dragon array you won, complete with the full set of array flags and a usage jade slip. And this is the spirit beast egg of the green vine deer. The 3 bottles of pills you previously consigned for auction after deducting the guild's 5% commission fetched a total of 171 mid-grade spirit stones. All calculated, you still need to pay 6,660 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Che had already calculated the amount in his mind, and readily produced a storage pouch filled with spirit stones, handing it over. After the transaction was completed, Lin Che, carrying the 2 precious items, left the auction hall with a slightly tottering gait. He intended to find a suitable spirit beast for Lu Qingxue. No sooner had Lin Che left than the gray-robed Foundation establishment cultivator on the first floor curled his lips into a cold, triumphant smirk. A peculiar goo insect within his body was clearly transmitting a faint sensation pointing toward the direction Lin Che had departed. He quickly took out a sound transmission stone, infused it with spiritual power, and whispered, "The target has left. Proceed as planned, meet outside the city." Meanwhile, at the Zhao family's core compound in the Chuyang City area, Zhao Wenyuan looked puzzled at the family head Zhao Wenxuan and the third elder, Zhao Changkong, who was in charge of this matter. Big brother third elder, can the Blood Shadow Hall alone truly eliminate the trouble posed by the Lin family? Third elder Zhao Changkong stroked his goatee, his eyes gleaming with a shrewd, calculating light. Wenyuan, you must look further ahead. For the Lin family to develop Broken Star Lake, they cannot bypass 2 things. First, the troublesome group of iron-shelled alligator turtles in the lake, and second, how to manifest the hidden spiritual vein. He paused, lowering his voice. Since they are a beast-taming family, they might have some means to deal with the iron-shelled alligator turtles, but the hidden spiritual vein is far from easy. We have received reliable intelligence that the Windwalker Trade Guild in Burning Bone City is auctioning a small ascending dragon array this time. And that Wang Miaoxue from the Spiritual Vein Management Office, her backing, is precisely a high-ranking member of the Windwalker Trade Guild. Do you think she would leak this information to that Lin family member? The family head Zhao Wenxuan took over, his tone steady, yet resolute. Third elder is absolutely right. The Lin family's origins are mysterious, and we can find no trace of their background. To engage them in an all-out war rashly would be fraught with unpredictable risks. Hiring the Blood Shadow Hall this time is a probing move. If we can intercept their clansmen who purchased the array and seize the small ascending dragon array, we can greatly delay the Lin family's establishment process, buying us time to ascertain their true strength. Even if we fail, the assassins will reveal part of the Lin family's power. Broken Star Lake concerns the Zhao family's fortune for the next several hundred years. We cannot simply hand it over without a fight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan's expression cleared. So that's it. Big brother and third elder are far-sighted. Wenyuan understands now. The 3 core figures of the Zhao family continued their discussions in the secret chamber, mapping out various future strategies for the clan. Strangely enough, as the first line of defense against the 10,000 Demons mountain range, the southern domain harbored a multitude of demonic beasts, yet there was not a single renowned top-tier beast-taming force. This left Lin Che somewhat puzzled. In Funbone City, a border stronghold, one could find everything from pill shops and artifact stores to talisman chambers and puppet emporiums, but not a single establishment specializing in spirit beast cubs. Most factions merely sold spirit beasts as a sideline. Their sources either tamed beast cubs or eggs fortuitously obtained from the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Few had a self-contained system for breeding and cultivating specific spirit beast lineages. Perhaps it was because this land was perpetually on the brink of war and cultivators sought immediate boosts to their combat power, leaving no time for the lengthy process of spirit beast nurturing. Or perhaps the 10,000 Demons mountain range itself was an inexhaustible natural reservoir of spirit beasts, rendering self-breeding unnecessary. Alternatively, the resources required for nurturing spirit beasts were so immense that using and maintaining puppets was simply more cost-effective and stable. Limited by his own strength and intelligence, Lin Che could not yet ascertain the true reason. To find a suitable natal spirit beast for Lu Qingxue, he had visited 4 or 5 large shops in succession. Finally, at the Goldstone Merchant Guild where he had previously traded, he found a spirit beast that met the requirements. Daoist friend, what do you think of this mystic ice spirit falcon? A shop assistant clad in a robe embroidered with the unique patterns of the Goldstone Merchant Guild enthusiastically introduced a spirit beast egg that was pure white and emitted strands of cold energy displayed in a showcase. This beast possesses both water and ice attributes, but its ice lineage is purer and more concentrated. As a bird of prey, its combat prowess is undoubtedly outstanding among those of the same level. Its innate divine ability is also formidable, and it can carry a rider while soaring through the wind. Thus, it combines combat strength with practicality. On Lin Che's disguised face of an old man, an expression of interest appeared perfectly timed. Simultaneously, his mind swiftly recalled the detailed information about this beast from the Beast-Taming inheritance. What the assistant said was true. This mystic ice spirit falcon was indeed highly suitable for Lu Qingxue, who possessed an ice spiritual root. This beast does look quite promising. Lin Che spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. May I ask at what price is your guild willing to sell this? The assistant, seeing Lin Che's interest, was pleased internally, knowing this transaction might be concluded. His smile widened, and after a moment of deliberation, he began to lay the groundwork for a higher price. Taoist friend, you are a connoisseur. You must know that the mystic ice spirit falcon usually nests on sheer cliffs overlooking vast marshes, a perilous environment. Obtaining its egg is a near-death endeavor, extremely difficult. Therefore the price is naturally higher. He extended 4 fingers, then opened his palm. The price is 4,500 low-grade spirit stones. This price was several times higher than that of the second-order mid-grade green vine deer egg he had bought earlier. The reason was simple: it was related to the spirit beast's divine abilities. Second-order mid and low-grade spirit beasts typically possessed only 2 innate divine abilities, while a high-grade bloodline stably granted 3. As for the rarer top-grade bloodline spirit beasts, their value was incalculable, for they not only had stronger and more unique divine abilities, but also greater bloodline potential. Even with ordinary nurturing, their bloodline could advance. This was precisely why that first-order top-grade illusion crystal treasure-seeking weasel had a price that exceeded that of many second-order spirit beasts. However, in Lin Che's view, the price of 4,500 for this mystic ice spirit falcon egg was still somewhat inflated. 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Che countered directly, slashing 1,000 spirit stones at once. The assistant's eyes widened instantly, and his smile stiffened. Senior, your price cut is too harsh. This doesn't even cover our cost. He grimaced. How about 4,300? The quality of this egg is 1 in 10,000. 3,700. Lin Che remained unmoved, his voice steady. 4,100. I can't go any lower. 3,800. That's my final offer. If not, forget it. Lin Che made as if to leave. Senior, wait. The assistant quickly stopped him, a look of struggle on his face. Then, as if making a great decision, he slapped his thigh. Deal. Seeing your sincerity, senior, I'll let it go for 3,800 low-grade spirit stones. Consider it a gesture of friendship. The egg is yours. After a heated verbal exchange, Lin Che successfully secured the mystic ice spirit falcon egg at a price of 3,800 low-grade spirit stones. Immediately after, he visited a shop specializing in formations and purchased a standard second-order high-grade defensive formation, the 5 Directions Earthen Fortress Formation. A defensive formation for the clan's territory was a mandatory requirement in the pioneering decree for establishing a clan's domain. When activated, this formation creates a pale yellow spiritual light barrier covering a radius of 100 zhang. It has uniform defensive strength and self-repair capabilities sufficient to withstand continuous attacks from 5 or 6 Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. The formation incorporates a rudimentary principle of the 5-element cycle. The main controller can enhance resistance to a specific element's spells and can initially integrate with the earth veins to achieve an early warning function within an outward range of 50 zhang. As a standard formation, it does not require a formation master to survey the terrain for setup. Lin Che could install the formation flags himself. This formation cost him 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. After replenishing some cultivation resources for his spirit beast, Lin Che left Funbone City with satisfaction, planning to head to the east side's Listening Wind Pass to take a public flying boat back to First Sun City. However, just as he found a secluded wooded area to change his appearance and shed his disguise, his far superior divine sense acutely detected 3 faint but malicious auras converging in a stealthy encirclement. Lin Che's heart jolted. He was being followed. The last time he changed clothes at an inn in the city, he might have left traces. This time he deliberately chose the outskirts, yet he was still targeted. His divine sense scanned carefully. There were 3 individuals, all of whom were at the Foundation Establishment late stage. Moreover, they moved in perfect coordination, clearly an experienced team. They also sensed Lin Che's divine probe, realizing their cover was blown. They no longer hid. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Their figures abruptly accelerated, breaking through the mist in the woods like 3 specters charging straight at him. Lin Che remained calm in the face of danger. In a flash of thought, he conveyed the crisis to all his spirit beasts through the soul imprint. Without hesitation, he patted his spirit beast pouch, and the blazing flame tiger, heaven-burning Saint Sparrow, and azure mystic realm spirit all appeared at once. Xiao Xian used absolute space concealment to hide yourself and help the sparrow conceal her tracks. Sparrow, strike with lightning force when the opportunity arises. Hold nothing back. Blazing flame, face the enemy with me head on. Lin Che's instructions were rapid and clear. The heaven-burning Saint Sparrow's molten golden eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Though proud after spending time with Lin Che, its temperament had become somewhat similar to his. Landing a sneak attack with a single blow did not feel disgraceful at all. The blazing flame tiger was even more ablaze with battle spirit, its flames erupting with a roar as it let out a low growl and stood in front of Lin Che. The azure mystic realm spirit remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly. Spatial ripples shimmered around it as it activated the absolute space concealment ability, simultaneously pulling the heaven-burning Saint Sparrow into its secret realm, and the two vanished from the spot. Even with Lin Che's perception, aside from the innate bond, it was difficult to detect their presence. Almost at the same moment, three cultivators in dark red cloaks, their faces shrouded in shadow, landed in a triangular formation before Lin Che. They exchanged no words the moment their eyes met. The assault was launched. The leader locked his gaze on Lin Che and signaled to the other two. Understanding the signal, the two burst forth with crimson light, their bodies enveloped in a dark red blood chi that instantly covered them. Like two blood arrows, they shot straight toward the blazing flame tiger. 100 shadows void escape. Their figures swayed violently in midair, each splitting into hundreds of blood-red phantoms, real and false, exuding a sinister aura, like a surging blood tide that instantly engulfed the blazing flame tiger from all directions. Blood-binding soul chains. One of them flicked his sleeve, and several dark red chains formed from filthy blood, and intense resentment shot out, like venomous snakes, winding around the blazing flame tiger's limbs and neck. The chains glowed with runes, exuding an aura of binding and corrosion. Shadow transforming blood blades. The other man flipped his hands, revealing two strange blood-red daggers as thin as willow leaves, their surfaces dark red. He merged his form into the blood shadows, closing in on the blazing flame tiger. The daggers bore highly condensed blood-colored mana that formed a razor-thin, yet incredibly sharp energy blade, aiming straight for the blazing flame tiger's relatively vulnerable eyes. The tactical intent of the trio was unmistakable. They would use bizarre movement techniques and control spells to trap or even severely wound this Foundation establishment late-stage blazing flame tiger. The leader would then strike with overwhelming force, eliminating the core target. Lin Che, the leading cultivator, was clearly a notch stronger. He also employed the 100 shadows void escape, transforming into a myriad of blood shadows, but his shadows were more solid, faster, and carried a pungent blood stench. Like 100 ghosts traveling by night, they swept toward Lin Che, their fierce, killing intent locking onto him. Witnessing this signature move of shadow splitting and blood chi, a familiar name instantly flashed through Lin Che's mind. Blood Shadow Hall. Blood Shadow Hall. Lin Che's heart stirred. He was no stranger to this organization, for it was the sharpest and most concealed blade under the command of the Niu Demon Palace, specializing in assassination and elimination. They also accepted assassination missions from outsiders. He had initially thought it was merely a rogue cultivator seeking to rob him, but he never expected that the assailant would be part of a well-organized, premeditated assassination. In the blink of an eye, countless blood shadows reeking of gore surged from all directions, their chilling, murderous intent locking onto him like a tangible force. Dark red blood energy roiled, and a nauseating stench of decay assaulted his senses. Seeing the attack about to land, Lin Che had no time to think. Deeply aware of the Blood Shadow Hall's many sinister techniques, he held back nothing. With a flash of thought, he formed a sword seal with his hand. The Qingxian star sword within his storage pouch let out a clear, resonant hum and materialized instantly. Pure true essence surged into it, and an ancient, immovable rune on the blade was activated at once. Hum. A thick, solid barrier of earthy yellow energy expanded abruptly around Lin Che, like an inverted giant bowl, shielding him within. Bang, 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 bang. The dense impacts sounded like rain on banana leaves. Countless blood shadows wielded standard blood spikes, unleashing sharp blood rays that all struck the energy barrier, sending ripples cascading across it. The light flickered unsteadily, but ultimately held firm. The lead assassin's eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, flashed with unmistakable astonishment. He never imagined that this target, who appeared to be only at the early Foundation establishment stage, possessed not only a top-grade second-order flying sword, but also such a powerful defensive rune inscribed upon it. How could it withstand his charged strike? A mere parlor trick? Let's see how long you can hold out. The assassin sneered, inwardly intensifying his assault. The opponent's 100 Shadows void evasion technique used his own blood essence and a secret art to conjure numerous blood-colored phantoms of varying substance, primarily to confuse and restrain. The true killing blow remained hidden within his real body. Under Lin Che's divine sense, which far surpassed his cultivation level, this attack had completely exposed the assassin's true position. Seizing the moment when the opponent's offense was blocked and his mind was distracted, Lin Che's fire-attributed spiritual energy suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Fire Sparrow Soaring Sky Strike. He cupped his hands together, and a massive fire sparrow with a wingspan exceeding 3 zhang and entirely composed of pure blazing flames took shape instantly. It let out a piercing cry and, carrying a searing wave of heat, hurtled fiercely toward the assassin's true form. But this spectacular strike was merely a feint by Lin Che to divert attention. Just as the fire sparrow launched, his internal energy erupted like a volcano. His eyes shimmered with golden red divine light, as if 2 miniature phoenixes were soaring within them. Divine ability, Phoenix Blood True Fire Activate. Swish, 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 swish. For extremely condensed golden-tinged red flame, chains shot forth almost instantaneously. They were not simple constructs of spells, but the very essence of Lin Che's divine ability combined with the spell model of blazing flame, binding dragon rope. Their speed and power far exceeded the ordinary. The assassin who had evaded the attack using his movement technique felt his pupils constrict. The flame chains that suddenly appeared around him caught him completely off guard. What? An instant cast high-level binding technique. He attempted to dodge, but the 4 flame chains seemed alive, following him relentlessly, tracing bizarre arcs through the air, and in an instant coiled around him, binding him tightly. Sizzle, sizzle. The moment the flame chains touched his blood-colored protective aura, a grating corrosive sound filled the air. The assassin discovered with horror that his proud protective aura was visibly melting away. The consumption of his true essence skyrocketed several times over. This flame, it can burn spiritual power, and moreover, it burns the soul. The Blood Shadow Hall was well versed in soul-attacking techniques, and he immediately sensed within the wisps of golden red flames invading his body a terrifying destructive force targeting the very essence of his soul. Blood-burning curse. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his life-saving secret art. His body erupted with a surge of blood light as he desperately tried to break free from the bizarre flame bindings. But just as his old strength faded and new strength had yet to emerge as he focused entirely on resisting Lin Che's Phoenix Blood True Fire, a lethal sense of crisis from the depths of his soul struck, like ice water, making every hair on his body stand on end. Behind him space rippled like water, and the Finshin Sacred Sparrow's figure materialized without warning. Even more alarming, beside her were 4 doppelgangers identical in aura and form to the original. 5 Finshin Sacred Sparrows hovered in midair, their molten golden eyes coldly locked onto the target. Around each of them 7 ornate feather swords blazing with sacred golden flames slowly rotated, forming a small sword array that exuded a devastating aura. 7 feathers heaven-burning sword array. Scree. With a cry that pierced metal and stone, the 5 sword arrays transformed into 5 golden torrents that rent the sky, pouring down from 5 utterly lethal angles. The sharp, unparalleled sword chi instantly shredded the assassin's barely maintained blood aura. Thud, 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 thud. A series of muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed. The golden feather swords with terrifying penetration and the heat to incinerate all things tore, pierced, and burned the assassin's body to ashes. All this happened in a flash. The Finshin Sacred Sparrow had long been prepared in the green profound realm spirit's secret realm, communicating the battle situation in real time with Lin Che through the soul imprint. At the perfect moment when the assassin was bound by the Phoenix Blood True Fire chains and his mind wavered, Lin Che issued a command. The green profound realm spirit precisely deployed the spatial drop, and the Finshin Sacred Sparrow unhesitatingly unleashed one of her ultimate killing moves. She sought to instantly kill him. When the flames dissipated, a blood puppet substitute lay on the ground. Lin Che knew this was a life-saving technique of the Blood Shadow Hall assassins. Almost at the same moment the opponent's body was torn apart by the sword array, his divine sense spread out like a spiderweb, meticulously monitoring the energy fluctuations of every inch of space around him. Sparrow, 6:30 zhang out. The mental command and specific location transmitted instantly. The Finshin Sacred Sparrow reacted with lightning speed, deploying her top-grade divine ability, Finshin Sacred Domain. An invisible, yet weighty domain force field centered on her instantly enveloped a radius of 20 zhang. Within the domain, fire-attributed spiritual energy became violent and boiling, while other attributes were greatly suppressed. A faint, nearly transparent blood shadow, originally attempting to retreat stealthily, had its movement abruptly halted under the domain's influence. Its true essence circulation became sluggish and hindered, completely exposing its presence. Found you. The Finshin Sacred Sparrow's cold gaze locked on instantly. The 4 doppelgangers and her main body moved simultaneously, transforming into 5 golden-red streaks of light converging from different directions. Murderous intent like a heavenly net completely enveloped the assassin who had tried to escape using the blood puppet substitute. Feather swords rose again, flames danced wildly. Within 3 breaths, the assassin, already severely weakened by the blood puppet substitute and suppressed by the domain, fell silent under the Finch's sacred sparrow's relentless slaughter. On the other side, the 2 assassins locked in combat, with the blazing flame tiger, were shaken to the core by this sudden reversal. "Big brother," one of them cried out in shock. They watched helplessly as their leader was instantly countered and killed, unable to escape, even with his life-saving blood puppet substitute. This was beyond their comprehension. Where did that fire sparrow come from? Clearly its aura was only at the early Foundation establishment stage, so why were its divine abilities so terrifying? Who was the real Foundation establishment cultivator here? And the blazing flame tiger at the center of the battlefield, the moment the Finch's sacred domain expanded, felt as if it were immersed in warm magma, its power surging endlessly. It clearly sensed its protective flame aura suddenly solidify and become more than 3 times hotter. Roar! Seizing the perfect opportunity as the assassin before him was momentarily distracted by his comrades' fall, the blazing flame tiger struck. Its mid-grade divine ability, Flame Claw Rend, was unleashed. It poured vast amounts of fire's spiritual power into its front claws. The already flaming tiger claws swelled and sharpened several times over, then slammed down with earth-shattering force. Crack! The blood-colored aura shattered. Ah! A harrowing scream tore through the sky. From the assassin's chest to his abdomen, a massive claw mark was ripped open deep enough to reveal bone-shard black. Before blood could even spurt out, it was vaporized by the intense heat. Worse, a blood flame continued to burn within his meridians. This scream also jolted the other assassin awake. His eyes were filled with terror. Flee! The Blood Shadow Hall specialized in concealment and one-hit kills, not prolonged frontal combat. This beast-taming cultivator before them had an endless array of techniques, and his spirit beasts were outrageously powerful. They were no match. He wanted to flee, but would Lin Che give him the chance? Still thinking of leaving it. With a thought, another divine ability was activated. For more chains of phoenix blood, true fire burst forth like tendrils from hell, instantly wrapping around the 2 severely wounded assassins attempting to escape. In the next moment, the blazing flame tiger's ferocious pounce and the Finch's sacred sparrow's precise golden feather struck simultaneously. The battle ended within seconds. Looking at the 3 corpses rapidly reduced to ashes by the Finch's sacred sparrow's innate true fire, Lin Che let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing. He smiled at the 3 spirit beasts that gathered around him, stroking the blazing flame tiger's massive head, the Finch's sacred sparrow's magnificent feathers, and the green profound realm spirit's cool horny carapace in turn, and praised sincerely, "Well done." This was their first coordinated battle in real combat. The tactical execution was smooth, the timing precise, and not a single enemy escaped. It could be called a perfect cooperation. Approaching the bodies, Lin Che frowned slightly. He truly hadn't anticipated such a professional assassination. The enemy had clear objectives and professional methods clearly prepared. He had already changed his appearance, yet they tracked him precisely. The only explanation was that their target was not a specific person, but the one who had purchased the small ascending dragon array. His information came from Wang Miaoxua, but she had no motive to harm him, so he set that aside for now. The most likely suspect remained the Zhao family. They had also learned of the small ascending dragon array and used it to set a trap targeting the buyer for elimination. Moreover, they had dispatched professional killers like the Blood Shadow Hall right from the start, a testament to their decisiveness and ruthlessness. I underestimated the Zhao family. They are indeed swift in their actions. Lin Che's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing. But for now, developing the Shattered Star Lake is the top priority. The Zhao family will settle this debt slowly in the future. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield, gathering all valuable items from the assassins, then burned the bodies to eliminate all traces. Afterward, he once again used the Thousand Illusions formless art, his body elongating, bones cracking, face twisting into that of a rugged, fierce-looking man. At the same time, he activated the Absolute Void Concealment divine ability, completely transforming his aura once more. He recalled the 3 spirit beasts and swiftly left the scene of the incident. The Blood Shadow Hall's tracking insects. Next time I change my appearance, I must change my aura even more frequently, Lin Che reminded himself. The special insects within the 3 assassins' bodies could memorize the target's aura and track them within 100 li. Conventional disguises were difficult to evade, and this was one of their core methods. Blood Shadow Hall, Niu Demon Palace. He murmured the 2 names, his expression complex. He never imagined that after all these twists and turns he would cross paths with his old employer again in this manner. Recalling his initial understanding of the Southern Domain's forces, he had once wondered how demonic sects could establish a foothold there. Now upon reflection, it was likely a balancing tactic by the Fong family. As long as the Niu Demon Palace did not cross his bottom line, its very existence served as a rod to stir up the waters, causing the various forces in the eastern-southern domain to check and balance each other, creating constant friction, making it difficult for them to unite against the true ruler. Indeed, where there are people, there is conflict. It's impossible to find true peace anywhere. Lin Che shook his head with a light sigh, putting these matters aside for now. Flying out of Tingfeng Pass on a spirit boat, looking down, he saw patches of meticulously planned crisscrossed spirit fields. Lin Che couldn't help but sigh softly. It seems the most fertile and safest lands outside the pass all belong to Chuyang City. Emerging from the majestic Tingfeng Pass and crossing the enormous cliff that seemed like a boundary between heaven and earth, the view suddenly opened up into a vast boundless plain stretching all the way to Chuyang City in the distance, an estimated 200 li away. It was now the season when the spirit rice neared maturity. The rice paddies below resembled a golden ocean. The heavy ears of grain bent the stalks, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a vibrant vitality and a faint fragrance of spirit grain. With the formidable Chuyang City as a barrier, this plain was the only safe zone outside the pass, free from demon beast incursions, attracting numerous wandering cultivators who specialized in spirit planting and disliked conflict to settle here. Unlike the demon-hunting cultivators who risked their lives were relatively stable, but they had fewer avenues for obtaining cultivation resources. Many married early, moved their families here, and multiplied. Most of Chuyang City's current permanent population came from this. The distance was not far, and the spirit boat soon steadily docked at the cloud boat pier outside Chuyang City. Lin Che stepped off the spirit boat with the crowd, did not linger in the city, and directly drove an unremarkable ordinary magic flying sword speeding toward the Broken Star Lake area. However, as he neared the Broken Star Lake area, Lin Che's exceptionally keen spiritual sense immediately detected some unusual auras. Near the various paths leading to Broken Star Lake, several cultivators were scattered, seemingly idling and wandering around. But their shifting gazes and their seemingly casual, yet constantly observant postures toward passers-by betrayed their true purpose. Spies sent by the Zhao family. Lin Che sneered inwardly, immediately guessing their origin. Presumably the Zhao family wanted to confirm whether the previous ambush had succeeded, and also to see if any other members of the Lin family had set out to investigate the situation at Finching City. To avoid unnecessary complications and being detected by the Zhao family, who might employ further unknown tactics, Lin Che did not hesitate to fully activate the absolute void concealment divine ability. His form and aura instantly vanished from the air, as if merging with the breeze, silently slipping past the surveillance of these spies. Soon he returned safely to the island in the center of Broken Star Lake. Sweeping his spiritual sense, he found Lu Qingxua, Lu Yunzhou, and Su Wanwan still diligently cultivating the 10,000 beasts art in their temporary caves, with spiritual energy circulating around them showing signs of initial progress. Lin Che did not disturb them, and went straight to the depths of the island, to the entrance of the ancient cultivator's legacy cave, which was also the core array eye of the island's original cloud mist locking formation. System upgraded. As the command was given, the familiar golden light surged from his palm, enveloping the ancient array eye core. The next moment, the golden light, as if alive, rapidly spread along the already carved array patterns, swiftly flowing to every array node covering the entire island. An intangible ripple spread out with the island at its center, and the spiritual energy on the island suddenly became lively. The three who were cultivating were almost simultaneously startled awake, their faces showing doubt and uncertainty. Lin Che's voice transmission sounded in their ears at the right moment. "No need to panic, I have returned, and am upgrading the island's formation." At the same time, through the 10,000 beasts heart, he informed the iron-armored crocodile turtle clan in the lake of his intention to modify Broken Star Lake, calming their restless emotions. Under the system's formidable power, the original second-grade upper rank, cloud mist locking formation, rapidly underwent an essential transformation. The array patterns became more complex and profound, and the spiritual energy level suddenly surged. Before long, the upgrade was complete, and the formation became a third-grade upper rank, the Nine Heavens Cloud Realm Grand Array. This array was by no means comparable to the standard Five Directions Earth Shield formation Lin Che had bought earlier. Its exquisite construction and profound runes, if not for the system's direct upgrade, would require a high-level array master to painstakingly set up. Fortunately, this upgrade was based on the original perfectly functioning formation, saving the tedious steps of resurveying the earth veins and outlining the array base. The upgraded Grand Array's concealment ability had undergone a qualitative leap. It could not only distort and reflect the spiritual sense probes of external cultivators, but also simulate a nearly perfect natural illusion enough to make it difficult for cultivators below the golden core stage to see through the truth. Lin Che took out the core jade token controlling the array, concentrated his mind, and fully activated it. Rise. Instantly, the thick clouds that originally only covered the island began to spread outward rapidly, as if gaining life. The clouds flowed over the main lake, passed over the heads of the iron-armored crocodile turtles, gazing up from the water, crossed the 6 satellite small lakes surrounding it, and swept through the dense forest on the lakeshore. Finally, an invisible boundary stabilized. It completely enveloped the entire Broken Star Lake area, a full 50 li in radius. Illusion conceal. As Lin Che activated it again, the jade token shone brightly. In the eyes of those outside the array, the originally sparkling Broken Star Lake and the lakeside forest seemed to slowly dissipate and twist like a mirage, eventually transforming into an ordinary plain scene seamlessly integrated with the surrounding environment covered with low shrubs. This array naturally had more than just concealment abilities. Those seemingly gentle clouds actually concealed mysteries capable of causing intruders to lose their way trapped in a sea of clouds. The array could also absorb and store part of the energy from external attacks, and when necessary condense the clouds into countless sharp cloud sword chi for counterattack. Originally in Lin Che's plan for the clan territory, the array was only meant to defend and hide the clan's base, and any attackers would be dealt with using spirit beasts. The upgraded array gaining attack capabilities was an unexpected delight. Next, Lin Che arranged the second-grade upper rank 5 directions Earth Shield formation inside the 9 Heavens Cloud Realm Grand Array for dual protection. After activation, a faint yellow spiritual light shield slowly rose, matching the range of the clouds, intertwining with them to add an extra layer of defense. Considering that a third-grade array would be too conspicuous and attract unwanted attention, Lin Che deliberately suppressed the power of the 9 Heavens Cloud Realm Grand Array to a level mainly targeting Foundation Establishment cultivators, which also significantly reduced Spirit Stone consumption. Preparations were complete. Next was the most critical step, drawing out the spiritual vein and making it manifest. Lin Che took out the minor ascending dragon array he had won at great cost at the auction. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and carefully recalled the direction and nodes of the second-grade spiritual vein that had been partially revealed in the Kongyin Mulberry secret realm. Following the array-laying essentials in the seller's jade slip, he began the meticulous operation. First, set the acupuncture points. His powerful spiritual sense, like the most precise probe, delved underground to determine the positions of the vein's acupuncture points in his memory. Second, insert the array flags. 9 array flags of extraordinary material were precisely inserted into 9 key spiritual nodes around the acupuncture points, using a special technique, forming a mysterious 9 palace pattern. Third, set the array eye. At the center of the 9 palace, he buried the array eye core containing 100-year-old earth milk, purple thorn, congealed jade, and dragon blood. Using 9 medium-grade spirit stones, they were carefully placed around the array eye according to the 9 palace directions as the activation energy source. K-Urchine, come out and help me. A flash of light passed, and the blazing Heaven Saint Sparrow and blazing Flame Tiger appeared beside him. Activating the minor ascending dragon array required 3 Foundation Establishment existences to exert force simultaneously. Lin Che quickly informed the 2 beasts through the soul imprint of the positions and hand seals where they needed to input spiritual energy. Everything was ready, and Lin Che waited patiently. When the sun slanted westward, covering the earth with golden afterglow, and the yang energy of heaven and earth gradually receded, while the earth vein energy was at its most gentle and harmonious, it was the optimal time to activate the array. The time has come. Activate the array. Lin Che's expression was solemn as he gave the order, then activated the control array plate. He, the blazing Heaven Saint Sparrow, and the blazing Flame Tiger respectively at the array eye, and the estimated nodes at the head and tail of the spiritual vein simultaneously injected their pure spiritual energy into the array according to the specific hand seals. A low hum, as if from the depths of the earth, resounded. The spiritual energy within the array range began to turn into a visible breeze, swirling upward. Lin Che's spiritual sense clearly saw that the originally dormant spiritual vein deep underground seemed to be infused with vitality, and the pure spiritual energy, like clean water dyed with ink, began to slowly but steadily seep upward and spread. Gradually, the moist ground began to ooze water droplets containing pure spiritual energy like dew. The flowers and trees within the array range visibly grew taller, sprouted branches, and burst into gorgeous blossoms. On the ground, countless traces of spiritual energy flow like huge leaf veins, emitting a soft white light, formed a magnificent and mysterious pattern. This is spiritual energy. The underground spiritual energy is surfacing. Lu Yunzhou was the first to exclaim in surprise. He crouched down curiously looking at a small grass beside his foot that was growing several times faster. Lu Qingxue did not speak, but her cold eyes also held a hint of wonder. She could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth was steadily increasing and becoming purer. She looked toward Lin Che's direction. Although Lin Che was obscured by the clouds, her estimation of the young clan leader rose once again in her heart. Su Wanwan covered her small mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. How amazing! The clan leader actually made the hidden spiritual vein manifest. Hearing the three's suppressed exclamations, Lin Che, hidden at the core of the array, smiled slightly. With another thought, he manipulated the clouds of the Nine Heavens Cloud Realm Grand Array to further shroud the array core area, where he was ensuring that the three could not see the true changes about to occur. System upgrade the minor ascending dragon array. The command was given again, and brilliant golden light descended once more, completely enveloping the entire array. The reason he first set up the array and then upgraded it was precisely because the complete version of the ascending dragon array was a third-grade array requiring a golden core cultivator to activate and control. As the array began to transform into the complete version of the ascending dragon array, the entire Broken Star Lake area experienced an even more violent tremor. It was as if an earth dragon was turning over, with the lake's surface churning and the forest rustling. Such a huge commotion immediately alarmed all the wandering cultivators active near the Broken Star Lake area. What's happening? An earth dragon turning over. His action was to use the system's power to accomplish the heaven-defying feat of a Foundation Establishment cultivator controlling a golden core level array. It's the Lin family. It must be the Lin family making a move there. The wandering cultivators all gathered toward the direction of the original Broken Star Lake, only to find in astonishment that the familiar lake and forest had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar plain and an invisible barrier. They gathered outside the barrier, discussing animatedly, their faces filled with surprise and speculation. Among the crowd, a spy from the Zhao family mingling and had a face so dark it seemed ready to drip water. He stared fixedly at the illusory plain and the faint, unsettling spiritual energy fluctuations and rumbling sounds coming from within the barrier. A concealment array. The Lin family actually set up a protective grand array of this scale so quickly and silently. And this earth vein anomaly. He gritted his teeth, his heart turning cold. How am I supposed to report this to the clan? Lin Che had no time to attend to the scattered cultivators gathered outside the formation. All his attention was focused on the hidden spirit vein beneath the ground that was being forcibly awakened. At the core of the formation, surging spiritual energy was gradually condensing under the guidance of the ascending dragon array into a spirit nexus radiating brilliant luminous light. This spirit nexus acted as a core with infinite gravitational pull, delving deep underground and forcefully drawing out the hidden spirit vein that had lain dormant for countless ages. Rumble. Deeper and deeper tremors echoed from the earth's depths, as though a celestial dragon were turning within the ground. The entire region around Broken Star Lake shuddered violently, the lake's surface churning with waves several feet high, while low-level birds nesting in the forest scattered in panic. As the spirit nexus relentlessly drew and concentrated the power of the spirit vein, vast surges of spiritual energy radiated outward like relentless tides, each wave intensifying beyond the last. A mist-like spiritual essence began drifting through the air, and all plants, whether ancient trees or humble weeds, thrust forth new growth, with desperate vitality, flourishing as if blessed by rain after a prolonged drought. This land was rapidly transforming from mundane soil into a spiritual domain. The 50-mile radius marked the effective coverage limit of a second-grade spirit vein, confirming this vein's quality had definitely reached the upper tier. Lin Che, positioned at the formation's core, felt this transformation most profoundly. The spiritual energy surrounding him had grown so dense it bordered on viscous each breath, drawing in pure essence that began to mist and condense into tiny droplets of spiritual fluid hovering in the air. At last, the gradual accumulation erupted into transformation. A piercing dragon cry echoed through the darkness, clear and resonant, yet faint and distant, as though rising from the deepest abyss. In the next instant, the hidden spirit vein, which had been nurturing itself for countless years, gathered sufficient power and violently shattered its final constraints, erupting from the ground at the formation's core. An enormously thick pillar of dragon-shaped spiritual energy surged skyward, its semi-translucent milky white form shimmering with crystalline luminous light, as if countless minute luminous dragon scales danced within. The pillar shot straight into the heavens, maintaining its course for 10 full breaths before slowly subsiding and merging with the natural world. In that single moment, the island at the center of Broken Star Lake transformed entirely into an ocean of spiritual energy. The spiritual mist hung so thickly it could not be dispersed, making it nearly impossible to see one's own fingers extended before one's face. Spiritual energy was so abundant it naturally condensed into crystalline droplets of spiritual dew, clinging to every blade of grass and branch tip, casting rainbow-colored halos as faint light filtered through the mist. The iron-armored alligator turtles in the lake had never witnessed anything like this before. They emerged from the water with massive heads and gaping jaws, their amber eyes wide with bewilderment and awe, frozen in wonder at what seemed like a divine manifestation. So captivated, they instinctively softened their breathing, fearful of disrupting this magnificent spectacle. Is this truly a second-grade spirit vein? Lu Yunzhou's voice trembled with excitement as he greedily inhaled, feeling pure spiritual power flood his limbs and bones, with each breath far more potent than days of strenuous cultivation. He had never experienced cultivating on second-grade spiritual land before, feeling as though every pore celebrated. Even Lu Qingxue, usually composed and reserved, found herself momentarily entranced. She closed her eyes and felt the dense spiritual energy swirling around her, nearly lifting her aloft. Her ice spiritual root activated on its own trails of cold energy, weaving around her fingertips with a refined agility she had never before achieved. She couldn't help but draw a deep breath, a rare expression of intoxication crossing her usually cool features. But while the Lu siblings reveled in pure wonder and joy, Su Wanwan's reaction proved far more extraordinary. She stood transfixed, as though her very soul had been withdrawn, eyes unfocused and lost in deep meditation. In her perception, the world had fundamentally shifted. She felt as if she had become a seed buried deep within the earth, sinking into soil remarkably warm and moist, suffused with boundless vitality and kindness. Around her, ordinary spiritual energy had transformed into countless verdant light particles, pulsing with life's rhythm, circling her joyfully, like wanderers returning home, eagerly entering her body. In reality, a visible vortex of azure spiritual energy had formed around her. Countless green luminous particles, rich in plant essence, surged toward her like rivers converging into the sea. She had long been stuck on the verge of breaking through to the foundational stage of the 10,000 Beasts art, but propelled by this surge of plant spiritual energy, the technique suddenly began cycling at high speed, its pathways opening instantaneously. Her aura surged powerfully, and as naturally as water following its channel, she easily broke through to the 6th layer of qi refining. This sudden occurrence immediately caught Lu Qingxue and Lu Yunzhou's attention, and both looked at Su Wanwan with eyes full of astonishment and concern. Lin Che had quietly approached and stood nearby, watching Su Wanwan enveloped in azure spiritual light, with her aura steadily rising, a pleased smile crossing his face. There's no need to worry. This is Wanwan's fortunate opportunity, he explained to the Lu siblings. She possesses the 100 Herbs Affinity spiritual physique, and now that the spirit vein has awakened with all things flourishing, her spiritual physique is undergoing its own awakening. Under the dual stimulation of surging spiritual energy and boundless vegetation vitality, the 100 Herbs Affinity spiritual physique within Su Wanwan was completely activated, resonating mysteriously with this newly born spiritual land. A wondrous sight unfolded. Within the spirit vein sphere of influence, all vegetation, from tender shoots to ancient trees, stirred without wind, their leaves and blossoms turning towards Su Wanwan's position and bowing slightly as subjects paying homage to their awakened sovereign. Threads of pure plant essence drifted in from all directions, transforming into countless emerald streams of light that spontaneously merged into the azure halo surrounding her. Su Wanwan now floated 3 feet above the ground, supported by a gentle force. She was completely enveloped in a pure and dense cyan radiance, like a massive cocoon of light. At her smooth glabella, a cyan natal rune of complex leaf and vine patterns, radiating vibrant life force, slowly emerged, growing increasingly clear and substantial. Her breath synchronized with that of every plant upon the entire spirit vein. With each breath she drew and released, the surrounding flora swayed gently, spiritual dewdrops on leaves catching the light, as if echoing some ancient rhythm of life. Lin Che suddenly remembered something and hastily withdrew the Forest Whisper Spirit Deer Egg, which the system had already upgraded to 3rd grade mid-tier quality. Encasing the egg, radiating a strong grass attribute aura, in spiritual energy, he gently brought it towards Su Wanwan, still shrouded in her cocoon of azure light. As both possessed the wood attribute, this spirit beast would greatly benefit from the baptism during Su Wanwan's spiritual body awakening. Not only would it greatly enhance its bloodline awakening and allow it to comprehend divine abilities early, but it would also forge an unbreakable bond with its future master from the moment of its birth. Within the cocoon of light, Su Wanwan, nearing the completion of her spiritual body awakening, had her initial confusion replaced by a sense of enlightenment and joy. She could hear the joyful whispers of every plant and tree around her, feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and clearly sense the complete dependence and closeness of the small life within the egg beside her, like a fledgling returning to its nest. To command all beings through oneself. This was the core essence of the 10,000 Beasts art. At the moment of spiritual body awakening, when her heart and mind were most in tune with heaven and earth, Su Wanwan, guided by a stroke of inspiration, finally grasped the true essence of this skill. As the cyan light around her slowly receded and the spirit pattern on her brow stabilized, Su Wanwan lightly landed back on the ground. She lowered her head, holding the emerald green forest whisper spirit deer egg that radiated a gentle life fluctuation, and walked toward Lin Che with a dazed expression, as if just waking from a dream. Patriarch, what happened to me? Her voice was soft and puzzled, with a faint trace of joy as she pointed at the spirit beast egg in her arms. And this little one? Lin Che, with a gratified smile, explained in detail. Wanwan, congratulations. Your herb affinity spirit body has fully awakened. Coming from a family of alchemists, you must be familiar with this spirit body. As for this little one, he pointed at the egg in her arms, this is one of the contract spirit beasts I prepared for you. A mid-grade, third-rank forest whisper spirit deer, very compatible with your wood spirit root. With that, he turned his gaze to the Lu siblings who were watching eagerly. Qingxue Yunzhou, there's no need to be impatient. I have also prepared spirit beasts for you. Once you master the 10,000 Beasts art, I will entrust them to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhou's face instantly lit up with undisguised joy. He rubbed his hands together, already fantasizing about what majestic spirit beast he would receive. Lu Qingxue only nodded slightly, her expression still cool, but the sudden more determined gleam in her eyes revealed her inner longing to quickly improve her strength and master the 10,000 Beasts art. As time passed, the towering dragon-shaped spirit vein pillar of light fully subsided, and the vast spiritual energy was perfectly channeled and stabilized by the ascending dragon array, merging tightly with the earth. The entire spirit vein lay like a sleeping giant dragon, docilely prostrate beneath the Starfall Lake, while the ascending dragon array, like a bridle, firmly controlled it. Lin Che manipulated the array's control disk and activated the spirit locking mode. Instantly, the spiritual energy that had been continuously dissipating was gathered, as if by an invisible hand, wasting not a single bit. He could now freely control the array, opening or closing the spiritual energy output over any area above the spirit vein, making the utilization of spiritual energy more efficient and concentrated. First, he temporarily opened several cultivation areas for Lu Qingxue and the others, as well as the iron-armored alligator turtles in the lake, stabilizing the spiritual energy output to the standard of a second-rank spirit vein. For the family's founding stage, this would suffice for now. In the future, when planning spirit fields, beast gardens, alchemy chambers, and other facilities, the spiritual energy concentration of each area would be precisely adjusted according to needs. Coming back to his senses, Lin Che gazed down at the family foundation that had been transformed, now shrouded in dense, misty spiritual energy. A surging, passionate ambition to establish a legacy for 10,000 generations swelled in his chest, threatening to burst forth. With a thought, the Qingxian star sword responded instantly, letting out a clear phoenix-like cry as it transformed into a cyan rainbow and landed beside him. The sword's body glowed with a gentle spiritual light, steadily lifting him, and then turned into a brilliant streak of light shooting into the sky, effortlessly piercing the flowing spiritual barrier of the Nine Heavens cloud realm array and hovering steadily at 100 zhang above the ground. He stood with his hands behind his back on the sword, his robes fluttering in the fierce wind. His piercing gaze swept slowly over the cultivators gathering outside the array, drawn by the news growing in number. They all craned their necks, their faces a mix of disbelief, barely concealed envy, and lingering confusion, buzzing like a pot of boiling porridge with endless discussions. Lin Che took a deep breath, the crisp, spiritual charged air of Starfall Lake refreshing his heart and lungs. From this moment on, this spiritual land, along with the second-rank spirit vein beneath, it was completely and legitimately his, Lin Che's, and belonged to his newly founded Lin family. A sense of achievement, of controlling his own destiny and personally writing history, surged through his chest, soaring into the sky. He hesitated no longer, his spiritual power flowing fully, and his voice, like a thunderclap from the Nine Heavens, carried authority and boundless vision for the future, clearly reaching every corner within 50 li around Starfall Lake. Today I, Lin Che, lead the Lin family to establish our clan here at Starfall Lake, founding a house and raising our banner. This declaration was like throwing cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting the crowd below. It's done. They actually built it. From obtaining the pioneering decree to settling the family, this Lin family took a month. Not just fast, it's lightning speed. Just now that dragon-shaped pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky. It's definitely a second-rank spirit vein. So the legend of a spirit vein hidden at Starfall Lake was true. Hiss. To establish a family on a second-rank spirit vein to pass it down and flourish. This is a celestial opportunity that us wandering cultivators wouldn't dare dream of in a lifetime. The waves of sound swept through the crowd of wandering cultivators like an explosion, intermingling exclamations, screams, and discussions of disbelief. Countless eyes fixed on the figure in the sky, filled with extreme envy and even a trace of deeply hidden jealousy, wishing they could trade places and become the one to found the family. More cultivators' gazes grew intensely fervent as they mentally calculated how to establish a connection with this newly emerged Lin family. In contrast to the mere onlookers, or those seeking to curry favor, the spies from the various families of Chuyang City, mixed in the crowd, all wore expressions that turned grim dark enough to drip water. The Lin family's rapid rise had completely shattered the existing balance of power in this region. They no longer cared about concealing themselves. They squeezed out of the crowd, either crushing communication jade slips or employing escape techniques, fleeing like startled rabbits at full speed toward their respective families. This earth-shattering news, enough to overturn the current structure of Chuyang City, must be reported immediately. Among them, the spy from the Zhao family wore the most grim expression, a sickly gray mixed with pale blue. He ground his molars to the bone, pushing his movement technique to the limit, leaving a trail of afterimages. His heart was completely consumed by terror and the shadow of the family's harsh punishment for failure. Below on the lake island, Lu Qingxua, Lu Yunzhou, and Su Wanwan looked up at the tall figure standing on the sword high above, robes fluttering, as if declaring the family's establishment to the entire world. Having joined the Lin family, their fates were now tightly bound to this land and this family, one glory for all. An indescribable excitement and pride, a sense of sharing in the honor welled up in their hearts. Lu Qingxua's eyes, usually as cold as an icy spring, were now fixed on that figure in the sky. Watching him announce the family's birth with resounding authority under the gaze of thousands, his unbridled passion and commanding presence stirred a faint but clear ripple in her cold heart lake. A thought emerged uncontrollably in her mind. A true man should be like this when he stands in the world. At this moment, Lin Che's bearing was so transcendent and dazzling, like a beam of celestial light, that it shone unbidden into her lonely world, leaving an indelible burning mark on her heart. The news of the Lin family's formal establishment at Suishing Lake, like a boulder cast into a placid lake, sent ripples that swiftly spread to every corner of the Chuyang City's sphere of influence. Countless rogue cultivators and various family factions were shaken upon hearing this news. They could never have anticipated that this newly arrived outsider family would manage to plant roots here with such astonishing speed, revealing a foundation not to be underestimated. Previously, Lin Che's display of authority on the dueling platform had already begun to spread the name Lin family. Now the brilliant flowing light of the defensive formation array above Suishing Lake, along with the spiritual energy within the region, still several times purer and more abundant than the outside world, even after the formation's spirit locking, declared to all with undeniable certainty the Lin family had firmly established its foothold here. For the entire following month, Lin Che did not leave Suishing Lake for even a step. Leveraging the upgraded formation's meticulous perception, he thoroughly combed the 50-li territory from top to bottom, inside and out. His divine sense, like a fine-toothed comb, swept across every inch of the forest lakebed and rocky crags, ensuring no hidden dangers lurked within the territory, such as higher-tier spirit beasts that had been lying dormant, like the Crimson Flame Tiger. At the same time, he carefully searched for any covert surveillance arrays, spying talismans, or other clandestine maneuvers placed by other forces. This thorough purge proved quite effective. He indeed uncovered some scattered spying techniques from various factions, all of which he casually erased. Additionally, he cleaned out a few low bloodline, unintelligent Qi refining stage spirit beasts. Though not particularly useful, their flesh contained spiritual energy, so he brought them back to supplement the meals of the Lu siblings and Su Wanwan, a way to make the best use of them. As for naturally occurring spirit herbs, they were quite scarce in number. In the past, Suishing Lake had only been nourished by the faint spiritual energy naturally dispersed from the hidden spirit vein, capable of nurturing only low-grade spirit grasses. This was the region's greatest shortcoming, its inherent scarcity of resources. After a month of careful survey, apart from the known earth-fire branch vein that could serve as a stable source of flame, no other valuable resource points were discovered. The only mineral output was the moonlight stone at the lakebed, which emitted a soft blue glow under moonlight. This stone was only of first-grade mid-quality, primarily used to assist cultivators in calming their minds, often crafted into cultivation pendants. Its value was modest. Moreover, its distribution was sparse, insufficient to form a mineable vein, only a thin layer existed at the lakebed. After weighing the options, Lin Che decided not to extract it, leaving it in place as a unique nocturnal landscape for Suishing Lake. Since resources within the territory were limited, he would create them with his own hands. Lin Che spent 2 days drawing a detailed development plan for the Suishing Lake region, taking into account the terrain and future needs. Core area: Lake Heart Island, positioned as the family's core forbidden zone. This would be the residence and cultivation site for Lin Che and his closest kin. The Nine Heavens Cloud Realm Array would run at full power year-round to conceal its interior. No one was permitted to enter without authorization. Core Spirit Beast Cultivation Area: Suishing Lake, main lake designated for nurturing large populations or high-potential aquatic and amphibious spirit beasts. The iron-armored crocodile turtle clan would continue to dwell here, and other complementary water-type spirit beast groups would be introduced in the future. The spirit beasts produced here would be prioritized for the family's future stewards and retainers. Spirit Fish Breeding Zone: 6 satellite lakes. The 6 small water bodies surrounding the main lake with clear water and shallow depths were most suitable for specialized spirit fish farms, providing a stable source of meat and low-grade resources for the family. Western Comprehensive Work Area, established atop the Earth Fire Branch vein. In the future, core functional buildings, such as the Artifact Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, Skill Pavilion, and Mission Hall, would be concentrated here, along with a batch of temporary caves for retainers and stewards. Simultaneously, near the various spirit fields and beast gardens, corresponding management quarters would be built for convenient daily care. Northern Spirit Plantation Zone, planned for large-scale spirit fields to cultivate spirit rice, spirit herbs, and other crops, achieving self-sufficiency in basic resources. Eastern and Southern Comprehensive Spirit Beast Garden, the largest area in the plan. Lin Che's greatest asset was his complete inheritance of beast-taming arts. The path of beast-taming would be the core pillar of the Lin family's future development. This area would be used for large-scale domestication and cultivation of various land-based and flying spirit beasts. Edible spirit beasts and those producing spiritual materials would occupy different zones, and the habitats for different populations would also differ accordingly. The blueprint was ready, but turning that blueprint into reality left Lin Che somewhat at a loss. Whether in his past life or this one, he knew nothing about architecture and construction. As he pondered, a flash of inspiration struck and a smile spread across his face. Wasn't there a ready-made professional right before him? Lu Yunzhou, who possessed an earth spirit root, wasn't he a natural-born earthworker? With that thought, Lin Che soared on his sword, and in an instant landed before Lu Yunzhou's temporary cave dwelling. Lu Yunzhou, who had been cultivating since the visitor, and immediately withdrew his energy, rising to stride out of the cave. Seeing Lin Che, he swiftly bowed in respect, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Patriarch, you've come. Is there a task you wish to entrust to me?" Lin Che wore a warm smile, not directly stating his purpose, but instead took out an object from his spirit beast pouch. It was a spirit beast egg, entirely earthy yellow in color, with naturally distributed deep blue mysterious patterns on its shell. The eggshell emanated a steady, profound spiritual energy fluctuation of the earth element. "You have already entered the gateway of the 10,000 beasts art. This is the natal spirit beast I promised to prepare for you," Lin Che said, handing over the egg. Lu Yunzhou's face instantly lit up with undisguised joy. He stepped forward, quickly reaching out with both hands to receive the warm egg. His voice trembled with excitement. "Thank you for your great kindness, Patriarch. Yunzhou will surely nurture it well." "This egg originates from the iron-armored crocodile turtle clan in the lake," Lin Che explained with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "However, its bloodline has undergone a beneficial leap. It is the only one in the clan that has advanced to a third-grade mid-quality bloodline. A river-covering crocodile turtle. I see your potential and character, which is why I specially reserved it for you. Treat it well. In the future, it will become your most solid support on your path of cultivation." These words filled Lu Yunzhou with even deeper gratitude. He hugged the spirit beast egg tightly and bowed fervently. "The Patriarch's kindness Yunzhou will never forget. I will live up to the Patriarch's expectations." He looked down at the egg in his arms, his gaze tender and resolute. With the reward properly given, it was time to assign the task. Lin Che looked at him with a beaming smile. "Yunzhou, you possess an earth spirit root, which grants you affinity with earth elements. Controlling earth and stone is your innate advantage. The heavy responsibility of building the family, especially the construction of various houses and facilities, will be entrusted to you." Lu Yunzhou, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of pride, and without hesitation patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Patriarch. Building our home, Yunzhou takes it as his duty. Leave it to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he belatedly recalled a critical issue. Though he possessed an earth spirit root, he had never learned how to build houses. The excitement on his face instantly froze, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Lin Che caught this subtle change in expression. He couldn't help but smile reassuringly. "Don't worry. I will find you the relevant architectural blueprints, construction methods, and practical earth elemental construction spell manuals. You just need to study diligently. With your comprehension, mastering these is only a matter of time." "Yes, Patriarch." Lu Yunzhou finally relaxed, his fighting spirit rekindled, and he nodded firmly. After arranging Lu Yunzhou's subsequent learning direction, Lin Che planned to make a personal trip outside to purchase the various materials and manuals needed for construction. This time, however, his destination was not Chuyang City, but the Tongxin Market located in another direction. The Tongxin Market, situated at the heart of the 5 foundation establishment forces within the Chuyang City domain, was jointly established and operated by these 5 families. The settlements of the 5 major foundation establishment families around Chuyang City roughly formed an irregular pentagon. Closest to Chuyang City were the talisman-making Li family adjacent to the Stone Forest Maze, and the Array Formation Zhao family bordering the outskirts of the Shattered Star Lake and about 50 li away. Both families were between 100 and 150 li from Chuyang City. About 100 li southeast of the Zhao family was the Artifact Forging Sun family established at the Red Flame Ridge. About 200 li southwest of the Li family was the Spirit Herb Valley held by the Chen family. As for the Beast-Taming Zhou family, their location was the most treacherous. Situated about 100 li south of the Chun and Sun families, they established their clan on a relatively high hill adjacent to the perilous Blacktooth Swamp. From here, the straight line distance south to another dangerous area, the Silent Forest, was merely 100 li. The 5 families thus formed a strategic layout, supporting each other like horns. At the geometric center of this pentagonal region, they jointly established the Tongxin Market, aiming to serve the scattered cultivators, other foundation establishment families, and even Qi refining families active in the vast surrounding areas, while earning spirit stones from it. After all, both the Silent Forest and the Blacktooth Swamp were quite distant from Chuyang City. In comparison, it was undoubtedly much more convenient for cultivators to travel to this centrally located market. 4 foundation establishment cultivators flying back and forth to Chuyang City on a sword might not be troublesome. However, for the far more numerous Qi refining cultivators, being able to quickly sell resources after an expedition or rush to purchase healing pills immediately after being injured was undoubtedly a vital convenience concerning life and profit. Lin Che had long known of this place, but had never had the time to come before. This time he had few items to purchase, so he took the opportunity to investigate along the way. There were only 2 major trading points around Chuyang City, and the family's future development would inevitably involve this place. Inspecting it now was opportune. He did not deliberately hide his whereabouts and directly rose into the air on his sword, the Azure Mystic Star sword, transforming into a conspicuous streak of light. This move also carried a hint of testing intent to see whether the Zhao family would still dare to blatantly spy on him after he had announced the establishment of his clan. However, from the time he left the Shattered Star Lake area until his arrival at the market, Lin Che's keen spiritual sense detected no signs of surveillance. The Zhao family's people seemed to have withdrawn overnight, leaving him uncertain whether they had temporarily given up their hostility or were secretly brewing other schemes. Before long, Lin Che arrived above the Tongxin Market on his flying sword. The market had no city walls, but a second-order defensive formation enveloping the entire area operated continuously. From a distance, one could see thick, earthy yellow spiritual energy ripples flowing above, like an inverted transparent giant bowl, exuding a steady protective aura. The bustle within the market was in no way inferior to that of Chuyang City, and in some aspects even surpassed it. This was all due to the Blacktooth Swamp, the Silent Forest, and the steep cliff clusters deep within the Spirit Herb Valley. Within these 3 regions, which had not yet been fully explored, lay several first and second-order spirit veins, naturally nurturing a wide variety of spirit herbs and demon beasts. Recently, news had even spread of a second-order spirit herb maturing. This greatly stimulated the exploratory enthusiasm of scattered cultivators. In contrast, those who only operated in relatively safe areas like Shattered Star Lake and the Stone Forest Maze were mostly cultivators of insufficient strength or little ambition. And here was the true paradise for adventurers and powerful scattered cultivators. Lin Che landed at the market entrance. The cultivator guarding the entrance immediately noticed him. Flying on a sword was itself the most conspicuous mark of a foundation establishment cultivator. A tall, lean cultivator in a blue-gray steward's robe with a sharp face narrowed his eyes. He quickly gave a few whispered instructions to the Qi refining disciple responsible for collecting entry fees, then straightened his robe, put on a warm, yet respectful smile, and hurried forward. He stopped about 3 steps in front of Lin Che, cupped his hands in salute, and spoke clearly and respectfully. "Your junior Zhou Chuanxian is honored to be today's market duty officer. Welcome, Senior Lin, to our Tongxin market." Lin Che raised an eyebrow, slightly showing a hint of well-timed surprise. "Oh, you recognize me?" The tall, lean cultivator, named Zhou Chunxian, maintained a slight bow, his smile growing even warmer. His tone, however, grew even more cautious. Senior, you jest. After you overpowered the Zhao family on the arena platform and swiftly established your clan at Shattered Star Lake, who in the Chuyang region, with even a modest source of information, would not recognize your true visage. To be honest, Senior, the various families have already circulated your portrait and repeatedly instructed their clansmen that if they meet you outside, they must treat you with courtesy and respect and never cause any offense. His words were half flattery, half revelation of truth. In fact, ever since the Lin family rose with a formidable posture, all the powers in Chuyang City had already imprinted Lin Che's appearance and figure, distributing them to clansmen traveling abroad. The core instructions were simply to never offend him lightly and seize opportunities to befriend him, gathering as much intelligence about the Lin family as possible. After all, nearly 2 months had passed, and their understanding of the Lin family remained superficial. Apart from knowing that the clan leader Lin Che was formidable and possessed at least one late Foundation establishment spirit beast, they were still blank on key information such as how many members the Lin family had, their overall strength, and how many Foundation establishment spirit beasts were hidden. Without a clear understanding of the Foundation, neither choosing to cooperate nor secretly suppress or resist was possible. This intelligence vacuum was the fundamental reason why all parties were currently staying put and watching. Lin Che had not expected these families to have put so much thought behind the scenes. At this moment, what he could truly rely on was only his own strength and a few spirit beasts plus the group of iron-armored crocodile turtles in the lake. The so-called foundation of the Lin family appeared to outsiders as only him appearing in the outside world, which indeed was full of mystery from this perspective. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Zhou Chunxian and roughly understanding the market's rules and recent situation, Lin Che paid 1 low-grade spirit stone and strolled into the market. According to Zhou Chunxian, entering the Tongxin market required paying 1 low-grade spirit stone each time. Renting a shop or setting up a stall within the market required a higher fee. Presumably, the Chuyang City authorities allowed them to build this market only after taking a significant share of the profits, though it was unknown how much would ultimately fall into the hands of the 5 families. Stepping into the market, the interior was quite neatly arranged. 3 main roads crisscrossed, and as far as the eye could see, shops lined both sides, roughly numbering in the hundreds. There were also designated stall areas. Although the overall scale was half the size of Chuyang City's commercial district, its popularity was thriving and in no way inferior. The streets were crowded with people shoulder to shoulder. Beast-hunting cultivators just back from dangerous areas still carried a faint scent of blood and killing intent. Shrewd merchants hawked loudly, displaying various demon beast materials, spirit herbs, and ores. Buyers seeking specific resources stopped at stalls to inquire and haggle. The noise of the crowd was vibrant and full of life. Lin Che's main objective for this trip was clear. He soon found a set of complete compendium of earth and wood construction in a shop specializing in miscellaneous jade slips, which included several practical low-grade earth element building techniques. This kind of knowledge was not a rare inheritance, and the price was quite fair. Only 100 low-grade spirit stones for the set. After completing his main purchase, Lin Che was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wandered through the various streets of the market, further absorbing the atmosphere and commercial vitality of the place. Finally, his steps stopped in front of a shop with imposing decoration and a conspicuous signboard. Looking up, the plaque bore 5 bold flowing characters: Zhou Family Spirit Beast Shop. Lin Che's purpose in visiting Tongxin Market this time, aside from acquiring architectural classics, was to purchase a batch of spirit beast cubs and spiritual plant seeds for breeding and raising. Various buildings could be taken slowly, but the growth cycle of spirit beasts and the cultivation of spiritual plants were lengthy, so preparations must begin early. If asked which shop in this area sold the best quality and most complete variety of spirit beasts, the answer was beyond doubt. At least for now, it was the Zhou Family Spirit Beast Shop. Lin Che also took this opportunity to personally observe which spirit beasts the Zhou family excelled in raising and what their foundation was like. He had just stepped through the thick wooden door carved with a pattern of 100 beasts galloping when a clever young clerk at the front reception quickly approached his face, wearing a professional warm smile. "This fellow Taoist, welcome. May I ask what type of spirit beast you require? Whether for transportation, combat assistance, or other purposes, our shop has a complete range and will surely meet your needs." As he spoke, his gaze naturally fell upon Lin Che. When he clearly saw the visitor's face, his expression suddenly stiffened, then quickly transformed into utmost respect, even tinged with a hint of nervousness. His waist unconsciously bent a bit more. So it's Senior Lin honoring us with your presence. Your junior has poor eyesight and was previously remiss. Please forgive me. Senior, please come this way and sit. He quickly turned to lead the way, inviting Lin Che to a tastefully decorated rest area with cushioned seats, and briskly served a cup of fragrant spirit tea. "Senior, please sit for a moment and moisten your throat with tea. Your junior will go and invite the shop manager to receive you." The young clerk respectfully bowed, then hurriedly turned to the back hall to report. Lin Che did not say much, sitting down calmly, but his divine sense silently spread like mercury, carefully sensing the layout of the Zhou family shop. Unlike ordinary shops that displayed goods directly in the front hall, the front hall of the Zhou family spirit beast shop was more like an exquisite reception facade, and customer rest areas spacious and bright, decorated with various spirit beast charts and bone specimens, looking professional and impressive, yet without any trace of a live spirit beast. It seems the spirit beasts are all raised in specific areas of the back hall, and customers are guided to visit and select according to their needs. They do value privacy and experience. Lin Che nodded slightly. From the layout of the front hall and the service process alone, the Zhou family indeed had a method in management, at least putting effort into customer experience. Meanwhile, in a hatching room in the back hall, where temperature and humidity were strictly controlled, Zhou Wanfu, slightly plump and dressed in a brocade robe, was carefully wiping spirit beast eggs with a special spirit liquid, meticulously checking their life fluctuations. He was the manager of this shop and a core member of the Zhou family. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside, and the young clerk from before pushed the door open, slightly flustered, lowering his voice. "Fourth uncle. Bad news, there might be someone causing trouble in front." Zhou Wanfu's movements paused, a trace of displeasure flashing across his round face, and he said in a deep voice, "What's the panic? Speak clearly. Who dares to act wildly on our Zhou family's turf?" It's that cultivator from the Lin family. The one who released a foundation establishment late-stage blazing tiger on the arena." The young clerk quickly explained. Zhou Wanfu's heart tightened. Why would this ominous star from the Lin family suddenly come to his door? He immediately pressed. How many people did he bring? What did he say? What did he do? Just him alone. He didn't say anything, just sat there drinking tea. The clerk answered honestly. Hearing this, Zhou Wanfu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly and glared at his impatient junior with annoyance. He hasn't done anything. Why are you panicking? Forget it, I'll go meet him myself and see what this Lin family head intends. Soon Zhou Wanfu adjusted his facial expression, put on a warm and enthusiastic smile, and quickly walked out from the back hall. His round face was full of smiles, as if meeting an old friend of many years. From afar he cupped his hands and said loudly, "I didn't know it was fellow Taoist Lin visiting my humble shop. Zhou has failed to welcome you from afar. Forgive me, forgive me." He walked up close, his tone warm, but with a hint of probing. "Fellow Taoist is busy with countless affairs. How do you have time to grace my humble shop today? If you have any needs, Zhou will surely do his utmost to satisfy them." Lin Che put down his teacup, stood up, and nodded slightly. In return, his tone calm. "Manager Zhou is too polite. I came here to see what kinds of spirit beasts your shop has for sale. My Lin family has just arrived, and we brought only a few spirit beast clans. I wish to supplement some to enrich the family's foundation." Zhou Wanfu's smile remained unchanged, but he was secretly speechless. He didn't believe a word of it. The main purpose was probably to investigate which spirit beast clans the Zhou family bred, and to find out their details. However, he wasn't too opposed to it. After all, it wasn't top secret. Running a shop, people came, and when it couldn't be hidden, it was a good opportunity to show off their own foundation. He then gave a hearty laugh. "I see. Fellow Taoist, this way please. Zhou will personally introduce you." Saying this, Zhou Wanfu led Lin Che through a light curtain that isolated aura, entering the back hall. The scene in the back hall was completely different from the elegance of the front hall, with an extremely spacious area. In the center was a huge circular beast pen shrouded by a transparent protective light curtain, which was further divided into several areas by smaller formations. Several adult spirit beasts were seen with their cubs, some resting under rockeries, some playing on the grass, some drinking by the pool full of vitality. Along the walls around the beast pen were rows of shelves emitting cold air and spiritual light, neatly arranged with various spirit beast eggs, as well as packaged spirit beast feed and nutritional pills. Under Zhou Wanfu's detailed introduction, Lin Che gained a clear understanding of the main spirit beast types currently bred and sold by the Zhou family. The Zhou family currently stably supplied and bred spirit beasts, which could be divided into 7 main categories. The first was the wind-chasing spirit steed, which Lin Che was quite familiar with. This beast had a first-order mid-grade bloodline with a well-proportioned and robust body, faint wind swirls on its hooves, moving swiftly and smoothly with excellent endurance. As the most common riding and cargo spirit beast in the southern domain, it was highly popular among chi refining cultivators and was the preferred partner for many cultivators when traveling. The next 3 were more focused on combat and assistance, each with its own characteristics. Rock armor rhinoceros, first-order mid-grade bloodline. This beast resembled a rhinoceros covered in thick rock armor, with astonishing strength and top-tier defense among same-rank spirit beasts. It excelled at charging into battle, making it an excellent choice as a meat shield to attract firepower. Its role was somewhat similar to the iron-armored crocodile turtle in Lin Che's lake, but more suited for land combat. Wind-chasing hound, first-order high-grade bloodline. This was a canine spirit beast with a sleek body and extremely agile movements. It had keen smell and acute hearing, excelling at tracking, alerting, and small-scale guerrilla skirmishes. 4 rogue cultivators who made a living hunting demons. A loyal and alert wind-chasing hound companion could often provide crucial early warning and support in the perilous wilderness. Sky-patrolling eagle, first-order high-grade bloodline. As a bird of prey, it possessed considerable combat ability by nature. Its sharp claws and beak could tear apart ordinary demon beasts. More importantly, it had a broad aerial view, making it an excellent scout. When mature, its wingspan was wide, and it could even carry a normal-sized Lin Che refining cultivator for short-distance flight, with extremely high strategic value. The remaining 3 were the true core and foundation of the Zhou family second-order spirit beasts that had successfully advanced their bloodlines from the previous 3 combat spirit beasts through special cultivation and selection: earth-shaking mountain rhinoceros, crimson-maned wind-chasing hound, and sky-rending wind eagle. Thus, the Zhou family's core breeding was actually the 3 combat spirit beast clans: rock armor, rhinoceros, wind-chasing hound, and sky-patrolling eagle, along with a relatively independent wind-chasing spirit steed clan. Of course, the business of the Zhou family spirit beast shop was not limited to selling their own bred spirit beasts. They also regularly purchased from rogue cultivators demon beast eggs or cubs of good quality obtained from various dangerous places, and after preliminary taming resold them. After this understanding, Lin Che had a fairly concrete concept of the Zhou family's beast-taming strength and business model. Looking at the contemplative Lin Che, Zhou Wanfu's smile remained unchanged, and he asked seemingly casually, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you think these spirit beasts of our Zhou family are worthy of your attention?" His tone was relaxed, but his shrewd eyes constantly watched every change in Lin Che's expression, hoping to glean some information. Lin Che's face still carried a faint smile, and he praised clear categories: proper breeding, stable bloodlines, truly worthy of a well-established beast-taming family. His words were well-measured, expressing recognition without revealing anything. His eyes were calm and unruffled, showing neither desire for these spirit beasts nor any hint of disdain. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lin Che added, "By the way, manager, Zhou, does your shop have edible spirit beast cubs for sale? I plan to purchase some for the meat supply of my family members and spirit beasts." Hearing this, Zhou Wanfu was greatly relieved in his heart, finally understanding Lin Che's main purpose for this visit. His smile became even more genuine. "Yes, of course. Fellow Taoist, this way please. This is another important business of our Zhou family." He led Lin Che to a slightly smaller but equally clean and tidy room. Here were placed various types of edible spirit beasts. Not only newly established families like Lin Che's, but also nearby spirit planters, Chi refining families, and even some foundation establishment families came here to purchase cubs, either to raise for their own consumption or to farm on a large scale and sell for spirit stones. "Fellow Taoist, please look." Zhou Wanfu pointed to 2 areas enclosed by fine fences and introduced. "These are the 2 main spirit fowl of our shop: pearl white jade chicken and azure wave green-headed duck, both first-order low-grade. Look at these feathers, this vitality. Cubs are sold for 2 low-grade spirit stones each, and for unhatched eggs 1 low-grade spirit stone each." Lin Che looked at the fluffy, chirping little creatures inside the fence and nodded. The Zhou family's breeding was indeed good, the cubs all lively and healthy. He had tasted the pearl white jade chicken at a restaurant in Shuyang City before, its meat tender and containing spiritual energy, leaving a good impression. Seeing Lin Che's satisfied expression, Zhou Wanfu introduced even more enthusiastically. He walked to another area where there were dozens of small rabbits with fur as soft as moonlight, long ears, and red eyes. This is the moonlight grass rabbit, a first-order mid-grade spirit beast. It mainly feeds on spiritual grass. Its meat is extremely tender and melts in the mouth, and it contains gentle moonlight and wood essence. Long-term consumption is beneficial for nourishing meridians. Then he picked up a snorting chubby piglet with a faint yellowish glow on its skin from another pen. "Fellow Taoist, look at this, a first-order mid-grade mystic mound earth boar. This boar is a carefully selected breed of our Zhou family. Its meat is a mix of fat and lean with a rich texture. What's more, its meat contains gentle earth-type spiritual energy. Eating it gives a strong sense of fullness and satisfaction, efficiently replenishes physical strength, nourishes blood and bones, and is an excellent supplement for body cultivators and those with insufficient qi and blood." These 4 types of edible spirit beasts were all recorded in the beast-taming inheritance. Lin Che had obtained indeed very classic and excellent choices for consumption. If raised properly, their meat flavor was incomparable to those wild demon beasts with a gamey smell. "Fellow Taoist, what do you think?" Zhou Wanfu asked with a smile, his eyes full of expectation. Lin Che pondered for a moment. Considering the current limited manpower and lack of large-scale breeding experience, this purchase was more of an experiment and should not be excessive. These 4 types of spirit beasts are all good choices. How about this? Give me 100 cubs of each to start. At these words, Zhou Wanfu's already small eyes lit up and his smile almost overflowed. A big client. Truly a big client. Easy, easy. He quickly agreed and with excellent mental arithmetic instantly quoted the price. 2 types of spirit fowl, total 200, 400 low-grade spirit stones, moonlight grass rabbit cubs 12 spirit stones, each 100 for 1,200 spirit stones, mystic mound earth boar cubs 30 spirit stones, each 100 for 3,000 spirit stones. Total is 4,400 low-grade spirit stones. The price is fair. I'll go with what Manager Zhou said. Please help me pack them separately. Lin Che had no objection to the price and readily took out 4 empty spirit beast bags and the corresponding spirit stones and handed them over. Zhou Wanfu, beaming with pleasure, personally sorted and packed the 400 lively cubs into the spirit beast bags, his movements skilled and careful. The transaction completed, Zhou Wanfu personally escorted Lin Che to the shop door, his attitude even warmer than before. Fellow Taoist Lin, whenever you have needs, feel free to come to our humble shop. We'll give you the best price. After Lin Che had gone far away, the young clerk named Zhou Chunxing approached Zhou Wanfu and asked with confusion, "Fourth uncle, aren't you being too careless? Just selling him so many cubs like this? Aren't you afraid that the Lin family will breed them themselves and steal our business in the future?" Zhou Wanfu then put away his mercantile smile, glanced at his junior, and revealed a mysterious smile, lowering his voice. "Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Do you really think large-scale breeding of spirit beasts is so easy? Just controlling the breeding cost is a great art. If it's not done well, you might even lose money raising them. Even if the Lin family has some beast-taming inheritance and knows how to raise them, so what?" He paused, looking at Zhou Chunxing with some doubt. "You kid, after working in the shop for so long, you really don't know our family's core methods. Let me tell you, all the spirit beasts sold in the shop, whether adults or cubs, have been processed by a secret method before leaving the pen and have already been neutered, unable to reproduce at all. The more the Lin family buys now, the more they will have to come back to us when they need to replenish their population in the future. Understand? The more they raise, the more our Zhou family will profit in the long run." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chunxing suddenly realized, slapping his head, "So that's it. No wonder you were smiling so happily just now." Zhou Wanfu put away his smile, narrowed his eyes, and looked in the direction Lin Che had left, adding meaningfully, "Besides, in this territory of Chuyang City, the spirit beast business is not something he can easily sell, even if he wants to." After leaving the Zhou family's retail shop, Lin Che strolled leisurely through the streets of Chuyang City, diverting a sliver of his divine sense into the breeding manual that came with the purchase of spirit beasts. This was a complimentary gift from the Zhou family for buyers of young spirit beasts, a thin booklet outlining the basic methods of raising 4 common types. The content was superficial, barely enough to keep the beasts alive, but it sufficed as a small bonus. Lin Che skimmed through a few pages and quickly lost interest. The beast-taming legacy he possessed was encyclopedic, containing profound and exquisite feeding techniques far beyond this crude manual. The legacy detailed multiple feeding routes, a resource-saving basic method, a rapid growth method for quick maturation, a bloodline nurturing method focused on stimulating latent potential and promoting advancement, and a balanced method that considered both, but came at a high cost. After some deliberation, Lin Che chose the second, the rapid growth method. He didn't need to bother with bloodline advancement for now. What he needed was to see returns as soon as possible. Once the method was chosen, he began purchasing supplies. The 4 spirit beasts had different environmental requirements, so the materials needed to build their specialized enclosures varied accordingly. Additionally, he had to acquire the corresponding spirit beast feed, matching spirit herb seeds, and all the necessities for cultivating spirit fields. Only when he actually started procurement did Lin Che fully grasp the painstaking complexity of building a family from scratch. The sheer variety of items required far exceeded his earlier estimates. Just the task of raising edible spirit beasts consumed a great deal of his energy, and he still hadn't gathered everything. Other materials were manageable, but he was specifically short of the particular spirit fish and aquatic insects needed for the blue-green ducks. The Chuyang City region had never been rich in water veins. The lake area with the most abundant water vapor, Suishing Lake, had previously hidden its spirit vein, resulting in scarce native fish species. Most contained only the faintest trace of spiritual energy, and their bloodlines weren't even considered grade-worthy. Moreover, the hilly plain where the Zhou family resided had no spirit fish farming industry whatsoever. This left Lin Che at a loss, without even a choice to make. Left with no alternative, he had to return to Chuyang City and head to the City Lord's Mission Hall to post a procurement task. The Mission Hall was located in the City Lord's jurisdiction in the northern part of the city, a majestic stone edifice. Stepping inside, a cacophony of noise engulfed him. Streams of people flowed in and out, most of them cultivators like Lin Che, who had come to post tasks. The interior of the hall was spacious. Several enormous jade plaques were embedded in the walls, their surfaces shimmering with spiritual light as they scrolled through various task information. Many cultivators lingered before the jade plaques, carefully searching for commissions that suited them. Lin Che's arrival immediately drew attention from many in the hall. The Lin family had been in the spotlight recently, and those present were mostly well-informed family cultivators. They naturally recognized the newly risen head of the Lin family. All kinds of ambiguous gazes quietly converged on him, accompanied by low murmurs. Lin Che ignored them completely, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries, and walked straight toward the counter responsible for reception and task registration. Behind the counter sat several cultivators in uniform robes, busily processing jade slips and documents. One of the staff members seemed to recognize Lin Che and immediately adopted an exceptionally respectful attitude, without the slightest negligence. He explained in detail the rules for posting tasks in Chuyang City. The key point was simple: posting a task required a fee, 10 low-grade spirit stones for the initial posting, and then 10 more low-grade spirit stones for each week the task remained active. Lin Che was already aware of this and had no objection. After reading the instructions, he took a blank jade slip from the staff member, injected his divine sense, and recorded the task requirements and rewards. The task was straightforward: a long-term procurement of live aquatic spirit creatures, spirit fish, spirit shrimp, spirit snails, water fleas, and the like. Anyone who captured aquatic spirit beasts with at least a first-grade bloodline could come to the Lin family at Suishing Lake for settlement. Lin Che intended to implement large-scale breeding, and the first step was selective breeding. His ideal variety needed to meet several criteria: easy to raise, fast-growing, and excellent in taste. Since he currently had no military merits, he could only attract loose cultivators to pay more attention to such aquatic spirit creatures during their daily activities by offering a price slightly higher than the market rate. Even in the depths of the perilous Black Teeth swamp shrouded in poisonous miasma, there were lakes where spirit fish likely dwelled. However, the environment was too dangerous for ordinary cultivators to venture in lightly. After completing the formalities, paying the spirit stones, and watching his task information be recorded into the core formation of Chuyang City and displayed on the jade plaque, Lin Che prepared to leave. Just as he turned, the staff member called out to him. "Senior Lin, please wait a moment." The staff member spoke respectfully. "I have heard that your Lin family has already developed Suishing Lake, but it seems you haven't yet registered the territory with the Spirit Vein Management Office." In their spare time, the staff members exchanged information, and he happened to be acquainted with Fong Yu from the Spirit Vein Management Office, who had mentioned this matter. According to Fong Yu, after the Lin family completed the development, they had never come to finalize the territorial ownership registration. Reminded of this, Lin Che suddenly realized he had only applied for the development rights earlier and had indeed forgotten to confirm the final territorial ownership. "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist." Lin Che cupped his hands in thanks, then turned and headed to the Spirit Vein Management Office. Compared to the bustling mission hall, the Spirit Vein Management Office was much quieter. With few undeveloped areas left in Chuyang City and the territory tax still within the 5-year exemption period, the place was naturally deserted. In the side hall of the management office, Wang Yaoshua and Fong Yu were leisurely sipping spirit tea and flipping through some unknown leisure books. Sensing someone enter, they looked up, and their eyes brightened when they saw it was Lin Che. Wang Yaoshua immediately put down her book, hurriedly stepped forward, and greeted him with a warm smile. "So it's fellow Taoist Lin. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please have a seat." She was wearing a water blue long dress today, and her demeanor carried even more of the composed grace of a foundation establishment cultivator. Fong Yu also quickly rose and deftly poured a cup of steaming spirit tea for Lin Che, a respectful smile on his face. Whether it was the staff member from the mission hall earlier or these two from the Spirit Vein Management Office, their attitudes were remarkably friendly, a clear sign that Lin Che's previous display of power had been highly effective. After sitting down, Lin Che took a light sip of the spirit tea and got straight to the point. "I've come today to formally register the Suishing Lake area under my Lin family's name and complete the territorial ownership procedures." Once the registration was done, Suishing Lake would officially belong to the Lin family. Correspondingly, after the 5-year tax exemption period ended, the Lin family would need to pay an annual fixed tax to Chuyang City. Hearing Lin Che's purpose, Wang Yaoshua smiled gracefully. "I guess that was the reason. Just now I was chatting with Xiao Yu, saying that you must be terribly busy with territory construction recently. We were even thinking about whether to visit Suishing Lake and handle this matter on site for you. You two are too kind. But if you ever have free time, you are welcome to visit the Lin family. I will certainly prepare a warm welcome." Lin Che replied politely. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Yaoshua began processing the registration for Lin Che. The procedure was not complicated, mainly verifying information, recording it into the City Lord's Core Jade Register, and imprinting the exclusive spirit pattern of the Suishing Lake territory. Once the formalities were completed, Lin Che was about to take his leave when Wang Yaoshua motioned for him to wait. She cautiously scanned the surroundings with her divine sense to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered her voice and informed Lin Che of some news. "Fellow Taoist Lin, from what I've learned, the Zhao family seems to have given up on contending for Suishing Lake now that you've established a foothold there. They have recently joined forces with the Zhou family of beast tamers to jointly develop the Black Teeth Swamp area. The development order for that region has been officially assigned to the Zhao family. Lin Che was slightly puzzled as to why the Zhao family had suddenly taken an interest in the perilous Blackteeth Swamp, but their shift in focus was undoubtedly good news for the Lin family. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would repay them twofold, showing no mercy. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the surface of Suishing Lake shimmered with golden ripples. Lin Che stood on the designated vacant land for the Spirit Beast Garden in the eastern district of the family estate, awaiting the arrival of the three. Soon the Lu siblings and Su Wanwan arrived one after another. Lu Yunzhou maintained his usual composed demeanor, yet there was a newfound resolve in his eyes. Su Wanwan cradled the newly hatched forest whisper spirit deer, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lu Qingxue, as always, remained aloof and elegant, her posture as upright as a green pine, though a flicker of subtle admiration crossed her gaze when she met Lin Che's eyes. Lin Che surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a clear voice. From today onward, this will be the Eastern District Spirit Beast Garden. It will be dedicated to raising spirit beasts for consumption or the production of spiritual materials. The southern shore of Suishing Lake will be planned as the Southern District Spirit Beast Garden, which will later be used to cultivate combat-type spirit beasts. The two areas will be separated so as not to interfere with each other. Lin Che's gaze first fell upon Lu Yunzhou. The young man stood with a firm gaze and upright posture, quietly awaiting instructions. Yunzhou, Lin Che set his mind stirring slightly. A jade slip radiating an ancient aura flew out from his storage pouch and hovered before Lu Yunzhou. This is the Compendium of Earth and Wood Construction, which not only records in detail the methods for constructing various basic buildings, but also includes several practical low-level earth and wood construction spells. Study it diligently. I believe that with your comprehension, mastering them will not be difficult. The task of building the infrastructure for the Eastern District Spirit Beast Garden is entrusted to you. Lu Yunzhou took the jade slip solemnly with both hands, took a deep breath, and replied in a firm voice. Yes, Patriarch. Yunzhou will not disappoint your trust. His eyes shimmered with the excitement and determination of being entrusted with an important task. Next, Lin Che's gaze shifted to Su Wanwan. After nearly 2 months of careful nourishment with beast meat, the young girl's formerly pale complexion had become ruddy, her chi and blood abundant. The delicate frailty and sickliness had faded considerably, replaced by a lively spirit and the vivacity befitting a young girl. At this moment, she was cradling the newly hatched forest whisper spirit deer, a third-grade mid-tier bloodline beast. The little creature was still small, curled up in Su Wanwan's arms like a docile puppy. Its fur was a pure, flawless emerald hue with a warm luster. Most peculiar were its antlers, which were not ordinary bone, but rather resembled ancient tree branches coiled and twisted atop its head. Between the branches, several tender green sprouts had emerged, exuding a rich aura of life. It gazed around with clear, lively eyes, curiously observing its new surroundings. Lin Che recalled the records from the Beast-Taming legacy. As the forest whisper spirit deer grew, the tender sprouts on its antlers would gradually develop, eventually blooming and bearing fruit. The azure jade fruit it bore contained pure wood-type life energy, making it a precious spiritual item in itself. In a sense, the forest whisper spirit deer was also a resource-producing spirit beast. Of course, its greatest value lay in its innate divine ability. After being upgraded through the system, its original, verdant vitality ability had been elevated from inferior to mid-tier, transforming into life bloom, greatly enhancing its effects. When activated, the forest whisper spirit deer would emit a soft halo of emerald light resonating with the surrounding plants, significantly accelerating the growth of spirit plants. Once per day, it could nearly have the maturation cycle of low-grade spirit plants. After its bloodline was elevated to the 3rd grade, it gained a new divine ability, fertile soil technique. When it stood upon the earth and cast this technique, pure wood spirit energy would flow like a gentle stream into the soil, not only making the land more fertile and suitable for spirit plant growth, but also subtly purifying accumulated toxins and impurities in the earth. This spirit beast was practically a farming savant. When paired with Su Wanwan, who possessed the 100 herbs affinity spirit body, the farming effect would be doubly amplified. Wanwan, Lin Che said gently. Another jade slip floated lightly before the girl. This is the exclusive cultivation manual for the forest whisper spirit deer. Raise it according to this method from now on. I will prepare the necessary spiritual materials for you. Su Wanwan joyfully took the jade slip, patted the little deer's head in her arms, and promised in a crisp voice, "Thank you, Patriarch. I will definitely raise Lulu well." Finally, Lin Che's gaze fell upon Lu Qingxue, who had been standing quietly by the side. Even though she was the last to be addressed, the girl's beautiful face showed no trace of emotion. She stood straight as a pine in the snow. Only when Lin Che looked at her did her cool gaze meet his, filled with absolute focus. "Patriarch, your orders." Her voice was clear and earnest, without a single superfluous word. Lin Che took out a spirit beast egg enveloped in faint cold air from his storage pouch. After a moment's thought, he handed it over along with 3 exquisite spirit beast pouches, one for Su Wanwan and one for each of the Lu siblings. These spirit beast pouches were obtained from the fallen cultivators of the Sun family of beast tamers. He had uniformly upgraded them to the 2nd tier each with an internal space of 5 zhang square and inscribed with arrays for spirit gathering, temperature regulation, and mind calming, allowing the spirit beasts to dwell comfortably. Lu Qingxue took the spirit beast egg, which was cold to the touch and bore faint patterns of water and ice crystals on its shell, along with the clearly finely crafted spirit beast pouch. This is a 3rd-grade upper-tier bloodline. The mystic ice azure plume falcon, Lin Che explained at the right moment. It possesses both water and ice attributes which align perfectly with your spiritual root. It carries a trace of ancient ice phoenix bloodline within, granting it immense potential. Nurture it well. Feeling the life-throbbing and icy aura emanating from the spirit beast egg in her palm, even Lu Qingxue's eyes, usually as still as a frozen lake, rippled with a barely perceptible wave of emotion and affection. Knowing the value of a 3rd-grade upper-tier spirit beast, as a chi-refining cultivator, she might never have been able to save enough spirit stones in her lifetime, which clearly showed how much Lin Che valued her. She immediately clasped her fists and spoke with unprecedented solemnity. "Qingxu, thanks the patriarch for this generous gift. I will not disappoint your expectations and will become the sharpest blade in your hand." Lin Che nodded slightly and began assigning specific tasks. "Qingxue, your primary task now is to cultivate, diligently break through the 10,000 beasts art to the 2nd layer as soon as possible and form a life-bound spirit contract with this mystic ice azure plume falcon. After forming the life-bound contract, a portion of the spirit beast cultivation energy will be converted to you, thus accelerating your own cultivation." He paused and continued, "Of course, you also have a task at your current stage. You will be responsible for receiving the scattered cultivators who come to deliver on tasks. I have posted a long-term task in Chuyang City to purchase water-type spirit beasts. After cultivating the 10,000 beasts art, your perception and identification abilities for spirit beasts far exceed ordinary people enough to judge their approximate grade. You will be responsible for inspecting the goods and settling payments. If you encounter anything uncertain, you may come directly to me. Later, I will set up a temporary cave dwelling for you near the edge of the territory closest to Chuyang City for your daily cultivation and duty." Saying this, he handed over another storage pouch. Inside are 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as working capital. If that is insufficient, draw more from me. There is also a control banner that will grant you unrestricted access through the protective Grand Formation. Qingxue accepts. Lu Qingxue took the storage pouch briskly and stepped back, her posture still upright. Next, Lin Che began to explain the specific construction tasks in detail to Su Wanwan and Lu Yunzhou. He led the two around the planned area, explaining as they walked, "Pearl white jade chickens are very timid. They need a coop built from azure spirit bamboo, and the surroundings should be planted with calming grass to soothe their nerves." He pointed to a sunny, gentle slope. "Moonlight grain rabbits prefer quietness, so their hut can be built adjacent to the chicken coop. They enjoy eating tender leaves of azure spirit bamboo, so plant more of it around their activity area. Also pile up some stone caves for them to hide and rest in. Calming grass should also be planted here." Next, they arrived at the satellite lake closest to them. Azure wave green-headed ducks are the simplest. Just build a simple shelter to protect them from wind and rain and lay down dry grass on the shore for them to rest and preen. Finally, he pointed to an area near the water source with soft soil. The enclosure for Mystic Hill thick earth pigs should be divided into a dry resting area and a dedicated mud pool. The mud pool should be regularly supplied with clean spirit spring water and lust to satisfy their natural mud-bathing instinct, which is crucial for their chi circulation. Apart from that, corresponding formations needed to be constructed. This was where the advantage of the Nine Heavens Cloud Realm Grand Formation came into play. Combined with the Ascending Dragon Formation, it could create small formations to separate these areas, using their concealment ability to create a quiet environment, and using cloud mist illusions to confuse flying birds so they would not fly away but stay within the lake. Lin Che roughly marked the boundaries of each area on site with the two and handed the detailed structural blueprints for the huts to Lu Yunzhou. "Yunzhou, for the next period, your task is to gradually build the huts for these 4 types of spirit beasts. Don't rush, but be meticulous and avoid mistakes." "Yes, Patriarch." Yunzhou understands. Lu Yunzhou gripped the blueprints tightly, full of confidence. Then Lin Che turned to Su Wanwan. "Wanwan, your task is to plant the azure spirit bamboo and calming grass as quickly as possible within the designated areas." He handed the seeds of the 2 plants to the girl. "After the basic planting is complete, your focus should shift to opening up spirit fields and planting the staple food for these 4 spirit beasts." "I understand. Rest assured, Patriarch. Wanwan will work hard." Su Wanwan clenched her little fists, her face brimming with enthusiasm. After arranging all the tasks, Lin Che turned and walked toward the direction of Suishing Lake. He had not forgotten his agreement with the iron-armored crocodile turtles. Lin Che hovered above the shattered star lake on his flying sword, the water below rippling gently. A host of iron armor crocodile turtles had already sensed his arrival, thrusting their heavily armored heads from the depths. Their tawny eyes turned in unison to gaze up at him, filled with an unprecedented fervor and anticipation. Far removed from the initial distance and wariness, the eyes of these great creatures now held only unreserved trust and a nearly devout expectation. Ever since Lin Che, through his unfathomable methods, had manifested the spiritual vein of these waters where their kind had dwelt for generations, the abundant spiritual energy nourished every inch of the lake and every member of their clan, and they were utterly won over. In the past, they could only cultivate by relying on the water, eyes opened by their ancestors' divine abilities, and had to take turns using them. Never had they dared to imagine that the entire clan could bathe in such ample spiritual energy. All of this was bestowed by the young patriarch before them. The choice made by the ancestor before his death had indeed been correct. Soon a foundation establishment stage iron armor crocodile turtles swiftly dove to the bottom to report. Before long the waters parted to each side, and the chieftain, whose back armor was especially broad, thick, and deep in color, broke through the surface and swam steadily forward. In his eyes, weathered by countless years, shone the same light of trust as that of his kin. Patriarch, the chieftain's divine sense transmitted, carrying the steady rhythm unique to turtles. I have discussed with the clan. We are agreed. We accept your request. Guarding the Shattered Star Lake is our duty, and this place is our home. Moreover, many of the younger generation have long harbored a desire to venture out, but were confined here by the ancestors' injunction against actively contending with foreign domain spirit beasts. Now it is time for a change. Hearing this, Lin Che showed a satisfied expression. A month ago, once the spiritual vein at the lake bottom had fully stabilized, he had come to discuss this matter with the Crocodile Turtle clan. The Lin family would guarantee them ample food supplies in exchange for some of the clan members forming contracts with Lin cultivators to fight together and coordinate defense when the Shattered Star Lake base was threatened. They were not, after all, spirit beasts he had raised himself. He had not pressed them, but first treated them with a month of sincere good food, and today he had received the desired reply. However, as his gaze swept over the dense Crocodile Turtle clan in the lake, Lin Che pondered briefly and proposed a new plan. But I need to adjust your distribution. From now on, only half of the clan will reside in the main area of Shattered Star Lake. Apart from you, the rest of the Foundation Establishment stage members must move to a new habitat. The second-grade spiritual vein had its capacity limit. Supporting such a vast clan, especially the Foundation Establishment stage individuals who consumed far more, would inevitably crowd out the spiritual energy for other spirit beasts and spiritual fields. Moving half of the clan, especially the Foundation Establishment iron armor crocodile turtles, into the Qingxian secret realm to breed was undoubtedly the best choice. A flicker of confusion passed through the chieftain's eyes. Lin Che explained at the right moment, his tone gentle, yet carrying a convincing power. Rest assured, that new environment far surpasses this place, with even more abundant and vast spiritual energy. I promise to help them further stimulate their bloodline potential, and I can bring them back to visit you at any time with no risk. The chieftain lowered his head in thought, his heavy eyelids drooping then lifting. After communicating with several elder clan members in their unique way, he turned back to Lin Che. Patriarch, we trust you. But it concerns the safety of our kin. As long as you allow me to see them once a week to confirm they are well, that will suffice. That is only right. I agree. Lin Che agreed readily. Once the agreement was reached, he began to restructure the aquatic ecosystem of Shattered Star Lake. He selected several shallow areas with abundant water plants and ample sunlight to begin planting a type of first-grade superior aquatic plant called iron armor algae. This algae had developed roots that could penetrate deep into the silt, efficiently absorbing free metal ions and earth-type spiritual energy from the water, condensing them within the algae body, serving as a substitute for the crocodile turtle's main food. The main diet of iron armor crocodile turtles had a special composition requiring or supplemented with earth and water-attributed spirit beast meat, with a daily consumption of about 8 low-grade spirit stones. Supporting the entire clan of over 50 individuals would cost as much as 12,000 spirit stones per month. Replacing the ore with iron armor algae could drastically reduce our costs by over 60%. If a self-sustaining aquatic ecosystem could be further established, even the meat supply could gradually become self-sufficient, and over the months and years the spirit stones saved would be a massive fortune. Although Lin Che possessed a system that could create high-grade resources from nothing, he knew well the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. Once or twice might be fine, but long-term, unexplained large sums would inevitably catch the attention of the discerning. In the future, as the family got on track, he had to strictly separate his personal accounts from the family public accounts. The Qingxian secret realm and system gains belonged to him personally. all production and income from the family territory would go into the public account, thus concealing the truth and ensuring long-term stability. Planting iron armor algae was not difficult and was easily accomplished for Lin Che at Foundation establishment. With his powerful divine, since he precisely placed each seed into the spiritual mud at the bottom. He then evenly buried the prepared mineral-rich slag around the roots of the algae clumps to provide the special nutrients needed for their growth. Meanwhile, within the Iron Armor Crocodile Turtle clan, there was an intense, yet orderly discussion. In the end, 25 selected clan members, including 4 Foundation establishment stage Iron Armor Crocodile Turtles, after a reluctant farewell of low cries with their relatives gathered at the shore. Their eyes interwove excitement at the unknown, the bewilderment of parting, and anticipation for a new life. The chieftain swam before Lin Che, his enormous head lowered slightly, his divine sense carrying a tone of solemn entrustment. Patriarch, they are in your care. I shall not fail your trust, Lin Che replied solemnly. He then took out a specially made spirit beast pouch, and under his divine sense absorbed all 25 iron armor crocodile turtles into it. Holding the formation jade token, Lin Che easily passed through the misty clouds shrouding the lake island, and once again stepped into the ancient cultivator's cave. With a thought, his figure was already within the Qingxian secret realm. Compared to the outside world, the secret realm was vast and boundless, and the spiritual energy was a world apart. Lin Che directly communicated with the Qingxian realm spirit. Under its control, a calm satellite lake rapidly expanded in the blink of an eye, forming a vast expanse of water comparable to the main area of the outer shattered star lake. He released the iron armor crocodile turtles from the spirit beast pouch one by one. When these great creatures sensed the spiritual energy around them nearly condensed into substance so rich and intense as to be awe-inspiring, they all widened their eyes, opened their mouths in disbelief, and let out low trembling hisses. A second-grade spiritual vein was already a dream, but the spiritual energy here was so vast and immense that it surpassed the limits of their imagination, like a legendary immortal realm. After a brief stupor, ecstasy swept over every individual. They no longer maintained their usual composure, excitedly swinging their massive tails, splashing up curtains of water, swimming, and exploring freely in the waters of their new home. Under the nourishment of the dense spiritual energy, their shells seemed to become even darker and glossier. Lin Che hovered in midair, looking down at the water that had taken on new life, his eyes also showing satisfaction and anticipation. This move, besides optimizing resource allocation outside, had a deeper purpose: to test the system's rules. The system could only upgrade a single item once. So if he upgraded this group of iron armor crocodile turtles, once they reproduced, could the system be applied to their offspring again? Not only the iron armor crocodile turtles, but he had also reserved 20 of each of the 4 types of meat spirit beast juveniles he had previously purchased, bringing them into the secret realm. Using the system's detection, he naturally knew clearly that these juveniles had all been neutered, cutting off their reproductive ability. But the power of the system lay in the sublimation and reshaping of essence. He casually took out a fluffy snow-white pearl white jade chick, and silently recited system upgrade. In an instant, a soft and sacred golden halo emerged from the void, completely enveloping the chick. Within the halo, the chick's form began to undergo visible changes. The pure white feathers gradually took on a warm beige hue, the tips of the feathers glowed with a faint golden light, and its body size expanded a bit, appearing more robust. When the golden light faded, a cute chick appeared in Lin Che's palm. Yellow essence feathered chicken. Level Chi refining layer 1. Bloodline grade 2nd grade lower tier. Bloodline techniques. Thick earth essence lower tier technique. Long-term consumption of earth-type spiritual plants allows its flesh to precipitate and condense heavier earth-type spiritual energy. Strengthen the foundation and nourish the origin lower tier technique. Gently repairs minor meridian damage and chi refining cultivators caused by improper cultivation and provides substantial origin energy replenishment for foundation establishment cultivators. Inherited techniques. None. Description: long-term consumption of yellow essence potatoes caused the pearl white jade chicken to undergo a bloodline transformation. Its meat naturally possesses a sweet flavor and rich earth-type spiritual energy. Its reproductive defects were naturally repaired during the upgrade. Lin Che nodded with satisfaction. As he had expected, the power of upgrade could also remedy congenital defects in spirit beasts. Turning to the Qingxian realm spirit that had been silently waiting behind him, he instructed it to designate suitable habitat areas for the 4 upgraded types of spirit beasts. In the future, these spirit beasts would be looked after by him. Of course, looking after merely meant using the secret realm's power to form invisible barriers to isolate them, preventing mutual interference. Lin Che decided to adopt a free-range model, letting them multiply naturally in this spiritually rich world. He did not even plan to provide extra feeding, because in this secret realm the ground was covered with weeds formed from pure spiritual energy. Although these were not real plants and could not be harvested or preserved, they were the most ideal and fundamental food source for herbivorous and omnivorous spirit beasts. Nevertheless, it was still necessary to introduce real spiritual plants to enrich the ecological chain. Lin Che began to scatter various ordinary spiritual plant seeds across the entire secret realm using his magical power, and introduced a type of first-grade lower-tier, moist soil spirit earthworm that could loosen spiritual soil and transform spiritual energy, aiming to gradually build a more complete and vibrant little world. From then on, Lin Che's life became regular and fulfilling. During the day, he focused on performing bloodline upgrades for various spirit beasts in the secret realm and guiding them to adapt to the new environment. Naturally, he did not neglect cultivation. His own realm was still a bit low. After the clan establishment was complete, he also entered a focused state of cultivation. Outside, the Spirit Beast Garden in the Eastern District and the Spirit Herb Garden in the Northern District were also proceeding vigorously under the efforts of Lu Yunzhou and others. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass carried the hope of the Lin family's rise, slowly taking shape as time passed. 3 months slipped by like ripples on the Starfall Lake. Lin Che slowly withdrew his cultivation, exhaling a long, steady breath that stirred the spiritual energy into a faint vortex within the quiet chamber. He opened his eyes, a glint of inner light flickering within them before fading. 900 drops of true essence, he murmured. He probed his dantian with his spiritual sense and saw the lake of Qi had taken shape, the liquid true essence flowing languidly, like celestial nectar shimmering with crystalline brilliance. Yet Lin Che could clearly perceive that this was far from the dantian's capacity. It had not even filled a third. As far as he knew, ordinary foundation establishment initial stage cultivators stored about 1,000 drops of true essence. The contrast revealed the profound depth of the foundation he had built during his breakthrough. A 4th-grade spirit vein truly lives up to its reputation. Lin Che marveled once more. Possessing a saint spirit root, cultivating here felt as natural as breathing, and his speed was far beyond the reach of most cultivators. Through mere breathing exercises, he could condense 5 drops of true essence each day. This did not even account for the pure spiritual energy fed back to him through the bond from his 2 life-bound spirit beasts while they cultivated. Combined, his daily true essence growth approached 9 drops. What did that mean? It meant he could break through to the foundation establishment mid-stage within a year. Recalling his days with a low-grade spirit root, such accumulation would have taken 30 years of toil. The gap between the two was more vast than the distance between heaven and earth. Another subtlety of the 10,000 beasts homage art was that it did not hinder the cultivation of the spirit beasts themselves. When a spirit beast absorbed spiritual objects or natural qi, some essence inevitably dissipated. This technique, through the life-bound bond, guided that dispersed essence into the cultivator's body. However, the feedback, qi, carried its own attribute. If the cultivator's spirit root was incompatible, the benefit was limited. This was precisely why Lin Che had carefully chosen spirit beasts with matching attributes for Su Wanwan and the others. As for himself, with a saint spirit root, he could absorb any attribute of qi without rejection. With a flicker of thought, he activated the secret realm token, and his form appeared in his dwelling in the outer world. The morning light, faint and gentle, cast warm patches of brightness through the carved wooden window. He took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door, fragrant with the natural scent of wood. In an instant, a breeze of incredible freshness, mixing pure spiritual energy with the moist, unique vapor of the Starfall Lake, rushed and flooding his lungs. The air seemed to carry a faint purifying effect on the soul, jolting his spirit, which had grown slightly sluggish from prolonged cultivation, and clearing his sea of consciousness. He stood under the eaves, naturally stretching his limbs. A series of faint but crisp clicks sounded from his joints. The slight stiffness accumulated from a night of cultivation dissolved, leaving his qi and blood flowing smoothly. He looked out upon a neatly arranged, elegant 3-section courtyard, the residence he had designed and built himself. The lake island was the core of the family territory, and he could not trust outsiders to build it. So in his spare time from cultivation, he studied the art of construction, laying every brick and tile according to his own design. The crude cave dwelling he had once used had been demolished. Inside the courtyard, a cross-shaped path of bluish-black flagstones lay between blooming spirit flowers and swaying emerald bamboo, teeming with life. Beyond the courtyard, the flagstone path stretched out, flanked by neat greenery. The former wilderness had transformed into a scene that resembled an immortal's abode. He rose on his flying sword, his form skimming across the glittering lake's surface, and soon arrived at the temporary cave dwelling in the northwest corner of the territory. Inspecting the spirit fish purchased by Lu Qingxue had become his daily routine. In the shallow pool before the cave, 3 new visitors had appeared today. The fish, nearly 5 feet long, covered in iron-gray fine scales with heads larger than their bodies, were particularly striking. His spiritual sense swept over them, and system information surfaced. A flicker of surprise lit Lin Che's eyes. These were first-grade upper-rank ironhead fish. This fish often dwelled in swift rivers or deep lakes, known for its hard skull of fine material, for refining first-grade upper-rank defensive artifacts. Its flesh and skull were an excellent tonic for strengthening the bones and shell of the ironclad crocodile turtle. More importantly, of the 3 fish, 2 were male and 1 female. They could be bred. A smile of joy touched Lin Che's face. Without disturbing Lu Qingxue, who was cultivating inside the cave, he carefully carried the 3 ironhead fish and flew to the 7th satellite lake to settle them. Now the Starfall Lake and its 7 satellite lakes had shed their former desolation, presenting a vibrant, spiritually rich scene. Under the morning sun, the broad lake surface was dotted with moonlight water lotus leaves, each as large as a millstone, their edges glowing with a faint silver-white halo. The residue of moon essence absorbed the night before. A few first-grade lower-rank water-touch spirit dragonflies rested on the leaves, their gossamer wings refracting rainbow light in the morning rays. Occasionally they fluttered, sending tiny ripples across the water. Beneath the surface lay a different verdant world. Clusters of first-grade lower-rank swordleaf water cattails stood upright, their narrow, tough leaves like unsheathed swords forming a dense underwater jungle. In this green maze, nearly transparent jade thread shrimp crawled with delicate legs clinging to leaves and lake rocks, nibbling on the emerald moss that grew like a velvet carpet. Not far away, a bluish-gray shadow glided by like a ghost. It was a patrol spirit fish. It locked onto a stone snail slowly crawling across the lake bed, lunged forward, and its wide mouth filled with fine teeth snapped shut with a crisp crack. The shell shattered, and the fish swallowed the tender meat whole. This vibrant ecosystem was the result of Lin Che's careful construction over the past 3 months based on the ecological methods from the Beast-Taming heritage, creating a basic aquatic cycle. All the creatures within were first-grade lower-rank spirit beasts, chosen for their rapid reproduction. In this system, the roots of the jade moss and water lotus provided abundant food for the bottom-level jade thread shrimp and stone snails. These shrimp snails and water-touch dragonfly larvae became natural prey for carnivorous fish, like the patrol spirit fish, and the patrol spirit fish could be used as food for other spirit beasts. The dense swordleaf water cattail thickets offered perfect shelter from predators and ideal spawning grounds for small fish and shrimp, and the waste metabolites, and even carcasses of all creatures were eventually decomposed by tiny spiritual microorganisms transformed into nutrient-rich fertilizer for the jade moss and water lotus. Thus the cycle repeated, forming a stable and efficient closed loop. Lin Che had successfully replicated this delicate ecosystem across all waters of the Starfall Lake Basin and even within the Qingxian secret realm. And as specialized areas for spirit fish cultivation, the 7 satellite lakes, while maintaining the basic ecosystem, each had their own character. In the 1st and 2nd satellite lakes, a new species had been added, the first-grade lower-rank silver thread spirit creek fish. They shimmered with a faint silver light like threads of silk moving through the water. Their flesh was extremely tender with very few intramuscular bones, offering a sweet taste upon entry. They also contained gentle water and would dual-element spiritual energy, which when consumed regularly had a mild, nourishing effect on a cultivator's organs and meridians. The scenery of the 3rd and 4th satellite lakes was even more dazzling. Under the bright morning sun, the lake's surface sparkled as if sprinkled with broken gold. Upon closer inspection, it was a shimmering sea of golden scales. These were first-grade mid-rank golden scale red-eye trout. They were larger and more robust, covered in tightly packed glossy golden scales with striking vermilion eyes. Their flesh was firm and springy with evenly distributed fat, rich and savory without being greasy, a premium choice for culinary pleasure. The silver thread spirit creek fish and the golden scale red-eye trout were the main results of Lin Che's 3 months of selection and cultivation from the wild aquatic population. Currently their populations were limited, but they had already formed breeding groups with balanced male-to-female ratios. In time, they would grow into a sizable stock, becoming a stable source of income for the Lin family. The 5th satellite lake was dedicated to shrimp cultivation. Here a first-grade lower-rank jade-bright shrimp thrived. Their bodies were a translucent jade-like green, and when swimming their long antennae swayed gracefully. Their flesh was sweet with a unique fruity aroma, and they were twice the size of the jade thread shrimp, making them suitable for cultivators to eat. These 3 aquatic spirit beasts were Lin Che's initial selection of species, with both culturing value and excellent taste. Recalling the selection process, besides relying on the vast knowledge of the beast-taming heritage, it was mostly a matter of repeated personal tasting. However, it was hardly a pleasant task. Most wild fish and shrimp either had a stubborn earthy or fishy odor, were coarse and woody in texture, or worse, carried a natural bitterness that turned each tasting into an ordeal of the palate. After several days of tormenting himself, Lin Che decisively passed the burden of poison testing to Lu Yunzhou, who was still eager at the time. The young man had initially rubbed his hands together thinking he had landed a sweet deal, his face full of excitement. But after a few days, whenever he faced a new, oddly shaped fish, his young face would only show a tragic expression of facing death, and after tasting his eyes would grow hollow, radiate a "life has lost all meaning" despair. Thinking back, Lin Che's lips still curled into a faint, barely perceptible smile. He strolled to the 6th satellite lake, where the scenery was different again. Flocks of azure wave green-headed ducks swam leisurely on the clear lake. They were well-proportioned with glossy feathers, especially the deep green plumage on their heads and necks, which shone brightly in the sunlight. Now and then they stretched their necks and let out loud, contented quacks, or they would dive headfirst into the water, emerging with a wriggling jade thread shrimp clamped in their flat yellow bills, swallowing it down as a snack. Each duck was spirited, plump, and full-feathered. At their current growth rate, they would be ready for market in about another month. On the shore, duck coops built from azure spirit bamboo stood in neat rows, well-ventilated and dry. A newly recruited guest cultivator, sleeves rolled up, was skillfully stirring a huge wooden tub filled with a mixture of crushed spirit grain bean meal, chopped swordleaf water cattail, and a few spirit fish, preparing the daily feed. To ease the burden on Lu Yunzhou and Su Wanwan, Lin Che had recently recruited 6 scattered cultivators, 4 to help manage the 4 spirit beast gardens and 2 to assist with the spirit fields. Lu Yunzhou inspected each garden daily to ensure the spirit beasts were safe. Su Wanwan was mainly responsible for monitoring spirit plant growth, and with the awakened spirit, would deer hasten the crops. The rest of their time was free for personal cultivation. Lin Che had secretly observed for several days and confirmed that these 6 people acted prudently and showed no unusual behavior. To protect core secrets, he had planted confidentiality runes not only in the sea of consciousness of the Lu siblings and Su Wanwan, but also in all the contracted spirit beasts of the Starfall Lake. For these 6 guest cultivators, he did not plant the core spirit servant bond, but still applied the confidentiality rune, preventing them from actively leaking information about the Lin family. The original intent of the 3-phase spirit bonding art was more focused on information protection than on control, even without the spirit servant bond. As he was pondering, the messaging stone in his bosom vibrated slightly. He took it out and saw a message from Lu Qingxue, Patriarch. A guest has arrived. Shall I lead them to the reception hall? Lin Che felt a flicker of doubt. He communicated with Lu Qingxue via divine sense through a communication stone, inquiring about the visitor's identity. Learning that it was Wang Yinxi, the patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 3 nearby Qi refining clans, he pondered for a moment and decided to receive him to see what business he had. Lead them to the reception hall. I shall await them there. With these orders, Lin Che moved his form, and in an instant he had flown on his sword to the comprehensive area in the western part of his territory. Compared to before, this area had taken on a completely new look. The most obvious change was the terrain. The once undulating wilderness had been leveled into an extremely flat and expansive expanse. This massive undertaking was naturally beyond the capability of Lu Yunzhou alone. The iron-armored crocodile turtles in the lake, also adept in earth attribute magic, had contributed greatly. Now the comprehensive area had taken initial shape. Roads were neatly laid, rows of caves prepared for guest elders, and offerings were orderly. The foundations of core buildings, such as the Artifact Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, Technique Pavilion, and Mission Hall, had all been laid, awaiting subsequent construction. From afar, Lu Yunzhou could be seen holding blueprints, gesturing, and communicating with the chieftain of the iron-armored crocodile turtles in front of a foundation. Over the past 3 months, Lu Yunzhou had been responsible for feeding the crocodile turtle clan. Moreover, he had successfully contracted and hatched that river-dominating crocodile turtle, forging a bond that made the relationship harmonious. Under his direction, the turtles showed no resistance in building houses. The reception hall was also located here. After greeting the man and the turtle, Lin Che stepped into the hall and seated himself calmly in the main seat. Before long, Lu Qingxue led the 2 visitors to the outside of the hall. She lightly knocked on the door, and only after receiving Lin Che's permission did she push it open and enter. She stood upright, her cool voice resounding in the hall. Patriarch Wang Yinxi, patriarch of the Wang family, and his daughter seek an audience outside. Lin Che, now clad in a more solemn azure Taoist robe, nodded slightly. Invite them in. Yes. A moment later, Wang Yinxi entered the hall with his daughter Wang Lingsu. Lin Che's gaze was calm as he observed the visitors. The leader was nearly 50, with a refined face etched by the marks of wind and frost, his temples already gray, and his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining. The maiden behind him stood gracefully with a classic oval face. Unlike Lu Qingxue's icy translucent fairness, her skin was a healthy honey color, radiating youthful vitality. Perhaps for this formal visit she had applied a light makeup, but her technique was clearly inexperienced. Under the light, the powder appeared somewhat heavy and stagnant, failing to perfectly blend with her skin, instead obscuring a bit of her natural vivid grace. However, what was most impossible to ignore was her slender and well-proportioned figure. Even in a dress that was not form-fitting, her voluptuous and graceful curves were still hard to conceal, especially the proud arcs of her chest. When Lin Che's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but pause for a moment before calmly looking away. Lu Qingxue, standing by, keenly caught Lin Che's subtle pause. She subconsciously lowered her head slightly, seeing her own toes, and when she looked at Wang Lingsu again, a nearly imperceptible sharpness flashed swiftly through her cool eyes. Lin Che, observing the two, noticed a detail. He detected a lingering scent of spirit wine on them. In his mind, he formed a conjecture about their profession. Wang Yinchi, slightly bowing, stepped into the hall with a steady but evidently cautious gait. He had clearly made a deliberate effort to tidy his appearance today, wearing a new navy blue Taoist robe, his hair meticulously combed, and his attitude extremely respectful. The Wang family of Chuyang City. Wang Yinchi with my daughter, Wang Lingsu, pay respects to Senior Lin. After standing still, he performed a very standard junior's salute, his posture exceedingly humble. Wang Lingsu also followed her father, performing a somewhat clumsy salute. This scene seemed somewhat incongruous. Lin Che was only 34 years old, while Wang Yinchi appeared to be over 50, yet he was performing a junior's salute to the younger Lin Che. However, in the cultivation world where strength reigned supreme, this was perfectly normal. Patriarch Wang, no need for such formalities. Please, both of you have a seat. Lin Che did not put on airs, he calmly invited them to sit. Wang Yinchi quickly gave his daughter a meaningful glance. Wang Lingsu understood immediately and took out a sealed jar of spirit wine from her storage pouch, offering it with both hands respectfully. Senior Lin, please forgive my humble gift. Our Wang family is a small household with shallow foundations. Only this homebrewed spirit wine is presentable as a token of respect upon meeting. Please accept it as a modest gift. I humbly ask you to taste it. If it could gain your guidance, it would be an honor for our Wang family. Lin Che did not decline. With a slight movement of his divine, since the jar of spirit wine floated lightly to the table beside him. Patriarch Wang, you are thoughtful. After the two sat down with a hint of restraint, Lin Che cut to the chase. May I ask what brings you two here today? Wang Yinchi's expression turned solemn. He leaned forward slightly and spoke with utmost gravity. Senior Lin, I have come presumptuously today to represent my Wang family, beseeching to be placed under the Lin family's banner and seek your protection. This statement caught Lin Che somewhat by surprise. He had assumed the other party sought a transaction or some assistance, but he had not expected them to come directly to offer allegiance. After all, this place was beyond the past, teeming with demon beasts. The threat of annihilation could come at any time. Most Qi refining families would choose to attach themselves to a foundation establishment family. They hoped that when faced with a beast tide, they would not become cannon fodder, and their family would not perish under the horde. However, compared to the 5 foundation establishment powers that had entrenched themselves in this area for years, the newly arrived Lin family should logically not be the first choice. This stirred a trace of doubt in his mind. Moreover, this was the first time he had encountered a family offering allegiance, so Lin Che was uncertain for a moment. He knew little about the background of these nearby Qi refining families and could not tell whether the Wang family's move was sincere or harbored ulterior motives. To be cautious, he chose not to respond immediately, simply watching Wang Yinchi silently. Seeing Lin Che lost in thought, Wang Yinchi's face showed a hint of urgency. He quickly took out 3 ancient-looking jade slips and presented them with both hands. Senior, please examine these. If you agree to shelter our Wang family, these 3 are our family's secret ancestral wine recipes. We are willing to offer them all to the Lin family. Furthermore, from now on, our Wang family is willing to give half of the annual spirit stone revenue from selling spirit wine to the Lin family on time, without any objection. For a Qi refining family offering core heritage and half of their annual income was a crippling sacrifice, showing the depth of their determination. Lin Che's gaze swept over the 3 jade slips as he weighed the matter in his mind. The other party showed great sincerity, and his own family was indeed short of manpower. A subsidiary family with relatively clear origins would be easier to manage than wandering cultivators of unknown background. As for their true background, he could investigate thoroughly later. If there were other schemes, he would deal with them then. Having made up his mind, he nodded slowly. Since the Wang family has such sincerity, the Lin family would not be so ungracious as to reject you. I accept this matter. From today, the Wang family shall be under the Lin family's protection. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinchi's tense expression instantly relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He immediately rose and bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord, for accepting us. Our Wang family will spare no effort to serve the Lin family like loyal dogs and horses. With the major matter settled, Wang Yinchi did not wish to overstay his welcome. After saying a few more words of loyalty, he tactfully took his leave with his daughter. After Lu Qingxue saw the two off, she returned to the hall, as Lin Che had instructed. Patriarch, any further orders? Lin Che tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair, pondering. Qingxue, go and thoroughly investigate the Wang family's background. Find out if they have encountered any troublesome issues recently, or if they have any entanglements with other powers. I want to know the true reason for their allegiance. Understood. Qingxue will see to it at once. Lu Qingxue accepted the order, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She turned and swiftly left the reception hall. Meanwhile, after Wang Yinchi and his daughter Wang Lingsu had left the Lin family territory about 20 li, he slowed his pace. The cautious demeanor had faded, and he regained his usual refined bearing. He turned to look at his daughter, a gentle smile on his face. "Lingsu, what do you think of this patriarch Lin?" Wang Lingsu, no longer needing to maintain the demeanor of a refined lady, immediately took out a small flask from her storage pouch, tilted her head back, and took a gulp, then let out a sigh of relief. She looked at her father with confusion. "What do you mean? Dad, I'm only at the 5th level of qi refining. Even you can't see through a foundation establishment cultivator's depth. How could I discern anything?" Wang Yinchi gave his daughter a helpless look, his tone carrying a hint of guidance. "I'm not asking about his cultivation. I'm asking about his appearances bearing the feeling he gives you. What do you think of this man?" Although Wang Lingsu still did not understand her father's deeper meaning, she tilted her head and thought for a moment, then gave her straightforward assessment. "Well, he's quite handsome," speaks gently, and doesn't put on airs. "As for his strength, since he can make you so respectful, he must be very strong." Hearing his daughter's answer, Wang Yinchi couldn't help but rub his forehead, feeling a sense of fruitless effort, as if playing the lute to a cow. He thought back to when he was a learned scholar in the mortal world, well-versed in poetry and books. Even after embarking on the path of immortality, he had not abandoned the classics and histories. How had he raised such a straightforward daughter so unversed in literary refinement? He gave a soft sigh, his gaze becoming distant and profound as he looked at the mist-shrouded mountains. His tone was solemn. "I was thinking, perhaps it is time to betroth you to this senior Lin." "Off." Wang Lingsu was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yinchi continued, his voice low but clear. "Only through marriage, making our two families bound by blood, can the relationship between the Wang and Lin families be truly solid. We will not be easily regarded as a dispensable vassal abandoned in times of crisis." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. "In this land beyond the past, the surface peace may not last long. Our Wang family is merely a qi refining clan. One slightly larger beast tide could completely erase us from history." Although Wang Lingsu was carefree, she was not dull. She understood the weight and worry in her father's words, and also realized that this might be the best choice for the family under the current circumstances. A flicker of complexity crossed her face, then transformed into a smile of relief. She took another swig of wine and said with easy grace, "All right, Dad, I'll follow your wishes." As she said this, the image of Lin Che's handsome face and upright figure once again surfaced in her mind. She thought to herself, besides, marrying him wouldn't exactly be a bad deal. Lu Qingshua's efficiency was remarkably high. Within 7 days, a comprehensive report on the Wang family had been delivered to Lin Che's desk. The report was logically structured, listing not only the various types of spirit wine the Wang family specialized in along with their flavors, effects, and shop locations, but also tracing their lineage and detailing the cultivation levels of the 9 cultivators within the clan. It also noted the Wang family's several competitors in the spirit wine business of Chuyang City, and clearly stated that the Wang family had always acted discreetly and cautiously, never forming enmity with any faction. The clan's highest cultivator was the patriarch Wang Yinchi at the 9th layer of qi refining. After reading through the entire report, Lin Che tapped it with his fingertip and nodded in satisfaction. "Qingxue, you've done well. Based on the current information, the Wang family indeed seems sincere in their submission. Since that's the case, we'll accept them for now." He looked up at the young woman standing beside him and instructed, "All right, go back and continue your cultivation. Since the matter of acquiring spirit fish has been temporarily concluded, you need to focus on your training in the coming days and strive to." Lin Che paused abruptly, recalling the cultivation method he had practiced during his qi refining stage, the 9 refinements of the golden body. With Lu Qingshua's current solid foundation of spiritual energy and her increasingly powerful divine sense, if she could supplement it with body refinement, she might be able to break through the bottleneck during foundation establishment without needing a foundation establishment pill, just like him. But on second thought, he dismissed the idea. The main reason was that body refinement was too arduous and time-consuming. Body refinement does not depend on talent, it is a matter of steadily accumulating time. If it weren't for choosing body refinement to solidify his foundation with Lin Che's talent, he might have reached foundation establishment in 3 years after his rebirth. The young woman might have the endurance to bear the hardship, but the time required was too long. What the Lin family lacked most now was time, and they urgently needed new foundation establishment combat power. They could not afford such a lengthy accumulation. As his thoughts raced, Lin Che made a decision and continued strive to break through the myriad beasts art to the 2nd layer as soon as possible. Once you form a life-bound pact with the Xianbing Kanjiusin, the ice attribute spiritual energy it feeds back during its cultivation will greatly enhance your cultivation speed. Yes, Patriarch. Lu Qingshua's eyes sparkled with determination and her tone was resolute. Qingxue will break through the 2nd layer of the art as quickly as possible. After dealing with the Wang family matters, Lin Che did not immediately return to the Lake Island to cultivate, but instead diverted to the spiritual herb garden in the northern district. The first batch of crops in the garden was nearing maturity, and he wanted to see for himself. Compared to the barren scene 3 months ago, the spiritual herb garden now presented a completely new look. The once uneven shrub-covered forest land had been leveled, compacted, and divided into dozens of tidy square spiritual fields. These were carefully cultivated with green, wood ash containing trace spiritual energy mixed with spirit beast manure. The ridges were straight, the ditches clear, and they faintly formed a simple spiritual gathering pattern. The 5 frontmost spiritual fields in the garden were already cloaked in green, brimming with vitality. In the 2 fields on the left, golden light flowed, and heavy rice ears bent the stalks. One field was planted with first-grade lower-quality green sprout spirit rice, whose grains were verdant and spiritual energy gentle. It was a staple for many spirit beasts. Beside it was first-grade upper-quality jade marrow spirit rice with plump crystal-clear grains, like jade marrow containing pure spiritual energy, more suitable for cultivators. Whether spirit rice, spirit beast meat, or spirit fruits, all contained gentle and easily absorbed essence of heaven and earth. Though not as potent as medicinal pills, they had the advantage of being free from pill toxins. Long-term consumption could steadily enhance cultivation, subtly nourish chi and blood, temper the bones and muscles, and lay a solid foundation for the path of cultivation. This was why spirit cuisine restaurants in immortal cultivation cities always prospered. Shifting his gaze to the right, the other 3 spiritual fields were planted with different crops. First-grade lower-quality moonlight grass had long, narrow leaves that shimmered with a faint silver glow under sunlight, making it the favorite food of moonlight hare. In the adjacent ridge, yellow essence potato vines sprawled on the ground with tubers buried deep in the spiritual soil awaiting harvest. This was the staple food of the profound mound-thick earth pig. In the last field, tall plants bearing pods were iron shell spirit beans. These beans could be boiled and eaten directly or pressed for oil. The bean meal, rich in protein, was an excellent supplementary feed for spirit beasts. Bean meal was present in the daily feed for the 4 types of cultivated spirit beasts. Apart from moonlight grass, the 2 types of spirit rice, yellow essence potato, and iron shell spirit bean, were originally crops that matured once every 6 months. However, under the daily life bloom divine ability of Su Wanwan and the sinew spirit deer, applied without interruption, the growth cycle was forcibly shortened to 3 months. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Lin Che was in good spirits as he walked along the cobblestone path beside the spiritual fields. The warm sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, making the leaves of the spiritual plants appear vividly green. The air was filled with the fragrance of soil and the unique fresh scent of various spiritual plants. 2 guest cultivators responsible for daily care sensed someone approaching. Looking up and seeing the patriarch, they quickly bowed respectfully. They then continued focusing on their tasks, casting the spirit rain art to summon spiritual energy-infused sweet rain, evenly sprinkling it over the vines of the yellow essence potatoes. At that moment, Su Wanwan, who was squatting by the moonlight grass field, lightly touching the leaves with her palm and carefully sensing their growth, was gently nudged by the sinew spirit deer beside her. The young woman immediately understood. She patted the dust off her hands and stood up. Patriarch. She turned around, her pretty face radiating youthful vitality, and her bright eyes looked at Lin Che, filled with an expectation that cried out, "Praise me." Since settling in the Lin family, life had become comfortable, and after her spirit body awakened, Su Wanwan's personality had grown increasingly cheerful and lively, which was fitting for a 19-year-old girl. Seeing that she had managed the spiritual fields in perfect order and all the crops were thriving, Lin Che, even with his limited knowledge of spiritual plants, recognized the signs of a bountiful harvest and did not hesitate to praise her. "Wanwan, you've worked hard," he said with a gentle smile, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant ridges. "You've taken excellent care of this spiritual field, far exceeding my expectations." Upon receiving affirmation, the young woman's face immediately bloomed into a radiant smile, like a spiritual flower in full blossom. Lin Che's gaze then fell upon the sinew spirit deer beside her. In 3 months, the fawn that had once been small enough to curl up in the girl's arms like a jade toy now stood with its shoulder height nearly reaching the girl's waist, its form graceful and elegant. Its entire body was covered in a deeper, more lustrous jade green coat, which shimmered with a soft halo under the sunlight. The antlers on its head, resembling ancient tree branches, had begun to take shape, with sturdy branches and lush green leaves growing on them, full of vitality, clearly well cared for by the young woman. "You've also raised the sinew spirit deer to become even more majestic." Lin Che first praised her, then switched to voice transmission, his tone carrying a hint of urging. "However, your own cultivation must not slacken. You need to elevate your cultivation technique realm as soon as possible and form a lifebound pact with the sinew spirit deer. Then the wood attribute spiritual energy it feeds back during its cultivation will be a great boon to you, allowing you to achieve twice the results with half the effort." In fact, after awakening the 100 Herbs Affinity Spirit Body, Su Wanwan's cultivation speed in areas rich with spiritual energy was already on par with Lu Qingshue's superior grade spiritual root. But Lin Che's expectations for her were naturally higher. Yes, Patriarch. Wanwan will remember and will work even harder. Su Wanwan nodded vigorously, clenched her little fists, and her eyes were full of seriousness. After giving a few more instructions on the proper storage of the harvested crops, Lin Che turned and left the spiritual herb garden, returning to his own courtyard on the lake island. With a thought, the secret realm token shimmered with light, and his figure appeared in the Qingxian secret realm. The Qingxian world spirit, who had always been monitoring the changes in the secret realm, appeared silently behind Lin Che the moment he materialized, reporting with an ethereal voice, "Master, the Xuanshui golden scale fish you specifically instructed me to watch have successfully bred." Lin Che's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Take me to see them at once." These Xuanshui golden scale fish were the result of him using the system's power to upgrade the original first-grade Xuanshui spirit fish. He had chosen this fish to build the ecosystem because of its strong reproductive capacity and short cycle. The Xuanshui spirit fish could breed once every month, laying over 100 eggs each time, a testament to its rapid reproduction. Its only drawback was that the flesh was too tough and not tasty, which was why Lin Che had not included it among the edible spirit beasts. The stronger the bloodline of a spirit beast, the lower its reproductive capacity and the longer its cycle. That the Xuanshui golden scale fish bred first was to be expected. The batch of meat-type spirit beast cubs that Lin Che had brought into the secret realm and upgraded had just reached adulthood, and it would likely be some time before they could reproduce. Following the Qingxian world spirit to a dense thicket of swordleaf water bulrushes through the clear lake water, he could see two Xuanshui golden scale fish now, with a yellowish-brown hue, vigilantly guarding over a dozen large fish eggs attached to the roots of the bulrushes. Compared to the eggs of the Xuanshui spirit fish, these were larger in size, but fewer in number. With a thought, Lin Che's divine sense, like an invisible hand, carefully enveloped the fish egg and lifted it from the water. The pair of Xuanshui golden scale fish, detecting the anomaly through their keen water waves, sensing divine ability, immediately became agitated, swimming rapidly around the eggs, searching for the non-existent enemy. Lin Che focused all his attention on the fish egg in his palm, which contained a faint life fluctuation. He silently recited in his heart, "System, upgrade the fish egg." The next moment, the familiar golden radiance emerged from the void, completely enveloping the fish egg. A smile uncontrollably curled at the corners of Lin Che's mouth. This method was indeed feasible. When the golden light faded, the fish egg in his palm had visibly expanded by another size, and its shell revealed a more resilient luster. System inspection information appeared: Jinlin Zhulang fish egg state, level unhatched, bloodline, grade 3rd grade, lower quality. It succeeded. The life essence within the fish egg had undergone a leap, transforming into a 3rd grade lower quality Jinlin Zhulang fish. This successful experiment held great significance. It meant that with proper planning, the Lin family would never lack sources of high-grade spirit beasts in the future. A grand and glorious blueprint for a beast-taming clan seemed to have already taken shape in that tiny fish egg. Time passed swiftly, and a month vanished in the blink of an eye. At last the day arrived for the pearl-white jade chickens and emerald-wave blue-headed ducks to be harvested. These two breeds of spirit fowl, meticulously tended, all appeared spirited and vibrant, their feathers gleaming and lustrous. The pearl-white jade chickens were pure white all over, like drifting clouds. Their combs were a ruddy red, and their eyes shone with vigor. The emerald-wave blue-headed ducks were plumper, their blue head feathers shimmering with a metallic luster under the sun. Their webbed feet were thick and sturdy, and they moved with agile grace when swimming. Lin Che carefully calculated the cost of cultivation. The cost per pearl-white jade chicken was about 18 lower-grade spirit stones, including the chick labor and feed. The retail price for a whole bird ranged from 25 to 30 spirit stones. Unfertilized eggs cost half a spirit stone each, and a hen could lay 2 eggs per week. The emerald-wave blue-headed ducks cost slightly more, approximately 34 spirit stones, and could be sold for 45 to 55 spirit stones. Calculating the profit, each spirit fowl yielded roughly 10 lower-grade spirit stones. This batch of harvest was expected to bring the Lin family a revenue of 1,600 spirit stones. Once the feed became fully self-sufficient, and the future costs could be reduced by nearly half. Lin Che was quite satisfied with the accelerated cultivation method recorded in the Beast-Taming legacy, which shortened the standard growth cycle by a full month. He activated the formation to induce hallucinations, ensuring they would not struggle or resist. Then he took 50 of each and placed them into the spirit beast pouch. He decided to personally scout the way to Chuyang City, seeking a stable market for the family's future large-scale production of edible spirit beasts. A streak of sword light sliced across the sky, and soon Lin Che arrived at the eastern district of Chuyang City. As a commercial district, it was as bustling as ever, with crowds, surging noise and clamor filling the air, and a variety of shop signs and banners fluttering in the wind. The sounds of hawkers haggling and spirit beasts' cries intermingled incessantly, just as lively as before. He had a clear goal and walked straight toward the imposing Yingjian Inn restaurant which he remembered visiting before. The restaurant stood 3 stories high with upturned eaves, carved beams, and painted rafters. Its facade was constructed from precious warm fragrant spirit wood emitting a faint pleasant aroma. Beneath the eaves hung a massive gold-lettered plaque inscribed with bold flowing calligraphy that exuded extraordinary grace. At the entrance stood 2 female cultivators at the Chi refining stage dressed in elegant matching uniforms. They were fair of face, well-trained in posture, and wore perfectly sweet smiles as they respectfully greeted and saw off guests. When Lin Che approached slowly, the two keenly sensed his restrained, yet palpable foundation establishment aura. A deeper reverence and eagerness flickered in their eyes. The one on the left with almond-shaped eyes stepped forward, made a graceful bow, and said in a crisp, pleasant voice, "Your presence brings great honor to our humble establishment. May I ask how many guests there are?" "Just want a private room, would be fine," Lin Che said flatly. "Very well, please follow me." The female cultivator gestured the way, her steps light, and led Lin Che to a second-floor private room named Pine Wind. The interior was elegantly decorated with bright windows and clean tables. A landscape painting with profound artistic conception hung on the wall, and incense of soothing sandalwood burned in the corner, shutting out the noise from downstairs. No sooner had he taken a seat than a young attendant dressed in a clean short jacket and with sharp intelligent eyes knocked and entered. He respectfully presented a jade slip menu that radiated spiritual energy, saying, "Greetings, senior. This is our menu. We offer a variety of spirit dishes and spirit wines guaranteed to satisfy you. What would you like to order today?" Lin Che took the jade slip, swept his divine sense over the shimmering list of dishes and lifelike phantom images, and asked casually, "Your menu is quite rich. Where do you source the spirit beast meat?" The attendant replied, without hesitation, "Senior, most of the meat in our restaurant comes from the Zhou family of beast-tamers. You must have heard of the Zhou family's reputation. The ingredients they supply are top-notch in freshness and spiritual energy content, absolutely reliable." "So it is the Zhou family." Lin Che understood. He casually ordered a few signature dishes and a pot of emerald spring brew, closed the menu, and got to the point. "Also, I'd like to meet your manager. I have a business proposition to discuss." "This?" The attendant looked a bit hesitant. Lin Che directly stated his identity. "I am Lin Che, head of the Lin family from Suishing Lake. Please inform him." Hearing this, the attendant's expression immediately became more respectful. "So it's Senior Lin. My apologies. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch the manager right away." In a short while the dishes arrived one by one, filling the air with fragrance. Finally, carrying the pot of spirit wine, a middle-aged cultivator in a brocade robe, slightly plump, with a prosperous appearance, entered. He was Wan Dafu, the owner of Yingjian Inn. His face was beaming with a warm smile, and as soon as he entered, he cupped his hands in greeting, his tone carrying just the right amount of courteous humility. "Senior Lin graces my humble establishment, bringing immense honor. I am Wan Dafu, the manager of Yingjian Inn. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you earlier. Please accept my apologies." "Manager Wan, you are too kind. Please have a seat. Let's talk while we eat," Lin Che said with a smile, rising to welcome him. After they sat down, exchanged pleasantries, and sampled the food, Lin Che put down his chopsticks and got to the point. "Manager Wan, does your establishment currently have any openings in the supply of spirit beast meat?" Wan Dafu's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of understanding flickered in his eyes. He stood up and personally refilled Lin Che's cup, then sighed with a troubled expression. "Senior, you're looking for a market for the Lin family's spirit beasts, aren't you?" "Alas, I must be frank, it's not that I'm unwilling, but our daily meat quota is already fixed and saturated. I'm afraid I'm unable to help despite my intentions." Though the words were polite, the rejection was clear. Lin Che understood that the other party wouldn't change suppliers without reason. After a moment's thought, he took out a lively pearl-white jade chicken with clean glossy feathers from his spirit beast pouch and placed it on the empty space nearby. "Manager Wan, you're a connoisseur. Take a look at my Lin family's pearl-white jade chicken. How does it compare to the Zhou family's supply and quality?" Wan Dafu's eyes fell on the spirit chicken, and a genuine spark of surprise and admiration flickered in them. With his many years of running a restaurant, he could clearly see that this spirit chicken was brimming with vitality, well-proportioned, and rich in spiritual energy. Its quality even surpassed the Zhou family's regular supply. Yet the gleam quickly faded. He put on his slick smile again, cupped his hands, and said, "Excellent. Senior Lin's family truly specializes in beast-taming. This spirit fowl is indeed top-notch. However, alas, our establishment is small in scale. We consume a fixed amount daily, and we simply cannot take in more supplies. Perhaps you could try other restaurants, Senior." Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised the stakes. "Even if my Lin family supplies at a price lower than the Zhou family's manager, one still wouldn't consider it." Wan Dafu's smile froze for a moment, then turned into a deeper expression of helplessness. He waved his hands repeatedly. Senior, this really puts me in a difficult position. We run a small business and we value stability. Our usage is fixed really. We can't increase it. After 2 clear rejections, Lin Che fully understood that the issue was no longer about quality or price. The other party was adamant about not purchasing spirit beasts from the Lin family. He felt a chill in his heart, but didn't lose his temper. He simply exhaled slowly. If one place didn't work, he would try another. Without further words, he finished his meal, quietly paid, and left. Then he visited several other large restaurants and inns in Chuyang City that served spirit meals. The result was the same. None were willing to accept Lin family's goods. By now, Lin Che was certain that the Zhou family had completely blocked the market for his family's spirit beast meat. Was the Zhou family starting to suppress the Lin family? Yet he still wondered why these restaurants were so unanimous and resolute in their refusal. Was it doubt about the Lin family's capability or concern that the Lin family's supply couldn't be stable in the long run? Back at Suishing Lake, Lin Che immediately ordered Lu Qingxue to investigate the underlying reason. Days later, Lu Qingxue returned with findings that pointed to an aspect Lin Che hadn't considered deeply: the spirit cuisine chefs. It turned out that the head chefs of almost every sizable restaurant and inn in Chuyang City were trained under the Zhou family. The Zhou family possessed not only the beast-taming legacy, but also a well-developed system for training spirit cuisine chefs. The craft of a spirit cuisine chef, one of the myriad arts of cultivation, was not something anyone could master. It required precise control of heat, thorough knowledge of each ingredient's property, skill in handling them to preserve the best flavor, and spiritual energy and expertise in blending flavors to enhance each other. Every detail had its own secrets. With their mature inheritance, the Zhou family's trained chefs were generally superior to those from casual cultivators, essentially monopolizing the high-end spirit cuisine market in Chuyang City. The core chefs of the remaining restaurants all came from the Zhou family's training system. By controlling the taste that determined a restaurant's lifeline, the Zhou family naturally held firm control over the spirit beast meat procurement market in Chuyang City. In the meeting hall, the candlelight flickered slightly. Lin Che sat in the main seat, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the armrest. His face was calm, but his eyes churned with thoughts. After listening to Lu Qingxue's report, he remained silent for a long time, unable to find a breakthrough. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze over the Lu siblings, and Su Wanwan, his voice steady but encouraging. Speak your thoughts. What do you think of the current situation? Whether it's mature or not, just say it. Lu Qingxue frowned, deeply hurt, usually cool expression showing rare signs of distress, clearly at a loss as well. Lu Yunzhou, sitting beside her, looked at his sister and then at the family head. He suddenly stood up and declared loudly, family head. If they don't want it, we can set up a stall and sell retail. We can always sell some. I'll go out and set up a stall tomorrow. This simple suggestion made Lin Che shake his head slightly. His tone was gentle but firm. The spirit is commendable, but retail is not a long-term solution. It won't handle the large-scale future output. It's a temporary fix, not a cure. Please sit down. Just then, the outer perimeter alert formation that covered their territory sent a faint ripple of disturbance. Lin Che indicated for Lu Qingxue to check. A moment later, Lu Qingxue reported that Wang Yinchi, the patriarch of the Wang family, had come to visit. Let him in, Lin Che ordered. When Wang Yinchi's slightly hesitant yet resolute figure appeared at the entrance of the meeting hall, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Che's mind like a bolt of lightning, and a new idea suddenly germinated. Inside the Zhou family's beast-taming garden, the grass stretched lush and emerald, and the fences stood in neat rows. Zhou Wanhong, the stout patriarch, whose face was round as a full moon, paced with his hands clasped behind his back, his shrewd, narrow eyes half-lidded, as he inspected the pack of windhounds, creatures whose glossy coats gleamed and whose low whimpers drifted through the air. He wore a brocade robe embroidered with dark golden cloud motifs, and on his finger rested a sizable jade thumb ring that caught the sunlight and glowed with a warm luster. A faint vibration came from the transmission stone hidden within his robes. He withdrew it calmly and swept his divine sense over it. The message was brief. The Lin family has begun selling their consumption-type spirit beasts to the public. On Zhou Wanhong's plump face, those small eyes narrowed into mere slits, yet a cold gleam flashed within them. He gave a soft snort, his voice low, laced with disdain and calculation. The Lin family. Whatever schemes you entertain have nothing to do with my Zhou family to begin with. For the past several months, the Lin family had kept mostly to themselves, with only the patriarch Lin Che occasionally making appearances. This had left the various factions of Chuyang City utterly baffled. When they finally revealed they were recruiting moreover spirit cultivators specializing in herb cultivation, it only deepened the confusion. As one of the myriad crafts in cultivation, spirit herb cultivation was among the most common arts. Even ordinary clan members could manage it. Yet the Lin family was recruiting even for such roles. An absurd notion surfaced in Zhou Wanhong's mind. Could it be that a loose cultivator is building a family from scratch? Only that explanation could account for why only one person bearing the surname Lin had ever been seen entering or leaving. If this were true, Zhou Wanhong's prior hesitation evaporated entirely. Resources here were limited, and the market had long been carved up. How could the Zhou family tolerate newcomers encroaching upon their territory? If the newcomers were fierce dragons crossing the river, he might have shown restraint and pursued harmonious coexistence. But if they were merely a conceited loach unaware of its own insignificance. A strange smile played upon Zhou Wanhong's lips. He activated the hidden pieces he had strategically placed over the years, leveraging his control over the spirit chefs and ingredient supply chains of the city's many restaurants and taverns to completely blockade the Lin family's spirit beast meat sales, intending to strangle them economically. Of course, they would confine themselves to economic sanctions alone. There was no reason to confront the Lin family in open conflict, which would yield nothing and merely allow other families to reap the benefits. Pass the word. Zhou Wanhong spoke into the transmission stone, his voice carrying unquestionable authority. Tell them that anyone who dares purchase the Lin family's spirit beast meat is declaring themselves an enemy of the Zhou family. Let them consider carefully whether they wish to continue operating in these parts of Chuyang City. In the Lin family's receiving hall. What? A marriage alliance? When Wang Yanqi cautiously proposed the alliance, Lin Che was still deep in contemplation over how to break their predicament. Before he could respond, Lu Qingxue, standing nearby, let out an involuntary exclamation. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned to her. Lin Che looked slightly surprised. Lu Yunzhou was utterly stunned, and Su Wanwan blinked curiously. Lu Qingxue instantly realized her lapse in composure, a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks. She cleared her throat sharply, stepping back half a pace as if to mask her distraction, then lowered her eyelids. Her voice returned to its usual cool demeanor, though tinged with an unmistakable stiffness. I apologize. I was pondering strategies against the Zhou family when I suddenly heard that term. I was taken aback. She fought to maintain her composure, but her slightly clenched fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin cast a slightly puzzled glance at Lu Qingxue. This girl was usually so composed and aloof, she rarely lost herself so. How peculiar today. Perhaps she had simply been concentrating too deeply. He did not press the matter, and instead turned his penetrating gaze toward Wang Yanqi, who stood respectfully below, carefully weighing the proposal of marriage. Suddenly Lin Che paused. The Lin family now had only himself. Wouldn't the one meant to marry be him? Expanding his lineage had always been part of his plan, but he had not expected it to come so suddenly. Lin Che studied Wang Yanqi once more. Though the man carried himself with humility and air of cultivated refinement, accumulated over many years, could not be concealed. Judging from his features, he must have been a handsome and elegant figure in his youth. The image of Wang Lingsu came to mind. The young woman was not breathtakingly beautiful, but rather refined and pleasant, and her graceful, well-proportioned figure had left a particularly deep impression upon him. If they formed a marriage alliance, the Wang family would be firmly bound to the Lin family side, making them a more reliable asset. Moreover, to implement the plan that had just occurred to him, the Wang family might prove to be a crucial link. A marriage alliance would strengthen this partnership and give him greater peace of mind. With this in mind, a gentle smile appeared on Lin Che's face, and he nodded to Wang Yanqi. Since the Wang family has such intentions, the Lin family will gladly accommodate. I accept this marriage. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanqi's tense shoulders finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief, and irresistible joy washing over his face. He quickly stepped forward, retrieved a storage pouch he had prepared in advance from his robes, and offered it with both hands. Venerable one, please see my sincerity. This is but a modest token from my Wang family, meant as a portion of my daughter's dowry. I hope you will not disdain these humble gifts. Lin Che swept his divine sense over the storage pouch. Inside lay a specially crafted jade box, its surface inscribed with flowing runes. Precisely the kind of artifact used to preserve living spirit plants, identical in design to the one he had used when transplanting the Crimson Sun Spirit Tree. His divine sense probed into the jade box, and what he found left him slightly surprised. Inside was an already mature, thriving high-tier rank 1 crimson crystal fruit tree. The fruit produced by this tree shared similar properties with the previous sunbathing fruit. Both could temper a cultivator's physique, but its effects were even stronger. However, the Wang family likely intended it for brewing wine. In the wine recipes previously presented to Lin Che, the crimson crystal fruit was the key ingredient for the finest recipe. As a mature crimson crystal fruit tree capable of bearing fruit, its value could reach 2,000 low-tier spirit stones. For a Qi refining family, this dowry was remarkably substantial. With a flick of his mind, the jade box settled into Lin Che's grasp. The Wang family's sincerity is appreciated. The betrothal gifts will be delivered to your estate shortly. After a moment's thought, he continued. As for the wedding ceremony, let us keep it simple and avoid excessive extravagance. Lin Che decided it would suffice for the two families to merely form a Dao companion bond without holding an elaborate wedding. On one hand, the Lin family currently had only him with no relatives or friends to invite. On the other, the current situation remained unstable and was not suitable for grand celebrations. Everything shall be arranged according to your wishes. Wang Yinchi bowed deeply, his demeanor entirely submissive without so much as mentioning the question of formal status. After seeing off Wang Yinchi, Lin Che prepared to put his sudden inspiration into practice immediately. He had been so deeply engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice Lu Qingxue, standing beside him, had subtly pressed her lips together the moment he agreed to the marriage. A complex and unreadable expression flashed in her eyes, and even after he left she continued gazing toward the hall's entrance for a long while. Returning to the Qingxian secret realm, Lin Che walked directly to the branch of earth fire that had been transformed by the Qingxian world spirit. The once simple cave had been remade into a miniature active volcanic crater. The dark red mountain face was jagged and steep, devoid of all vegetation. Only at the center of the enormous crater did crimson-hot magma churn and pulse like the heart of a monstrous beast, occasionally swelling into scalding bubbles before bursting with a soft pop and splattering sparks. The scorching heat distorted the surrounding air, and waves of oppressive warmth washed over him. The atmosphere was thick with the heavy fragrance of sulfur and fiery spiritual energy. The flame tiger, now leaner and more majestic in stature, lay lazily coiled upon a heated boulder at the crater's edge, absorbing the pure essence of the earth fire. Sensing Lin Che's presence, it immediately raised its head, its molten gold tiger eyes brightening with delight as it emitted a low, joyous rumble. Yet its massive body moved with surprising agility. In a few bounds it leaped down and rushed to Lin Che's side, nuzzling his palm with its enormous head, sending a gust of warm wind across his skin. Lin Che smiled and gently rubbed the soft, warm fur behind its ears. "All right, this time it's for serious business. I haven't brought you any treats. Go back and cultivate properly." His tone carried a hint of helplessness mixed with affection. Hearing this, the flame tiger's ears drooped immediately, and it let out a grievous whimper. It retreated step by step, casting lingering glances backward, a sight reminiscent of a child denied a sweet. Where was any trace of ferocious beast in such behavior? Watching its pitiful expression, Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle. The frustration brought on by family affairs over the past several days gradually dissipated. After months of companionship, his bond with the flame tiger had grown increasingly deep. No longer deferential as before, it had begun to resemble a large cat, revealing its gluttonous nature. He selected a spacious area near the volcano's base, rich in fire spiritual energy, and planted the crimson crystal fruit sapling. After using the system's power to advance its rank, he turned away and made his way toward the grove of second-stage medium-tier crimson sun spirit trees that had already taken root. Within the grove, the original mother tree remained tall and upright. Beside it, 18 saplings, spawned by Su Wanwan's spirit cultivation techniques from previously harvested seeds, had grown lush and vibrant. The dowry from the Wang family had given Lin Che inspiration. He carefully selected 10 of the strongest saplings to include as part of a return gift. After some consideration, he decided to add a second-stage high-tier water element spirit beast egg as well. Both Wang Yinchi and his daughter possessed water spiritual roots, making water element spirit beasts more suitable for their family. With the matter of betrothal gifts settled, Lin Che took a deep breath, his gaze drifting toward the distance as he focused on the key idea that could break their current deadlock: developing appetizers to accompany wine. To break through the current predicament, opening one's own shop was undoubtedly a viable path. However, if it were merely an ordinary spirit cuisine restaurant or tavern, they would still face constraints from the Zhou family at the core stage of spirit cuisine chefs. Just as Lin Che was pondering deeply over this matter, Wang Yinchi's visit, like a single spark, suddenly illuminated Lin Che's thoughts. What if they sold side dishes to accompany drinks? That's right, it was those braised cold dishes that had swept through the streets and alleys in his past life, especially the endlessly memorable spicy braised duck delicacies. Looking at the current spirit cuisine landscape in the cultivation world, the positioning generally leaned toward the high-end segment. If that was the case, why not take the opposite approach and focus on the mass market? If they could launch side dishes with unique flavors and affordable prices, allowing even the lowest-tier rogue cultivators to purchase without any pressure, how could business not prosper? Lin Che had this confidence relying on two advantages. First, cost advantage. Braising duck products, pig ears, and similar items could make great use of those parts that conventional spirit cuisine considered waste, such as chicken feet, duck necks, offal, and pork head meat, the bone-in portions and scraps. If these wastes could be transformed into treasures, the overall cost could be diluted, thereby establishing a highly competitive base price. The second, and most importantly, was flavor innovation. Since his rebirth, Lin Che had tasted no small number of spirit cuisines and discovered that the spirit cuisines of this world mostly pursued the character of umami, aiming to highlight the natural flavors of ingredients, enhance their spiritual power effects, and combine with side dishes to create distinctive flavors. Side dishes for drinking, on the other hand, pursued more impactful compound flavors: salty, umami, fragrant, spicy, crispy. When tasted, they could complement and elevate each other with the spicy richness of spirit wine, delivering an unprecedented sensory experience. This newness was precisely the sharp weapon to break the Zhou family's monopoly. Why had those internet-famous delicacies from his past life gained rapid popularity? Beyond taste, this sense of novelty was the key factor. Cultivators accustomed to traditional spirit cuisine, faced with such an unprecedented flavor, would surely want to try it. As long as the taste was solid and the price was affordable, how could there be no market? Once this idea took root, Lin Che immediately set to work. The first priority was finding the spices that formed the soul of braised dishes. In his past life as a braised food enthusiast, he had personally searched for online tutorials to save expenses, experimenting repeatedly until the braised flavors he produced were nearly indistinguishable from those sold outside. Now, with his powerful divine sense, past memories surfaced clearly in his mind, and he recalled and organized those spice recipes one by one. After making a slight change to his appearance, he left Suishing Lake and headed directly to the major medicine shops in Chuyang City. He intended to emulate Shinong, tasting 100 herbs to find spiritual plants whose flavors could approximate the Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, cinnamon bark, ginger, and green onions of his past life, thereby constructing a braised spice system belonging to the cultivation world. Of course, he had not forgotten the betrothal gift. Along the way, he purchased a first-rate top-grade spring water toad egg, and using the power of the system elevated it to a second-rate top-grade moonlight spirit toad. This toad leaned toward support, and its moonlight nectar ability could not only heal wounds, but also purify and enhance water quality, making it perfectly suited for the Wang family, whose livelihood revolved around spirit wine brewing. The upgraded moonlight spirit toad was worth no less than 3,000 spirit stones, and added to the 10 mid-grade second-rate red sun spirit saplings, this betrothal gift was absolutely substantial. He instructed Lu Qingxue to deliver the betrothal gift to the Wang family, while he plunged into the Qingxian secret realm and began intensive experimentation. Days quietly slipped away. Lin Che made multiple trips to Chuyang City and finally screened out several spiritual plants whose flavors approximated the spices from his past life, were affordable and easy to cultivate, laying the foundation for cost control. Come quickly taste the results of our first trial. Lin Che's tone carried barely concealed anticipation as he scooped out the first batch of finished products from the steaming braising pot. Meat from various parts of pearl white jade chicken and Xuanqiu thick earth hog, all braised to perfection. The rich exotic fragrance had long permeated the air, tempting the keen-smelling crimson flame tiger to lose patience first. Its massive frame moved with unexpected agility for its size, as it approached. Molten golden tiger eyes fixed intently on the braised meat, while its tail twitched restlessly. Lin Che smiled and tossed it a pork knuckle braised to a brilliant reddish hue, soft and flavorful to the bone. The crimson flame tiger caught it mid-air with its mouth, swallowing it almost whole without much chewing. It then closed its eyes contentedly, emitting a satisfied rumbling from its throat. Its enormous head rubbed affectionately against Lin Che's leg, its expression revealing an almost anthropomorphic bliss and lingering satisfaction. Next, Lin Che sliced a chicken wing and handed it to the heavenly burning phoenix beside him, which seemed reserved, but whose gaze had already been captured. She ate gracefully without losing speed, her molten golden eyes lighting up slightly, as she conveyed through her thoughts that the flavor was quite satisfactory. The Phantom Crystal Destiny Beast and the Qingxian World Spirit also received portions, the former sampling carefully, sensing the subtle qualities, the latter paying closer attention to the variations in spiritual energy contained within. Only the wind-treading spirit steed, a strict vegetarian, was absent. With the spirit beast's approval secured, Lin Che relaxed and picked up a piece himself to taste. The moment he tasted it, problems immediately surfaced. The red dragon shedding vine and clear heart moonlight leaf, used to replace cinnamon bark and fragrant leaves, were overused, their overpowering flavors masking the meat's aroma. Meanwhile, the braised meat lacked an appealing sauce, color pale and unappetizing, urgently requiring the development of a coloring condiment similar to soy sauce. Furthermore, the chicken feet were overcooked, having lost their chewy texture. Clearly, while the spirit beasts could distinguish good from bad, their taste preferences differed fundamentally from humans, and they lacked sensitivity to finer details. Lin Che realized he had chosen the wrong tasters. So he relocated the trial site to the comprehensively zoned alchemy hall, which had been preliminarily constructed. A new tasting panel was subsequently assembled, consisting of Lu Qingxue, Lu Yunzhou, and Su Wanwan. In the days that followed, the alchemy hall was perpetually wreathed in intoxicating fragrance. Lin Che worked with the three of them, continuously adjusting the spice ratios and exploring the optimal heat control and braising times for different ingredients. He also experimented with fermenting iron shell spiritual beans to create cultivation world versions of debanjiang and soy sauce. Both of these items had been readily available in his past life, and Lin Che had only ever seen the preparation methods while browsing videos. This truly was his first attempt. It consumed nearly half a month, depleting all the household supplies. Only then did he finally succeed in creating a condiment with rich soy aroma and a natural brownish-red hue, injecting the very soul into the braised dishes. The various cuts of Xuanqiu thick earth hog were ultimately finalized in a 5-spice flavor profile. Its meat was inherently thick and robust, and after slow braising infused with several gentle spices, the salty and fragrant notes merged into a mellow, lingering depth, particularly well-suited to accompany lighter spirit wines, revealing ever more aroma with each bite. The trimmings of pearl white jade chicken and azure wave green-headed duck, on the other hand, took center stage with a sweet, spicy profile. The braising liquid incorporated the natural sweetness from specific spiritual plants alongside a perfectly balanced hint of spice. Sweet, yet not cloying, spicy, yet not harsh, with rich flavor layers that particularly stimulated the appetite, making it an exceptional pairing for wine. The moonlight grain rabbit, with its finer and more delicate meat, was given a creative twist by Lin Che, transformed into a numbing spicy version. The compound aromas released by various pungent spiritual plants combined with intense numbing sensations and fiery heat delivered an invigorating spicy experience upon entry with a long-lasting aftertaste, enough to quicken the blood, making it the ultimate choice for cultivators seeking thrilling flavors. After nearly a month of repeated adjustments and improvements, the braised dish recipe that embodied Lin Che's painstaking efforts was finally perfected on this day. Come everyone, taste and see how the final version turns out. Lin Che, smiling, placed several jade plates filled with different braised delicacies before Lu Qingxue, Lu Yunzhou, and Su Wanwan. The meats on the plates had cooled to the perfect temperature, when the texture of braised dishes became firm yet bouncy, and the flavors reached their most concentrated and complete state. The rich, complex fragrance instantly filled the alchemy hall, with salty, sweet, spicy, and numbing spicy notes intertwining to awaken the appetite irresistibly. All three inhaled deeply in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even after numerous trials throughout this period, they were still captivated by this alluring fragrance, unable to suppress their salivation. Just at that moment, the Wang father and daughter arrived. It's not about coming early, but coming at the right time. Lin Che smiled and instructed Lu Qingxue to escort them in. Because he had been immersed in perfecting the recipe, Wang Lingsu's formal initiation ceremony had been slightly postponed. With the braised meat formula now complete, Lin Che notified them to come, intending to formally welcome the young woman into the sect and discuss subsequent matters such as opening a shop. It was only fitting to have this wine-brewing father-daughter duo evaluate the quality of the appetizers. Before long, Lu Qingxue led Wang Yanqi and his daughter, Wang Lingsu, into the hall. Wang Yanqi, bringing my youngest daughter Lingsu, pays respects to your excellency. Wang Yanqi maintained his respectful demeanor, stepping forward to perform a solemn bow. Lin Che raised his eyes and observed that Wang Yanqi was dressed as usual, his expression respectful and deferential. But Wang Lingsu, standing beside him, was like a completely different person from their first meeting. Her face bore no makeup, revealing healthy honey-toned skin and her naturally delicate features. Having exchanged elaborate silk robes for a streamlined cyan gray combat outfit, her posture appeared more upright and her steps more vigorous, adding a touch of capable and spirited elegance reminiscent of a warrior from the martial world. Yet this deliberately simple attire only accentuated her striking figure with breathtaking curves, particularly her ample, proud bust, which stood out all the more beneath the fitted garment, impossible to look away from. She pressed her lips together slightly, her eyes clear and bright, showing a hint of curiosity mixed with barely perceptible nervousness as she gazed at Lin Che and the source of the room's intoxicating fragrance. Lin Che was in excellent spirits, a radiant smile gracing his face. He stepped forward, making a gesture of support, and said warmly, "Patriarch Wang, there's no need for such formalities. From now on, we are one family. Please take a seat. Lingsu, you too." He personally guided them to the cushioned sandalwood chairs, his demeanor casual, yet retaining the air of a patriarch. Then he pushed 3 jade plates toward them, one filled with 5-spice braised meats, another with sweet and spicy duck parts, and the last with fiery numbing rabbit. The braised goods glistened enticingly, their savory aroma mingling with spicy notes that wafted delicately. "You've arrived just in time. Please try these. They are some new spirit pairing delicacies our Lin family has recently perfected. Taste them and tell me what you think." When Wang Yanqi and Wang Lingsu's eyes fell upon the jade plates, they were taken aback to see ingredients that were usually considered unrefined in spiritual cuisine. Pig ears, chicken gizzards, duck necks, items often discarded. A flicker of astonishment passed through both their eyes. Then the bold and complex aroma invaded their nostrils, swiftly replacing their initial surprise with pure curiosity. Wang Yinchi, a patriarch known for his composure and decades of experience in the spirit wine trade, showed a rare, unmistakable expression of emotion upon inhaling this braised fragrance, so different from the fresh, clean flavors of ordinary spiritual delicacies. He unconsciously took a deep breath, his brow slightly furrowed, his nostrils flaring gently, as he tried to discern the intricate layers of spices with his seasoned expertise. His eyes gleamed with the cautious scrutiny of a connoisseur. He did not rush to pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he first sought Lin Che's gaze for permission. Only after Lin Che smiled and nodded did he steady himself and take a pair of jade chopsticks. Though he strove to maintain his dignity, his slightly hurried movements betrayed his inner eagerness and curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, he carefully picked up a thin, even slice of 5-spice braised pig ear glistening with an appetizing sauce. Before bringing it to his mouth, he even habitually probed it with his divine sense, perceiving the gentle earth element's spiritual energy harmoniously coexisting with the essence of the spices. The moment the pig ear entered his mouth, he was first taken aback, then his eyes, ever warm and smiling, slowly widened. The rich, savory, and mellow base flavor first firmly settled on his tongue. Then the wondrous aroma of a dozen spices like layers of petals bloomed and merged one after another in his mouth. He chewed leisurely, savoring the crisp, springy texture and the increasingly intense flavor. After a long moment, he exhaled a long, satisfied sigh, as if expelling all the turbid air and doubts from his chest. He understood why the Lin Patriarch had invited them today. "Your Excellency." When he spoke again, his voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement, and his gaze at Lin Che was filled with undisguised admiration. This is truly a divine accompaniment for wine. The flavor is rich, fragrant without being greasy, and leaves an endless aftertaste. It is a perfect match for our Wang family's spirit wine. Without hesitation, she reached out with her chopsticks, picked up a piece of rabbit meat with some chili seeds, and popped it into her mouth. SSS, huh? The intense numbing and spiciness exploded in her mouth like a fire line, causing her to sharply inhale. Her cheeks flushed visibly, and even the corners of her eyes welled up with tears. So hot, so numbing. She fanned her mouth hurriedly with her hand, trying to alleviate the burning sensation, yet she couldn't stop chewing. Instead, she was conquered by the sheer exhilaration. Her eyes, though glistening with moisture, sparkled with excitement and delight. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Dad, this paired with our crimson flame wine would be unbeatable. Her voice was a bit hoarse from the spiciness, but full of excitement. She even momentarily forgot her manners. Producing a flask from somewhere, she tilted her head back and took a large gulp. Savoring the wondrous elevation that came from the fierce collision and fusion of the crisp wine and the numbing spiciness, her face showed an expression of utmost satisfaction and pleasure. Seeing this, Wang Yinchi couldn't help but cast a helpless glance at his daughter and cleared his throat. Wang Lingsu immediately realized her lapse, her cheeks flushing even deeper. She lowered her head in embarrassment, stealing a glance at Lin Che. Lin Che, however, took a liking to her straightforward and unaffected nature. Far from taking offense, he smiled and pushed the plate of fiery, numbing rabbit toward her. "It's fine. Since we are one family, it's better to be at ease in the future. No need to be so restrained." Hearing this, Wang Lingsu glanced at her father again. Seeing that he had turned away as if in tacit consent, she set aside her reserve. She picked up her chopsticks again and continued eating with abandon. Though her nose was sweating from the spiciness and her cheeks were flushed, she still ate piece after piece, unable to stop. The girl's genuine and unaffected reaction was undoubtedly the most powerful affirmation of Lin Che's prepared dishes. Wang Yinchi sighed inwardly, feeling helpless at his daughter's uninhibited behavior, but seeing Lin Che's gentle gaze without any displeasure, rather with appreciation, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately took out several jars of spirit wine from his storage pouch, ancient in shape and sealed with mud, and placed them respectfully on the table. "Your Excellency, these are several types of spirit wine carefully brewed by our Wang family. Please taste them." He had the insight to see what was missing, naturally spirit wine. Soon Wang Lingsu poured a cup of spirit wine for Lin Che, the Lu siblings, and Su Wanwan. They all understood that since the patriarch called these dishes wine accompaniments, they naturally needed to be paired with spirit wine. With great anticipation, they began their tasting. Lu Yunzhou eagerly picked up his favorite piece of braised chicken gizzard, chewing it to savor the springy, smooth texture and rich braised flavor. Then he took a sip of the crisp spirit wine. The moment the wine and braised flavors collided and merged in his mouth, the taste was instantly elevated. He couldn't help but slap the table in praise. "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Patriarch, you are truly amazing. This pairing is simply perfect." Hearing everyone's heartfelt praise, Lin Che smiled and picked up a piece of 5-spice braised meat, savoring it with a cup of amber-colored spirit wine. The familiar yet unfamiliar complex flavors intertwined with the mild intoxication of the alcohol, making him feel as if he had been transported back to the time before his transmigration. He recalled the beautiful scene of having a small drink in the evening. After everyone had finished tasting and were thoroughly satisfied, Lin Che dismissed Lu Yunzhou and Su Wanwan, keeping only Lu Qingxue on standby, and began discussing business with Wang Yanqi. Patriarch Wang, our Lin family, intends to open a tavern within Chuyang City. It will not focus on luxury, but on affordability, specializing in these small snacks to accompany wine. They can be taken away or eaten on the premises. Lin Che's tone was steady. I wish to entrust the management of this establishment, as well as the supply of wine, entirely to your Wang family. He paused briefly, his gaze casually sweeping over Wang Lingsu, who was sipping spirit wine, her cheeks still tinged with red. He continued, furthermore, as previously agreed, the Wang family's annual contribution of 50% of spirit wine profits to our Lin family shall from today onward be reduced to 20%. Originally, the Wang family was merely an ordinary vassal. But now, with the relationship set to deepen through marriage and Wang Lingsu about to formally become his Dao partner, both logically and emotionally 50% seemed rather harsh on the Lin family's part, and might even place the newly arrived Wang Lingsu in an awkward position. Moreover, this reduction in tribute was a shrewd move with long-term vision. Though it appeared that the Lin family would lose 30% of the revenue in the short term, by bestowing such a great favor, not only would they secure the Wang family's loyalty, but also greatly stimulate their enthusiasm for running the tavern. Once the tavern business flourished, even if they only took 20%, the actual revenue might not be less than the original 50%. It would also boost the sales of the Lin family snacks, creating a virtuous cycle. This was the art of leadership, showing favor to win hearts, far more effective than relying solely on force, yielding a loyal and fully dedicated subordinate family. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanqi's heart shook violently. He looked up at Lin Che, his eyes filled with disbelief and joy. For the Wang family, this was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. Although the Wang family's spirit wine was of excellent quality, they were not the only ones in Chuyang City. Competition was fierce. Now, with the Lin family's unique and delicious snacks to attract customers, how could the spirit wine not sell well? Moreover, with the drastic reduction in tribute, the profits the family could retain would be extremely substantial. Your Excellency. Your Excellency's great kindness. The Wang family will remember this. Wang Yanqi's voice trembled with excitement. He rose to bow deeply again, but Lin Che raised a hand to stop him. My Wang family will devote all our strength to run this tavern to the fullest, and will never fail your Excellency's trust and favor. The first tangible benefit from allying with the Lin family was so astonishing that at this moment, he had no more worries or doubts, only a heart full of gratitude and elation. Then the two of them delved into thorough discussions on many details: the tavern's location, shop design and decoration, stable supply of ingredients, pricing strategies for various snacks, and daily operations management. Finally, they set the auspicious opening day for the tavern on the first day of the next month. During this time, Wang Lingsu, who had been temporarily set aside, appeared somewhat restless. Su Wanwan and Lu Yunzhou had already gone to attend to their own affairs. Only Lu Qingxue stood silently in the hall, waiting to escort Wang Yanqi out later. But she stood there expressionless, radiating an icy aura that kept people at a distance. Throughout, she had not exchanged a single word with Wang Lingsu, nor had her gaze lingered on her. This left Wang Lingsu unsure of what to do. She could only awkwardly take small sips of wine. When Lin Che and Wang Yanqi had finished discussing all the details, Wang Yanqi rose and walked toward his daughter. Looking at his beloved daughter, who was about to marry into the Lin family and start a new life, the normally composed patriarch felt a mix of emotions: relief, reluctance, and deep hope. He forced a warm smile, lifted his hand to pat her shoulder as he usually did, but finally let it fall gently. He said softly, Lingsu, from now on, you will be a member of the Lin family. Be mindful of your duties, serve your lord well, and think carefully in all matters. 1,000 words condensed into these simple instructions. Wang Lingsu's heart was also a mix of flavors. Some trepidation about the unknown new environment, and reluctance and confusion at leaving the family where she grew up and bidding farewell to her father. She bit her lip and nodded firmly. I understand, father. Please take care of yourself too. Seeing this, Lin Che stepped forward, appropriately standing beside Wang Lingsu. He smiled gently at Wang Yanqi and said with a solemn tone, Patriarch Wang, rest assured. Since Lingsu has entered the Lin family, I will treat her well and never let her suffer any grievances. With your Excellency's words, Yanqi is completely at ease. Then, I shall take my leave. Wang Yanqi bowed deeply to Lin Che once more. His gaze lingered on his daughter's young, slightly bewildered face, as if to imprint her image in his heart. Then he turned, and accompanied by Lu Qingxue, who had been waiting quietly, slowly walked away. As their figures disappeared beyond the door of the alchemy hall, only Lin Che and Wang Lingsu remained in the vast hall. The air seemed to grow exceptionally still, with only the faint whisper of the breeze outside the window, and the lingering braised aroma from the stove gently swirling around them. Wang Lingsu lowered her head slightly, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes in unease. The boldness and carefree spirit she had shown while savoring the food were gone, replaced by shyness and uncertainty. Perceiving the young maiden's unconscious gesture of twisting her clothes, a knowing smile flickered in Lin Che's eyes. The imposing aura of the family had dissipated, and his tone turned as warm and gentle as the spring sun. There's no need to be nervous. He softened his voice, carrying a reassuring strength. Since we are Dao partners, we are now the closest of kin. The Lin family is simple in numbers now, with no cumbersome formalities or constraints from clan elders. From now on, this is your home. If you need anything or have any thoughts, speak freely. He had been utterly alone in this life, sold into a wealthy household as a servant when young. It was only while serving as a companion that he learned of the path of immortal cultivation and longevity. It was precisely for this reason that after breaking free from the shackles of the defying fate demon sect, he found himself at a loss until he arrived at the borders of Chuyang City. But from now on, things would be different. He had established a family, laying the foundation for a legacy that would last 10,000 generations. And he would soon expand his lineage, becoming the patriarch of the Lin family. Wang Lingsu looked up at Lin Che's smiling eyes. The smile was like a spring breeze brushing across a lake, gentle and sincere, which gradually dispelled the tension in her heart. She pursed her lips, the thoughts swirling in her mind several times before she finally blurted out with a touch of bold frankness, Then you cannot forbid me from drinking. That is my only request. Then she lowered her lashes in slight embarrassment, but secretly lifted her gaze to observe Lin Che's reaction. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, then a smile surfaced in his eyes. All right, as you wish, I promise. Not only will I not forbid you, but in the future, whatever spirit wine you wish to drink, I will procure it for you. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Lin Che took the opportunity to chat with her about everyday matters, asking about her life in the Wang family, her parents and siblings, and childhood anecdotes. Wang Lingsu gradually relaxed, her words flowing more freely. When she spoke of joyful things, her eyes curved and her smile was radiant. The distance between them melted away in the leisurely conversation. Feeling the time was right, Lin Che stood up with a smile, his tone gentle and natural. Come, let me show you around the clan grounds and familiarize you with your future home. Wang Lingsu had previously visited with her father a few times, but was always led directly to the meeting hall. She had never carefully examined this land, and curiosity and anticipation lingered in her heart. Once they reached an open space outdoors, a glimmer of spiritual light flickered at Lin Che's fingertip, accompanied by a clear sword cry. A magnificent supreme-grade Dharma sword materialized, hovering before them. He turned his gaze tender as he looked at her step aboard. Wang Lingsu eyed the narrow sword blade and Lin Che, who had already mounted it, with a trace of hesitation. Lin Che understood and smiled slightly without speaking. His divine sense enveloped her gently like a warm current, and pure true essence guided her, allowing her to land steadily on the flying sword directly in front of him. Then he naturally extended his arms, gently encircling her slender waist from behind, holding her securely in his embrace. His low voice murmured in her ear, "Don't be afraid, relax. With me here there is no danger." Wang Lingsu felt the warmth of his solid chest behind her, and the strong yet gentle arms around her waist. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. She was not afraid of the flight itself. It was the sudden intimacy that embarrassed her. No matter how free-spirited she was still a young maiden who had never been so close to a man. Lin Che was well aware of her shyness, and his actions were deliberate. Only by breaking through the initial reserve could the unfamiliarity between them dissolve more quickly. Once she was steady with a thought from Lin Che, the flying sword soared into the sky. The sudden ascent startled the maiden, experiencing sword flight for the first time, eliciting a short gasp. Her body instinctively leaned back, pressing deeper into his embrace. Lin Che tightened his arms, holding her even closer, his low voice tinged with amusement. "Hold on tight, let me show you the splendor of the Lin family." After the initial panic, the security of being firmly protected quickly enveloped her heart. Wang Lingsu gradually adapted, finding the courage to look down. Below, neatly arranged spirit fields resembled a green brocade. The shimmering star fragment lake and scattered satellite lakes dotted the landscape like a string of pearls. Distant mountains were cloaked in emerald green, wrapped in mist. The rushing wind struck her face, rustling her dress and hair, but it brought a sense of unrestrained freedom and exhilaration soaring through the sky, expanding her heart. The lingering tension was completely replaced by the excitement of this new experience. So this was the view that Foundation establishment cultivators enjoyed every day. Truly captivating. Feeling the person in his arms completely relax, even beginning to look around curiously, Lin Che steadily controlled the sword, while patiently explaining, pointing out the 4 main areas of the clan territory and their functions. This is the heart of the Lin family, and also our residence. Without my permission, no outsider can set foot here. Lin Che took her hand and stepped off the sword onto a path paved with polished dark blue stone. He led her through the courtyard past a moon gate and a screen wall introducing each area. This 3-section compound was designed and built by me. It includes a pill room and a refining chamber. The front courtyard is for receiving guests and handling mundane affairs. The inner courtyard is our daily living quarters, and the rear courtyard is more secluded, suitable for secluded cultivation. Each area has independent cultivation chambers. His voice was warm with a subtle hint of pride. Wang Lingsu, who had been immersed in the intricate layout of the courtyard, felt her heart tremble like a startled deer upon hearing these words. She instantly grasped the profound implication in his words. Her pretty face flushed a deep crimson spreading to the tips of her ears, and she unconsciously held her breath for a moment. She lowered her gaze, not daring to meet Lin Che's eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, buzz laden with obvious nervousness. Yes. Your Excellency. Lin Che's smile deepened at her shyness. He naturally reached out his warm palm, gently holding her cool, tender hand, and said softly, since we are now Dao partners, from now on call me husband. Husband. The maiden called out as instructed, her voice trembling with uncertainty. She raised her watery eyes to look at him. Her bashful appearance stirred something in Lin Che's heart. Without further words, he took her soft hand and led her into the room, heading straight for the innermost bedchamber. The door silently closed behind them, shutting out the outside world. Before long, faint, suppressed murmurs could be heard intermittently, as the spiritual energy within the room gently undulated and intertwined like spring water. An indescribable atmosphere filled the air. The next morning, a ray of golden sunlight filtered through the delicate carved window, spilling into the bedchamber, casting a warm glow over the couple sleeping in each other's arms. Lin Che slowly awoke from deep sleep, the memories of the previous night's passion flooding back. He lowered his head to look at Wang Lingsu still nestled in his embrace. In the morning light, her honey-colored skin shone with a soft luster. Her eyelashes rested quietly, and her cheeks still bore the lingering flush of the night before, like newly bloomed peach blossoms, tender and captivating. Beneath the brocade quilt, the graceful curves of her figure stirred the imagination. He involuntarily caught his breath, and a familiar stirring surged from deep within him. However, the sight of her peaceful, exhausted, sleeping face instantly calmed him. He suppressed the surging thoughts, moved his body with extreme gentleness, draped on the scattered clothes, and quietly left the room. Having experienced intimacy for the first time, coupled with a day and night of pleasure, the maiden needed ample rest. As a foundation establishment cultivator with a robust physique honed by the 9 cycles golden body, Lin Che felt refreshed and energetic without any fatigue. He went directly to the study adjoining the bedchamber, sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, calmed his mind, and began to circulate the myriad beast worship art, guiding his true essence through the weekly cycles. At the same time, he kept a thread of divine sense focused on the maiden's movements. It was not until the sun was high, nearing noon, that Wang Lingsu finally stirred awake. Her long lashes fluttered a few times. She opened her drowsy eyes, still carrying the languor and confusion of waking, and blankly surveyed the unfamiliar bedchamber that was filled with another person's presence. Almost the moment she opened her eyes, Lin Che sensed it. He immediately withdrew from his meditative state, ceased his practice, and walked steadily into the bedchamber. Seeing Lin Che's figure appear at the doorway, Wang Lingsu was momentarily stunned. Then the vivid images of the previous night, enough to make anyone blush, flooded her mind. Her cheeks instantly burned again, and she instinctively wanted to pull the quilt over herself. But in her bright eyes, besides the lingering shyness, there was also a natural closeness and dependence. Lin Che walked to the bedside and sat down naturally. He reached out and gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair on her forehead. Awake. His voice was low and tender. Rest a little longer. I'll go get you something to eat. Wang Lingsu hid half her face in the soft brocade quilt, leaving only her moist eyes looking at him. Her reply was soft and delicate, full of a maiden's shyness. Lin Che pondered for a moment, then took out a warm, smooth jade slip from his storage pouch and placed it in her hand. Since you have entered the Lin family, you can cultivate our core technique, the myriad beasts art. This is a beast-taming method that is not limited by spiritual root attributes. You have a water spiritual root, so switching to this technique will not be a hindrance. Wang Lingsu possessed a mid-grade water spiritual root, which was not considered top tier. However, Lin Che himself bore a sacred spiritual root of extraordinary bloodline, so the children they would have would certainly not be ordinary. Therefore, Lin Che did not dwell on this matter. As for why he only imparted the myriad beasts art rather than the higher-grade myriad beast worship art, it was still due to Lin Che's ingrained caution. A heavenly grade technique was a method that directly pointed to the realm of tribulation, transcendence, and ascension. Not to mention in Chuyang City, even among the top forces of the southern domain that had divine transformation cultivators, it would be a core inheritance enough to invite countless bloody conflicts. With the Lin family being newly established, and with shallow foundations, any leak of such information would invite catastrophic disaster. Although they had become Dao partners, they had only known each other for a short time. He still needed time to observe and build trust. For Wang Lingsu at the Qi refining stage, the myriad beasts art was more than sufficient. Once she reached foundation establishment, and their mutual trust was more solid, he could impart the higher techniques without delay. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, it was already the first day of the 8th lunar month. Today marked the grand opening of the Lin family's tavern by Weizhai. The shop was not established at a new location. Instead, it directly repurposed the Wang family's former spirit wine shop on the secondary thoroughfare of Chuyang City's commercial district. This move allowed them to leverage the Wang family's existing customer base. However, the interior and exterior of the shop had been completely transformed. Determined to highlight a sense of newness, Lin Che was resolved to carry this innovation to the utmost. The street-facing wall was entirely removed, replaced by specially crafted clear crystalline floor-to-ceiling windows polished so brightly that they gleamed like mirrors, frequently drawing the gazes of passers-by. To the right of the entrance, a dazzling glass display case was installed by the windows. Within it, meticulously designed preservation arrays and gentle breeze arrays were engraved, ensuring the braised delicacies remained pristine while emitting their irresistible aroma in wisps. Most ingeniously, the display case featured a specially designed takeout window, allowing pedestrians to purchase directly without entering the store. Extremely convenient. Wandering cultivators on the street needed only a single glance to clearly see the myriad of colorful braised meats within the case. The shop's interior layout was equally unconventional. Lin Che boldly adopted an open kitchen design. A massive black iron cauldron for braising was placed prominently in the hall. The moment the spirit fire beneath it was lit, the richly fragrant braising liquid within began to release its aroma. A powerful aroma-converging array continuously channeled this intense blend of meat and spices toward the street. Lin Che's objective was clear. He wanted this unique, braised aroma to envelop the entire street, becoming an irresistible temptation that any cultivator passing by would inevitably smell. Promotional efforts had already been set in motion. Half a month earlier, when the shop began its renovations, Lin Che instructed the Wang family to start generating buzz. The former steward of the spirit wine shop stood daily outside the renovation barriers. Whenever a regular customer inquired, he would enthusiastically inform them about the new shop's opening. Large-scale promotion began 3 days prior. Lin Che hired dozens of articulate wandering cultivators to distribute exquisitely designed flyers at major gathering spots in Chuyang City. The flyers featured not only the name, Bai Weizhai, unique interior images of the shop, detailed address, and opening time, but also prominently highlighted the promotional activities for the grand opening. This novel method of distributing flyers immediately caused a stir within the city. People eagerly passed them around, discussing them animatedly. Moreover, since a considerable number of cultivators were already closely monitoring the Lin family's movements, the news that the Lin family intended to run their own spirit food tavern spread like wings, quickly reaching all of Chuyang City and its surrounding areas. Many wandering cultivators, upon seeing the distinctive shop decor and the unprecedented style of braised delicacies on the flyers, grew curious and resolved to come and see the novelty for themselves. Of course, it was the highly enticing opening event that truly drew the crowds. On opening day, the first 200 customers, upon purchasing any spirit wine, would receive 1 gene of spiritual cuisine for free. In this perilous frontier region, the majority of wandering cultivators made a living by hunting beasts, spending their days amidst blood and danger, their nerves perpetually taut. After returning from a beast hunt, buying a flask of spirit wine to drink, using the mild intoxication to dispel fatigue and soothe the mind, was almost a necessary part of their routine to adjust their state and aid cultivation. Therefore, the wandering cultivators here were accustomed to drinking. With such an opportunity to obtain free spiritual cuisine, they were naturally delighted to join the excitement. Whether they would become regular customers in the future was another matter. The news, swift as the wind, quickly reached the ears of the major families in Chuyang City. These entrenched local powers, each possessing intricate intelligence networks, were already well aware of the Zhou family's recent efforts to block and suppress the Lin family's channels for selling spirit beast meat. They saw this as an opportune moment to gauge the strength of the newly arrived Lin family, to see what methods they possessed and how they would respond to the Zhou family's relentless pressure. Among them, the Zhao family reacted most fiercely upon learning the general situation of the Lin family. When they discovered that the Lin family, who had snatched the development rights to Suishing Lake, was likely just a hollow shell, with only Lin Che alone, a surge of fury at being deceived spread among the Zhao family's upper echelons. Within the family's council hall, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. "We spent years of painstaking effort laying our plans, mobilized countless resources and connections, and were frightened off by a solitary man. Recalling how initially wary of the opponent's possibly profound background, they had hesitated to exert full pressure, ultimately watching helplessly as Lin Che established a foothold at Suishing Lake. The frustration of missing an opportunity due to excessive caution was palpable. Although they later found a better opportunity at Haichi Marsh, temporarily setting the matter aside, the humiliation had never truly faded. Now learning that the opponent was merely putting on a bluff, the Zhao family felt their faces burning as if slapped by an invisible hand. How can we not avenge this insult and the theft of our spiritual land? From the seat of honor, Zhao family patriarch Zhao Wenyuan's eyes were cold and sharp, his voice low and icy. A wandering cultivator from who knows which obscure corner dares to snatch food from our Zhao family's mouth. If we don't teach him a severe lesson, how can the Zhao family continue to stand in Chuyang City? Exactly. They must pay the price. Yes, and perhaps we can even reclaim Suishing Lake. Amid the heated discussions between the elders and Zhao Wenyuan, a plan targeting the Lin family began to take shape, awaiting only the right moment to be set in motion. In stark contrast to the Zhao family's indignation, the Zhou family, upon hearing the news, was filled with condescending disdain. Within the Zhou family's council hall, patriarch Zhou Wanhong listened to his clansman's report, a sardonic smile curling on his plump face. Slowly savoring the warm spirit wine in his cup, he sneered, "This Lin family. Could they be so desperate that they're grasping at straws? They actually delude themselves into thinking they can break the deadlock by opening a tavern on territory our Zhou family has operated for years. How naively ridiculous." He set down his cup, his gaze sweeping over the core clan members present, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. "When our Zhou family first arrived here, how many insolent fools relying on a few spirit chefs dared to challenge us? And what was the result? Whether those minor families or the taverns under the banner of other Foundation establishment forces, in the end, which one didn't suffer a crushing defeat before our Zhou family's inherited culinary arts? Those who knew better long ago adopted our Zhou family's spirit chefs and dutifully paid their dues. As for those obstinate ones who refused to use our chefs, where are they now? What does the Lin family have? They can't even muster a few decent clansmen. Can they conjure a master spirit chef out of thin air? That's pure fantasy." Exactly. They make all this flashy fuss, but in the end, doesn't it all come down to taste? Throughout the Zhou family, no one took the Lin family's seemingly desperate struggle seriously. They were merely waiting to watch a farce unfold. On the first day of the 8th month, before the auspicious hour had arrived, the street outside Baiwei Zhai was already bustling with noise. Wandering cultivators who had heard the news crowded the area in front of the shop, the air thick with chatter and curious inquiries. Among these onlookers were also many individuals with varied expressions and steady auras. Some stood alone in the shadows of street corners, others gathered in 2s and 3s by the windows of the tea house across the street. These were the stewards and informants stationed by the major families of Chuyang City in their local shops. Outwardly appearing leisurely, their gazes discreetly swept over every detail of the shop, from the array patterns on the windows to the demeanor of the clerks inside, leaving nothing unnoticed. Zhou Wanhai, the steward of the Zhou family's spirit beast shop in Chuyang City, stood with arms crossed, smiling as he watched the bustling crowd, a faintly mocking smile tugging at his lips. Not far away, a Zhao family spy squinted, fingers unconsciously rubbing together as if calculating something. This ordinarily unremarkable side street now felt exceptionally crowded, yet fraught with undercurrents. All eyes were fixed on the red cloth covering the shop's new signboard, awaiting the moment of its official unveiling. Inside Baiwei Zhai, Wang Yanqi paced restlessly, his gaze repeatedly sweeping over every detail of the shop. In the crystal display case, various braised meats were neatly arranged by category, their colors enticing. In the center, the large black iron pot of braising liquid emitted a mouth-watering aroma. On the wine racks, the Wang family's specially brewed spiritual wines were orderly arranged, awaiting customer selection. Outside the shop, a crowd bustled, curious eyes constantly peering through the crystal window. Thinking of Lin Che and trusting the entire opening ceremony to him, Wang Yanqi's palms were slightly sweating, fearing any mistake that would betray that trust. Beside him, Lu Yunzhou was equally focused, carefully checking every detail. To safeguard the recipe's secrecy, all braised meats were prepared within the Lin family's territory. The pot of braising liquid in the shop was merely for attracting customers and was specially infused with several types of spiritual plants that did not affect the flavor but prolonged the aroma. The daily task of escorting the braised meats fell on his shoulders, and on this opening day, he was doubly vigilant. Wang Yanqi made another round of inspection, confirmed everything was in order, then took out an exquisite time disc artifact from his bosom. When the hour hand was about to point to the hour of C, he took a deep breath and turned to Lu Yunzhou. "Attendant Lu, the auspicious hour is near. Should we prepare for the opening?" The address, attendant, made Lu Yunzhou start slightly, and he hurriedly returned a respectful salute. "Senior, just call me Yunzhou." The family head has long instructed that all matters today are entirely under your authority. He was well aware of his position. After all, he was merely a guest elder of the Lin family, while the other's daughter was now the matriarch. Naturally, he would not act presumptuously. Wang Yinchi took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in his heart. His gaze swept over the two Wang family disciples who were already prepared, and his voice was steady and forceful. The auspicious hour has arrived. Ignite. The two clansmen moved in response. Spiritual light flickered at their fingertips as they ignited the spirit fire beneath the stove. Orange-red flames leaped cheerfully. As the temperature gradually rose, the specially prepared braising liquid in the pot began to gently roil, and an indescribable complex aroma slowly rose with the steam. Wang Yinchi did not dare to delay. He immediately formed a hand seal and activated the aroma-diffusing array arranged within the shop. The faint sound of the array's operation was almost drowned out by the next outburst of noise. The originally restrained aroma seemed to break free, transforming into a visible pale golden mist of fragrance that surged out like a tidal wave, instantly penetrating the crystal window and sweeping through the entire street. Even earlier, when the tempting braised delicacies were placed in the display case, the gathered wandering cultivators could no longer contain their curiosity and began discussing, "Look, that bright red glossy one, is it the meat of the Xuanxiu hooded pig? The color alone makes one's mouth water. And those beside are chicken feet and duck webs. And those organ meats. Can these things be made into spiritual delicacies? What are those bright red ones? They look so appetizing." Various guesses and discussions brewed among the crowd. But when the overpowering aroma rushed in, all the chatter fell silent, replaced by the sound of swallowing. What is this fragrance? So aromatic. My heavens. It's coming from that big pot. Wait. Those braised goods in the display case are also emitting fragrance. A wandering cultivator spoke while unconsciously swallowing saliva, his eyes fixed on the shop. In the corner, Li Yinqing of the talisman-making Li family leisurely strolled over to his old friend, a playful smile on his face. "Fatty Zhou, what do you think? Can you discern anything?" Zhou Wanhai's round face was full of disdain. He sneered, "Playing tricks. With these lowly scraps, they dare to sell them. I bet they won't last 7 days before closing down." Li Yinqing took in the other's arrogant demeanor and couldn't help recalling Lin Che's composed figure on the arena back then. He stroked his long beard and said leisurely, "Then I'll bet you 200 spirit stones. Then you're going to lose," Zhou Wanhai said with full confidence. But before his words faded, the rich, braised aroma enhanced by the array surged in like a towering wave. This aroma was simply too overwhelming, too tempting. Li Yinqing and Zhou Wanhai exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. As Foundation establishment cultivators, their 5 senses were far more acute than ordinary people's. At this moment, they felt the aroma permeating everywhere, stirring up the gluttony in their stomachs, and they couldn't help but secretly swallow. Especially Zhou Wanhai. His Zhou family had been in the spiritual delicacy business for generations, and he prided himself on knowing the aromas of all ingredients under heaven. Yet this fragrance before him completely exceeded his understanding. It was a complex aroma with extremely rich layers, both the mellow depth of spices and the savory freshness of meat with a hint of faint herbal clarity, all blending into one overwhelmingly dominant. This was definitely no ordinary product. Zhou Wanhai's face instantly darkened. His plump fingers unconsciously clenched his sleeve. He realized that things seemed to have completely exceeded his expectations. When the hour accurately pointed to the hour of C, the tightly closed doors of Baiwei Zhai slowly opened under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Wang Yinchi adjusted his collar, a warm, yet composed smile blooming on his face. He cupped his hands in salute to the bustling crowd outside, his voice clear and resonant. "The auspicious hour has arrived. I declare that Baiwei Zhai is officially open for business today. Welcome fellow cultivators to enter the shop and taste the unique spiritual delicacies, appetizers for wine." With that, he solemnly turned around and personally removed the red silk hanging above the lintel, revealing the 3 golden characters, Baiwei Zhai, in flowing calligraphy shimmering brilliantly in the morning light. To thank all fellow cultivators for your patronage today, the first 200 customers who purchase any spiritual wine will receive a free ½ kilogram of our specially made appetizers. Before his words had even faded, the crowd that had been waiting for a long time immediately stirred, eagerly forming a long line. At the front of the line was an elderly man with a weathered face at the 6th level of Qi refining. He was a spiritual plant master who had long settled in Chuyang City and was a long-time regular customer of the Wang family's wine shop. "Brother Yinwan, hurry. Quickly pour me a jug of spirit grain burn. My mouth has been so bland these days." He eagerly handed over his wine flask, but his eyes were firmly fixed on the tempting red-colored braised goods in the crystal display case, as if attracted by a magnet. "Coming right up, Brother Chun. Wait a moment." The original shop manager Wang Yinwan responded with a smile, deftly filling a jug with clear spirit grain burn. "Half a gene, that'll be 3 low-grade spirit stones." At the same time, he handed over a small plate of carefully assorted braised meats, 3 kinds on the plate, exuding an enticing aroma. This is a complimentary appetizer. Try it, brother. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Good. Just smelling this aroma, I can't stop my mouth from watering. The old man paid the spirit stones, readily carried his wine and dish, and almost trotted to find a seat in the shop. He eagerly picked up a slice of braised pig ear, thin as a cicada's wing and trembling, and put it into his mouth. As his teeth gently closed, the unique, crisp and bouncy texture and the savory, rich braised flavor exploded in his mouth. The old man's clouded eyes suddenly lit up with astonishing brilliance. Wonderful, he exclaimed indistinctly, then quickly raised his wine jug and took a big gulp. The warm spiritual wine slid down his throat, perfectly washing away the richness of the braised flavor. The two collided and blended between his lips and teeth, giving rise to an even more delightful taste, making him squint with pleasure, his face full of bliss. No wonder it's called an appetizer for wine. The wine and the dish complement each other perfectly. This is a true match made in heaven. I've lived to this age, yet this is the first time I've tasted such a perfectly paired spiritual delicacy for drinking. The second in line was a young cultivator with a burly build and rugged features, dressed in a short martial outfit. His muscles knotted. His gaze was also firmly attracted by the braised dishes in the display case, but when his eyes swept over the price board hanging above, he couldn't help but freeze. This price? Is it real? He looked up in disbelief at Wang Yinduan. This question immediately drew the attention of the people queuing behind. They all looked at the price board, and then a chorus of gasps and exclamations arose. Did I see it wrong? It's more than 70% cheaper than the spiritual delicacies in ordinary shops. With such aroma and appearance they sell at this price. Is Bai Weizhai doing charity? If the taste is really this good, I'll definitely come every day from now on. Wang Yinduan faced the crowd's astonishment, his smile unwavering, and nodded affirmatively. Fellow cultivators, you are not mistaken. This is the store's actual price. The foundation of Bai Weizhai is to benefit our customers and fellow Taoists. May I ask what this fellow cultivator needs? Hearing this, the burly cultivator waved his hand generously. Give me a jug of your best spiritual wine. If these appetizers are as tasty as they smell, half a kilogram won't be enough to fill my teeth. You're generous, fellow. The best in our shop is the first-grade superior red flame wine. 1 jug costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. I'll take a jug. The burly man strode into the shop and sat down. When the wine and dish arrived, he unhesitatingly picked up a piece of the brightest red, oily, and chili seed-covered spicy rabbit meat and stuffed it whole into his mouth. In an instant, an explosive spiciness like fire swept across his taste buds, followed by an indescribable complex aroma filling his entire mouth. SSS, huh? Powerful. Aromatic. He sucked in cool air from the spiciness, his face full of excitement, grabbed the wine jug, and tilted his head to gulp a large mouthful of red flame wine. The wine was extremely strong, rolling down his throat like a line of fire, colliding with the dominant spiciness in his mouth, as if igniting a flame inside his body. His burly frame shuddered, and he let out a satisfying roar. Great. Damn, that's satisfying. Boss, give me another 2 gene of this spicy rabbit meat. No, 3 gene. His loud voice echoed through the shop, filled with immense satisfaction and boldness. This heartfelt praise, like a spark thrown into a pan of oil, instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the diners queuing behind. The line advanced noticeably faster, with people buying spiritual wine and eagerly collecting their complimentary appetizers to taste. For a moment, there was not an empty seat in the shop. Exclamations, clinking glasses, and shouts for more dishes rose and fell. Many, after tasting the complimentary portion, still wanted more and immediately made additional purchases. Even more, when leaving satisfied, did not forget to specially pack a portion to enjoy later in the evening. Even the stewards and spies from various major families who had mingled in the crowd forgot their original mission of investigation. One by one, they were conquered by this unprecedented flavor, indulging in the wine and dishes. Only after they had eaten and drunk their fill did they suddenly wake up, hastily packing several portions of the special braised goods and rushing off to return to their families to report. Zhou Wanhai also entered the shop with a sullen face, following the crowd and ordered a set meal. When the layered, mellow, and dominant braised aroma, blending dozens of spices, fully bloomed in the mouth of this spiritual delicacy expert, his expression became extremely ugly. He was all too aware of the devastating impact that such a unique flavor combined with such a low price would bring. The Lin family. He put down his chopsticks, looking at the bustling scene in the shop, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. You really have been underestimated. Hidden among the crowd, Lin Che, wearing an ordinary-looking face, took in the grand scene before Bai Weizhai. When he saw the satisfied expressions of the diners, an uncontrollable smile of relief quietly spread from the depths of his eyes. It succeeded. The huge stone that had been hanging in his heart finally settled firmly. This was a crucial step for the family's foothold and subsequent development, and even though he was usually composed, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Now witnessing this booming scene of demand exceeding supply, that hidden worry finally dissipated. He had not shown his true face this time, not only to personally verify the opening's success, but also to secretly observe the reactions of all parties. Seeing the other's forced composure that could not hide his livid face, Lin Che could almost hear the sound of the other's calculations shattering. A cold, amused smile flickered across his face. "Hell, what's the hurry?" he murmured inwardly, as if holding a silent conversation with the distant Zhou Wanhai. This is just the beginning. Seeing that the business of Bai Weizhai had stabilized with streams of customers and endless praise, Lin Che felt greatly relieved. According to his promise to Wang Lingsu before leaving, he deliberately fetched 3 jugs of her favorite spirit wine, then turned and departed. With unhurried steps, he entered the magnificently decorated Zhou family spirit beast shop in Chuyang City. Inside, spiritual light shimmered, and various spirit beast eggs were displayed on warm jade platforms, flowing with iridescent luster. Lin Che's gaze was sharp as lightning. Seemingly scanning casually, he was already secretly activating the system's investigative power. Invisible ripples swept over each spirit beast egg, revealing the life meridian's bloodline potential, and even the crucial gender within, leaving no secrets under the system's scrutiny. Soon he pinpointed 2 wind-chasing spirit horse eggs with pure bloodlines and vibrant vitality. In this realm, all spirit beasts, once they reached a rank regardless of race or form, were all oviparous, none viviparous. Such a heavenly rule was indeed peculiar. And this precisely gave Lin Che's system ability a new application, enabling him to peer inside the eggshell, discern the inner secrets, and accurately distinguish male from female. To monopolize the market, the Zhou family sold only male adult wind-chasing spirit horses, never allowing Mares to leave. Fortunately, they sold spirit beast eggs, and seemed to have no effective means to distinguish gender during the oviparous stage. Although the spirit beasts inside the eggs had their essence affected by the Zhou family's secret arts, rendering them incapable of natural reproduction, this blind spot in gender differentiation became a loophole that Lin Che cleverly exploited. For several months, Lin Che would take time each week, either coming to Chuyang City or going to Tongxin Market, changing his appearance and patronizing different Zhou family shops. Each time he cautiously bought only 1 or 2 eggs, never more, without arousing the slightest suspicion from the Zhou family. Counting carefully, including today's 2, he had quietly gathered 14 female eggs. Through the system's power, he could elevate their bloodline to the 2nd grade middle rank, transforming them into wind-treading spirit horses and fully repairing their bodies. In due time, by breeding these 14 high-quality Mares with his stallion, the Lin family would be able to possess a herd of wind-treading spirit horses. As a beast-taming family with long-term ambitions, the cultivation of food-type spirit beasts was merely the first step in accumulating a foundation. What truly determined the family's strength and breadth of financial resources were tool-type and combat-type spirit beasts. Among them, spirit horses with wide applicability and stable market demand were undoubtedly an excellent choice. This move would not only satisfy the family's internal needs, but also enable them to seize this market from the Zhou family. This plan Lin Che had already discreetly set in motion. Putting the 2 spirit beast eggs into his spirit beast pouch, Lin Che did not linger. After paying the spirit stones, he turned and left with a calm expression, departing Chuyang City, and mounted his flying sword, heading straight towards Suishing Lake, cutting through the air. Lin family's Suishing Lake. Wang Lingsu had just finished inspecting the eastern spirit beast garden when she spotted Lu Qingxue standing alone by the lake from afar. The young girl's slender figure appeared especially frail in the morning light. Her eyes, always cool and aloof, were now fixedly staring in the direction of Chuyang City. Although her face still wore its usual frosty expression, Wang Lingsu keenly caught a hint of unconcealed worry between her brows. Seeing this, Wang Lingsu's lips curled slightly. She walked forward casually, took a delicate wine flask from her waist, and gently shook it before Lu Qingxue. "Qingxue, little sister, would you like a sip?" "Don't worry, with the unique flavor of our appetizers, the business will absolutely not be bad." Hearing Wang Lingsu's voice, Lu Qingxue snapped back to reality. Seeing the wine flask offered, a flicker of awkwardness passed through her eyes, which was quickly concealed. She respectfully bowed. "Greetings, mistress. Qingxue still has to patrol the territory and cannot drink. Thank you for your kind offer." That fleeting awkwardness did not escape Wang Lingsu's eyes. Although her nature was straightforward, her mind was very delicate. Over the past half-month, she had been quietly observing every aspect of the Lin family, from the family's operations to the temperament of each guest elder, carefully studying them. And this young girl before her, only 24 years old, yet already at the 8th level of Qi refining, possessing a top-grade ice spirit root, was the one that most concerned her. Compared to her own cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refining at 26, Lu Qingxue's talent was truly astounding. But what concerned Wang Lingsu more was that during this period of observation, she had vaguely sensed that this ice-cold girl seemed to harbor a special admiration for her husband. Since marrying into the Lin family, she had truly come to understand the family's current situation. It turned out that her husband had built everything from scratch with no blood relatives except for a few guest elders. Since she had become a part of the Lin family, she naturally had to plan for the family's future. Spreading branches and continuing the lineage was undoubtedly the most urgent matter at hand. These days she and her husband had been intimately together day and night. During dual cultivation, she deliberately did not refine the essence, hoping to bear a child for the Lin family as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the cultivation gap between foundation establishment and she refining made this matter impossible to rush. In that case, why not find several suitable Dao partners for her husband? The Lu Qingxue before her, in terms of both talent and character, was an excellent choice. Thinking this, Wang Lingsu decided to be straightforward. With a gentle smile, she said, "Qingxue, could it be that you also have feelings for the family head?" These words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Lu Qingxue's heart. She caught her breath, but forcefully maintained her usual cold demeanor on her face. "Mistress is joking. Qingxue still has important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." Saying this, she turned to leave. Wang Lingsu, watching her reaction, found it amusing and added, "Qingxue, little sister, I am serious. What the Lin family needs most now is to have many descendants. If you truly like the family head, I have no objection at all. If needed, I can even help you connect the two." These words made Lu Qingxue's steps even faster, almost fleeing in panic. Watching her hastily retreating figure, Wang Lingsu couldn't help but chuckle. She never expected that the usually ice-cold young girl could have such an embarrassed and adorable side. With this thought in mind, she turned her mind and walked toward the direction of the spirit herb garden, intending to check on Su Wanwan's situation. Lu Qingxue almost ran away from the spot until she turned a corner around a dense cluster of spirit plants, confirming she was completely out of Wang Lingsu's sight. Then she slowed down. She leaned against an ancient tree, breathing slightly, but her heart was like a lake disturbed by a thrown stone, unable to calm down. She began to truly face the question that Wang Lingsu had bluntly asked. Did she really like Lin Che? Admiration was beyond doubt. Back then, above Suishing Lake, the figure standing on his flying sword, full of spirit and ambition, the heroic passion for founding a legacy, and the composed demeanor of controlling the whole situation had long been deeply engraved in her heart. Also, when she was severely injured, he used precious second-grade spiritual herbs without stint to heal her. That casual care and attention turned into a warm current, and whenever she recalled it, it caused gentle ripples in her frozen heart lake. He was like a sudden beam of light shining into her originally somewhat gray world, bright and warm, dazzling. When she heard about the Wang family's marriage proposal, the instant stutter of her heartbeat and the indescribable loss now told her the answer with crystal clarity. Yes, she cared. She liked Lin Che. Just as her heart was surging and thoughts in turmoil, a familiar sword light swept from the horizon and landed precisely before her. Lin Che put away his flying sword, his face wearing a rare, unconcealed joy. "Qingxue," his voice was hearty, carrying a calming power. "Are you worried about the shop's business? You can rest assured. Our appetizers have become an instant hit, with demand exceeding supply. I have also arranged the transportation matters with the cloud boat. I sent 3 iron-armored crocodile turtles to escort. Even if trouble arises, their defensive capabilities can hold out until we arrive." "That's good," the girl replied softly, her eyes still lowered, as if afraid to meet his gaze. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her heart clearly still in turmoil. However, the next moment, as if she had made some decision, she suddenly lifted her head. Those eyes, always cold as a deep pool, now burned with unprecedented fervor and determination, her fair cheeks flushed with a moving blush. In a clear and urgent tone, even with a hint of burning bridges, she said word by word, "Family head. I like you. Please become my Dao partner." This sudden confession stunned Lin Che on the spot. His mind went blank for a moment, almost doubting he was hallucinating. When he came to his senses, meeting the girl's eyes filled with expectation, nervousness, yet unwavering determination, and feeling her unmistakable, violently fluctuating aura, and the heartbeat almost leaping out of her chest, he was sure he had not misheard. Facing this sudden, bold, and straightforward confession, the astonishment on Lin Che's face gradually turned into an extremely gentle smile. Thoughts raced through his mind over the months of interaction. Lu Qingxue's character was tenacious, her nature kind, and she cultivated diligently. From every aspect, she was flawless. Her appearance was even more ethereally beautiful, as if carved from ice and snow. For the public, with the family aiming to grow and prosper, expanding the lineage was fundamental. Having one more excellent Dao partner would bring nothing but benefits to the Lin family. For the private, facing such a genuine admirer, how could he not be moved? Thinking this, Lin Che hesitated no longer. He stepped forward naturally and firmly took the girl's cool, slender jade hand, feeling her instantly quickened heartbeat and slight tremor. His gaze was calm and solemn, looking into her eyes, his voice steady and forceful. I have received your feelings. I promise you from today onward you Lu Qingxue are my Lin Che's Tao partner. On the long road ahead we will share joys and sorrows and walk hand in hand. This solemn promise was like a spring breeze, instantly melting all the girl's unease and anxiety. An indescribable immense joy surged in her heart, dispelling her usual coldness. A very faint but utterly genuine smile bloomed on her face like ice and snow melting spring returning to the earth. She firmly gripped his hand back, her voice soft, but with rock-like determination. Lu Qingxue will never betray your heart in this life. Lin Che smiled, took her hand, and they both stepped onto the flying sword. With a flash of sword light, they soared into the air and returned directly to the quiet courtyard on the island in the lake. This is our home, Lin Che said, pointing to the courtyard. The rear wing rooms are all empty. You can choose anyone to live in. They all have spirit gathering arrays. You can activate them when cultivating. Just then Wang Lingsu's figure appeared at the courtyard gate. Her gaze swept over their tightly clasped hands. She was momentarily stunned, then a knowing and teasing smile rippled in her eyes as she looked mischievously at Lu Qingxue, whose face showed embarrassment, and even her neck blushed pink. Without speaking in jest, she only secretly transmitted to Lin Che, "Husband, keep it up." Then she walked briskly through the inner courtyard, returned to her room in the back, leaving a meaningful silhouette. Seeing this scene combined with the girl's extremely shy but not worried expression, Lin Che immediately understood. These two must have communicated before, and Wang Lingsu not only did not oppose, but was happy to see it happen. This dispelled the last trace of concern in his heart about harmony in the household. He tightened his grip on the soft hand in his led her, and walked steadily into the main room of the inner courtyard, his own bedroom. As the door slowly closed, shutting out everything outside. Before long, faint spiritual energy fluctuations and subtle sounds emanated from within. What surprised Lin Che quite a bit was that the usually cold young girl in his arms now showed a completely different, almost clumsy, but extremely fervent response. Time flowed like a fleeting steed glimpsed through a crack, and before long 8 months had passed. Deep within the azure mystery secret realm at the core of the fourth-tier spirit vein, spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized, swirling like mist and smoke. Lin Che sat cross-legged atop the spirit spring, his eyes tightly shut, his mind fully immersed within his body, observing the scene in his dantian. If an outsider were to witness the sight within his dantian, they would surely be astounded, deeming it a marvel beyond mortal comprehension. An ordinary foundation establishment initial stage cultivator would have only a shallow pool of liquid spiritual energy in their dantian, with a maximum of 1,000 drops of liquid true essence. Yet in Lin Che's dantian, the vast true essence had vaguely coalesced into a shimmering lake of liquid spiritual energy. A full 3,000 drops of liquid true essence slowly swirled and flowed within, intermingling, emitting an awe-inspiring spiritual pressure. This was the astonishing result he had achieved at the foundation establishment stage after sparing no effort to temper his body for 10 years and forge an unblemished Tao foundation. Finally, I have reached the limit. Lin Che observed the dantian that was so full it even transmitted a swelling, stabbing pain, and an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up in his heart. 3,000 drops of true essence. This was the utmost limit that his foundation establishment initial stage cultivation could bear. The entire dantian energy sea was packed full, leaving not a single gap. Today was the day he would break through to foundation establishment middle stage. At his mental command, the profound 10,000 beast homage art began to circulate with full force, and the calm lake of spiritual energy in his dantian suddenly erupted. The 3,000 drops of true essence were drawn by an invisible force, frenziedly compressing and spinning. A low hum emanated from within his body, echoing through the tranquil secret realm. All the pores on his body opened wide like countless miniature whirlpools, greedily devouring the vast amounts of pure spiritual energy supplied by the fourth-tier spirit vein. This spiritual energy was rapidly refined like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, continuously pouring into the violently changing dantian energy sea. Pain instantly surged like a tidal wave. It was not a sharp tearing pain, but an extreme sense of pressure, as if being repeatedly crushed and ground by a 1,000-pound boulder originating from the very depths of life. Each drop of true essence collided and squeezed violently in the high-speed rotation, and the subtle impurities within were mercilessly stripped away and expelled, turning into faint gray mist that rose from the biwi acupoint on his crown. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet beneath his tightly shut eyelids his gaze revealed an unwavering determination, as firm as a rock. Compress. Compress further. A silent roar echoed in his heart, and the circulation speed of true essence suddenly climbed another level. The 3,000 drops of true essence began to visibly condense. 3,000 drops. 2,800. 2,500. The number of true essence drops sharply decreased, yet the lake of spiritual energy in his Dantian did not shrink or dry up. Instead, it became deeper and heavier, its color shifting from slightly mottled to pure and translucent. This was a process of removing the impure and preserving the pure, decreasing quantity while increasing quality. When the total amount of true essence was compressed to about 2,000 drops, the long-awaited qualitative change finally occurred. A thunderous roar that only his soul could perceive exploded at the core of his Dantian. At the center of the rapidly spinning whirlpool of spiritual liquid which seemed about to devour everything, a point of extremely pure, extremely condensed, dazzling light burst forth. The entire violent whirlpool suddenly halted, as if time had frozen. Then it began to rotate slowly in a more stable, more majestic posture, imbued with some mysterious Tao rhythm. The previously pervasive feeling of fullness and stabbing pain in his Dantian vanished, instantly replaced by an indescribable comfort and ethereality, as if he had broken free from a heavy shackle. A surge of power much purer and more vigorous than before flowed like a warm torrent through his limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of flesh, blood, and meridians. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of chaotic light passed through his pupils before returning to a profound calm, like an ancient well without ripples. His divine sense spread out naturally like liquid mercury, effortlessly covering every inch of land within a radius of 5 li. The textures of grass and trees, the flow of spiritual energy, all were clearly discernible down to the finest detail. Foundation establishment middle stage achieved. He carefully felt the 2,000 drops of refined, true essence within him, far superior in quality to before, and a hint of satisfaction curled at the corner of his mouth. The total amount seemed to have decreased by a third, but the sheer might and purity of the mana contained in each drop of true essence were more than twice what they were before. More importantly, his Dantian space had been greatly expanded during this breakthrough. He could clearly perceive that his Dantian could now hold a staggering 15,000 drops of true essence. This was nearly 3 times the capacity of an ordinary foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, even comparable to some late-stage cultivators. The range of his divine sense also reached more than twice that of a cultivator at the same stage. The great increase in soul strength brought by foundation establishment middle stage allowed him to control spells with even greater precision. And most crucially, upon reaching this stage, he had preliminarily acquired the ability to refine a life-bound artifact. For instance, the Azure Mystery Star Sword. He had only initially refined it, imprinting his spiritual mark and activating it with incantations. If he could refine it as a life-bound artifact, he could store it in his Dantian, nourishing and tempering it day and night with his own true essence. Then with a single thought, the flying sword would respond with the utmost precision, like an extension of his own arm, its power and sentience incomparable to before. Letting out a slow breath of turbid air, Lin Che ended his inner observation. He was not alone on the lake island in the secret realm. During this period, not only had he been cultivating arduously, but his spirit beast had also been without any slack. The blazing heaven Saint Sparrow was not far from him, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy of the vein, while digesting the various fire-type spiritual objects she had consumed. She was surrounded by faint red-gold flames, her eyes closed, immersed in cultivation. She had not chosen to build a nest elsewhere in the secret realm, but as she had done for the past 10 years, stayed by Lin Che's side to cultivate together. The Azure Mystery Realm spirit curled up at the core location of the secret realm, where the void shadow mulberry had once grown, radiating mysterious spatial fluctuations and vibrant green wood-type energy. The Azure Mystery Realm spirit's aura had now reached the foundation establishment stage. After merging with the profound foundation of the void shadow mulberry, it did not rely on conventional cultivation, but continuously refined and absorbed the vast residual spiritual energy, gradually mastering the fundamental power of this secret realm. Thus its strength increased rapidly, climbing from the 5th layer of chi refining to the foundation establishment stage in just 1 year. His divine sense extended further, and he saw a group of river-covering crocodile turtles swimming leisurely in the star fragment lake, their bodies a full circle larger than the iron-armored crocodile turtles. The color of their shells had changed from dark brown to a deep, heavy bluish-black. The most notable change was in their tails. Their length had nearly doubled, covered with layers of dark blue heavy bone armor like shields, and the tip had evolved into a ferocious bone hammer resembling a siege ram, exuding power. Riding his flying sword, he rose into the air and skimmed over the lake, his gaze turning to the vast grassland. The wind-treading spirit horse herd was galloping freely there. Now Windtreader had become the undisputed horse king of the herd, majestic and peerless. He led 12 relatively smaller but equally swift maras galloping across the grassland in great delight. In the area designated for carnivorous spirit beasts, the 4 upgraded species lived carefree lives free from natural enemies. Among them, the yellow essence brocade chickens, evolved from the pearl white jade chickens, were the earliest to breed. The flock already had 5 fluffy, clever little chicks tottering about. Of the other three groups, the Cloud Dream Marsh Ducks evolved from the Azure Wave Green-headed ducks were likely to follow suit, probably starting to breed in about 2 months. The second-tier mid-grade Earth Element Spirit Pigs and Moonlight Spirit Rabbits, however, had not yet shown any signs. The higher the bloodline rank, the longer the breeding cycle of spirit beasts and the more difficult it was to produce offspring. This could not be hurried. Without pausing, Lin Che flew directly to the volcanic area in one corner of the secret realm. At the core of the scorching hot crater, violent fire attribute spiritual energy was surging into the blazing flame tiger like furious dragons. His eyes were tightly shut, his entire body wrapped in a layer of solid red flames. Beside him, a fiery red lotus surrounded by flames floated silently, being slowly absorbed for its pure fire spirit power. He was at a critical moment of bloodline transformation and advancement. Since the Lin family was in need of high-end combat power, Lin Che began planning a bloodline upgrade for the blazing flame tiger. Lin Che did not choose to directly use the system to upgrade his bloodline. Instead, he relied on a secret method from the Beast-Taming inheritance to assist the blazing flame tiger in advancing on its own. Considering that the system's bloodline upgrade for a single spirit beast could only take effect once, he decided to first help it reach the third-tier bloodline with his own efforts. When the time was right, he would consider using the system's power to strive for the fourth-tier bloodline, which could reach the nascent soul stage. This bloodline advancement for the blazing flame tiger was extremely rigorous, following a method recorded in the Beast-Taming inheritance that Lin Che could implement with his current resources. First, the core material was a third-tier Earth Core Fire Lotus, born in the depths of Earth Fire, having absorbed centuries of fire attribute essence. This lotus contained a trace of the purest and most explosive fire essence used to ignite the dormant bloodline source of the blazing flame tiger, burning away and purifying its blood impurities, thoroughly awakening the potential hidden deep within its bloodline. Second, he prepared 49 hearts of third-tier pure fire-type demon beasts. These hearts not only contained vast life essence, but also carried the most primal wildness and ferocity of their original owners. 1 heart per day, using their flesh and blood essence as fuel to continuously nourish and stimulate the blazing flame tiger's bloodline, enhancing its innate ferocity. This was the method to awaken and strengthen the faint trace of the ancient ferocious beast Xiongqi's bloodline within him. This was the most critical and dangerous step. For an entire month prior, Lin Che had arranged for the blazing Heaven Saint Sparrow to engage in actual combat with the blazing flame tiger daily. Through bloody battles, the blazing flame tiger was subjected to continuous high-pressure combat and life-and-death brinkmanship, maximizing the stimulation of its inherent ferocity and indomitable fighting spirit. This laid a solid foundation for the subsequent bloodline transformation, bringing its state to the peak. The volcanic earth vein in this area served as the energy cornerstone for the entire transformation process. The endless, pure, and domineering fire attribute energy was channeled and guided by formations, providing the energy needed for the blazing flame tiger to complete its life leap. Meanwhile, Lin Che had Su Wanwan refine a similar first-tier pill specifically for protecting meridians of spirit beasts, which was then upgraded to second-tier through the system's power. This pill could form a flexible protective layer within its meridians and Dantian maximally, resisting the backlash from the violent energies of the fire lotus essence, and the third-tier demon beast hearts, safeguarding its foundation and ensuring the advancement process proceeded with surprises but no danger. There was also a pill that could keep the blazing flame tiger free from being overtaken by baleful energy during advancement, ensuring clarity of mind. The entire transformation process would take 49 days without interruption for it to successfully complete the advancement. Lin Che carefully took a third-tier fire-type demon beast heart already prepared and upgraded via the system, and with his true essence, he precisely sent it into the scorching turbulent energy field surrounding the blazing flame tiger. As soon as the heart entered, it was entangled by strands of fire attribute energy, slowly dissolving, releasing pure flesh and blood essence, and the heart stopping baleful aura merging into the blazing flame tiger's body. After doing all this, Lin Che held his breath and concentrated once again, using his divine sense like threads to carefully examine the blazing flame tiger's life fluctuations and energy flow. Confirming that its state was stable, its aura, although violent yet within controllable range, and all steps were proceeding as expected without any deviation, he was finally somewhat relieved. The concealment and defensive formations on the secret chamber door faded silently, and Lin Che pushed open the door, stepping into the backyard with a leisurely stride. The morning light was just right, spilling over the meticulously tended flower beds. Wang Lingsu was gently raising her jade-like fingers, guiding the spiritual spring to carefully water the swaying spiritual flowers. Sensing the familiar presence behind her, she paused her hand gestures and turned around abruptly, a radiant smile blooming on her face. "Husband, you've emerged from seclusion." Her voice carried undisguised delight. When she focused her gaze, she immediately noticed that Lin Che's originally steady early foundation establishment aura had transformed, becoming deeper and more vast. She instantly understood what had happened. Her pretty face lit up with even more joy. She quickly put down her watering can and was about to greet him. Congratulations, husband, on successfully breaking through to mid-foundation establishment. Lin Che, seeing this, quickened his steps and naturally took her hand, while his other hand gently covered her slightly protruding belly, his movements full of concern. Mid-foundation establishment was just a natural progression, nothing special. His tone was gentle, his gaze resting on her abdomen. But how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? 5 months ago, under Lin Che's diligent cultivation, Wang Lingsu had finally conceived as she wished. Now her belly showed a clear curve and her figure had become slightly fuller. He, my husband, is the best. Wang Lingsu nestled into his embrace, lifting her face with eyes full of happiness. Don't worry, I've been very careful. I won't let anything happen to our child. Have you taken today's fetus-calming decoction? Lin Che asked softly. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingsu's face immediately fell, tinged with grievance. Not yet. Husband, I really want to drink spiritual wine. For the sake of her unborn child, she had endured 5 months without a drop of alcohol, which was sheer torment for her who loved drinking. Looking at his wife's pitiful eyes, Lin Che's heart softened. He gently stroked her hair and said warmly, "You must take the fetus-calming decoction on time. This decoction not only replenishes the mother's vital energy and blood, preventing any loss of your foundation that could affect your future path, but it also gently cleanses the fetus's meridians, laying a solid innate foundation. It is crucial." He paused and suggested, "After you drink it, I'll squeeze some fresh spiritual fruit juice for you, okay?" Though Wang Lingsu still looked reluctant, she knew what was important and nodded obediently. "All right, I'll listen to my husband." Lin Che looked up and gazed toward the room where Lu Qingxue lived. Seeing the door tightly shut, he probed with his spiritual sense and found it empty, so he asked in confusion, "Where is Qingxue? Why isn't she in her room?" At this mention, Wang Lingsu also dropped her playful expression and said seriously, "Sister Qingxue heard a few days ago that rumors about a beast-taming heritage had surfaced in the Chuyang region. Worried, she went out to investigate personally. I wanted to dissuade her, but she insisted on going." Lin Che's brow furrowed immediately, his face darkening. "This girl. I told her earlier to rest and take care of the baby and not to worry about clan affairs. She went out on her own again. When she comes back, I'll have a serious talk with her." It turned out that 3 months ago, Lu Qingxue had also been diagnosed as pregnant. Though her belly was not yet showing, and she could move freely, Lin Che had already told her to put aside her duties and rest quietly for safety. He hadn't expected that during his seclusion for breakthrough, she would go out again, which truly worried him. Wang Lingsu quickly soothed him. "Husband, don't be angry. Sister Qingxue only had the clan's best interests at heart. The matter of the beast-taming heritage is of great importance, so she couldn't help but worry." Lin Che sighed, his tone softening, but his concern remained. "I understand. I won't really blame her. But your safety and the safety of the unborn children are the most important things now. No heritage is more important than your well-being." He looked toward the courtyard gate, having made up his mind to have a proper discussion with Lu Qingxue when she returned. When Lu Qingxue returned to the courtyard on the lake island, she saw Lin Che standing silently in the center of the yard, his face as calm as water, his gaze peaceful as he looked at her, revealing neither joy nor anger. Lu Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. She hurried over, stretched out her slender jade-like hand, gently tugged at Lin Che's sleeve, and her voice carried a rare softness. "Patriarch, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you and acted on my own." As she spoke, she gently shook the sleeve of his robe. On her ordinarily cold, snow-like face, there was now a hint of endearing helplessness. Seeing her like this, most of Lin Che's anger born from worry instantly dissipated. He knew well that for Lu Qingxue, with her cold temperament, to make such an almost coquettish gesture of admitting fault was truly difficult for her. He sighed softly, then reached out and pulled the young woman into his embrace, his tone softening. "Forget it. I'm not really blaming you. You were thinking of the clan and eager to obtain information. After all, it's because our Lin family's foundation is still shallow and we lack reliable intelligence sources. Compared to the families that had been entrenched in this area for years with informants everywhere, the Lin family indeed had a weakness in this regard, needing time to make up for it." Meanwhile, Wang Lingsu, hearing the commotion in the yard, curiously pushed the door open a crack and happened to catch Lu Qingxue's rare coquettish display. She almost couldn't help laughing. "If you didn't listen to my good advice, now you're suffering." Her faint, barely suppressed laughter eventually alerted Lu Qingxue, who was still buried in Lin Che's arms. The young woman's ears flushed slightly, and she buried her face even deeper. "Puffed." Wang Lingsu could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Lin Che shot her a helpless glance. "Stop messing around. Come over and listen to the news Qingxue brought back." At the mention of serious matters, Lu Qingxue immediately lifted her head from Lin Che's embrace, her expression returning to its usual calm and focus. Patriarch, from what I've learned, the recent rumors about the beast-taming heritage all seem to be related to the Haichi swamp. According to reports, a rogue cultivator discovered an ancient ruin there which may contain an ancient heritage related to the art of beast-taming. Haichi swamp. Hearing the name, Lin Che's eyes sharpened, and he immediately became alert. He remembered clearly that months ago, when dealing with Wang Yaoxue at the Spirit Vein Management Office, she had mentioned this place. This area, not yet fully developed, was under the control of the Zhao family. At that time, Wang Yaoxue had vaguely hinted that the Zhao family had joined forces with the Zhou family to jointly develop the Haichi swamp. Now news of a beast-taming heritage coincidentally surfacing there. This coincidence was too much to be mere chance. It looked very much like a carefully laid trap specifically aimed at the Lin family, which relied on beast-taming for its foundation. Although the frontier was chaotic, a semblance of order was maintained within the Chuyang city limits, forbidding large-scale private feuds between families and prohibiting attacks on others' territories, ensuring each family had enough strength to resist demonic beasts. However, underhanded scheming and plotting never ceased. After connecting the fact that the Haichi swamp was under the Zhao family's lead development, Lin Che was almost certain that this was a setup aimed at him. He laid out his analysis in full to his two Dao companions. Wang Lingsu and Lu Qingshue's faces immediately filled with worry. Lu Qingxue also calmly added, "This is clearly a plot. The schemer is betting that you, Patriarch, will be tempted by this possible beast-taming heritage, and even knowing the risk you will go to explore for the clan's development. They are probably counting on that, hoping to target you through this opportunity." Lin Che reached out, gently rubbing the tops of their heads to comfort them, his tone steady and confident. "Don't worry. I cherish my life more than anyone, and I have always acted cautiously. Moreover, the beast-taming heritage our Lin family currently possesses is sufficient for now." Of course, Lin Che only said half of this. The sufficient for now he mentioned meant it was more than enough until he ascended through tribulation transcendence. He simply did not believe that any heritage possibly existing in the Haichi swamp could be stronger than the one he had, which had been optimized and upgraded by the system. After exchanging a few more affectionate words with the two women, especially urging Lu Qingxue to rest while Lin Che prepared to leave and attend to clan affairs. As he was about to leave, Wang Lingsu lightly tugged at his sleeve. Her bright eyes held a hint of mischief and expectation, and she lowered her voice. "Husband, you must not slack off. You need to work harder, and let Sister Wanwan soon bear the Lin family's child. Out of the three of us, only she is still missing." Lin Che glanced at her helplessly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "All right, I understand. I'll certainly try my best. Is that enough?" He realized that this Dao companion was even more concerned about expanding the Lin family's lineage than he, the Patriarch, was. Not long after Lu Qingxue had confessed her feelings to him, Su Wanwan had also blushed and gathered her courage, stammering to express her desire to become his Dao companion. Later, upon inquiry, he learned that it was all thanks to Wang Lingsu's behind-the-scenes encouragement, though he didn't know what she had said to the naive Su Wanwan. For the prosperity of the clan, Lin Che naturally complied without refusal. As dusk deepened, Lin Che returned to the main room after a day of handling clan affairs. Inside, Su Wanwan had already returned and was now whispering softly with Wang Lingsu. Su Wanwan's delicate face was flushed bright red like a ripe spiritual fruit, her eyes darting away, full of shyness. When she saw Lin Che come in, Wang Lingsu immediately winked at him, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Receiving Wang Lingsu's signal, Su Wanwan took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and walked over to Lin Che with small hesitant steps. She lifted her watery, slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, which carried a natural charm, looking at him timidly, yet full of expectation. Lin Che looked at the shy and lovely Su Wanwan before him, then glanced at Wang Lingsu, who was making exaggerated gestures and hinting wildly. After spending this time together, he knew well that this girl was probably up to some new trick again. He found it amusing, yet felt a warmth in his heart. He readily reached out, naturally taking Su Wanwan's cool small hand, and said warmly, "Wanwan, let's go inside." Unlike the passionate Wang Lingsu and the outwardly cold but inwardly warm Lu Qingxue, Su Wanwan, who possessed 100 herbs affinity spirit body, would naturally emit a fresh, pleasant fragrance akin to a forest after an early spring rain, when she was stirred by emotion, filling the room with a unique and refreshing scent. Soon he experienced a sweet charm that was entirely different from the past one that belonged solely to Su Wanwan. Deep within the volcanic crater in the core region, where the earth fire blazed with the most intense and violent fury, the spot where the Qian tiger had once crouched was now replaced by a massive cocoon about 3 zhang tall, woven from deep black-red flames. Flames swirled and pulsed as if alive, radiating an energy fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. That Earth Heart Fire Lotus, which had been upgraded by the system's power and contained the essence of ultimate fire spirit, had been completely absorbed and integrated by the Qian tiger. Its entire medicinal power transformed into the fuel for this bloodline transformation. Success or failure hung on this one move. At this moment, it was also the most perilous point of the entire advancement process. Through the tightly bound soul contract imprint deep in their spirits, Lin Che could clearly perceive that the Qi-Yin tiger within the fire cocoon was enduring unimaginable pain and impact. Its entire body's meridians were being filled and torn apart by the frenzied extreme of fire element spiritual energy, while its mind and sea of consciousness under the continuous erosion of the baleful aura accumulated from 49 beast hearts were gradually being flooded with violent and chaotic wills. Now only the final push was needed. Either successfully harness this power and complete the ultimate bloodline leap, or fail to break through, shatter all meridians, annihilate the divine sense, degenerate into a mindless killing beast, or even perish on the spot. Such was the cruelty of the fierce beast's bloodline advancement path. One step to heaven, one step to the abyss. Unrivaled power did not come from thin air, yet faced with such peril, Lin Che's heart was not the least bit flustered. Was he the kind of person who would pin all hope on luck without any preparation? He quietly waited here, his mind closely linked with the Qi-Yin tiger. The moment the soul contract signaled a failed bloodline advancement and a sharp decline in life force, he would in the blink of an eye, without hesitation, employ the system's essence-defying upgrading power to forcibly drag the Qi-Yin tiger back from the brink of destruction, ensuring its safety. As time trickled by, Lin Che, who had been sitting cross-legged not far away as a guardian, suddenly snapped open his eyes. It's here. The surrounding air suddenly became scorching hot and distorted. Visible, incredibly dense, frenzied fire spiritual energy, as if summoned by an invisible force, surged madly from the volcano's belly and the void converging around the fire cocoon, forming a massive, endlessly spinning crimson spiritual energy vortex, which the fire cocoon greedily and frantically devoured. The final transformation has begun. Lin Che's gaze sharpened. Within the fire cocoon, the remaining overbearing medicinal properties of the earth heart fire lotus, the vast blood chi and baleful intent of the 49 beast hearts, and the massive influx of pure fire spirit energy. These three forces completely merged and detonated like the most violent catalyst, finally launching the ultimate assault and reshaping of the Qi-Yin tiger's bloodline origin. Its body swelled violently in the energy storm, its meridians constantly tore and reorganized amid destruction and rebirth. The original fur all scorched and fell off, replaced by a tougher, shimmering dark red sheen of new fur. However, the soul that carried the essence of its consciousness under the repeated scouring of this power and the erosion of the baleful aura was like a candle in the wind, its light rapidly dimming, its consciousness irreversibly sliding toward corruption and chaos. Lin Che, clearly capturing this scene through the soul contract, immediately transmitted his will. Qi-Yin, guard your spiritual platform. Don't let the baleful aura devour you. Activate the pill power I gave you. Harness them, control them. You are the master of this power. That faint wisp of consciousness belonging to the Qi-Yin tiger itself, on the verge of being swallowed by the baleful aura, upon receiving Lin Che's thunderous reminder, suddenly erupted with a final instinct to survive and an unyielding will. It arduously activated the medicinal power of the heart-guarding pill that had long been deposited in its body. A cool yet tenacious torrent of medicinal power instantly swept through its sea of consciousness like a stabilizing pillar, forcibly suppressing the surging blood baleful thoughts for the time being. At the same time, the vast blood baleful aura accumulated within its body seemed to find an outlet, beginning a perilous yet mysterious fusion with its original will and newly born bloodline. Crack. The massive fire cocoon split open with a sound. Countless dazzling black-red rays burst forth from the cracks. The next moment, the cocoon shattered with a crash, transforming into a sky full of flowing flames. In the center of the light, a majestic and sturdy figure stood proudly. The Qi-Yin tiger at this moment was nearly twice as massive as before, with sleek muscle lines brimming with explosive power. Its entire body's fur had turned into a deep, majestic crimson red, like flowing lava. Wisps of tangible black-red flames naturally coiled around it, and the air twisted under its heat waves. In its tiger eyes, a dark red light blazed like torches. Wherever its gaze swept, even the surrounding fire spirit energy became restless, as if it could ignite the heart's fire. Its four sharp claws were wrapped in condensed, tangible dark red flames. Each step left a scorching mark on the hard volcanic rock, and the signature flame on its tail had now expanded several times, taking on a deep purple hue. As it swayed, it trailed dazzling, lingering flame traces in the air, radiating a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Bloodline upgrade successful. Well done. Lin Che's face broke into a heartfelt, relieved smile as he stepped forward. The Cheyenne tiger, which had just been radiating baleful aura in a terrifying display of might, instantly retracted its suffocating ferocity, like a tide the moment it sensed its master approaching. It let out a low growl, then pressed its massive head affectionately against Lin Che, gently rubbing its cheek against his palm. In those tiger eyes burning with dark red flames were nothing but dependence and joy of success, with not a trace of the earlier violence. Lin Che stroked its renewed warm and tough fur, while the detailed information of the Cheyenne tiger's advancement surfaced before him. Hellfire, ferocious tiger, level foundation, establishment, late stage bloodline, rank 3rd, grade upper bloodline technique, Inferno Roar upper grade technique, spews a cone-shaped area of dark red hellfire, sea covering the front. This sea of fire can burn continuously for a dozen breaths, not only incinerating matter, but also broadly triggering the inner demons and fear of enemies within its range. Explosive Fire Claw middle grade technique, when its claw strike hits an enemy, it leaves a highly compressed, explosive fire seed inside the enemy's body. The fire seed can be remotely detonated by the tiger, causing a secondary area flame blast damage. Blood-burning Frenzy middle grade technique, in this state, its speed, strength, and attack power all surge. The flames burning around it evolve into more destructive, blood-baleful flames, and its resistance to mental control spells is elevated to the limit. Blood-burning War Armor middle grade technique compresses baleful aura and flames to a high degree, forming a solid, tangible dark red flame armor on the surface, continuously burning all enemies nearby. Inherited art, none description. After countless bloody battles and the baptism of all-consuming flames, the thread of ancient fire-type, fierce beast bloodline within its body has been thoroughly ignited and brought to a boil. Lin Che carefully browsed the detailed description of the Hellfire ferocious tiger on the system interface, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Having successfully advanced, the Cheyenne tiger finally broke through the shackles of stagnant cultivation. The realm that had been stuck at Foundation Establishment late stage had, after long accumulation and the baptism of this bloodline transformation, now loosened. With its deep foundation, it would likely ascend to Foundation Establishment perfection before long. At that time, it could begin preparing to condense the demon core and charge into the golden core realm. The other spirit beasts in the secret realm also sensed this powerful aura fluctuation and came one after another expressing their congratulations on the Cheyenne tiger's successful bloodline advancement in their own ways. The Hellfire ferocious tiger's gaze immediately locked onto the gracefully arriving blazing heaven Saint Sparrow. The surging power from the advancement filled it with high battle spirit. Recalling the past month of being suppressed in sparring by the other, it let out a low growl from its throat, eager to try, with a posture of wanting to avenge its disgrace. However, the blazing heaven Saint Sparrow just lazily lifted its eyelids, its molten gold eyes clearly conveying the message, "No time to deal with you." With a flap of its wings, it turned into a crimson gold streak of light and flew straight toward its own cultivation spot without looking back. The previous sparring sessions were purely to help it activate its bloodline. Now that the goal was achieved, she had no interest in wasting precious cultivation time playing with this newly advanced hyperactive big cat. The Hellfire ferocious tiger was rebuffed, but still let out a grudging growl, its battle spirit not yet dissipated. Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle at this. He reached out and rubbed its increasingly tough and hot fur on its neck, soothing it. "All right, I know you've greatly improved in strength and are eager to test your power. Rest assured there will soon be a chance for you to fight to your heart's content." Because Lin Che had decided to personally explore the Blacktooth Marsh. What prompted this decision was a key piece of intelligence he had gathered through various channels recently. A rogue cultivator who had ventured deep into the marsh had caught a glimpse of a serpent-type beast in a pond at the deepest part, which was perpetually shrouded in deadly toxic miasma. From his description, Lin Che recognized it as a second-grade upper beast, the Summoning Spirit Snake. The appearance of this beast aroused Lin Che's attention. In the Beast-Taming inheritance he had obtained, the records on dragon-type spirit beasts were vast and extremely detailed. This was simply because dragon-type spirit beasts were naturally incredibly powerful in physique and possessed great divine abilities, always standing at the top of combat power among the same rank. And this Summoning Spirit Snake contained a trace of the Azure Flood Dragon's bloodline. This meant that they had the potential to transform into a Flood Dragon. If they could successfully activate the bloodline and complete the first leap, they could shed their snake form and become a more powerful Flood Dragon. And this was far from the end. If on this basis a second sublimation of the bloodline could be achieved, that would be transforming from Flood Dragon to Dragon, ascending to the ranks of true Dragon-type beasts. Once the Dragon transformation succeeded, its bloodline grade would undergo a qualitative leap from 3rd grade upper to 4th grade supreme, high enough to serve as the foundation of a major powers sect. In a natural environment or through ordinary cultivation methods, the difficulty for a Flood Dragon-type spirit beast to transform into a dragon was akin to a mortal ascending to heaven. Among millions, it would be hard to find a single success requiring immense fortune and destiny. But What if he relied on his unique system power? If the system could truly ignore the nearly insurmountable bloodline barrier and forcibly help a flood dragon-type beast complete the dragon transformation, then his Lin family would possess a supreme bloodline spirit beast clan as a family foundation. Therefore, to capture this Songming spirit snake, Lin Che prepared to personally venture to the Blacktooth Marsh. At the same time, he also planned to take this opportunity to investigate in depth what the Zhao family was up to in that dangerous place. As if seeing that the Lin family had not taken the bait for a long time, a few days ago the Zhao family announced that they would break the formation of the ruins deep in the Blacktooth Marsh tomorrow, and all rogue cultivators were welcome to participate in the exploration. As the saying goes, one should return a courtesy. Since the Zhao family had already made a move, if Lin Che did not return the favor, it would seem impolite. This was a perfect opportunity to personally weigh things up and see if this was indeed a conspiracy targeting his Lin family. If it was, he would test whether the Zhao family's teeth were sharp enough to chew this bone of his. If not, he would still make the Zhao family understand that he had never forgotten the ambush and killing from before, and see if they could handle this belated return gift. With his mind made up, a cold gleam flickered in Lin Che's eyes. He possessed the top-tier technique absolute void concealment to hide his form and aura, coupled with the spatial teleportation of the Qingxian realm spirit that could almost ignore regional limitations as a final safeguard. Even if the Blacktooth Marsh was a dragon's pool and tiger's den, he was absolutely confident that he could calmly extricate himself and come and go freely if things went south. I am at the 5th layer of Qi refining with an earth spirit root, and I excel in defensive techniques. Is there any team willing to take me in? The Xuanjia crocodile hunting team still needs 2 more members. Overpowered fellow cultivators, look here. Defensive detoxification pills passed down from the ancestors. Once consumed, the Blacktooth Swamp will be unobstructed. Limited stock by now while supplies last. High price for snake saliva vine. I'll take as many as you have. Cash settlement. At the outer entrance of the Blacktooth Swamp, on a patch of vacant land not yet invaded by miasma, the air was filled with a cacophony of voices. Cultivators and merchants from all walks of life gathered here, some loudly recruiting companions to form teams and venture deep into the perilous terrain, while others quietly waited for returning cultivators ready to purchase the rare spiritual materials they had retrieved from the swamp. Lin Che, having altered his appearance and stature, mingled amidst the bustling crowd. At this moment, he looked exactly like a seasoned beast-hunting cultivator who lived on the edge of death. He appeared to be around 40, his face weathered and etched with the traces of hardship. Dressed in a gray tight-fitting outfit, he carried an ordinary black greatsword on his back, and the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from his body were maintained at the late Qi refining stage. He seemed no different from the other cultivators who were striving for a living and opportunities, as if he too had come to try his luck and was about to enter the treacherous Blacktooth Swamp. Although the Zhao family had long obtained the formal development rights to the Blacktooth Swamp, just like the Suishing Lake back then, they had yet to begin its exploitation. According to convention, as long as the holder had acquired the development order but had not actually developed the area, cultivators were free to enter and seek their fortunes. Otherwise, if the major families claimed all the undeveloped territories for themselves, countless cultivators would have no means to make a living, which would not serve the interests of all parties. It was precisely because of this that the rumors of hidden ruins deep within the swamp spread like wildfire among the cultivators. Making his way through the bustling crowd, Lin Che was about to step into the forest ahead, shrouded in gray-green miasma. Suddenly, a crimson figure flashed like a flame and blocked his path. "Fellow cultivator, please hold on." The newcomer's voice was clear and crisp, and he clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Yin Hongling, captain of the Red Fox team. We are about to venture deep into the Blacktooth Swamp to explore the ruins. Seeing that you are composed and steady with solid cultivation, if you are also interested in the ruins, why not travel together? We can look out for each other." Lin Che's heart tightened. How could she have approached him so coincidentally? He studied the woman before him without betraying any emotion. She was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, her figure accentuated by a dark red leather armor. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and a scar ran across her brow. Glancing at the few cultivators waiting silently behind her, each exuding a sharp, experienced aura, they indeed looked like seasoned beast hunters. Confirming that her approach seemed to hold no special intent, Lin Che inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, stepped back, and returned the gesture with a cupped fist salute. "I am honored by your regard, but my cultivation is shallow. I came only to gather some spiritual herbs at the periphery. I dare not take the risk of delving into the ruins. I'm afraid I must decline your kind offer, no matter it was my imposition." Yin Hongling smiled cheerfully, did not insist, and with a cupped fist farewell, turned to seek other suitable cultivators. Lin Che nodded slightly, watching her leave, while subtly extending a wisp of divine sense. Seeing that her aura remained calm and steady after his refusal, and that she soon approached another cultivator, he finally relaxed completely. It seemed the invitation was indeed just a routine team-up. His identity had not aroused suspicion. He adjusted the great sword on his back, wasted no more time, and strode into the Black-Tooth Swamp. After traveling about a li along a path trod by predecessors, Lin Che officially stepped into the forest shrouded in dense miasma. As soon as he entered, a cloying sweet-sour odor mixed with decaying matter and poisonous fumes assaulted his senses. He immediately took out a mind-clearing herb and placed it in his mouth. A cool sensation spread from his throat, blocking the miasma that sought to invade his lungs. At the same time, he extended his divine sense forward, carefully probing every inch of the ground beneath his feet. These seemingly solid moss-covered surfaces might conceal quagmires that could swallow life. Here, a single wrong step could cost a life. Even the periphery of the Black-Tooth Swamp, this poisonous miasma forest, was fraught with danger. Without the ability to fly or a guide familiar with the terrain, chi-refining cultivators found it extremely difficult to traverse this place. To avoid revealing his true foundation, establishment cultivation, Lin Che perfectly played the role of a chi-refining cultivator. He relied solely on his divine sense to navigate, using his light body technique to leap from exposed tree roots and solid ground, traversing the area with caution and agility. The scene before him suddenly changed, and he entered the iconic black water pool region of the Black-Tooth Swamp. Countless pools of varying sizes were scattered about, their surfaces as deep and dark as ink, eerily still, without a single ripple, as if they could swallow all light. On the banks, huge clusters of black-tooth grass grew, densely shaped, like black fangs pointing sharply at the gray sky, the very reason the swamp was named. Between the roots of these eerie plants, clusters of colorful poisonous mushrooms thrived. Their forms were bewitchingly beautiful, emitting faintly glowing spores almost imperceptible to the naked eye, drifting slowly in the hazy air like living dust. Any creature that inadvertently inhaled them would easily fall into hallucinations, eventually losing their way and becoming prey for hidden predators. From a distance, Lin Che's eyes met the cold, vertical pupils of something floating in a pool. It was a xuanjia crocodile covered in thick bone armor, half submerged in the dark water. Without careful observation, one would surely mistake it for a piece of decaying driftwood. Beneath the surface, sinuous ripples slid silently by from time to time. When his divine sense probed gently, he could see several pythons with putrid, poisonous markings patrolling the murky depths. These corrupt poison pythons were the most common demon beasts in the Black-Tooth Swamp, found almost everywhere from the periphery to the depths of the black water pools. Not only that, but in the mud by the water, on twisted dead branches, and even in the air there lurked all manner of venomous creatures. Colorful, bizarre, poisonous insects crawled among the grass, and poison frogs with pustule-covered skin throbbed their throat sacs. All these poisonous creatures together formed a unique ecosystem here. They were the fundamental reason this place was always regarded as a dangerous zone. Lin Che had no intention of lingering. Seeing no other cultivators nearby, he circulated his true essence, quickened his pace through this perilous region, and advanced deeper into the black water pools. The further he went, the wider and deeper the surrounding black water pools became. Some were so expansive they resembled small lakes, their inky depths so profound that even Lin Che's divine sense could not reach the bottom. Following the clues provided by that cultivator, Lin Che finally arrived at the location where the Tsangming spirit serpent was rumored to have appeared. The edge of this pool was overgrown with dense reeds nearly as tall as a man. Their gray-white flowers swayed silently in the thin, drifting miasma. The pool was eerily quiet, with no trace of the Tsangming spirit serpent. Lin Che did not rashly enter the water. Instead, he calmly took out a blood jade dragon marrow fruit from his storage pouch. As soon the blood-red fruit appeared, a unique fragrance spread. For demon beasts with dragon bloodlines, spiritual objects imbued with dragon aura were an irresistible temptation. Sure enough, within 5 minutes the pitch-black surface of the once still lake began to ripple with unusual movements. Boom! A massive column of water shot into the air, the sound of the eruption deafening. A huge serpent head burst out of the water, its entire body covered in fine jade-green scales. 2 small bulges were faintly visible on its crown, and 2 pairs of fleshy protrusions grew on its belly. This was clear evidence of its dragon lineage. The cultivator who had sold the information had not deceived him. The Tsangming spirit serpent's cold vertical pupils locked onto the fruit in Lin Che's hand. Sensing that his opponent was only at the chi refining stage, it attacked without hesitation. Opening its mouth, it shot a highly compressed dragon head-shaped water bullet toward Lin Che. Yet facing the oncoming torrent, Lin Che's expression remained calm. Because it was merely a late-stage chi-refining Tsangming spirit serpent, it might intimidate ordinary chi-refining cultivators, but he was a foundation establishment cultivator. In a flash, his figure blurred into a sharp golden light, effortlessly evading the water dragon bullet. Gathering pure gold element true essence in his palm, he pressed it lightly through the air toward the target ahead. Xianjin mountain suppressing hand. In an instant, a massive dark golden energy hand with distinct lines materialized. The air trembled as the dark golden giant hand grasped the serpent's body with overwhelming force, yanking the entire giant snake out of the pool and slamming it heavily onto the shore. No matter how wildly that Songming's spirit serpent struggled, it could not break free. Do you submit? Lin Che stepped forward, slowly activating the myriad beast's heart to communicate with it. The response was even more violent thrashing and the same cold, unyielding vertical pupils. Still have some spirit. A trace of foundation establishment pressure was released, and the golden hand seized the serpent's body, smashing it into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. Each impact made the surrounding earth tremble. That Songming's spirit serpent was battered, its scales cracked, its consciousness blurred. It finally understood that the human who appeared to be at the chi refining stage possessed power far beyond its match. Submit. Broken thoughts came through the myriad beast's heart. I submit. Spare me. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Che's mouth. Indeed, the most direct way to make a demon beast bow was to completely beat it into submission. Now that the first one was in hand, could the others be far behind? As one blessed with the 5 sacred spirit roots constitution, Lin Che naturally did not squander this gift. During this period, he diligently cultivated spells of the other 4 elemental attributes. In doing so, he could fully unleash his latent potential while flawlessly adapting to the role he assumed each time he shifted his aura. Now disguised as a cultivator with a metal spirit root, his body radiated a sharp and unmatched spiritual energy fluctuation, so he naturally had to employ the corresponding metal elemental arts. The mystic gold mountain suppressing hand he had just used was one such metal elemental spell. The golden giant palm it conjured could both suppress formidable foes and, as moments ago, seize and bind them. After confirming that no other prying eyes were nearby, Lin Che flickered his form, and together with the newly subdued Songming spirit snake entered the Qingxian secret realm. He first carefully tended to the spirit snake's injuries, then began to inquire about intelligence regarding the Blacktooth Swamp. The Songming spirit snake had initially harbored some ulterior motives, but upon glimpsing the distant purgatory fiend tiger, a beast emanating the terrifying flames of late foundation establishment, it instantly discarded all scheming, obediently accepted treatment, and answered every question Lin Che posed without reservation. Thus Lin Che learned that deep within that black water pool dwelled 5 more of its kin, including its parents and siblings. More unexpectedly, there was also a clue regarding a ruin. You mean there's a cave at the deepest part of the pool that leads to a strange ruin? Your parents escaped from there back then. Lin Che was taken aback. He had assumed the tale of the ruin was merely bait released by the Zhao family, never expecting it to actually exist. No wonder a potential beast of Songming's spirit snake's caliber, bearing the bloodline of a flood dragon, would appear in such a desolate swamp. It turned out there truly was an ancient sect ruin related to beast-taming here. The information the Zhao family had leaked was actually true, but this only deepened Lin Che's confusion. If a real ruin existed, why hadn't the Zhao family secretly monopolized it instead of spreading the news to rogue cultivators? This defied all logic. He furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, yet found no answer. Well, overthinking is pointless. I'll know once I go in and explore. He shook his head, setting aside his doubts for now. There was another matter to attend to. A warm smile spread across Lin Che's face as he looked at the Songming spirit snake beside him. Little snake, can you sense anything different about this place? The spirit snake, which had been cowed by several powerful auras within the secret realm, snapped back to attention and cautiously surveyed its surroundings. The next moment, its serpentine pupils dilated wide. A fragmented thought came through the myriad beast's heart with excitement. The spiritual energy here is so rich, so comfortable. This place is beautiful. It couldn't help but prostrate itself on the verdant grass, coiling slightly as it reveled in the vibrant vitality beneath and the pure spiritual energy all around. Compared to the toxin-laden, foul-smelling black waters of its former home, this was a dreamlike paradise. In its excitement, icy tears slid from the corners of its eyes. It no longer wished to spend even a moment in that filthy, polluted nest. Lin Che, clearly sensing its thoughts through the myriad beast's heart, couldn't help but smile. Look at this poor little thing. What a miserable life it had led before. This also underscored just how harsh the environment of the Blacktooth Swamp truly was. Lin Che pointed toward the distant, shimmering, spiritual energy-rich lake and said gently, "See that lake? I have a task for you. Go bring your family here. As long as they are willing to follow me, your entire family can settle in this place from now on, never to return to that miasma-laden, venom-infested black pool." The Songming spirit snake stiffened its body at these words, its eyes blazing with unprecedented resolve. The thought it transmitted was decisive. Yes, Master, I will accomplish it. If my father refuses, I'll fight him until he agrees. With this firm promise, Lin Che brought it out of the Qingxian secret realm. Once back at the black pool, the Songming spirit snake plunged into the inky water, without hesitation, swiftly swimming toward the deepest part of the pool, its form quickly vanishing into the gloom. Since the Tsangming spirit snake had already witnessed the Qingxian secret realm, Lin Che naturally would not let it act alone. He silently concealed his aura and followed it into the water, simultaneously circulating his true essence, causing a layer of scales shimmering with golden light to form over his body. This was the defensive spell, 10,000 transformations golden scale armor. The armor completely isolated him from the pitch-black water, ensuring he was not eroded by its toxins. In the water, the Tsangming spirit snake, eager to return home, swam swiftly. It first found the cave where its two sisters dwelled and excitedly conveyed the news of that paradise. The sisters were skeptical, but it had no time to elaborate, telling them to witness it for themselves later and hurry to the cave where its parents lived. It barged in recklessly, only to find its parents not cultivating but engaged in procreation. The result was predictable. It was immediately punished by its furious parents. "You wretched child! What exactly are you trying to do?" The father Tsangming spirit snake roared, glaring at his son sprawled on the ground. "Paradise. I found a true paradise. Follow me quickly. Stay here any longer, and our bloodline will be completely corrupted by this toxic pool." The Tsangming spirit snake immediately flipped over and tried to drag its father away. Its mother looked inquiringly at the two daughters who had followed, but they could only shake their heads, indicating they knew nothing more. However, its father, already at the late foundation establishment stage, was not someone it could drag. With a flick of its tail, the son was knocked to the ground again. "Have you gone mad? Did you eat some poisonous mushroom and start hallucinating?" the father scolded. The Tsangming spirit snake quickly recounted the whole story. After hearing it, the father's face was filled with disbelief, and the mother and sisters looked the same. The Tsangming spirit snake felt somewhat uncertain. But on second thought, his son was indeed right. The environment of the black pool was deteriorating day by day, and if this continued, bloodline contamination was only a matter of time. This place was truly no fit for a spirit beast. "Fine. We'll go see for ourselves." Seeing is believing. They would go and check. The family of 5 then swam toward the surface. But even before they made their decision, Lin Che had already returned to the shore. Soon 5 Tsangming spirit snakes, each nearly 3 zhang in length, surfaced one after another, their cold vertical pupils fixed on Lin Che with scrutiny and wariness. "Don't worry, he hasn't deceived you. I'll take you to see for yourselves." This was not the place for explanations. Lin Che activated his token, waved his hand, and brought the entire family into the Qingxian secret realm. The late foundation establishment, Tsangming spirit snake, father, had the keenest perception. The moment he entered the secret realm, his gaze snapped toward the direction of the purgatory fiend tiger, his pupils contracting sharply with alertness. Only then did he realize how rash his decision had been, to trust a human so easily. But thinking of the foul black pool, he truly could not bear another day there. He suppressed his unease and began to carefully perceive and examine his surroundings. The next moment, the spiritual energy, far richer than the outside world, made his eyes widen. The young Tsangming spirit snake looked at its father with a hint of pride, as if saying, "See, didn't I tell you the truth?" Lin Che led them to the shimmering lake. With a slight mental command, the Qingxian realm spirit quietly partitioned a separate area of water on the lake, crystal clear with spiritual energy swirling like mist. The late foundation establishment, Tsangming spirit snake, father's vertical pupils flashed with defiance. Having ruled the black pool for so many years, how could he easily bow to a human? He immediately raised his head and flicked his tongue, transmitting a strong refusal. "This place is fine, but submit to you. Never. I will dwell in these waters if I wish without bowing to you." Since that was the attitude, matters became simple. Lin Che gave the purgatory fiend tiger a look, and the latter instantly understood the meaning. It rose slowly, black-red flames erupting from its body, with a roar protective aura stirring, without wind, and the pressure of late foundation establishment surged like a tidal wave. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly, and its bloodthirsty aura began to envelop the Tsangming spirit snake. The father snake, sensing this terrifying aura far surpassing his own, immediately bristled his scales and instinctively assumed a defensive posture. But the purgatory fiend tiger gave him no time to react, charging forward as a blur of crimson. Claws wreathed in blazing flames tore through the air with every strike. Both were at late foundation establishment, yet the purgatory fiend tiger, having been meticulously fed and nurtured by Lin Che, had its bloodline further advanced. Moreover, as a ferocious beast with formidable combat prowess, the Tsangming spirit snake was no match. In just 3 or 5 exchanges, the Tsangming spirit snake was sent crashing to the ground, its jade-like scales scorched by the flames, and its internal organs felt as if they had been displaced by the overwhelming force. It struggled to counterattack, but the purgatory fiend tiger pinned its vital spot with a paw, its scorching breath searing the snake's head. The shadow of death loomed instantly. Compared to the blazing flame tiger that had been knocked down earlier, this creature was clearly far more flexible and bending. I submit, came the fragmented thought not of reluctance, but of reverence for absolute power. Seeing the family head had already yielded, the other 4 Songming spirit snakes hesitated, no longer lowering their heads and transmitting thoughts of submission to Lin Che. Thus the Lin family finally acquired its first batch of high-potential water element spirit beasts. Deep within the Blacktooth Marsh by the vast ink-black pool, the air was filled with the clamor of a gathering crowd. Miasma drifted slowly through the forest, yet it could not dampen the fervor of the cultivators. Along the edge of the pool, cultivators of all kinds clustered in small groups. There were weary, travel-worn rogue cultivators with diverse equipment, their eyes burning with desire for opportunity, yet also harboring the wariness typical of lone wolves. There were also cultivators from minor clans dressed in relatively uniform attire and looking out for one another, their faces shrewd, as they hoped to claim a share from the Zhao family's leavings. According to the Zhao family's announcement, the ancient ruins were hidden within this pool, which was broader than an ordinary lake. At this moment, through the gently rippling dark surface, a faint dim halo could be seen swirling at the bottom, the ancient formation guarding the ruins. But eroded by time, the formation was already broken, its concealment greatly weakened. Occasionally, as the halo fluctuated, one could glimpse the faint outlines of crumbling walls beneath, stirring the hearts of every cultivator present. "Why hasn't it started yet?" muttered a weather-beaten man with a large saber hanging at his waist, rubbing his hands together. His eyes were fixed on the water. "I'm not greedy. I'll just head straight for the spirit herb garden. As long as I can collect 3 of the rare second-grade herbs listed on the task board in Chuyang City, my contribution points will be enough to exchange for a foundation establishment pill." A cyan-robed cultivator standing nearby, holding a long sword with a cold expression, curled his lips in disdain and snorted, short-sighted. "A few spirit herbs can satisfy you. The true foundation is the inheritance of immortal cultivation. Once you obtain an ancient legacy, why worry about resources in the future? Those mere herbs will then be within easy reach." Not far away, a middle-aged man in a simple Taoist robe with a resolute expression was earnestly instructing several young disciples beside him. "This opportunity is once in 1,000 years. Our clan lacks high-grade techniques, and this has held us back for generations. No matter what, we must find a complete technique that can be cultivated at least to the foundation establishment stage. This is the foundation of our clan's rise. Even if there are 10,000 dangers, we must not retreat." Murmurs, hopes, and arguments rose and fell. Every face was burning with intense desire for opportunity, their eyes blazing, as if they could already see themselves achieving their wishes and a promising path to the great Tao. As for danger, fear, or whether there were traps here, to these cultivators who lived on the edge of a knife and contended with heaven for their lives, none of that was a problem. The path of cultivation was like sailing against the current. If one flinched and feared crises, they might as well go home and farm. Why cultivate immortality? Why seek the Tao? Inside a hastily erected tent, the atmosphere was starkly different from the clamor outside. Zhou Wanhong, the current patriarch of the Zhou family, sat upright on a sandalwood chair, his round face always wearing a perfectly appropriate smile. His already small eyes narrowed into 2 slits, his gaze landing on Zhao Wenxuan, who sat opposite him with a solemn demeanor. His tone was as gentle as if he were chatting about everyday matters. "Brother Wenxuan, what have you observed? Has Lin Che appeared yet?" He gently rubbed the warm teacup between his fingers, his posture relaxed. Zhao Wenxuan's face was stern, maintaining the dignity and composure befitting a family head. He didn't even raise his eyelids, his voice steady and calm. "No sign yet." He paused, then continued in a firm tone with a hint of cold mockery. "But a rogue cultivator without any foundation who dared to establish a clan here and build a family. How could he be someone content with mediocrity and afraid to advance? An opportunity like this concerning the art of beast-taming, he will surely come." He slowly raised his eyes, a smile devoid of warmth curling at the corner of his mouth. "As long as he dares to step into the ruins seeking fortune, no matter what trump cards he hides, it will be futile. Even if he is careful, he will definitely fall into the trap. Then Lin Che will be no threat. Without him, the Lin family's destruction is only a matter of time. Brother Wenxuan's plans are thorough, naturally good." Zhou Wanhong's smile deepened, making him appear even more affable. He leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying a hint of earnest dissuasion. "But old brother, I must add one more word. Enmity should be resolved rather than deepened. In this world of cultivation, cooperation is the only way to win together. Pressing so hard may intensify the conflict, which is not a good strategy for the long-term interests of both families." Zhao Wenxuan sneered inwardly. This fat Zhou was just putting on an act. These words were ostensibly dissuading, but actually adding fuel to the fire. He simply wanted to use the Zhao family to eliminate his mortal enemy, while hiding behind the scenes to reap the benefits. "Oomph." Zhao Wenxuan let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing Zhou Wanhong. "Fatty Zhou, it's just the 2 of us here. Why pretend? The one most afraid of the Lin family growing strong is your Zhou family, isn't it? Previously you tried to suppress them in the spirit cuisine business. What was the result? They countered with a new recipe and made you look foolish. If this continues, it won't just be spirit cuisine. In the future, all trades related to spirit beasts will be snatched away by the Lin family. What are you still planning to hide behind and watch from afar, waiting for my Zhao family to clear the obstacles for you? This merciless exposure caused Zhou Wanhong's smile to freeze for an instant, a flicker of gloom flashing in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composed demeanor, laughed lightly, and waved his hand. Brother Wenxuan, you flatter me. Joking, just joking. Ordinary competition in business is inevitable. How can it be called suppression? His tone remained calm, but his attitude was clear. His Zhou family would never easily step into direct conflict with the Lin family. Even though on the surface the Lin family had only Lin Che as a pillar, the exact number of spirit beasts under his command remained a mystery. Not to mention Lin Che's own hidden strength, just the group of iron-armored crocodile turtles with their formidable defense were no easy opponents. They had been in this area for many years and had long since figured out the true nature of those iron-armored crocodile turtles. Without absolute certainty, he was unwilling to endure the possible desperate counterattack from the Lin family. The price was too high. Zhao Wenxuan showed some contempt, but in the end he said no more. Within the Qingxian secret realm, spiritual energy was dense, and the scenery beautiful, like a different world from the polluted outside. Lin Che was asking the Songming spirit snake about its knowledge of the ruins. Compared to its offspring who were less than 100 years old, this old fellow who had dwelled in the pool for over 400 years knew more about the land where it was born. According to its description, the interior of the ruins was also filled with poisonous miasma and infested with savage beasts, having become a nest of monsters. The massive formation guarding the ruins, due to years of neglect, was riddled with breaches. At the bottom of the pool they were in, there was a hidden cave that connected to a complex network of underground waterways, allowing one to bypass the formation barrier and enter the ruins directly. In fact, beneath the many large and small pools deep in the Blacktooth Marsh, there were numerous similar hidden passages, like a labyrinth, many of which led to the core area, shrouded by the formation's light. So there is more than one entrance that can bypass the formation and enter the ruins silently. Lin Che stroked his chin, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He instantly grasped the key. Some cultivators must have discovered these loopholes in the formation, sneaked in, and found the ruins. The Zhao family learned of this, and then chose to open up this place. But after that they likely encountered some trouble inside that was difficult to resolve, or discovered a situation that their own strength could not handle. Thus they generously made the ruins public, intending to use the many rogue cultivators to achieve some purpose. After confirming again with the Songming spirit snake that there were no special entry restrictions inside the ruins, Lin Che made a snap decision. He must sneak in before the Zhao family officially broke the formation at noon and uncover the secrets unknown to him. Leaving the safe Qingxian secret realm, Lin Che once again submerged into the icy black water. Guided by the Foundation establishment staged Songming spirit snake, he followed closely, diving into the underwater cave and traveling along the winding dark underground waterways. After an unknown amount of time, faint fluctuations of the formation came from the water ahead. They slipped through an inconspicuous breach and silently entered the ruins. The water inside the ruins was equally pitch black, and the pungent stench of decay and poison was several times stronger than outside. Moreover, a cold, filthy aura permeated the water as if it could corrode the soul, causing Lin Che to frown involuntarily. He quickly withdrew the Songming spirit snake into the secret realm while fully circulating his true essence. His form transformed into a dazzling golden light as he rushed upward. The moment he broke through the water's surface, the special perception of living beings granted by the heart of 10,000 beasts suddenly issued a warning. Something was watching him. Lin Che's expression tightened, and without hesitation, he leaped onto the shore. Yet even after stepping onto solid ground, the eerie feeling of being watched did not disappear, lingering in his mind. But his spiritual sense repeatedly swept over the dark water behind him, finding no trace of any beast following. He dared not be careless, continuously driving his true essence with the myriad transformation golden scale armor shimmering on his body's surface as a protective layer. Only then did he begin to carefully survey his surroundings. What lay before him was a scene of extreme desolation. Amidst the crumbling walls, one could barely discern the sturdy pens built for spirit beasts in the past, and the simple stone huts where the attending disciples once lived. A huge feeding trough carved from spiritual wood lay half buried in filthy soil, only a decaying corner visible. Lin Che immediately activated the absolute void concealment technique, and his form and aura vanished without a trace. He rode the black greatsword strapped to his back, silently, rising into the air, passing over one spirit beast garden after another, their once orderly boundaries now blurred. From above, the scene was one of utter desolation. The once carefully tended spirit plants had grown wild and mutated into dark, twisted forms, encroaching on every inch of space. The fences and walls that had originally divided the areas had mostly collapsed, and the protective formations had all failed, allowing different types of beasts to mingle and roam freely. Whether these spirit beast gardens or the more distant architectural ruins, all bore traces of beast activity. Under the shelter of absolute void concealment, Lin Che glided like a ghost over the heads of ferocious beasts without arousing any alert. He took the opportunity to observe closely, but the information fed back by the system made him frown. The bloodlines of most of these beasts were contaminated by a strange neurotoxin. This power was rooted in their very essence, driving them into frenzy and savagery, completely losing any possibility of communication or taming. After communicating again with the Tsangming spirit snake in the secret realm, Lin Che learned the reason. Had it not been for their clan's Azure Dragon bloodline, which granted them the innate ability to purify impurities and expel toxins, they too would have fallen victim to the contamination. Throughout the entire ruins, only the corrosive poison pythons, which possessed a strong resistance to toxins, could barely keep their bloodline pure. The rest of the beasts had almost all fallen into this state. A sect specializing in beast-taming. How could it have established itself in such a dead land? Lin Che's suspicion deepened. This was completely against common sense. Maintaining the absolute void concealment at full power consumed a tremendous amount of true essence, so Lin Che did not stay in place to ponder. He needed to go deeper and uncover the truth. He rode the blade-type artifact, silently passing over the raging beast horde below, heading straight for the most magnificent, yet most ruined central hall complex at the heart of the ruins. No matter what schemes the Zhao family and the Zhou family were plotting in the shadows, they surely never imagined that Lin Che had already arrived first, reaching the very core of their designs. Lin Che headed straight for the most crucial art pavilion in this ruin without the slightest hesitation. If there was any place most likely to preserve records of ancient secrets of this land, the art pavilion, a repository of legacies and scriptures, was undoubtedly the prime choice. He swiftly traversed rows of long-collapsed martial halls, the empty and deathly silent doctrine halls, and the sect's trading area, now overgrown with weeds and reduced to broken foundations. Amid every stretch of ruined walls, ferocious beasts with bloodshot eyes lurked, their growls and sounds of combat incessant. After some effort, Lin Che finally found a magnificent three-story building at the end of a relatively open square, its plaque hanging askew. The building itself bore the marks of age. Its outer walls were mottled and peeling rubble strewn everywhere. Only the plaque, on which the ancient seal script characters, Art Pavilion, could still be faintly discerned, silently testified to the glory and identity of this place in days past. To ensure absolute safety, Lin Che summoned the Fengshen Shunkei and the Qingxian Jieling with a single thought. With them guarding his side, he could both handle sudden dangers and make a swift escape if things went awry. Be vigilant of the surroundings. If anything stirs, strike immediately. Lin Che commanded the sacred bird, which was wreathed in faint crimson flames. Then he turned to the Qingxian Jieling, its body brimming with green spiritual radiance. Xiao Xian, if you sense any ancient cultivator's aura or restriction that we cannot withstand, do not hesitate. We withdraw at once. The two spirit beasts nodded. The Fengshen Shunkei let out a clear cry, its sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings as it slightly fluttered, its wings poised to strike. The Qingxian Jieling, instead of maintaining a solid form, transformed into a faint streak of cyan light, coiling around Lin Che, sensing the subtle changes in space and energy. The two heavy bronze doors of the art pavilion had long been wide open, and the protective array that should have stood outside had long since lost its spiritual light, clearly having been defunct for ages. Lin Che, accompanied by his two spirit beasts, stepped into the pavilion without any obstruction. Inside the first-floor hall, the scene was even more dilapidated. The jade shelves that once held scriptures, the meditation cushions for disciples, and the desks used by managerial cultivators, none remained intact. They were all strewn about, shattered on the ground, covered in thick dust, as if no one had set foot here for centuries. Lin Che gave a signal with his eyes. The Fengshen Shunkei immediately flapped its wings and flew toward the left area, while the Qingxian Jieling's perception spread like ripples to the right. He himself focused his mind, holding his breath, and meticulously scanned every corner of the hall, with his divine sense activating the system to examine each spot, lest there be any remnant ancient soul or insidious trap left by old cultivators. However, after careful investigation, the hall held nothing but silence and ruin. No abnormal energy fluctuations were detected, nor were any beasts lurking within. Only then did Lin Che relax slightly and began to examine the remaining items. Seeing the scattered jade slip fragments on the floor and the violently smashed storage cabinets, he frowned slightly. The scene here did not resemble natural decay, but rather a frenzied looting. Almost all valuable scrolls, jade slips, and inherited scriptures had been carried away. He bent down to pick up a few relatively intact jade slips and probed them with his divine sense. The information recorded within had become fragmented due to the passage of time, leaving mostly trivial fragments. The only useful information he could piece together was the name of this ruined sect, Qianshui Yusho sect. Its sect's tradition mainly revolved around raising and contracting various water-type spirit beasts. Without further hesitation, Lin Che immediately proceeded to the second floor of the art pavilion. In stark contrast to the first floor's mess, a remnant array was still slowly operating at the entrance of the second floor. A pale blue light curtain rippled like water, isolating the inside from the outside. He roughly judged that at its peak this array was likely of the 4th rank. Even now depleted of energy and in poor condition, it still maintained a strength of about upper 3rd rank. However, this stubbornly operating array had become an obstacle. Lin Che's knowledge of the myriad arts of cultivation was not deep. Aside from his profound study of the beast-taming tradition, his understanding of arrays only remained at a basic level. This was far beyond his current ability to break. Without the corresponding entry token, even a forceful attack would not breach it in a short time. Just as Lin Che was frowning and pondering a solution, the Qingxian Jieling, which had been quietly standing by, sensed his distress through their soul contract, and stepped forward lightly. "Master, I have a way." Its voice came through the myriad beast's heart, and its eyes began to glow with a pure silver radiance while the space around it rippled with subtle waves. The next moment, a silver mark inscribed with mysterious runes condensed before him, then effortlessly passed through the array's light curtain, as if it were nothing, and firmly imprinted itself on the ground inside the array. Seeing this, a gleam of sharp light flashed in Lin Che's eyes, and he couldn't help praising, "Excellent. I never expected the space-time marker to bypass the array's barrier. Xiao Xian, well done." The Qingxian Jieling's calm face showed no change in expression as it activated its divine ability again. With a flash of silver light, it enveloped Lin Che and the Fengshen Shunke. The next instant, the 3 of them had passed through the array's light curtain out of thin air and were safely inside the scripture repository on the 2nd floor of the art pavilion. As soon as they entered, Lin Che became alert. He immediately activated the system's detection function at full power, sweeping invisible ripples across the entire 2nd floor space to ensure there were no hidden dangers. This method was far quicker and safer than personally inspecting. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind instantly. Lin Che quickly filtered through it, and his eyes involuntarily showed surprise. The collection here was quite rich, mostly consisting of 2nd-rank traditions. The myriad arts of cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman making, arrays, and so on, were all present, but unfortunately, they were all common run-of-the-mill stuff, nothing particularly outstanding. The most abundant were naturally the beast-taming traditions, especially those focused on the cultivation and application of water-attributed spirit beasts, which matched the name, Qianshui Yusho sect, quite well. Lin Che's divine sense roughly scanned the information fed back by the system, and found that the situation was as he had expected. The traditions here, in both scope and depth, could not compare with the system's inheritance he possessed. What this place had was essentially all recorded in his own inheritance, and in a more detailed and superior manner. Taking the cultivation method of a specific spirit beast as an example, the tradition here could at best be considered one of the many breeding routes in his own beast-taming inheritance, and even then, it was somewhat crude and deficient. In addition, there were also many spells, techniques, and secret arts suitable for the foundation establishment stage, but most of them were water-attributed, while those of other attributes appeared rather ordinary. That being the case, Lin Che no longer sought to acquire everything. His gaze swept across, and he only selected a few jade slips of the highest rank and relatively unique insights, along with those 2nd-rank traditions that, although mediocre, could supplement his knowledge system and cover different schools. Not taking them all away was also part of Lin Che's preparation for baiting. His plan had not yet begun, but the preparatory work needed to be arranged first. Then Lin Che had the Qingxian Jieling teleport them directly out of the array's range. Without delay, they hurried to the 3rd floor of the art pavilion. As a rule, the most precious traditions must be stored at the highest level. The protective array on the 3rd floor was even more intact than that on the 2nd, with runes flowing on the light curtain that were more complex and profound. But this still posed no difficulty for the Qingxian Jieling. Its eyes shimmered with silver light, and the space-time marker once again silently penetrated the array's barrier. Amidst the flickering silver light, the 3 had stealthily smuggled themselves into this core scripture repository. Compared to the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor space appeared more spacious, and the number of jade slips on display had sharply decreased. Roughly counted, there were only about a dozen, carefully placed on a few purple sandalwood shelves. Lin Che cautiously first scanned the entire floor with the system's detection function. Only after confirming there were no hidden traps or dangers did he begin to quickly browse the contents of these jade slips. Soon his gaze was firmly drawn to 2 jade slips that exuded an ancient aura. One of them recorded the core technique of the Qianshui Yusho sect, the mystic water beast taming art. Unfortunately, it was only a fragment, with its cultivation limit capped at the golden core stage. Judging from the exquisite nature of the fragment, the complete, mystic water beast taming art was likely a precious earth rank technique. This technique held little value for Lin Che, who possessed a heaven rank technique. However, fortunately, the preface of the technique contained a detailed account of the Qianshui Yusho sect's general situation. Through this information, Lin Che finally gained a clear understanding of this place. It turned out that this ruin was originally just a small spirit beast breeding base set up by the Qianshui Yusho sect on the outskirts of the southern domain. Its main body was a golden core level sect with a golden core cultivator in charge. The true mountain gate of the Qianshui Yusho sect was a nascent soul level sect with a nascent soul cultivator located deep in the Fulong Mountains several thousand li away. The existence of this ruin also confirmed an ancient legend. In extremely ancient times, the territory of human cultivators in the southern domain was far more extensive than it is now. For some unknown reason, it later shrank continuously to the point that today it only occupies about a quarter of the southern domain. Putting away the jade slip that recorded the technique and history, Lin Che turned his gaze to another, more special jade slip. This was not a complete tradition, but an unfinished experimental record. Coincidentally, the research subject recorded in it turned out to coincide with Lin Che's next step in spirit beast breeding. Both were about the transformation of flood dragon into dragon. The only difference lay in the choice of experimental subjects. Relying on his system, Lin Che directly targeted the extremely high potential second-rank upper-grade spirit beast, that Songming spirit serpent, with a top-tier starting point. In contrast, the sect master of the Qianshui Yusho sect at that time, Shui Jingjinren, had chosen the more common second-rank mid-grade spirit beast, the Fudu python, whose difficulty of dragon transformation was relatively lower. Of course, the dragon species formed from such a base would inevitably be at the bottom in terms of bloodline purity and potential among dragon-type spirit beasts. To advance this grand experiment, Shui Jingjinren made an extremely bold and even crazy decision. He transformed one of the sect's only 2 third-rank spirit veins into a sinister and overbearing Disha poison vein. With the aid of a massive and complex array, he forcibly altered the environment above the entire spirit vein into a state most suitable for the Nyedu Jiao to break through to dragon transformation. Their breeding method was even more radical, employing the fight poison with poison approach. They fed the Nyedu Jiao with various toxic substances in doses far exceeding normal, forcibly accumulating its foundation, attempting to break through the bloodline shackles and transform the flood dragon into a true dragon. However, the experiments repeatedly failed. All the Nyedu Jiao that had been bred from the Fudu python and transformed into flood dragons failed at the final critical moment of dragon transformation without exception, and the experiments reached a deadlock. A turning point came when they successfully captured a natural-born juvenile Nyedu Jiao with a third-rank bloodline in the wild. Compared to artificially bred individuals, the bloodline of this naturally bred Nyedu Jiao cub was undoubtedly stronger and purer, bringing new hope to the deadlocked experiment. However, the record in the jade slip stopped abruptly at this point. Lin Che slowly withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip and opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing in them. So that's it. If his speculation was correct, the formation of the Haichi swamp and the reason why this place had become a forbidden land might very well stem from an unknown mishap that occurred with the transformed Disha poison vein and its accompanying array. Ultimately, the terrifying toxicity spiraled out of control, spreading and contaminating the entire sect, leading to its destruction. After a moment of thought, Lin Che still put this not-so-useful technique back in its original place and left 2 copies of the remaining third-rank beast-taming traditions on the shelf while taking the rest. Then Lin Che wasted no more time. He immediately set off toward the core experimental site mentioned in the experimental record. That experiment, which was not recorded in time, might hold the truth behind the sect's destruction as well as the hidden danger that the Zhao family cultivators could not resolve. The faint, elusive sensation of being watched by an invisible eye grew increasingly clear and intense as Lin Che gradually approached the earthly venom vein in the southern part of the ruins, like cold spider silk coiling around his heart, sending chills down his spine. Lin Che's expression turned grave. He cautiously halted his steps, refraining from advancing recklessly. He immediately activated the absolute void concealment divine ability, completely erasing his own presence. Sure enough, the moment his figure and aura were fully concealed, that ever-present feeling of being watched abruptly dissipated. The root of the problem is indeed here. Lin Che's sharp gaze fell upon the square building completely shrouded in thick ink-black miasma, and he muttered to himself. The building was vast in scale, and faint traces of residual array runes could still be seen on its surface. But the once impregnable walls had been severely eroded by the terrifying toxins, now exhibiting an ominous state of decay. Thin wisps of black gas continuously seeped from within, exuding an unmistakable air of sinister abnormality. Lin Che held his breath, concentrated his mind, and began to examine the detailed condition of the array here with the help of the system's detection ability. The results of the examination made his heart sink. The original core function of this array was to confine the experimental spirit beasts housed within the building and to ensure that the highly toxic gases produced by the earthly venom vein were firmly sealed inside, preventing any leakage. However, for some unknown reason, the operational core of this grand array had long been twisted and corrupted, and its function had undergone a horrifying reversal. Instead of containing the poisonous gas, it had become a continuously operating, highly efficient poison miasma diffuser. This twisted grand array, like a living, malevolent organ, ceaselessly extracted pure venom from the earthly venom vein, transforming it into a sky-obscuring, lethal miasma that perpetually contaminated everything around it. The other spirit veins within the sect were completely corroded and destroyed. The vegetation underwent terrifying mutations under the erosion of the toxins, and the once docile spirit beasts either perished or had their bloodlines polluted, driven into a frenzy. Ultimately, these irrepressible poisons slowly seeped outward through the damaged and dilapidated protective sect array. Over the years, this once blessed sect land was forcibly transformed into the present Blacktooth Swamp, a place devoid of life. Looking at the cold information displayed on the system panel, Lin Che could not help but let out a soft sigh, a complex mix of emotions in his heart. Judging by the level of the spirit vein and the regional potential, this area might have once been the best land around Chuyang City. But this originally precious third-rank spirit vein had long been completely polluted by the earthly venom gas. The spiritual energy had become turbid and foul, filled with hostility and poison. If ordinary creatures cultivated here, their fate would likely be no different from those bloodline-polluted, frenzied spirit beasts outside. Since the root of the problem had been identified, Lin Che naturally would not be foolish enough to put himself in danger. With a thought, his figure instantly vanished from the spot, entering the absolutely safe Qingxian secret realm. Next, he decided to let Qingxian gelling act alone. Qingxian gelling itself mastered the absolute void concealment divine ability. It would conceal its form and enter the dangerous building to investigate, while Lin Che would indirectly observe the interior through the shared perception with his spirit beast. Thus, even if an unforeseen danger occurred, Qingxian gelling could activate its teleportation divine ability at the first moment and retreat alone without needing to divert its attention to protect Lin Che. This would greatly shorten the activation time of the ability and significantly enhance safety. After clearly receiving Lin Che's intention, Qingxian gelling's angular azure head nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Once Lin Che entered the secret realm, Qingxian gelling's figure also faded and disappeared on the spot, as if melting into the air. In the distance, the heavy door of that silent square building was pushed open a crack by an invisible force, yet no figure was seen entering. Inside the building, the scene was entirely different from the other areas of the ruins, which were filled with raging spirit beasts. Here a suffocating dead silence reigned. It was not that there were no living creatures, rather they were all eerily quiet. In the dilapidated experimental rooms reeking of pungent odors, there were gathered corrosive poison pythons, with circular festering venomous spots on their bodies. They hung their heads low, motionless, curled up in pools of black viscous and thick venom, quietly absorbing the pure toxins within. The outer hall and most of the rooms presented a similar sight. Poison miasma filled the air, and dark, deep-colored venom pools, emitting a strong, rancid stench, were scattered everywhere. Even just looking from afar through the shared senses, Lin Che could clearly feel the terrifying toxicity contained within. Beside these venom pools, a large number of gaudy, twisted first and second-rank toxic spirit plants grew, thriving abnormally in this extreme environment. Throughout the entire area, it seemed that only spirit beasts like the corrosive poison python, which possessed a strong affinity and tolerance for venom, could survive in such a dead zone. This was the very place where the Qianshui Yusho sect had once attempted to induce the transformation of corrosive poison pythons into flood dragons. Lin Che made a prompt decision. He controlled Qingxian gelling, and without disturbing the dormant corrosive poison pythons in the venom pools, swiftly and stealthily collected some valuable higher-grade toxic spirit herbs from the outer hall into the Qingxian secret realm. Subsequently, they arrived at the entrance to the inner hall. This was the true core site where the venomous calamity flood dragon transformation experiment had been conducted in the past. Stay vigilant and be ready to retreat at any moment. Once you sense a danger we cannot handle, leave immediately without any hesitation. Lin Che once again gave a solemn instruction through the spiritual connection. Qingxian gelling's eyes were calm, and it gave a slight nod. Ripples of space flickered faintly around it, indicating it was already in a state ready to activate the divine ability at any moment. Concealing its form, it silently stepped into the inner hall. Through the shared vision, Lin Che carefully observed everything here. The inner hall appeared exceptionally spacious, and as far as the eye could see, an enormous pool occupied most of the area. The liquid in the pool was not the black venom of the outer hall, but a strange, deep purple viscous slurry. Even just looking from afar, one could feel the terrifying toxicity contained within, far surpassing that of the outer hull. In the center of this deep purple venom pool, there grew a bizarre-looking dark purple vine. The main stem was thick and twisted, its surface covered with a dense pattern resembling dragon scales gleaming with a faint luster. The vine bore no leaves, all its vitality seemed concentrated at the top. There hung a strange fruit shaped like a heart, pulsating slowly like a living thing. The fruit's surface continuously oozed a viscous black venom, like blood dripping into the venom pool below, with a faint drip sound strikingly clear in the dead silence. The appearance of this thing startled Lin Che in the secret realm. Instantly, the records concerning the corrosive poison python lineage from the Beast-Taming inheritance flashed through his mind. A second-rank mid-grade corrosive poison python, if it successfully transformed into a flood dragon, could elevate its bloodline to a third-rank mid-grade, venomous calamity flood dragon. If the venomous calamity flood dragon encountered an extraordinary opportunity and succeeded in transforming into a true dragon, it could evolve into a fourth-rank supreme grade, venomous calamity dragon. A rather obscure record in the inheritance mentioned that if a venomous calamity dragon happened to fall in a place filled with pure venomous and baleful chi, its flesh steeped in dragon power along with its immense resentment and accumulated venom over 10,000 years would intermingle. There was a slim chance that this would give birth to a third-rank supreme-grade sinister spirit plant, the 10,000 Poisons blood dragon vine. Although he had not yet approached to examine it in detail with the system based solely on the appearance of the vine before him, Lin Che could roughly confirm it. The dragon scale-like patterns on the vine, the heart-shaped fruit, the oozing black venom, and the extreme environment it inhabited all highly matched the description of the 10,000 Poisons blood dragon vine in the inheritance records. Looking up, the pulsating heart at the top of the vine was very likely the legendary 10,000 Poisons blood dragon fruit. This fruit required continuous absorption of pure venomous and blood baleful chi from the earth vein as nourishment, and it took 10,000 years to form. For venom-type spirit beasts, this item was a supreme treasure. After consuming and refining it, there was a high chance of purifying their bloodline, even undergoing atavistic evolution toward their ancient ancestors. If a venomous calamity flood dragon were to swallow this fruit, the success rate of its dragon transformation would skyrocket to an astonishing level. And this was only its most basic use. It was also the absolute main ingredient for refining the third-rank supreme-grade spirit pill, the dragon transformation and nascent soul condensation pill. This was a unique type of nascent soul formation pill. It could assist a venom cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage to shatter the core and form a nascent soul, ascending to a higher realm in one step. If news of such a divine object's appearance leaked out, it would be enough to drive golden core cultivators mad and even attract nascent soul old monsters to vie for it. Thinking of this, Lin Che's heart began to pound violently, and an impulse surged within him to immediately send Qingxian gelling to pluck it. However, in the next moment, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. His cautious nature, cultivated over the years, made him keenly aware that something was amiss. No, this place is too quiet. Alarm bells rang in his heart. This experimental base had long been in ruins, and the isolation array between the inner and outer halls had also failed. Compared to the outer hall, this was the true core of the earthly venom vein. The venomous chi should be richer and purer, and should be more attractive to the corrosive poison pythons. Yet why were there still many corrosive poison pythons coiled in the outer hall, while in this core inner hall, apart from the sinister vine in the pool, there was not a trace of any corrosive poison python? This was extremely unreasonable. The only explanation was one. Beneath this seemingly calm, deep purple venom pool, there must reside some existence, far more powerful one, that all corrosive poison pythons dared not approach. Lin Che forcibly suppressed his inner agitation and the desire for the 10,000 Poisons blood dragon fruit, refraining from rash action. He signaled Qingxian gelling to shift its attention from the eerie venom pool for the moment, turning instead toward the seemingly inconspicuous wooden cabin beside the pool. That should have been the place where the cultivator who presided over the experiment lived and kept records. After confirming there were no hidden dangers outside the wooden cabin, Lin Che had Qingxian gelling enter it while still concealed. The interior of the wooden cabin was quite sparse. Aside from some long-decayed daily utensils, the most conspicuous items were a number of broken jade slips scattered everywhere. Lin Che instructed Qingxian gelling to gather all these jade slips and bring them back to the Qingxian secret realm. Then he began to examine their contents one by one. His divine sense swept through rapidly. The records in the jade slips were almost entirely the experimental logs, data, and related research insights of a certain Shui Jingjinren. The detailed experimental records concerning a young, venomous calamity flood dragon with a third-rank bloodline were prominently listed. Lin Che read through them carefully, and his emotions fluctuated as he went along. The experiment had actually succeeded. That young venomous calamity flood dragon nurtured and pushed by Shui Jingjinren at an incalculable cost, had finally crossed the bloodline chasm and succeeded in transforming into a dragon. However, this event, which should have been cause for great celebration, instantly turned into the sect's disaster and nightmare. The root cause was that this venomous calamity flood dragon was not bred by the sect itself, but had been forcibly taken as a cub from the wild after its parents were killed by the sect members. This blood debt had been deeply buried in the flood dragon's heart, which endured silently biding its time for an opportunity. The moment it succeeded in its dragon transformation and reached the peak of its power, the hatred that had accumulated for countless years burst forth. First, with lightning speed, it tore apart several Qianshui Yusho sect experimenters present. Shui Jingjinren, shocked and enraged, immediately took action to try to subdue this newly ascended, venomous calamity dragon. However, after its transformation, the venomous calamity dragon's strength had skyrocketed beyond expectations, and coupled with its suicidal frenzied counterattack, even Shui Jingjinren found it difficult to suppress for a time. The situation was precarious. In utter desperation, Shui Jingjinren had no choice but to grit his teeth and activate the lethal array laid out around the experimental site, intending to completely annihilate this out-of-control beast. But no one expected that the true horror was only now descending. On the verge of death, the venomous calamity dragon used its entire bloodline origin and immense resentment as a catalyst to unleash a curse-type divine ability it had just awakened. This power, imbued with its most venomous curse, instantly polluted and reversed the core array of the experimental site. The grand array, originally designed to prevent the spread of poison, had its nature completely twisted, becoming a pollution source that continuously drew from the earthly venom vein and spread lethal miasma outward. At the same time, the venomous calamity dragon's remnant soul, filled with boundless hatred, transformed into a terrifying curse that covered the entire sect. All living beings within the range of the curse, whether spirit beasts or cultivators, would have their minds gradually eroded, becoming prone to rage, losing their reason, and ultimately falling into a frenzy of mutual attack and slaughter. And this was only the beginning. Even more terrifying was that once a cultivator killed a cursed spirit beast in this place, the venomous calamity dragon's malicious curse power would stealthily attach itself like a persistent parasite. Thereafter, the cultivator would find it increasingly difficult to calm their mind. During meditation, their Tao heart would become increasingly unstable, and even if they broke through a minor realm, they would be highly susceptible to inner demon backlash. Extremely perilous. These problems soon appeared in the sect. Shui Jingjinren, as the sect leader, made a decisive decision and ordered all disciples to evacuate immediately. He also activated the protective sect array in an attempt to seal the poison and curse inside, preventing further spread to harm the surroundings. He himself chose to stay in this dead zone, seeking a solution. Unfortunately, he tried many methods, all of which ended in failure. The environment here had completely deteriorated. The spiritual energy of the veins began to dissipate, making cultivation impossible. Ultimately, this cultivation base had to be abandoned, sinking into oblivion in the river of time. After reading all the records, Lin Che couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, filled with myriad emotions. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts cannot be truly harmonious with just a single contract rune. Both of them followed the path of Beast-Taming, and Shui Jingjinren's tragic experience undoubtedly served as a stark warning to Lin Che. Spirit beasts are not mindless tools. They possess their own emotions, memories, and will. Pure enslavement and oppression will eventually sow seeds of hatred, leading to the disaster of backlash. Shaking his head, Lin Che's gaze once again fell upon the eerie, deep purple venom pool and the pulsating 10,000 poisons blood dragon vine at its center. At this point, all his doubts were resolved. The vague, lingering feeling of being watched, the source was precisely the malicious curse emanating from the remnant soul of the venomous calamity dragon permeating the air. He also fully understood why the Zhao family had been so generous as to publicly release information about the ruins and invite a large number of rogue cultivators. The members of the Zhao family must have killed spirit beasts here during their earlier exploration and thus detected the existence of the strange curse. To delve deeper into the ruins and obtain the true resources and inheritance, they had to clear away the countless cursed spirit beasts along the way. But if they acted themselves, it meant all family members could be afflicted by the curse, causing endless trouble. Hence they devised this scheme of using a borrowed knife to kill. They used the unsuspecting rogue cultivators to cleanse these cursed spirit beasts. After the rogue cultivators exhausted their efforts, even paid a heavy price to clear the obstacles, and unknowingly bore the curse, the Zhao family could then easily reap the fruits of victory, with minimal cost, entering the depths to obtain what they truly sought. If Lin Che, unaware of this, rashly killed the spirit beasts, he would absolutely fall into the trap, and no matter what means he had, it would be useless. As long as his path was damaged, the Lin family would be no cause for concern, and they could eliminate this opponent without shedding a drop of blood. Having seen through the Zhao family's complete scheme, Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing within. A plan to repay the Zhao family in their own coin, taking advantage of the situation, instantly crystallized in his mind. Faster, faster. The formation at the periphery of the ruins is about to be broken by the Zhao family. If we're late, we won't even get a taste of the spoils. What's the rush? With your mere chi refining cultivation, what can you do even if you rush and I? Hey, don't say that. Who can predict fortune? What if I am blessed with luck and find a third-grade spiritual object inside? Then I won't have to worry about foundation establishment or even future cultivation resources. Deep within the Haichi marsh beside the wide lake-like dark pool, it was already packed with wandering cultivators who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the faint glow of the formation deep in the pool. The air was thick with restlessness and greed. Leading the formation-breaking operation was Zhao Wenyuan, who had once fought Lin Che on the arena stage. At this moment his expression was solemn as he concentrated on directing the clan disciples to take their positions according to the plan that had been repeatedly rehearsed over the past few months. Although the formation covering the ruins was of the 4th rank due to years of neglect and gradual decay, its power had greatly diminished, barely maintaining the strength of a 3rd-rank formation. Through recent research, the Zhao family had figured out the key and devised an effective method to break it. When the appointed time arrived, Zhao Wenyuan, seated at the core formation hub, flashed a sharp glint in his eyes and shouted, "Fellow clansmen, execute the plan, break the formation." Hearing the order, the Zhao cultivators responded in unison, moving in perfect synchronization as they activated the specially prepared formation discs. In an instant, spiritual lights lit up in sequence at various positions, interconnecting to form a mystical energy network that covered the ruins' great formation. Affected by this, the light curtain that had been obscuring the view fluctuated violently, and its concealment ability rapidly dissipated, revealing the true scene inside the ruins to everyone. A collective gasp of astonishment was heard. Inside. It's so vast. This is no ordinary cave dwelling. It's clearly a sect relic. Haha, an incredible fortune. But there are too many demon beasts inside. Getting the benefits might require getting past them first. A lot of demon beasts is a good sign. It means there might be a beast-taming legacy here. If I can obtain it, I might even establish the 3rd beast-taming clan in this region. Zhao Wenyuan paid no attention to the clamor of the wandering cultivators. His mind was entirely absorbed in breaking the formation. His fingers danced rapidly, constantly forming hand seals to guide the combined formation's power. Soon the energy meridians of the ruins formation became increasingly clear under the impact of the formation disk's spiritual light. Zhao Wenyuan's eyes narrowed, seizing the fleeting opportunity, and he roared, "Now! Strike together!" All the Zhao cultivators, upon hearing the command, simultaneously furiously poured their mana into the formation discs in their hands. All the small formations instantly linked into one, and a brownish-yellow beam of light condensed from the collective power blasted out, striking precisely at the weakest point of the formation's meridians. A crisp sound like breaking glass was clearly heard, and the sturdy light curtain was torn apart, revealing a huge gap. The formation is broken. Fellow clansmen, follow me inside to seize the fortune. Zhao Wenyuan's voice boomed like a bell, and he transformed into a streak of sword light shooting through the gap. As you command. Behind him, the Zhao disciples responded in unison, their spirits high, and they followed closely, streaming into the ruins like beams of light. Within moments, all the Zhao cultivators had entered. Then, according to plan, they dispersed in a disciplined manner, quickly disappearing among the broken walls and overgrown vegetation. Seeing that the ruins formation had been forcibly breached and the Zhao cultivators had surged in like a tide, the wandering cultivators gathered outside could no longer contain themselves and began to stir. Someone shouted, "Charge!" and the crowd, like a bursting dam, mounted their artifacts and used movement techniques, scrambling to squeeze through the gap into the ruins. Among them, chi refining cultivators were the majority, but there were also many foundation establishment wandering cultivators with deeper auras, as well as teams from some small and medium-sized clans. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick after this vanguard entered the ruins, Zhao Wenxuan and Zhou Wanhong leisurely walked out of the temporary camp side by side. Zhou Wanhong's round face still wore a genial smile, his small eyes narrowed into slits as he looked at Zhao Wenxuan beside him. His tone was unhurried. "Brother Wenxuan, in your opinion, when is the best time for us to enter?" Zhao Wenxuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance at the entrance of the ruins, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Zhou, why be hasty? Let those wandering cultivators do the work first. Once they've cleared out those troublesome demon beasts, we can go in and clean up. Isn't that more convenient and effortless?" He paused, his tone revealing a hint of calculation. Perhaps that friend from the Lin family is also mingling among the crowd right now, enthusiastically clearing the path for us. His words were clear and logical, but he never mentioned the Zhou clan cultivators entering at the same time. Logically, since their clansmen had already entered the Zhou clan, should have entered together with the Zhao clan to share the danger. That would be the most reasonable. But why did he not mention it at all? It was simple. The Zhao elites had already entered the ruins according to plan and gone into hiding. They only needed to wait for the demon beasts to be cleared, then they could rush to the core area's resources at the fastest speed. Zhou Wanhong's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this, as if he hadn't noticed the problem in Zhao Wenyuan's words. He clapped his hands and laughed. Haha, brother Wenchuan is right, we don't need to rush. And that Lin family probably won't last a few more days. However, in his heart, he was sneering coldly, fully aware of Zhao Wenchuan's calculations. Did he think Zhou Wanhong was a fool? Early on, during multiple reconnaissance trips, he had secretly ordered his clansmen to locate several key nodes on the periphery of the ruins, and found an extremely hidden shelter very close to the core buildings of the ruins. His Zhou family members had also already infiltrated the earlier wave of wandering cultivators and were now quietly moving toward the predetermined positions, ensuring that as soon as the demon beasts were cleared, the Zhou family would also get a share of the spoils and not let the Zhao family monopolize the harvest. The two men exchanged smiles, each with a knowing glint in their eyes. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, but undercurrents secretly churned. Meanwhile, Lin Che was indeed among the crowd. He was using the absolute void concealment art to hide his form, hovering in midair calmly, overlooking the chaotic battle between cultivators and demon beasts below. Most of the wandering cultivators were already engaged in a fierce fight with the enraged demon beasts of the ruins. A variety of spells flashed, and the sounds of weapons cutting through the air were incessant. With similar levels of strength, these demon beasts, whose minds were damaged by a curse and only knew to attack madly, were clearly no match for the wandering cultivators who risked their lives all year round. One after another, demon beasts fell with shrill howls. Lin Che's gaze quickly swept across the chaotic battlefield, soon locking onto three Qi refining cultivators wearing uniform clothes embroidered with the Zhao family crest. They were cautiously avoiding the main battle groups and moving toward a specific direction. Lin Che curled his lips slightly and quietly followed them, trailing them all the way to a seemingly ordinary cliff face. The cliff was covered by a clever concealment formation. Without deliberate investigation, it was extremely difficult to discover that a cave lay hidden behind it. With a thought, the massive figure of the infernal ferocious tiger silently appeared beside Lin Che. Under its massive paws, it firmly pressed down two Qi refining stage wolf demons that were still struggling wildly and baring their fangs. With just a glance from Lin Che, the infernal ferocious tiger understood. Its powerful forelegs suddenly exerted force, hurling the two wolf demons like stones toward the concealment formation. With a dull thud, the concealment formation fluctuated violently, its spiritual light dissipating instantly, exposing the cave entrance hidden behind. Having done this, Lin Che had already vanished like a ghost, leaving no trace. Almost simultaneously from within the cave, which had only one exit, there suddenly erupted sounds of terrified shouts, weapons clashing, and the frantic roars of demon beasts. The Zhao cultivators trapped in the narrow space had already erupted into a violent conflict with the two enraged demon beasts. Lin Che did not linger. Using the same method, relying on his superb concealment ability and keen perception of auras, he successively found the other carefully hidden positions of the Zhao family, precisely delivering enraged rampaging demon beasts to them. Notably, all his attentions were precisely given only to the Zhao family, while he deliberately ignored the Zhou family forces. Hearing the sounds of battle and chaos coming from the Zhao family's hiding spots in different directions, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Che's mouth. The real show has only just begun. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the demon beasts that had infested the ruins of the Qianshui Beast-Taming sect were cleared away by the influx of cultivators. Yet when the crowd eagerly sought the long-anticipated priceless spirit herb garden, they were met with bitter disappointment. Due to the crumbling formation of the ruins, the spirit herb garden had long become a lair for demon beasts where any moderately aged herbs had been devoured to the last. What remained were mere worthless poisonous weeds or seedlings too young to be of value. Left with no choice, the crowd redirected their efforts toward places like the alchemy hall and refining hall, where finished resources might still be stored. Naturally, the majority made their way to the technique hall, which bore the weight of the sect's heritage. Compared to those elixirs and talismans that might have lost their efficacy, the inheritance jade slips here were far more valuable. When the Zhao family cultivators, whose faces were already dark with gloom from their earlier encounter, saw a group arrive at the technique hall, before them their expressions turned even more sullen, as if they could drip with anger. They had plotted meticulously for so long, yet not only had they failed to seize the initiative, but many of their clansmen had also been forced to slay demon beasts en route, thereby tainting themselves with that eerie curse. Now as they reflected, they realized that had they known this in advance, it would have been better to simply harden their hearts and clear the beasts themselves, then slowly find a way to resolve the curse. Just as Zhao Wenyuan leading the group was about to shout and drive away these rogue cultivators, his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on a figure he least wished to see at this moment, Zhou Wanhai of the Zhou family. This only added to his already foul mood. Zhou Wanhai, however, acted as if he had not noticed Zhao Wenyuan's blackened face, greeting him with a beaming smile, and said warmly, "So it's Brother Wenyuan. You arrived quite quickly. Perfect timing. This array here is troublesome. If our two families join forces, we are sure to break it swiftly and share the inheritance." As it turned out, aside from the few sent to search elsewhere, the main force of Zhou family cultivators had gathered here. They had intended to enter the technique hall first, but discovered that the protective array on the second floor was still active. Their attempts to break it made little progress, forcing them to halt. Hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan's expression eased slightly, but when his eyes swept over the disheveled first floor, clearly looted, and then fixed on the intact array on the second floor, his face instantly turned pitch black. That fat Zhou was clearly using the Zhao family as free labor. While his own clansmen were overwhelmed by the beast attacks and the curse, the Zhou family appeared unscathed, having taken the benefits of the first floor and now wanted them to break the array. Zhao Wenyuan could no longer maintain his composure. With a rigid face, he sneered, "Ha ha ha. Fat Zhou, do you take me for a fool? Why should my Zhao family be the one to pave the way for your Zhou family? Once the array is broken, can't we take the contents ourselves?" Zhou Wanhai, unaware of the Zhao family's ordeal, only assumed that their early arrival had sparked resentment. He still forced a smile and said, "Why must Brother Wenyuan be so angry? Everyone knows that the Zhao family's mastery of arrays is profound. Breaking this array is no one but your task. Besides, our two families are allies. Shouldn't mutual assistance be taken for granted? With rogue cultivators about to arrive, we must secure the inheritance as soon as possible." At these words, Zhao Wenyuan was so enraged he laughed. "Allies? Your Zhou family is renowned for its beast-taming skills, isn't it? When the beasts were being cleared, did we ever see you intervene? Cooperation? Where was the cooperation?" The more he spoke, the angrier he grew, even suspecting that the beasts that had precisely targeted their hiding spots en route were orchestrated by the Zhou family to weaken the Zhao forces. "Stop dreaming." Zhao Wenyuan's face was cold and resolute, his words decisive. "Either you break this array yourselves, or you will not lay a finger on the inheritance here." Hearing such adamant refusal, the smile on Zhou Wanhai's face finally faltered. His tone turned somber. "Brother Wenyuan, is the alliance between our two families really so fragile? Must we come to blows here today? Why must it come to this?" As soon as these words were spoken, the cultivators of both families bristled, and the atmosphere grew tense to the extreme. Just as Zhao Wenyuan was about to retort, two powerful auras approached from afar, instantly shattering the hostile standoff. The clan leaders, Zhao Wenshuan and Zhou Wanhong, arrived on flying swords, their figures landing gracefully in the center of the confrontation. "Enough!" Zhao Wenshuan's face was solemn, and his low voice carried an indisputable authority, immediately quelling the agitation. "What is this bickering here? Where is the dignity? Cooperation between our families is a settled matter." Having heard the quarrel from afar, he sensed trouble and rushed over to stop it. Zhao Wenyuan, seeing this, wanted to step forward and report his encounter and suspicions, but was stopped by a sharp glare from Zhao Wenshuan, the words caught in his throat. "What matters most now is to secure the inheritance in the technique hall as quickly as possible," Zhao Wenshuan said in a deep voice. Of course, this was because he was unaware of the specifics of Zhao Wenyuan's ordeal and the suspicion about the Zhou family luring the beasts, who otherwise his reaction would hardly have been so calm. Zhou Wanhong, standing by, immediately put on his usual oily smile and smoothly mediated, "Brother Wenshuan is absolutely right. Harmony brings wealth after all. How about this? The Zhao family will continue to handle the array breaking, while my Zhou family will take charge of intercepting the other rogue cultivators. Once the inheritance in the hall is obtained, we will split the spells and techniques evenly without interference. As for the core techniques and inheritance, each family will make a copy. What do you think, Brother Wenshuan?" "Agreed. Let it be as you say." Zhao Wenshuan nodded after a brief deliberation. The dispute subsided, and both sides immediately acted according to the agreement. The Zhao cultivators quickly gathered at the entrance of the second floor of the technique hall, beginning to study the residual protective array. Meanwhile, the Zhou family at Zhou Wanhong's signal summoned their spirit beasts. In an instant, roars echoed and spiritual light flickered. The Zhou cultivators, along with their contracted spirit beasts, swiftly formed a defensive line around the technique hall. Among these spirit beasts, two leopard-like creatures were particularly eye-catching. They were the life-bound spirit beasts of Zhou Wanhai and Zhou Wanhong, the Tieguzheng. This Tieguzheng was a metal attribute ferocious beast of the second-rank upper-grade bloodline with dark golden eyes, a lithe leopard-like build, and a 30-centimeter spiral horn on its forehead that gleamed with cold light. Its entire body was covered in a metallic dark gray coat that provided formidable defense. Most peculiar was its long tail split into 5 extremely tough metal segments, each ending in a sharp spear-like tip, one of its most dreaded attack weapons. This beast was a core inheritance spirit beast of the Zhou family, never sold to outsiders, and only eligible core members of the family could contract with it. They were naturally fierce and bloodthirsty, and only by raising them from infancy and defeating them in combat, while young, could one gain their recognition and obedience. With these spirit beasts of various forms and ferocious auras, the Zhou cultivators instantly formed an insurmountable barrier blocking all the rogue cultivators who had arrived at the technique hall. Zhou Wanhong paced to the front of the crowd, his round face wearing a genial smile. Yet his voice, carrying the pressure of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, rang clearly across the scene. Fellow Taoists, this area has already been taken by the Zhou and Zhao families. Please be accommodating and seek your fortunes elsewhere. Though his words were polite, the undisguised spiritual pressure of his foundation establishment level, along with the fierce gleam in the eyes of the Tiegu Zheng beside him and the swaying sharp bone-tipped tail, all exuded a silent threat. The other Zhou family members, earth-shaking mountain rhinoceroses, let out low roars, their massive bodies assuming a charging posture. The red-maned wind-chasing hounds bared their white fangs, growling low in their throats. The rift cloud eagles, circling overhead, folded their wings slightly, their sharp eyes locked on the ground, ready to dive. Faced with the Zhou family's array, and given that other opportunities still existed elsewhere in the ruins, it was clearly unwise to confront the elites of these two families directly. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, mostly chose silence, and then turned away, dispersing towards other areas. On the other side, Zhao Wenyuan on the second floor of the technique hall finally found the chance to report in a low voice to the clan leader Zhao Wenshuan about the earlier attack and his suspicions of the Zhou family. As Zhao Wenshuan listened, his face darkened visibly, especially when his eyes swept over the two majestic Tiegu Zheng outside the hall, a cold glint shining in his gaze. Your suspicion is not without merit. His voice was low, carrying suppressed anger, but the greater picture must take precedence. Obtaining the core inheritance here is the top priority. Everything else can wait until after we have the techniques. Before long, the array inside the building was finally broken by the Zhao cultivators. Zhou Wanhai immediately led several Zhou family members forward to liaison with Zhao Wenshuan. Zhao Wenshuan's face had regained its calm, as if nothing had happened. Following the agreement, both sides quickly demarcated the areas for collecting jade slips. In the midst of this orderly distribution, no one noticed a figure like an intangible breeze quietly appearing beside a bookshelf that had been allocated to the Zhou family. Using the absolute void concealment divine ability, Lin Che perfectly hid his presence. He slipped a pre-prepared jade slip into the Zhou family section. This jade slip was identical in appearance to the others in the hall, but the information it contained was a carefully crafted bait. The content was concise, explicitly stating that in the southern part of the sect there was a secret grounds for cultivating spiritual plants where a third-rank supreme-grade spiritual plant grew, the 10,000 poison blood dragon vine. To ensure the Zhou family fully recognized its value, Lin Che thoughtfully appended the item's incredible effects. Among them, the 10,000 poison blood dragon fruit was the absolute main ingredient for refining the dragon transformation nascent soul pill, which aids poison cultivators in forming their nascent soul. Having done all this, Lin Che maintained the divine ability, quietly withdrew to the side, and consumed a rejuvenating spirit fruit to recover his expended mana, leisurely preparing to watch the drama he had orchestrated. Sure enough, not long after, Zhou Wanhai, while searching his area, discovered this extra jade slip. The moment he extended his divine sense into it and read the contents, his eyes suddenly widened, and his breathing became uncontrollably heavy and rapid. He forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, quickly glanced around to confirm that no one had noticed his excitement, and then swiftly tucked the jade slip into his robes. He took a few deep breaths, struggling to adjust his facial expression to ensure that the nearby Zhao family members would not suspect anything before feigning calm and slowly retreating from the technique hall. Once outside, he immediately and eagerly transmitted the tremendous discovery to the clan leader Zhou Wanhong. Even with Zhou Wanhong's composure, the moment he received the transmission, the usual genial smile on his face nearly collapsed. He barely restrained his excitement and transmitted again to confirm, "Third brother, are you sure you didn't misread? Is this item truly the treasure that can refine the nascent soul pill?" His heart began to race wildly. Even though the Zhou family's ancestor was still striving for core formation, obtaining this item meant that the family's future might even touch upon the nascent soul path. This was a fortune that could drive any cultivation family insane. Upon receiving Zhou Wanhai's affirmative confirmation again, Zhou Wanhong felt his own breathing grow erratic. But having been clan leader for many years, he forced all the anomalies off his face through sheer willpower. He immediately transmitted with a deep, decisive tone, "Stay calm. Do not reveal any flaw. Once the core techniques here are copied, we will immediately find an excuse to part ways with the Zhao family." We must reach that place before the Zhao family and secure the 10,000 poison blood dragon fruit. This third-rank supreme-grade spiritual treasure, the Zhou family was determined to have it. Zhou Wanhai returned to the second floor, his countenance already composed. He even feigned concern by transmitting a message to Zhou Wanhong asking if reinforcements were needed outside. Upon receiving the reply that everything was under control, he continued to casually participate in collecting and organizing the jade slips of inheritance within the designated area. Once the Zhou clan members had fully secured their allocated jade slips, Zhou Wanhai, with an impeccable smile on his face, approached Zhao Wenxuan once more. Clan leader Zhao, we have finished our inventory. Next, let us proceed to exchange and copy the core techniques and inheritances as agreed. As he spoke, he retrieved several blank jade slips and began in Zhao Wenxuan's presence to copy the core contents stipulated in their agreement, his demeanor open and seemingly without reservation. Zhao Wenxuan narrowed his eyes slightly and without showing any emotion waved his hand to signal his own clansmen to start the copying process. Moments later, both sides completed the task and exchanged the jade slips. The superficial cooperation thus seemed to conclude amicably. Zhou Wanhai asked, as if casually, "Clan leader Zhao, what are your plans next? This hall of techniques is the core of the ruins, and the greatest value has already been obtained. How about we explore the other areas separately to avoid unnecessary competition, and each take what we need?" Zhao Wenxuan pondered for a moment, then pointed toward a distant, vaguely visible, grand architectural silhouette. "My Zhao clan intends to try our luck at the artifact refining pavilion." Zhou Wanhai's smile widened at these words, and he nodded repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. Our Zhou clan was just planning to visit the Talisman Hall. It seems we truly have no conflict. Since that's the case, we shall take our leave first." He cupped his hands in farewell, then summoned all the Zhou clan members and swiftly departed the Hall of Techniques, heading in the general direction of the Talisman Hall. Their figures soon vanished among the crumbling ruins. Only after the aura of the Zhou people had completely faded did the calm on Zhao Wenxuan's face instantly dissolve, replaced by a cold sneer. Did he really think Zhao Wenxuan was such a fool to be easily deceived, eh? He had already harbored suspicions about the Zhou clan due to the earlier ambush. All along, he had secretly extended a strand of his divine sense, closely monitoring every move of the Zhou members, especially Zhou Wanhai. That brief anomaly, the barely concealed excitement, and the subsequent overly smooth performance. How could they completely escape his notice? Wen Yu and Zhao Wenxuan said in a deep voice, "Gather our elite. We'll follow them from a distance. I want to see what remarkable thing those sneaky Zhou fellows have discovered that warrants such elaborate pretense." Zhao Wenyuan immediately nodded in acknowledgement. He too had been watching closely and had noticed Zhou Wanhai's fleeting unnaturalness. Soon a capable Zhao team assembled silently. Concealing their auras, they trailed far behind the Zhou contingent, like the most patient hunters stealthily advancing toward the southern part of the ruins. Beyond everyone's field of vision, Lin Che, perfectly concealed by his absolute aerial concealment divine ability, leisurely followed, at an even greater distance behind the Zhao team. Watching the two groups ahead, one overt, one covert, both lured into his scheme. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a knowing smile of absolute control. The real show was only just beginning. Meanwhile, the Zhou clan members had already arrived outside a square testing ground, shrouded in thick, noxious miasma. Zhou Wanhong squinted his small eyes, gazing at the ominous building before them, and asked in a low voice, "Is this the place?" "No mistake. The location recorded in the jade slip is exactly here." Zhou Wanhai's face no longer bore its usual smile. His expression was one of unprecedented solemnity. The clansmen following behind exchanged bewildered glances filled with confusion. Weren't they supposed to be heading to the Talisman Hall? Why had they come to such an obviously sinister place? Even standing outside the building, the rolling, thick poison fog and pungent stench made them deeply uncomfortable. Zhou Wanhong and Zhou Wanhai offered no further explanation. "Everyone take high-grade detoxification pills, circulate your energy to protect your bodies, and seal off the poison miasma. Follow me inside." Zhou Wanhong gave the order and was the first to step into the dim entrance. His bonded spirit beast, the Iron Bone Zheng, stayed close by his side, its dark golden pupils coldly scanning everything around, its 5 metallic bone-tipped tail swaying slightly, poised to strike. Zhou Wanhai also drew his sword and followed, speaking in a low voice to his own spirit beast. "Don't ask questions, you'll find out soon enough. Stay close to the group. If we encounter beast obstacles, prioritize repelling and driving them away. Do not kill unless absolutely necessary." Though the clansmen did not understand the reason, seeing the two Foundation establishment elders so serious, they dared not be negligent. They summoned their spirit beasts, circulated their energy to protect themselves, and entered the strange building one by one. Shortly after they entered, the Zhao party also tracked them here. Gazing at the miasma-shrouded building, a cold sneer appeared on Zhao Wenxuan's face. Indeed, there's something fishy. What a fine Zhou clan, what fine allies. Discovering a precious treasure and wanting to keep it all to themselves. Truly a pack of ungrateful wolves. The clansmen behind him were also seething with indignation. After nearly a year of meticulous planning, their own people had ended up cursed, and they had been made a stepping stone for the Zhou clan. How could they swallow this insult? A young clansman at the late Chi refining stage suddenly lowered his voice and said hatefully, "Clan leader, could those beasts that attacked us earlier have been orchestrated by the Zhou clan? They are masters of beast-taming, and they had already explored this place in advance. Wouldn't it be easy for them to use secret methods to lure monsters and weaken our clan's foundation?" TSK. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. Another person drew a sharp breath and interjected, "In this region, aside from the Lin clan, who else is skilled in beast-taming but the Zhou clan?" The Lin clan didn't even come, let alone know the details of this place. How could they have set up such a scheme in advance? It must be them. The Zhou people are all smiles on the surface, but use underhanded tricks behind the scenes. Zhao Wenxuan raised his hand to quiet the crowd, his eyes dark and fierce. This score will be settled. For now, let's see what's hidden inside that has made the Zhou clan so eager to ditch us. He flipped his hand and produced a gleaming array plate, then stepped into the building first. The clansmen behind him followed suit, activating their artifacts and circulating their techniques. Protective glows of various colors lit up in succession as they filed in behind their leader. As soon as they entered the outer hall, Zhao Wenxuan swept his divine sense and took in the scene. The rooms were filled with poison pools where toxic weeds flourished and countless rotting venom pythons coiled, a sight that made one's scalp crawl. Several rooms bore fresh signs of battle, but there was no trace of the Zhou people. They're not here. They must have gone deeper. Don't get entangled with the pythons, but quickly follow. Zhao Wenxuan shouted in a low voice, then immediately flew on his sword, turning into a beam of light, rushing toward the inner hall. Zhao Wenyuan and the other clansmen also used their movement techniques and followed closely. The disturbed pythons attacked in a swarm, but on land their speed was far inferior to that of the cultivators running at full tilt, and they were soon left behind. Almost at the instant, Zhao Wenxuan and his group burst into the inner hall. Zhou Wanhong and Zhou Wanhai, who had already arrived simultaneously, sensed the intense spiritual energy fluctuations from behind. The two exchanged a knowing glance and turned around. Sure enough, it was Zhao Wenxuan and Zhao Wenyuan arriving on their swords, landing a few dozen feet ahead, forming a tacit confrontation with the Zhou group. However, the Zhao brothers' gaze lingered on the Zhou people for only a moment before being irresistibly drawn to the eerie vine at the center of the poison pool. Both pupils simultaneously contracted, then burst forth with undisguised fervor and greed. A third rank, supreme-grade spiritual object. Though they did not recognize the vine, the vast, pure, heavenly, and earthly spiritual essence, far surpassing the ordinary third rank, was unmistakable. This alone made its value incalculable, a priceless treasure. Zhao Wenxuan snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed on the Zhou people with icy mockery and fury. "Fine, what a fine Zhou clan. Is this the alliance you prattle on about? Discovering such a treasure, you want to cast us aside and keep it for yourselves?" At this point, Zhou Wanhong also tore off his hypocritical mask. If it had been an ordinary treasure, there might have been room for negotiation, but this was a supreme opportunity related to nascent soul formation. He would never yield. Zhao Wenxuan, why play the hypocrite? If it were you, would you simply hand it over? In the cultivation world, opportunities always go to the capable. Talk of keeping it for oneself is laughable. As he finished speaking, he shot a sharp glance at Zhou Wanhai. Zhou Wanhai understood immediately, and his spiritual energy began to surge subtly. With 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 2 Foundation Establishment spirit beasts on their side, they held a clear advantage. Since reconciliation was impossible, they would strike first. Sensing the unbridled battle intent and energy fluctuations from the other side, Zhao Wenxuan knew they were about to act, but his face showed no fear. Instead, he sneered, "Fatty Zhou, do you really think you've got us cornered?" Before his words had faded, his hand flipped over, and a palm-sized 3-finger-thick jade array plate, flowing with a 5-colored radiance, appeared in his palm. This was his ultimate protective treasure, the small 5 elements heavenly derivation array plate. The moment he infused his spiritual energy, the array plate burst into brilliant light. A 5-colored shield imbued with the profound Tao rhythm of the 5 elements, mutual generation and restraint, instantly expanded, enveloping Zhao Wenxuan and several core clansmen beside him. The shield flowed unceasingly, the 5 elements' powers mutually reinforcing each other, providing strong deflection and dissolution against single-type attacks enough to withstand the fierce assault of a late Foundation Establishment cultivator. "Form the formation," Zhao Wenyuan shouted simultaneously. The other Zhao cultivators reacted swiftly, producing array banner artifacts, and quickly setting up simple attack formations within the protective shield of the small 5 elements array. On the other side, the Zhou cultivators also shouted in unison. Their contracted spirit beasts roared, assuming combat stances, exuding a fierce aura. The great battle was about to erupt. Yet at this moment of utmost tension, boom! A towering column of water suddenly exploded from the deep purple viscous poison pool beside them. A colossal, suffocating black shadow carrying an overwhelming toxic aura and indescribable ferocity burst forth from the water with a thunderous roar. Both opposing parties, startled by the sudden turn of events, simultaneously withdrew their hands, their gazes turning in unison to the terrifying figure that had burst out of the water. The part of the beast that emerged above the surface alone was already as massive as a small hill. A narrow, hideous head fully 3 meters wide, with a massive maw full of sharp teeth opening and closing, slightly dripping viscous venomous saliva. Above the water, its ink-black, robust body extended at least 5 meters, with an even more colossal portion clearly submerged below. On its head, a short, deep blue bone horn glimmered with a chilling, heart-stopping cold light. On either side of the midsection of its body grew a pair of short dragon-like feet, each with only 3 clawed toes covered in thick scales. Its entire body was covered in ink-black scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen in the dim light, and a dense purple-black protective aura swirled around it. Its cold, emotionless serpentine eyes locked fiercely onto all the uninvited guests present. The furious, demonic energy of the Peak Foundation establishment realm radiated without restraint, pressing down so heavily that everyone's breath caught in their throats. In the next instant, the vicious poison dragon abruptly opened its massive maw, and a thick, impenetrable cloud of putrid miasma erupted forth with a thunderous roar. The poison cloud took on a sinister, deep purple hue, churning and rolling as it emitted a corrosive aura that made even the soul tremble, then descended directly onto the cultivators of the 2 families gathered by the poison pool. Full defense. Zhao Wenxuan shouted sternly, frantically channeling his spiritual energy into the formation disc in his hand. The barrier of the lesser 5 elements celestial derivation array enveloping the Zhao family instantly blazed with 5-colored radiance. The 5 elemental lights swirled endlessly, forming a solid bulwark that forcibly met the surging poison cloud. The Zhou family reacted just as swiftly. Attack instead of defense. Disperse it. Zhou Wanhong bellowed. The iron-bone grizzly let out a shrill roar, its spiral horn on its forehead flashing with golden light as several incredibly sharp golden light blades shot forth to strike the poison cloud. Other Zhou cultivators also commanded their spirit beasts, unleashing fireballs, wind blades, earth spikes, and various other techniques and spells in an attempt to smash and scatter the poison cloud before it could surround them. Lin Che, concealed in absolute spatial stealth, nodded slightly. As expected, there was indeed a great ferocious beast guarding this place. This vicious poison dragon had already reached the Peak Foundation establishment realm, only 1 step away from condensing a demonic core and advancing to the 3rd tier. However, the danger of this place was far from limited to this one ferocious dragon. Lin Che keenly sensed deep within the churning toxic miasma and intense resentment, an even more obscure, yet ancient, and evil fluctuation of soul force. That was likely the remnant soul of the original vicious poison dragon that had cast the curse and perished long ago, which had not completely dissipated even after countless years. Lin Che speculated that this fellow was very likely trying to seize the body of the current vicious poison dragon to be reborn. The Beast-Taming heritage also contained records of demonic beasts performing soul possession, but the conditions were even more stringent. It required bloodline compatibility, meaning it had to possess a vicious poison dragon of the same lineage. It had clearly chosen the current one, which was about to break through and had been waiting in the shadows. It was waiting for this vicious poison dragon to successfully break through to the 3rd tier, then swallow the already ripened myriad poison blood dragon fruit to undergo a dragon transformation. At that critical moment of transformation, when the soul and bloodline undergo intense sublimation and are both most vulnerable and most powerful, it would launch the possession, usurping the nest and gaining a new life. Unfortunately, its luck was poor. The myriad poison blood dragon fruit had only recently ripened, and the vicious poison dragon it had chosen for possession had not yet crossed the final threshold. The secrets of this place were discovered by the invading cultivators. If it had been a few decades later, and its plan had succeeded, a 3rd-tier great demon would have likely been born in the region of Chuyang City. On the battlefield, both sides fought fiercely against the vicious poison dragon, explosions ringing out continuously and spiritual light splattering everywhere. Even though the vicious poison dragon was fearsome, it could not withstand so many opponents. Facing the endless array of formations, talismans, and combined attack techniques from the 2 families, it was momentarily overwhelmed and forced into a disadvantage. However, just as everyone thought victory was within their grasp, a sudden change occurred. A vast, cold, ancient, and venomous soul force surged out from the depths of the poison pool, without warning, instantly pouring into the enormous body of the vicious poison dragon. The vicious poison dragon's originally cold serpentine eyes suddenly turned blood red, as if two fires of hell were burning within them. Roar! Accompanied by a sky-shaking roar mingled with pain and rage, the aura around the vicious poison dragon began to surge wildly, its purple-black protective aura churning violently, like boiling ink. A terrifying pressure far beyond the previous one descended like an invisible mountain, heavily pressing down on the hearts and souls of every cultivator present. This spiritual pressure had actually touched the threshold of the golden core. How is this possible? Zhao Wenxuan's pupils contracted sharply, feeling the pressure that almost halted his spiritual energy flow, his face filled with disbelief. Foundation establishment and golden core were a chasm. If this dragon truly achieved a breakthrough in battle, no matter how many they were, they would only have to flee for their lives. Don't panic. Zhou Wanhong's narrowed eyes flashed with a sharp light as he shouted sternly. It's not a real breakthrough. It's merely using external force to boost its aura. Without a demonic core, it's just a bluff. If we attack together, we may still win. With that said, his movements were by no means slow. He suddenly slapped the storage pouch at his waist, and an even more ferocious and domineering aura burst forth. A massive beast over 2.5 meters tall at the shoulder, and nearly 5 meters long, its entire body covered in cold, thick metal scales, stepped out of the Beast-Taming pouch. It was a rift gold grizzly of third-tier high-grade bloodline, and had already reached the Foundation establishment late stage. Its single horn on its forehead was 0.5 meter long with deep spiral patterns, and the ends of its 5 iron bone tails had evolved into 5 ferocious forms: a blade, a spear, a hammer, a spike, and a hook. Its forepaws left faint metallic indentations on the ground, and its entire body naturally emanated a sharp aura that caused low-grade metal artifacts to hum and tremble. This was the true trump card prepared for him by the Zhou family. Follow me, kill. Zhou Wanhong commanded, and the rift gold grizzly turned into a torrent of metal, charging fiercely at the unstable, vicious poison dragon. On the other side, Zhao Wenxuan also suppressed his palpitations, gritted his teeth, and once again summoned a formation disc with even more brilliant spiritual light. The second-tier top-grade defensive formation, immovable Wisdom King formation. Such a portable formation disc that could be activated directly was extremely expensive to refine, but at this moment, he could not care about that. Form the array attack with full force. I'll stabilize the defense. Zhao Wenxuan poured most of his mind and spiritual energy into the formation disc, and a thick earth-yellow barrier rose once again, shielding the Zhao family members. However, the vicious poison dragon, forcibly boosted by the remnant soul's power, had already fallen into a frenzy. Its blood-red pupils locked onto the crowd, and its massive body suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at them at a speed far exceeding before. Its massive maw opened wide, venomous fangs glowing with a heart-stopping dark light, and with the force of 10,000 June, it bit down fiercely on the barrier of the immovable Wisdom King formation. Crack! The grating sound of shattering came clearly. The barrier shook violently, and even fine cracks appeared on its surface. Even in a false golden core state, its attack power was incomparable to ordinary Foundation establishment. Quick! Attack quickly! Don't let it bite through. Zhao Wenxuan's sweat pouring down his forehead desperately drove his true essence to maintain the formation. The remaining Zhao cultivators and Zhou family members dared not delay. Dozens of spells, sword, auras, and spirit beast techniques, varying in color and power, poured down like a storm upon the vicious poison dragon's body, exploding into clusters of spiritual light. Lin Che, hidden in the shadows, curled his lips slightly, knowing it was time for him to step out and reap the fruits of victory. But just as he was about to move, another change occurred. Suddenly, within the Zhou family formation, a previously inconspicuous figure burst into action. This person was extraordinarily fast, with a bizarre movement technique. In the instant when everyone's attention was drawn to the vicious poison dragon and the main battlefield, he stepped on the surface of the poison pool, flickered like a ghost several times, crossed dozens of zhong, and precisely appeared beside the myriad poison blood dragon vine. Reaching out, he plucked the pulsating, myriad poison blood dragon fruit, containing terrifying energy, and it fell into his hand. After obtaining it, the man did not pause at all, not even glancing at the battlefield. He turned around and shot toward the exit he came from at an even faster speed. All this happened in a flash of lightning, too fast for anyone to react. It was only when everyone saw the now empty vine tip that they woke up as if from a dream. Good, good, very good indeed. Zhao Wenxuan was stunned at first, then flew into a rage, his eyes splitting with fury. Fine, you Zhou family. We were fighting desperately at the front, and you dare to steal the fruit from behind. Wen Yuan, chase him. Don't let him escape. I'll follow shortly. Zhao Wenyuan received the order, abandoned his position without hesitation, formed a sword seal, and turned into a streak of light in hot pursuit. The already fragile temporary alliance instantly collapsed. It wasn't me. Zhou Wanhong was also stunned. He had not given such an order. But at this moment, explanations were useless. Seeing several attacks from the Zhao family already turning toward him, he gritted his teeth and shouted urgently, retreat. Quick retreat. At the same time, he commanded the Rift Gold Grizzly and the Ironbone Grizzly to cover the rear, while he himself rapidly retreated with his clan members, trying to create distance. In the center of the battlefield, realizing that the precious treasure it had guarded for 10,000 years had been snatched right under its nose, the vicious poison dragon fell into a frenzy of rage. Its blood-red pupils swept over the two families' cultivators who were now infighting and retreating, and it let out a devastating roar. A berserk attack indiscriminately covered the entire area. The already weakened defensive line, shattered by internal strife, was torn apart like paper under the furious attack of this pseudo-golden core beast. No. Several cultivators from the Zhao and Zhou families who were unable to dodge were instantly pierced by venomous fangs or smashed into bloody mist by the giant tail. Their screams abruptly ceased, and a thick smell of blood spread instantly, causing utter chaos. Lin Che's original plan was to appear at this most chaotic moment disguised as a Zhou family cultivator with a golden spiritual root and snatch the myriad poison blood dragon fruit amidst the confusion, thus completely igniting the conflict between the Zhao and Zhou families. Who would have thought that someone within the Zhou family would thoughtfully complete this step for him? However, the fruit could not really be given to him. Lin Che immediately commanded the Qingxian realm spirit to use spatial teleportation to directly transport him outside the testing grounds gate. Before the plan began, Lin Che had him bury a spatial coordinate there. Outside the testing grounds gate, a faint blue spatial ripple flickered silently. Not long after, two figures chased out one after another. Lin Che immediately blocked the path not far from the incoming person. With an inexplicable blocker ahead and a murderous pursuer behind, the man was instantly trapped in a desperate situation. His feet flashed with spiritual light as he attempted to break out from the side and escape. Want to leave? How could Lin Che give him a chance? With a thought, three spirit beasts suddenly descended, completely sealing off his escape routes from three directions. On the left, the infernal fierce tiger stepped out of flames, its body blazing with crimson gold inferno, the fierce aura of Foundation establishment late stage, like tangible waves of fire rushing forward, its tiger eyes filled with cold, killing intent. On the right, the heaven-scorching sacred crane let out a clear cry that shook the sky, scattering hot sparks as it spread its wings, its sharp eyes firmly locked onto the target. Behind, the Qingxian realm spirit radiated silver light, the space around it rippling, slightly sealing off any possibility of escape through escape techniques or talismans. Surrounded from three sides with chi locked on like an iron wall. Only then did Lin Che focus and see the face of the fruit snatcher, which looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of recollection, he recognized him. The front desk clerk at the Zhou family's spirit beast shop in Tongxin Market, always smiling and respectful in his demeanor. Now his face had lost all its usual submissive smile, leaving only panic and ruthlessness. It was truly unexpected that he was actually a hidden agent of the Zhou family, usually disguised as a chi-refining cultivator, yet his strength had reached Foundation establishment mid-stage, and his movement technique was so remarkable. And at this moment, Zhao Wenyuan also arrived, flying on his sword. Lin Che's gaze turned cold. The black longsword he had been carrying on his back was drawn with a clang, its blade instantly bursting with dazzling golden sharpness as an incomparably sharp golden true essence erupted. He ignored the besieged Zhou family agent, flickered his form, and turned into a golden streak that tore through the air, actively charging toward the swiftly approaching Zhao Wenyuan. Since he had already dispatched his spiritual beast, Lin Che had no intention of letting Zhao Wenyuan leave alive. Zhao Wenyuan, at first seeing Lin Che's unfamiliar face and his sharp aura reminiscent of a metal-attributed rogue cultivator, still harbored a faint hope of negotiation, intending to use the Zhao family's prestige to persuade him to leave. However, the moment Lin Che summoned his spiritual beast, his illusions shattered instantly. This man was actually skilled in beast-taming. A nightmare figure he had desperately tried to forget, but was deeply etched in his mind, suddenly overlapped with the person before him. It's you, Lin Che. Though the aura was completely different and the savage tiger was unlike the one he had seen on the arena, he had a premonition that this person was Lin Che. Lin Che's gaze was icy without a word of nonsense. The poisonous flood dragon in the inner hall might not hold back the other cultivators for long. He had to finish this quickly. Kill that man swiftly, then assist me. The moment he telepathically commanded his three spiritual beasts, Lin Che activated his technique and shot forward as a golden beam of light. The black greatsword in his hand hummed and trembled, a dazzling golden radiance erupting from its blade, metal-attributed true essence surging like a tide. The metal-attributed blade technique Pajuan triple slash was launched with ferocity. First move, formation breaking strike. The blade swept forth, conjuring over a dozen crescent-shaped golden blade auras that tore through the air with a sharp screech, enveloping Zhao Wenyuan in a fan-shaped arc and sealing off all avenues of escape to his left and right. Zhao Wenyuan suppressed his rising panic and waved his hand to summon a golden array disc engraved with runes. Golden light protective array rise. A yellow barrier instantly enveloped him, and the dense blade auras hammered against it, stirring violent ripples. Before the formation-breaking strike's blade auras dissipated, Lin Che's figure had already closed in on the barrier. Second move, armor-piercing strike. Within his body, metal-attributed true essence was compressed to the extreme, converging entirely at the tip of the pitch-black sword blade. A pinpoint of extreme golden light flared, dazzling as a star containing an indomitable sharpness. The tip lightly touched, not a brute force hack, but precisely struck the spot where the blade auras had caused the most violent ripples. Crack! A faint yet distinct sound of fracture arose. The sturdy barrier actually bore a hairline crack from that pinpoint of golden light. Foundation establishment midstage? You've already reached foundation establishment midstage. The overwhelming spiritual pressure seeping through the crack made Zhao Wenyuan's pupils contract as he cried out in shock. The shadow of his crushing defeat on the arena had not yet faded, and now his opponent's cultivation had actually advanced. He dared not be overconfident. His divine sense drove frantically, and streaks of spiritual light flew out from his storage pouch. All were precious second-grade attack talismans. Fire dragons, ice spikes, golden blades, thorny vines. 7 or 8 talismans ignited simultaneously, transforming into a colorful and lethal rain of light that pelted down upon Lin Che, who was now mere inches away. Facing such a dense barrage of talisman attacks, Lin Che did not dodge or evade. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. The surging metal-attributed true essence around him instantly collapsed inward, condensed in a blade intent, resolute, and without regard for life or death, soared to the heavens. Third move, no return strike. Man and sword become one. Clang! Lin Che and his black greatsword seemed to transform into a pure golden streak of light, charging decisively towards the crumbling barrier. Around the streak of light, countless tiny yet incredibly sharp golden blade auras spontaneously generated, swirled, and shredded, forming a devastating storm of blade auras. Bang! 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 The various spells conjured by the talismans upon meeting this golden blade aura storm shattered and annihilated like snow before boiling water, unable to obstruct it in the slightest. The golden streak of light pressed on undiminished, carrying the will to cut through all obstacles, and slammed violently into the hairline crack on the barrier. Crack! Boom! The crack instantly spread and expanded. The entire golden light protective array let out a pitiful groan of unbearable strain, then exploded into countless specks of light. No! Zhao Wenyuan's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, his face etched with despair and incomprehension. His array was more than enough to withstand a sustained assault from a foundation establishment midstage cultivator. Why was it so fragile against his blade? The only explanation was that the opponent's true essence condensation and the momentum imbued in his blade technique far surpassed that of the same cultivation level. With the array broken, Lin Che's killing intent was already decided. The blade flashed again so fast that only a blur remained. Zhao Wenyuan felt a chill at his neck and his vision spun uncontrollably. In his final consciousness, nothing remained but boundless fear, unwillingness, and that icy figure. On the other side, the three spiritual beasts had long finished their battle. The infernal dire tiger pinned the lifeless body of the Zhou family member under its paw, and seeing that Lin Che had also resolved his opponent, it let out a low growl as a signal. Lin Che waved his hand, withdrawing the spiritual beasts and the corpse of the spy into the Qingxin secret realm. He quickly scanned the battlefield and began to arrange things with deft movements. He approached Zhao Wenyuan's corpse, lightly tapped his glabella with a finger, and turned his pure spiritual sense into a fine needle, carefully damaging part of his soul structure. The technique was subtle, disguising it as the aftermath of a severe spiritual backlash. Thus, even if someone attempted soul-searching later, they would only obtain chaotic, shattered memory fragments of no value. Glancing at the storage pouch at Zhao Wenyuan's waist, Lin Che swept it with his spiritual sense and found nothing particularly noteworthy. He deliberately left it untouched, creating the illusion of hurrying away after killing the enemy with no time to loot. Finally, he activated his movement technique, leaving several clear escape traces and faint residual metal-attributed spiritual energy in the direction leading to the west of the ruins. Having done all this, Lin Che lingered no longer. The absolute void concealment art silently activated, and his figure melted into the air, vanishing completely from the blood and miasma-tainted area. Not long after, Zhao Wenyuan, along with the remaining clan members, finally stumbled out of the nightmare-like experimental hall. But what he saw outside the door struck him like lightning, making his eyes split with fury. Wenyuan. Zhao Wenyuan's body shook violently as he stumbled forward, trembling as he lifted his younger brother's still warm corpse. As his fingers touched the cold, stiff skin and looked at the familiar face that had lost its vitality, boundless grief and heart-wrenching pain instantly overwhelmed him. Then came a volcanic eruption of rage. All the betrayals in the ruins, the attacks of the demon beasts, the clan members' deaths, his brother's fall. Every image churned and exploded in his mind, ultimately pointing to the same target. The Zhou family. The Zhou family. Fine, the Zhou family. Zhao Wenxuan's teeth ground audibly, his eyes bloodshot, nearly spewing flames. This enmity is irreconcilable. I'm not done with you. He abruptly raised his head, looking around at the equally grief-stricken and wounded clan members. A sliver of rationality told him that the Zhou family currently held the advantage in strength, and a pseudo-tier 3 terror beast might still be chasing them. This was absolutely not the time to fight head-on. Let's go. Leave this place first, he growled hoarsely, forcibly suppressing the killing intent and sorrow that nearly burst from his chest. This blood debt must be repaid, but it required planning and power. He must immediately return to the clan and report everything. After one last deep look at his brother's remains, Zhao Wenxuan carefully stored them away, then shot into the sky on his sword, transforming into a streak of light, filled with grief and determination, speeding away from the ruins. Behind him, the clan members followed with hatred in their hearts. They had come with high hopes, now they left with nothing but blazing resentment and their comrades' cold corpses. In stark contrast to the Zhao family's bleak atmosphere of grief and hatred, Lin Che, now far away in a safe zone, wore a faint smile of satisfaction. Everything was under his control. His stratagem of sowing discord had succeeded. Rather than exhausting himself in direct confrontation with the Zhao and Zhou families, it was far more effective to manipulate them into mutual suspicion and conflict. This was far more effective than merely slaying a few ordinary cultivators and could fundamentally shake their foothold in this region. Zhao Wenyuan, a core member of the Zhao families, one generation, a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Che recalled the man he had just killed. The Zhao family only had 9 foundation establishment cultivators. Losing such a pillar of strength was like severing one of their fingers, enough to cripple them. The Zhao family's previous assassination attempt on him had now been repaid with interest. Moreover, the Zhao family had schemed to use the curse of this place to destroy him, only to have their own carefully nurtured 4th-generation elite be the first to suffer its devastating effects. This return gift was indeed substantial. Thus the grievances between me and the Zhao family are now settled. As for whether the Zhao family shared that sentiment, Lin Che did not know. At this moment, Lin Che had already fled far away. He sought out a secluded corner heavily shielded by thick curtain-like gray-green miasma, meticulously sweeping his divine sense to confirm there were no cultivators or spirit beasts within several li, then stirred his mind slightly. The Qingxian world spirit beside him understood with silver light swirling in its eyes. It pressed its hands down in the void, and a gentle blue spatial ripple enveloped Lin Che and his surroundings. The next moment, light and shadow shifted, space moved. When his vision cleared again, a slightly moist fresh lake breeze brushed against his face. They had safely returned to the shores of Suishing Lake within the territory of the Lin family. Far from the filth and killing intent of Haiqi Swamp, the tranquil and harmonious spiritual energy here eased his mind. What followed was the pleasant task of tallying the gains. Entering the Qingxian secret realm. First, the primary objective of this trip, the Tsangming spirit serpents. In the distance, the lake, base specially created for them, shimmered with rippling light, dense with spiritual energy. Those 5 agile serpents with scales gleaming with a faint blue luster swam leisurely and contentedly in the clear lake water, sometimes diving to explore the depths, sometimes surfacing to inhale spiritual energy, appearing extremely excited. Since entering this new world, they had scarcely paused, constantly familiarizing themselves with every patch of water. Such behavior was easy to understand. Compared to the dark, toxic, and foul-smelling waterholes of Haiqi Swamp, this spiritual lake in the Qingxian secret realm, whether in water quality, spiritual energy concentration, or overall environment, was at least 100 times better. It was a world of difference. Once they fully adapted and settled their minds, preparations could begin for their bloodline ascension and transformation into flood dragons. Of course, the corresponding breeding environment also needed careful arrangement. The lake bay had to be adorned with water-attributed spiritual plants. They favored creating an environment more suited to their habits and growth. The source of food was even more critical. Their favorite food was the silver silk spirit stream fish, precisely the meat-type spiritual fish variety that Lin Che had successfully bred earlier. After months of careful cultivation and reproduction, the fish population had grown to a considerable scale, enough to split off a group and introduce them into the secret realm lake, establishing a new population to provide a stable, high-quality food source for the Tsangming spirit serpent family. Next were the various inheritance jade slips obtained from the skill hall of the Qianshui Beast-Taming sect. The most numerous were the second-order ordinary inheritances covering alchemy, artifact, forging, talisman, making formations, spiritual plants, and other 100 arts of cultivation. Though called ordinary, they were valuable for their completeness. Take the two alchemy inheritances Lin Che had specifically selected as examples. They not only recorded dozens of pill formulas from first order to second order upper grade, but also included matching flame control techniques, medicinal herb processing insights, pill forming methods, and even many insights from senior alchemists in their practice. This was vastly different from the outside markets where only a solitary pill formula was often sold, while core experience and techniques were guarded as secrets not to be passed on. These complete inheritances held great value for systematically cultivating the family's technical talents. The two alchemy inheritances Lin Che selected were the best among those on the second floor, with the most complete pill formulas and the highest rated accompanying insights, even including several quite good second-order upper-grade pill formulas. For other inheritances such as those in artifact forging, talisman making, and spiritual plant husbandry, Lin Che followed the same standard, picking the ones with the most solid content and most complete systems. Additionally, there were many mortal and spiritual cultivation techniques of various attributes, as well as a considerable number of spell manuals for chi refining and foundation establishment stages. Though the grades of these texts might not be the highest, their variety was vast, covering the 5 elements. They were perfect for replenishing the lower-level reserves of the Lin family skill hall. They provided a more diverse set of basic options for future family disciples to choose their cultivation path based on their spiritual root attributes. As for the few inheritances brought back from the third floor of the skill hall, apart from the unfinished experimental record of turning a putrid poison python into a dragon and the incomplete Xian Shui beast-taming art that could only be cultivated to the golden core stage, what truly caught Lin Che's eye was a body refinement secret art. Earth-grade mid-rank, the Xianming indestructible body. This art refined the body by absorbing and refining the ultimate crimson abyss. Qi, pursuing the supreme physical realm of the highest good, is like water, indestructible through myriad calamities. Body refinement had always been a crucial part of Lin Che's cultivation plan. For a beast-taming cultivator, their spirit beasts were often extremely powerful, while the host themselves could become a weakness. Therefore, most far-sighted beast-taming cultivators would also cultivate a body refinement technique to compensate for this deficiency. For instance, the Zhou family, most of their clan cultivators were plump in figure. That was not due to living in comfort, but was an external manifestation of their family's body refinement technique. For the sake of his future Dao, Lin Che naturally would not leave any weakness. As early as the Qi refining stage, he had already perfected the 9 refinements golden body secret art. When he broke through to foundation establishment, his body refinement also advanced, granting him a physical strength equivalent to the early foundation establishment stage, even without using his spiritual power. This was precisely the fundamental reason why he could perform the no-return style among the 3 strikes of armor, breaking a move with immense backlash. This style placed a tremendous burden on the physical body. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would dare not attempt it until the late stage, or it would be tantamount to self-harm. Unfortunately, although this Xianming indestructible body was of extremely high grade, its attributes leaned toward ice and water, which did not match well with Lin Che's 5 saint spiritual roots. His ideal body refinement technique should be able to maximize the potential of the 5 elemental spiritual roots rather than focusing on a single attribute. However, this art seemed tailor-made for Lu Qingxue. She possessed an ice spiritual root, and if she ever intended to cultivate body refinement, this art would be most suitable. Even if she did not cultivate it, it could be kept as a family foundation, a fine choice for future descendants with ice or water spiritual roots. The remaining few jade slips from the 3rd floor were mostly scattered records of golden core stage spells or 3rd-order beast-taming inheritances of relatively limited value. They could be placed in the family skill hall later as supplementary material. Finally, the most unexpected highlight of this trip, the 10,000 poison blood dragon fruit. Lin Che stirred his mind slightly, and the dark purple fruit shaped like a beating heart, with bizarre patterns on its surface, shifted from the Zhou clan member's storage pouch to the center of his palm. Even though it was tightly sealed by pure true essence, the viscous black poisonous dew that kept seeping out as thick as blood, and the vast sinister energy within the fruit, as if possessing a life of its own, still made its terror and preciousness keenly felt. This item is indeed a harvest far beyond expectations. Light flickered in Lin Che's eyes, deep joy within. His primary goals for this trip were the Tsangming spirit serpents, and disrupting the situation. This supreme-grade spiritual fruit was a pure bonus. He extremely carefully sealed the 10,000 poison blood dragon fruit into a specially prepared cold jade box. Then, with both hands moving swiftly, he cast over a dozen complex sealing restrictions until the jade box's radiance converged inward with no further aura leaking out, and only then did he solemnly put it away. This fruit had many uses. In the future, it could be used to cultivate specific top-grade poison attribute spirit beasts, or as a bargaining chip to exchange for other hard-to-obtain rare resources. In the long term, if the family ever produced a golden core cultivator walking the poison path, this item would be an unparalleled treasure to to help them impact the nascent soul Dao. However, exactly how to utilize this priceless fruit required careful long-term planning, waiting for the most opportune moment. Then Lin Che's divine sense continued to probe the storage pouch of that Zhou clan employee, scanning over spirit stones, pills, talismans, and other ordinary items. Suddenly his divine sense paused, locking onto an object of entirely different aura. With a slight stir of his mind, a jade token about the size of a palm, icy to the touch and pitch black, like ink, flew out from the pouch and hovered before him. The token's material was neither metal nor jade, its surface smooth as a mirror except for an ancient seal character carved in the center. Dark. Ha. The moment he saw the character, Lin Che was momentarily stunned, then shook his head, letting out a helpless low laugh. Truly, paths of enemies often cross. He had never expected that in the territory of Chuyang City he would again be entangled with that tenacious, defying fate demon palace. He walked over to the lifeless corpse, crouched down, and carefully felt around its jaw and behind the ears. In a moment, with a slight force from his fingertips, he slowly peeled off a layer of skin, as thin as a cicada's wing, with a peculiar texture. Under the mask was a completely different pale face of a middle-aged man whose brows still faintly retained the sinister aura of one accustomed to hiding his tracks. Sure enough, a member of the Shadow Hall. Lin Che's gaze turned slightly heavy. The Shadow Hall was precisely the intelligence-gathering organization under the defying fate demon palace, skilled in shadow concealment, disguise, and infiltration into various factions. This person had been infiltrating the Zhou clan's shop, likely not just for a day. This Shadow Hall spy must have recognized the 10,000 poison blood dragon fruit as a supreme treasure in the ruins and been seized by greed. Only then did he risk exposing his identity, brazenly attacking to seize the fruit, attempting to escape with the treasure, whether for himself or for his organization to gain this opportunity. From this, it seems the defying fate demon palace's reach extends further than imagined. Their secret maneuvers in the Chuyang City territory likely aim for no small scheme. Lin Che muttered to himself, frowning slightly. Unfortunately, the information obtained from this person was too little to see the full picture. This little piece of land is getting murkier and murkier. He sighed lightly, no longer dwelling on it. With a flick of his finger, a strand of crimson phoenix blood, true flame, tinged with a sacred aura, leaped out and gently landed on the corpse and all its belongings. The flame burned silently, yet its temperature was terrifyingly high, instantly incinerating the corpse clothes, mask, and even the shadow character Jade token into a wisp of green smoke, leaving no trace or aura. The useful clues were too few, excessive speculation was also futile. Lin Che shook his head, set this matter aside for the moment, turned, and walked back to the area of the secret realm dense with spiritual energy, and sat down cross-legged. His mind settled, he began to calmly sort out the possible repercussions this incident might trigger. After this battle, the Zhao family lost a core foundation establishment cultivator, like Zhao Wenyuan, and moreover, forged a blood feud with the Zhou family. In the short term, they will be entangled in pressing matters, with revenge and self-preservation becoming their top priority, leaving no energy for other concerns. And the news that the Zhou family obtained the 10,000 poison blood dragon fruit will likely spread throughout Chuyang City soon. At that time, they will not only face the Zhao family's relentless revenge, but may also become a target for all, attracting countless covetous eyes. Enough to keep them busy for a long time. His plan of sowing discord had already worked. Not only did he settle old scores with the Zhao family, but he also successfully dragged two potential opponents into a quagmire of mutual destruction, leaving them no time to spare. This bought him and the newly established Lin family a crucial and precious breathing space and opportunity for development. As for whether they would believe it was all the Zhou family's doing, a hint of a smile curled at the corner of Lin Che's mouth. The evidence left at the scene was solid enough to force them to believe. Even if Zhao Wenxuan harbored a shred of doubt in the face of his younger brother's tragic death and the loss of core interest, that doubt would be insignificant. Hatred sometimes does not require 100% truth, it only needs a sufficiently reasonable target for venting. He slowly closed his eyes, his aura gradually calming, and began to guide the pure spiritual energy of the secret realm into his body, regulating his breathing and recovering. The successive use of the absolute void stealth divine ability, combat, and scheming had consumed a considerable amount of mental energy and spiritual power, requiring time for quiet recuperation. Within the Qingxian secret realm, spiritual energy swirled like mist, the lake shimmered, everything peaceful and harmonious, like a celestial paradise. Outside the secret realm, however, the winds of Chuyang City were thoroughly stirred and churned by the sudden relic dispute in Haichi Swamp. The next morning, as the sky gradually brightened, Lin Che slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his meditative state. Beside him, Su Wanwan was still asleep, her breathing gentle and her face serene. He rose with delicate movements, careful not to disturb her slumber. With a mere thought, a gentle breeze swept through the room, cleansing the lingering traces of intimacy from the night before. Donning a set of neat, everyday robes, Lin Che pushed open the door and stepped out ready to begin the day's work. As he entered the rear courtyard, the moist morning air mingled with the fragrance of plants and grass greeted him. In the center of the garden, the now rather large sinew spirit deer lay curled up quietly. A soft emerald spiritual aura flowed around its body, subtly resonating with the dew-laden flowers and plants, imbuing them with vigorous vitality. Su Wanwan's bonded spirit deer had grown even more imposing. Turning his gaze to the dedicated training room on the other side, he heard the rhythmic and powerful sounds of something cutting through the air. Lin Che extended his divine sense and saw a simian spirit beast with fur as deep blue as the ocean